Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A Letter from Afar. Only the weak talk about fairness. The strong speak only of conquest, Tver. But teacher, even the mercy of the strong is a form of equality. July, Durmstrang. It wasn't a large school, its castle had only 4 stories, and even during the day, the halls felt dark and oppressive. In stark contrast, Durmstrang favored orange and green for decorating its towers and domes, a dazzling and solemn aesthetic with a unique charm. Much like its students, they studied dark magic, but were equally skilled in defense, spear and shield, side by side. Tver Folly stood on the top floor of the castle, leaning against the railing, gazing down at the place he'd called home for the past 7 years. A small castle didn't mean a small school. In reality, Durmstrang had a vast campus and breathtaking scenery. Right in front of the castle was the dueling arena where students practiced magic. Like a traditional coliseum, duels between different grades were held once a month. There was also a school-wide tournament at the end of the academic year to decide the Champions Cup. Thinking about it, Tver couldn't help but smile. Starting today, you can finally fight for first place. Yes, ever since arriving at Durmstrang, Tver had only lost to upper-year students during his first 3 years. In the following 4, he was the undisputed top student. But now, they finally had a chance to experience what it felt like to be number 1. Tver, are you really leaving? But the headmaster said the school would hire you as a professor if you're willing. You know Durmstrang is the best place for you. A boy with a buzz cut appeared without warning, dressed in nothing but a shirt. Water dripped from his muscular frame with each breath, pooling on the stone floor. Tver turned his head. No matter how many times he saw it, he always admired the boy's powerful build. At least he didn't have to shave his head, an advantage in itself. After all, the strong always had privileges. Swimming again, Victor. Be careful, you'll age faster at this rate. Victor shook his wet head in irritation, hoping to splash Tver in retaliation. His looks were striking, and even the faint dark circles under his eyes seemed frozen in time. He'd looked like this from the moment they met. Tver snapped his fingers, and the water Victor had flung at him stopped in midair before reversing course, splattering back against Victor with sharp, wet smacks. Victor didn't mind. He raised a hand to shield his face, but the droplets had little effect on his solid build anyway. The other guy wouldn't treat him like this again. Study hard, Victor. Tver patted him on the shoulder. I've already decided. I'm going to that school, but we'll definitely meet again. But didn't you refuse their offer 7 years ago to come to Durmstrang instead? Victor's expression was anxious. I had my reasons for coming here, and I have my reasons for leaving now. After saying goodbye, Tver walked leisurely through the castle, reminiscing about his 7 years of student life. It felt like a rite of passage for all graduates. To outsiders, Durmstrang had a reputation for danger. And to be fair, that wasn't entirely wrong. But beneath that danger were layers of well-designed protections. Most notably, it housed the finest dark magic treatment hospital, fully equipped to handle nearly all injuries caused by dark magic. During their first 3 years, every student focused primarily on healing and defensive magic. Only in their 4th year were they allowed to study dark magic, and even then, only the types permitted by school regulations. If their research delved too deep or their intent grew too malicious, making the magic they practiced too dangerous, not even Durmstrang would tolerate it. Because it would simply be beyond saving. To the outside world, though, even researching dark magic was an unforgivable crime. No one cared about Durmstrang's logic that, only by studying it can one defend against it. Of course, the school's honorary alumni helped preserve that line of reasoning. Tver greeted the passing students with friendly nods. At Durmstrang, there were probably just as many who knew him as there were those who avoided dark magic entirely. After dealing with a few friends, he slowly returned to the dormitory where he had lived for 7 years. The layout was exactly the same as when he first arrived, clean, tidy, with suitcases neatly arranged beside the bed. This time, however, they were leaving. It was the first day of graduation for their class, and their last day on campus. His roommates had already gone their separate ways. But he couldn't leave yet. Tver took off his blood-red robe and put on more casual clothes. Thanks to his slender physique, whatever he wore always looked good on him. Smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothes, Tver sat quietly on his familiar bed, sitting upright like a graduate going to a job interview. This was one of the good qualities he had learned at Durmstrang. The only sound in the silent dormitory was the soft rustling of his fingers as he felt around for the badge, revealing the restlessness in his heart. He was waiting for a letter, an important reply. Time trickled by, and finally, the sound of a click outside the window broke the silence, shattering his thoughts. Tver's heart leapt. It was a strong owl, exhausted from its long journey, but it stood loyally outside the window, tapping on the glass with its hard beak. Tver waved his wand, and the window opened automatically, allowing the owl to fly in. The owl stood steadily on the chair and stretched out a foot with a letter tied to it toward Tver. It was a letter from Hogwarts. Tver quickly untied the letter. His name and address were written on the envelope. Scandinavian Peninsula. Durmstrang Institute. Second floor of the student dormitory, far left. Mr. Tver Folly. He chuckled softly. The letter was just like the one he had received 7 years ago, except for the address. Its obsessive-compulsive precision made him feel like he was back in his past life, eagerly awaiting his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. On the back was the Hogwarts crest, which he knew so well. He couldn't wait to open the envelope and take out the letter inside. Dear Mr. Tver Folly. We are pleased to inform you that your application for the position of Assistant Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts has been accepted. The interview will be held at 10 a.m. on July 31st. At that time, Professor Quirrell and Professor Dumbledore will interview you together, so please be prepared in advance. We look forward to receiving your reply by all before July 10th. Alternatively, you may choose to apparate to the school gates or use flu powder to enter the school, where you will be guided by someone. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Chapter 2, Your Poison is My Honey. Tver finally felt at ease. Yes, he was going back to England to become an assistant professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, the one and only, and finest, wizarding school in the country. Of course, it wasn't exactly a cushy job. In fact, it was arguably the second most dangerous profession in the world, just behind being the parent of a transmigrator. If he remembered correctly, in the story, there had been 7 professors in 7 years. 1 ended up permanently in St. Mungo's, 2 were sent to Azkaban, and 5 died. Yes, 5. The odd one out, Moody, only made the list because someone impersonated him using Polyjuice Potion. But in the end, even he went to meet Merlin. The sheer number of incidents made it hard not to question how cursed the position really was. But for Tver, it was just another burden in a life already full of them. At this point, adding a little more danger to his death didn't faze him. At 11, he had stumbled upon a ring purely by accident. Unluckily, that ring carried an intense dark magic, enough to destroy a child in seconds. Luckily, that was when he transmigrated. And he brought something with him, his cheat. A badge. It was a Hogwarts crest badge he had bought as merchandise in his previous life. A large H in the center, surrounded by a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger. Beneath it was the school's motto. Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. In truth, it meant, never tickle a sleeping dragon. He had no idea why the badge crossed over with him, but as his life force began to ebb away, the badge suddenly unleashed a power that pushed back against the invading dark magic. It wasn't strong, just enough to keep him from dying. The curse still clung to him, draining his life like a festering parasite. But the moment he saw that ring, he knew what it was. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Having seen the movies, he knew even Dumbledore and Snape, 2 of the most powerful wizards in the magical world, couldn't completely dispel the dark magic attached to it. Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest wizard of his time, had ultimately chosen death because the curse was too powerful to cleanse. Tver had made a snap decision. He tossed aside the Hogwarts acceptance letter and begged his parents to send him to Durmstrang, the school renowned for its study of dark magic. Fortunately, his family still had enough influence to get him enrolled without difficulty. Over the past 7 years, he had relied on both his deepening study of dark magic and the badge's protection to stave off death. And he uncovered the badge's greatest secret. So long as his understanding of magic continued to grow, the badge's power would grow with it, offsetting the damage to his life force caused by the dark magic. It was like a swimming pool, water flowing in and out at the same time. Only in this case, the water was his life. But last year, he hit a bottleneck. His progress slowed, and the badge's power began to fade. 6 months later, it vanished completely. Dark magic immediately reached for his life, and the pool became a one-way flow, only draining, never refilling. Facing the steady, stream-like loss of his life force, Tver used his 7 years of dark magic study, along with a bit of external help, to barely compress the curse into a small, condensed point. Thinking of this, he raised his right wrist. A tiny black dot sat there, with a fine line extending from both sides. When the lines met, that would be the end of his life. At the current rate, he had about 2 years left. That was why he was so determined to apply for a position at Hogwarts, because this year, a miraculous stone would be kept at the school. A stone said to grant eternal life. As for why he applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Simple, it was the only subject that opened external recruitment every year. Even so, his identity as a student from Durmstrang still made the headmaster hesitate. If he hadn't agreed to settle for a teaching assistant role, he likely would have had to wait another 3 years. That's why the position of assistant professor for defense against the dark arts, poison to some, was sweet as honey to Tver. Looking back on the past 7 years, it felt like a desperate race against death. Every day, he absorbed every kind of magical knowledge he could, and every night, he reworked more efficient learning methods in his mind. It earned him a strange and indescribable nickname at Durmstrang. Panda Warlord. Once he left this place, hopefully no one would ever call him that embarrassing title again. Tver cheerfully pulled out a fresh piece of parchment and penned his reply. Moments later, the letter was folded crisply without a single wrinkle. But Mr. All didn't appreciate the neatness. As the letter was tied to his leg, he twisted and tugged twice, then pecked at Tver's hand in protest before spreading his wings and flying toward the snowy mountains. Sorry, I'll make it up to you next time. Tver's good mood remained intact. With a wave of his wand, the 2 neatly packed suitcases on the ground grew feather-light and floated toward his open wallet. The moment they touched it, the luggage compressed instantly and slipped neatly inside. The wallet had been secretly enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Its interior was larger than the entire dormitory. Regardless of the country, casting that charm on personal belongings was illegal. But honestly, if you're not breaking a few laws, are you even a wizard? Tver took one last lingering look around the room. He sealed away 7 years of his life in that glance, then left the dormitory with ease. So you're graduating, are you? Said the elderly man in the portrait at the stairwell. This was Durmstrang's second headmaster, the one who introduced dueling and combat magic into the curriculum. The arena outside the castle was his legacy. Even in the portrait, he insisted on sitting on the stone steps. Yes, Mr. Munter. Thank you for all your help over the past 7 years. Tver paused mid-step. Though Mr. Munter had occasionally tattled to the headmaster, he also aided him during his nighttime wanderings. That fool Karkaroff failing to keep you here, Durmstrang's greatest loss. Even aged and confined to a canvas, the old man's fiery temper was impossible to miss. It's my own shortcoming. I need to refine my magical skills further and explore more diverse branches of magic if I want to reach greater heights. If I want to survive, Tver left that part unsaid. I heard you're going to that school to teach. Yes, but just as a teaching assistant. Well then, all I'll say is, don't push yourself too hard. Sometimes stopping is the only way to see clearly. Munter gave Tver a meaningful wink. Since last year, Munter had said that exact line every time they met. But ask him what he meant, and he'd fall completely silent. So Tver simply shook his head, said his goodbyes, and left the school behind. Chapter 3, Comfort for the Soul. Folly Village, Hampshire. The village that bore the family name wasn't large. Aside from the grand manor at its far end, there were only about a dozen houses scattered around the area. All of them belonged to Muggles, who had no idea that several magic-wielding wizards lived within the manor hidden behind towering hedges. In fact, they couldn't even see the manor at all. A powerful array of Muggle-repelling charms blanketed the estate, along with ancient protective enchantments. Even visiting wizards would perceive it as nothing more than an ordinary estate. According to his memories, Tver used to run into the village as a child, playing with the local kids and vanishing right in front of their astonished eyes. After a few such incidents, his mother banned him from teasing his Muggle friends like that. At the entrance to the peaceful estate, there was a soft pop as a figure spun into view. Tver had returned from a long journey. Before entering the UK, he had used a portkey to travel between countries. For long-distance transportation, portkeys were far less taxing than apparition. Unlike apparition, which operated more like teleportation through spatial magic, portkeys functioned as a type of high-speed flying magic. They were significantly more energy-efficient and safer. The moment Tver landed and found his footing, the manor gates swung open automatically. Behind them stood a small elf, bowing low in welcome. The house elf had bat-like ears and slightly bulging eyes. This was Jeff, the Folly family's house elf. Unlike most house elves, however, Jeff wore a clean, neatly pressed white robe. Good afternoon, Master Folly. Welcome home. Your father and mother are waiting for you, Jeff squeaked. His voice was high-pitched, and as he looked up, his eyes shimmered with tears. Long time no see, Jeff. A smile spread across Tver's face. Back when he was first cursed by the ring and too weak to move, it was Jeff who had cared for him. Though house elves were expected to serve their masters, Tver, being a transmigrator, had never taken Jeff's help for granted. After some convincing, he had persuaded his parents and Jeff to let him gift Jeff a proper robe and told him that if he ever wished, he could leave the Folly household and live as a truly free house elf. Of course, with Jeff's loyalty to the family, even if Tver wanted to send him away, it would have been impossible. Jeff wiped at his tears. The young master's return should have been a joyful moment. You've been gone for so long. The lady's going to scold you for quite a while. Tver winced just thinking about it. He wasn't sure whether his father would step in to help or make things worse. After thinking it over on the way home, he could only conclude, his father was completely unreliable. "Hey, look who it is, the future Minister for Magic, is it?" A woman with delicate features leaned casually against the front door, a bright smile on her face. Time had been kind to her, the years left barely a trace. This was Brenda Foley, Tver's mother. At her voice, a man with a simple, honest face poked his head around the corner. The moment he saw Tver, his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could get a word out, Brenda cut him off with a sharp cough. He gave Tver a sympathetic look, "Good luck," and quickly pulled his head back out of sight. That was his father, Mills Foley. Ever the unreliable one. "Of course, your gentle, graceful, kind, beautiful, generous, and virtuous son." Tver deliberately emphasized all the adjectives, then flattered Brenda with 2 playful pats on her shoulder. "Oh, stop it," Brenda turned to head inside, her voice tinged with a sob, "My son would never go 2 years without coming home." Crap. To study the secrets of the curse, Tver hadn't come home even once since last summer break. He wasn't sure why, but his family placed great importance on familial bonds. During his 7 years at Durmstrang, he had worn out enough owls to fly 2 laps around the estate. Still, it was a comforting feeling. Especially when he was constantly racing against death, the warmth of family was the main thing that kept him going. He quickly caught up to his mother, ready to give the explanation he had prepared. But the moment he stepped through the door. Surprise. His father leapt out from behind the door and waved his wand. In an instant, the ceiling exploded in a cascade of colorful fireworks. Jeff also jumped out from the side, shouting, "Happy 18th birthday, young master." The once brightly lit house dimmed, and Brenda walked in holding a large cake. The uneven 18 on top flickered as the candles lit up with a gentle puff of breath, casting a warm glow on her face. "It doesn't look very good. I've been trying for days and still couldn't make it like your father's." "But you're not allowed to say that out loud." Brenda shot a threatening glare at Mills, who was snickering off to the side. "No, I really like it," Tver said softly. "You'd better," Brenda laughed, "now make a wish before you blow out the candles." Wizards didn't typically make birthday wishes, but back when Tver first crossed over, he didn't know that. Like a fool, he'd wished for a long life. From then on, birthday wishes had become a Foley family tradition. Clasping his hands under his chin, Tver closed his eyes and silently wished. "I hope my parents live long and healthy lives." With Brenda and Mills watching expectantly, he opened his eyes, leaned in, and blew. All 18 candles went out in one breath. He flicked the cake toward Mills, who caught it with practiced ease. Brenda didn't even glance at her husband, she just opened her arms and pulled Tver into a hug. "Happy birthday, son." "Thanks, Mum. I'm really happy." A wave of guilt hit Tver. The original boy had such loving parents, and yet here he was, having taken his place. The only thing he could do now was live better than the original, to make up for the guilt he carried. "Don't get too comfortable," Brenda said with a mischievous grin, loosening her hug. "As punishment for not coming home for 2 years. Right on cue, Mills handed the cake back. "You're finishing this entire cake." Tver. So, at dinner, Tver sat at the table, staring at an entire cake he had to finish alone, while everyone else, including Jeff, enjoyed the exquisite French meal his father had prepared. Everyone knew that cakes were usually passable at worst. But once a cake was bad. It was really bad, no amount of flavor could save it. At home, Mills was a master of refined French cuisine. Thanks to his previous life, Tver could whip up a few Chinese dishes. Jeff, being a house elf, was an expert in all the major European styles. But Brenda. She couldn't even manage the British classic, fish and chips, let alone this cake she'd supposedly spent a week learning to make. "All right, come try your father's baked fire crab with cheese." Seeing her son's defeated expression, Brenda decided not to push it further and brought over the dish she had originally set aside for him. Chapter 4, A Well-Meaning Lie. After 2 years, Tver finally got to taste his father's cooking again. Strange as it was, his father, head of one of the 28 pureblood families, actually ran a French restaurant in the Muggle world. Thankfully, the Foley family kept a low profile and rarely mingled with other wizards, so word never spread. Not that it would have mattered much even if it had. "Now that you've graduated, have you decided what you want to do?" Brenda asked suddenly. "Why not help out at my restaurant? Or open a Chinese place next door?" Mills suggested. "I've applied for a teaching assistant position at Hogwarts," Tver said cautiously, careful not to mention that it was for defense against the dark arts. "Why the sudden interest in Hogwarts?" Brenda was so surprised she forgot to put down her fork. "You were the one who insisted on going to Durmstrang back then." "Durmstrang's too extreme. I want to use this chance to explore different kinds of magic." Tver had prepared that explanation in advance. Mills thought for a moment. He didn't recall Hogwarts ever having an assistant position. That's not bad, but a teaching assistant. Since when does Hogwarts offer that? Both Mills and Brenda were Hogwarts alumni. Tver's firm refusal to attend had troubled them for quite some time. I applied for it specifically. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't let a fresh graduate teach young wizards. In truth, Tver suspected the school only approved his application to offload some of the curse on defense against the dark arts. After all, he was a Durmstrang graduate. Hogwarts definitely could use another assistant. Otherwise, the professors will work themselves into the ground. Mills nodded approvingly. Which class are you assisting? Crap. Tver swallowed hard and blurted it out so fast he barely understood himself. Defense against the dark arts. What? Brenda shot to her feet, pushing her chair so hard it clattered to the floor. I absolutely forbid you from touching defense against the dark arts. No way, how could you even make that out? Tver stared in disbelief. Of course I could. I'm your mother. A mum knows when something sounds shady. Brenda fumed, hands on her hips, her eyes red with anger. There's no way I'm letting you near that class. I went through 7 defense against the dark arts professors in 7 years. The worst one lost an arm. Mills quickly stepped in to calm her. Tver knows more about the curse than we do. I'm sure he has his reasons. Let's at least hear him out. If it were anyone else, Tver wouldn't have bothered explaining. But these were his parents, his pillars through the years. They deserved a solid answer. Do you two remember what happened when I was 11? Tver decided to comfort them with a small, well-meaning lie. I was hit with a similar curse. But don't worry, after years at school, my teacher helped me lift it. You know, that teacher had some kind of hidden connection with Headmaster Dumbledore. So he asked me to try and break the curse on the class. Even if I can't, it's fine. I'm just a teaching assistant. The curse won't latch onto me. Tver had told his parents about that teacher before. They were skeptical at first, but the fact he could consistently cast the Patronus charm eventually put them at ease. What they didn't know was, so long as a wizard truly believed in their convictions, even dark ones, they could still cast a Patronus. Brenda's attention, however, was fixed on what had happened 7 years ago. So, back then, you were weak because you were on the verge of death. Why didn't you tell us something so important? I'm your mother. Brenda grew increasingly upset. For a mother, her child's safety always came first. As for the whole Grindelwald and Dumbledore mess, she didn't really care. Well, maybe she did, but only as juicy gossip. I just didn't want you to worry, Tver said, quickly stepping forward to hug his mother. Besides, I'm fine now. Really healthy. Mills walked up too, gently pried Tver's hand away, and hugged his wife, softly comforting her. Tver isn't the reckless type. Even if there was danger, Hogwarts has Dumbledore. He wouldn't just stand there and let anything happen to Tver. And the Folly family isn't exactly lacking in connections, we could have found a few well-versed wizards to help. The two embraced affectionately, chatting about which famous wizards were best at lifting curses, completely ignoring Tver, who exchanged an awkward glance with Jeff beside him. If you need a hug, I can give you one, Jeff joked. But make it quick, I still have to clear the table. Thanks, I guess. Eventually, Brenda and Mills agreed to Tver's decision. But only as a teaching assistant. If I ever find out you're trying to become the professor for that class, I'll lock you in a cupboard for life. Brenda warned. That was a relief for him. His parents were his greatest source of comfort, and getting their approval was the main reason he'd come home right away. Sometimes he thought, compared to other transmigrators wandering through an unfamiliar world alone, having loving and supportive parents wasn't such a bad deal. Before heading to Hogwarts for the interview, Tver stayed at the manor. He hadn't been back in 2 years, but everything inside looked exactly the same. Jeff cleaned his room every day, so it was still spotless. The bedding had been swapped out, though. As Brenda put it, graduation marks the start of a new chapter. Life at the manor was actually quite simple. When his father had time, he'd go work as a chef at their restaurant in London. Otherwise, he stayed home to keep Brenda company. Brenda's days were even simpler, shopping and movie outings were her main affairs. She didn't seem like a witch at all, more like a carefree lady of leisure. Tver stayed at home all day. Compared to Durmstrang's militarized lifestyle, the manor felt a lot more relaxed. And he didn't mind one bit. In fact, he preferred it here. At least he didn't have to deal with some overly persistent wizard pestering him for a duel. He wasn't the type to roam around outside. On the contrary, curling up in his room with a good book was his favorite thing to do. He spent a few days organizing his personal collection. If he really did become a teaching assistant at Hogwarts, he'd definitely have to live at the castle. But that wouldn't happen until September 1st when the school year began, so there was still time to pack later. Though, if the Aurors ever saw his collection, they'd probably arrest him on the spot. Just the titles alone looked shady. Books like Principles of Dark Magic, How to Properly Release Dark Magic, Faith Control, Make Your Dark Magic More Powerful, and Origins of Curse Magic practically screamed, gift for a permanent suite in Azkaban, and not just any cell, but a VIP one. Chapter 5, The 4 Elements of Magic. At 11 o'clock at night, it was already quite late for wizards who didn't lead much of a nightlife. But for Tver, this was just the start of his second reading session. He was used to staying up late, and just as used to pulling out one of his old favorites, The Origin of Curse Magic. Coming home from Durmstrang, the only real change seemed to be the location of his reading chair. Realizing how strange that was, he decided to switch things up. The Folly family's collection was still impressive. Maybe it didn't compare to the library at Hogwarts, where he'd soon be headed, but when it came to books on ancient magic, it had the upper hand. That was largely because, in recent generations, the family had become rather laid back and stopped actively pursuing magical research. Fortunately, there had been no spendthrifts among them, and the family business continued to thrive. There were no signs of decline. Tver left his bedroom. The house was quiet, with only a few candle flames still flickering in the hallway. The study wasn't far, or rather, he'd specifically chosen his room to be close to it. After all, he was the only one in the Folly family who enjoyed reading. Creak. The study door rarely opened. Over the past 2 years, only Jeff had occasionally entered to clean. The room was larger than Tver's bedroom, packed with even more books. 2 bookshelves, one large, one small, stood against the walls, stuffed with all kinds of volumes. The room carried the scent of old books, like freshly cut herbs, as if quietly awaiting Tver's return. The books here fell into 2 categories, those written in English or Latin, shelved on the left, and those recorded in ancient runes, placed on the right. Tver had finished the former category 2 years ago, so today's target was the books written in ancient runes. Durmstrang offered courses in ancient runes, many dark magic records were written in them. You could even say that ancient magic was more powerful than modern magic, with a less rigid casting style, which is why it was often seen as dark magic. There were fewer books on this side, and they were clearly more worn. Some had even lost their covers, leaving only bare titles exposed. The 4 Elements of Magic. A strange title. The idea of elements didn't really apply in the magical world. Tver could cast Aguamenti or the fire-making charm, and the effectiveness of each spell depended on his understanding of the magic itself. In other words, while elemental concepts existed, they didn't influence spellcasting. The notion of the 4 elements was even stranger. To Muggles, it was how ancient Greek scholars interpreted the world, believing it was made up of air, water, earth, and fire. But to wizards, that was seen as a naive attempt by early sorcerers to grasp the origins of magic. It was even a mandatory topic in Durmstrang's History of Magic class. Tver had studied it in his first year. So seeing a book like this here definitely piqued his curiosity. You've got my attention. The book wasn't thick, barely a dozen pages. He pulled it off the shelf, lit more candles in the study, and sat down on the floor. If it turned out to be nonsense, he'd just put it back and pick another. Opening the first page, he found, as expected, that it was written entirely in ancient runes. A faint magical aura still lingered on the parchment. Not because the runes had stored magic for all this time, that was impossible. After so long, the magic would have long dissipated. Instead, some ancient runes had the property of drawing in magic. As Tver read, they would absorb a bit of his magic to preserve the text from damage. That's why books written in ancient runes could survive for so long. Of course, even that kind of protection had its limits. Tver spaced out for a moment, mentally flipping through everything he knew about ancient runes. Since it didn't do much to improve his magical strength, he'd never focused on it. It was just a tool for reading, nothing more. Luckily, the content wasn't too complicated. Any spell casting can be broken down into 4 fundamental principles: magical power, transformation, duration, and release speed. Magical power, called earth, there is nothing more solid and weighty than the vast land. The ground beneath your feet is no longer a shackle but your loyal servant. Every spell you cast carries the heaviness of the earth. Transformation, called water, water has no fixed shape, its form is born from the mind. Magic, in its endless variation, flows like water that bends to your will. Fire shaped like water, earth that dances like wind, everything is yours to command. Duration, called fire, the soul's flame, eternal and unceasing. Those who reach this level are no longer confined by their physical bodies. Their souls are nearly immortal. Release speed, called wind, all things move with the wind, flowing where the heart leads. Those who master this can make their thoughts 100 times more agile, returning to the very essence of magic. It was the first time Tver had encountered a theory like this. These 4 concepts were foundational in the magical world. Understanding a spell deeply would naturally enhance its power, flexibility, longevity, and casting speed. No one had ever tried separating them, focusing on just one aspect. That would have been seen as a complete waste of time. But this book suggested that mastering even one principle could elevate all spells in that domain, without needing to understand each spell individually. Like understanding 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, and from that, intuitively grasping that A plus A equals 2A. But the problem was, magic's 1 and A weren't the same thing. Driven by curiosity, Tver kept reading. But the book didn't offer any explanation or method for overcoming the differences between spells. It mostly just elaborated on the power of each aspect, and briefly mentioned that if one mastered all four to their limit, they could transcend space and time, becoming a god free from the boundaries of the world. Tver lost interest immediately. He mentally filed it as yet another ancient wizard's half-baked theory, a shallow attempt to make sense of magical power. Maybe his history of magic professor could turn it into a test question, but for Tver, it wasn't even worth reading as light entertainment. Yawning, he regretted wasting his time on it. He should have just gone to bed. He stood, stretched his sore legs, and noticed the candle on the desk had gone out at some point. Sunlight was now spilling through the window, casting a golden glow across the room. And yet, Tver felt a chill. He remembered clearly, he had only seriously read one page. The rest he had barely skimmed. There was no way he had spent the whole night reading. Young master. Jeff opened the study door, smiling brightly when he saw Tver. I didn't see you in your room, so I came to check. Sure enough, here you are. But you really should take better care of your health. Jeff, what time is it now? Tver quickly searched his memory, a simple task for a legilimens like him. Jeff blinked. It's 7 in the morning. I wake up at this time every day. 8 hours. He had spent 8 full hours on a single page. The last time he experienced anything like this was when his teacher had taken control of his mind. Back then, his thoughts had slowed to a crawl, but the knowledge had etched itself into his memory, as if he'd been born knowing the spell. His mind had been hijacked again. Tver picked the book back up. The title was still the same, but now, beneath it, a new line had appeared. This is precious knowledge, worthy of a lifetime of study. I leave this note in the hope that someone else who understands may appear. Rowena Ravenclaw. Chapter 6, Hogwarts. July 31st, Tver arrived half an hour early, apparating directly to the gates of Hogwarts. He had chosen apparition over the more convenient flu powder simply because the latter was never elegant. The last thing he wanted was to show up formally dressed but with soot all over his face. As a Durmstrang student, Tver knew he had to tread carefully around everyone at Hogwarts. Especially with the influence of his teachers, maintaining a proper image in front of outsiders was paramount. But he'd come a bit too early. The gates were still shut, and there was no sign of the designated guide mentioned in the letter. He let out a helpless yawn. Since seeing the name Ravenclaw, Tver had been poring over that strange book. Though it hadn't seized control of his mind again, its contents offered no real help, just vague overviews, even more superficial than his undergrad thesis in his previous life. Good morning. You must be Mr. Folly. Just as Tver was silently complaining, an elderly yet elegant witch appeared beside him. She wore square glasses, her black hair curled into a high bun, and a deep green robe. Her meticulous appearance made her look like a stern teacher. Minerva McGonagall. I'm Deputy Headmistress and Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Noticing Tver's gaze, she introduced herself at once. A wave of buried memories hit him. In his previous life, Professor McGonagall was a name everyone knew. But unlike the movies, her expression in real life was far more reserved. Please, just call me Tver. Thank you for coming to meet me, he said with a warm smile. Perhaps his demeanor wasn't quite what she expected from a Durmstrang student, because Professor McGonagall's lips relaxed slightly as she gave him a small nod. Professor Quirrell and Headmaster Dumbledore are already waiting. Let's go. I hope I'm not late. Tver followed Professor McGonagall into the place he had long dreamed of. She didn't bother introducing him to the castle, just replied offhandedly, they're quite looking forward to this interview. Her tone was still somewhat distant, as if his Durmstrang background put her on edge. He wondered what Dumbledore thought. They hurried through the castle. The normally mischievous staircases behaved themselves under the Deputy Headmistress's presence, guiding them smoothly to the 8th floor. Sherbet lemon, McGonagall said. The stone gargoyle at the entrance leapt aside, and the wall behind it split open. A spiraling staircase slowly emerged. Go on in. They're waiting in the headmaster's office. Thank you very much for guiding me. Tver gave her a polite bow, then stepped onto the staircase. As it ascended, a gleaming wooden door came into view at the top. He took 2 steps forward, and the door opened automatically. What lay before him was a round office, simple yet refined. To the left, portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters lined the wall. As Tver entered, the figures within all narrowed their eyes, sizing him up. To the right stood a row of bookshelves and a curtain that blocked part of the room from view. In the center was a long table cluttered with odd silver instruments, rotating and puffing out wisps of smoke. Behind the table, a gold and red phoenix perched on a stand, tilting its head to observe him. In front of the table sat a young man wrapped in a large scarf, arms crossed over his chest, his body trembling slightly. Behind the table sat an old man with a white beard and hair. His long beard was hidden by the tabletop, and his piercing blue eyes, magnified through half-moon spectacles, gleamed brightly, fixed on Tver. "Welcome, friend from afar." Dumbledore moved around the table with surprising agility for his age and came to stand in front of Tver. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore maintained eye contact with Tver, yet he didn't find it uncomfortable. "Tver Folly. I dare say even young wizards who haven't started school yet know your name." Tver calmly shook hands with the legendary figure. Meeting the man hailed as the greatest wizard for the first time, he didn't feel the pressure he expected. If anything, he felt rather at ease. Maybe it was because he was used to situations like this. "Please, don't say that. Such praise is far too heavy for an old man." Dumbledore turned to the hooded man beside them. "Let me introduce you. Quirinus Quirrell, he'll be the new professor of defense against the dark arts." Quirrell was already standing to the side. The muscles in his face twitched as he forced a stiff smile. His gaze flickered away, and his body trembled slightly as he shook hands with Tver. "I heard there would be an assistant professor. I was so excited I couldn't sleep." He stammered, and Tver had to put in twice the effort just to understand him. "I'm also looking forward to working with you. But we'll need Headmaster Dumbledore's approval first, right?" Dumbledore chuckled softly, saying nothing as he gestured for both of them to take a seat. The three sat down around the table. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore asked, "Would you like something to drink? Tea? Pumpkin juice? Or perhaps some wine? I've heard Durmstrang students enjoy drinking." "That's just a common misconception. Not all Durmstrang students like to drink. Personally, I'd much prefer a glass of pumpkin juice right now." Tver held Dumbledore's gaze, his words carrying a subtle implication. With a thoughtful flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a glass of pumpkin juice, which floated in front of Tver. Tver had been eager to try the famous drink. He took it without hesitation and sipped. The moment the sweet flavor hit his tongue, his eyes lit up. It was rich and smooth, with a hint of creaminess. He instantly fell in love with it. "You seem to like pumpkin juice quite a bit. Would you like me to send you some? I've got a whole bucket of it here." Dumbledore had clearly noticed Tver's reaction. "So, you enjoy playing with words too?" Tver let out a quiet sigh. The prejudice against Durmstrang ran deeper than he'd expected. Even Dumbledore was somewhat wary. "No, thank you. I'm not fond of excess. I rarely meet Durmstrang students who speak so eloquently." Apparently growing tired of the cryptic back and forth, Dumbledore got straight to the point. "Especially one applying to Hogwarts as a teaching assistant. As far as I know, you're the first to do so. That's why I'm curious. Would you mind answering a few of my questions?" Chapter 7, The Interview. Tver had anticipated that his identity as a Durmstrang student might be an obstacle, but he hadn't expected it to be Dumbledore's main concern. He couldn't exactly admit he was after the Philosopher's Stone. Studying. His mind was a storm of thoughts, yet Tver still wore a calm, gentle smile. "I don't mean to disparage my alma mater, but Durmstrang is a bit behind when it comes to certain branches of magic. That's why I want to come to Hogwarts, to serve as a teaching assistant while also learning the knowledge I'm currently lacking." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his half-lidded eyes sharp with scrutiny. "But as far as I know, 7 years ago you turned down Hogwarts and chose the farthest wizarding school in Europe from your home. And now, 7 years later, you've decided to come back to Hogwarts. That makes it rather hard for me to believe you're doing it for the sake of learning. Not to mention, Durmstrang's curriculum isn't substandard. At the very least, it's enough to let you live comfortably in the wizarding world. The message was clear, you chose Durmstrang back then. Now you're scheming to return, especially right after graduating." Dumbledore wasn't convinced of Tver's motives. Tver's smile vanished in an instant. It was as if the kindly Dumbledore had been a facade all along. Now, the crushing pressure of a landslide and a tsunami swept over him. This was the true Dumbledore. He'd expected the interview to be difficult. He just hadn't expected it to escalate so quickly. Fortunately, he still had a card to play, the book. Tver calmly reached into his pocket for his wallet, summoned the book with a charm, and handed it to Dumbledore. "I really did come here to study magic, specifically, the deeper magic recorded in this book." Standing off to the side, Quirrell noticed Dumbledore's narrowed eyes and surprised expression. His curiosity got the better of him, and he craned his neck to peek. But Dumbledore tilted the book just enough that Quirrell couldn't see a thing. The office fell silent except for the sound of turning pages. Tver watched Dumbledore's face closely, ignoring Quirrell's uncertain and confused expression. Just as he expected, Dumbledore was first amazed by what he saw on the opening page. He instinctively flipped to the next one, only to reveal a trace of disappointment. But unlike Tver, Dumbledore's mind wasn't affected. On the contrary, he noticed the peculiarity right away. This book contains a very unusual magic, Dumbledore said after a pause, his smile shifting to one he reserved for students. Its phrasing is quite fascinating too, but I doubt a wizard like you would be fooled by something so childishly written. Now that's the proper reaction. Tver let out a quiet laugh and pointed to the words that had reappeared on the first page, along with that name. Rowena Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's smile froze. His breath hitched for a second. As his expression slowly darkened, Tver relaxed. After a long pause, Dumbledore let out a deep breath. I'll need to borrow this book for a while. Is that all right? Of course, Tver replied. He had already memorized the entire thing. Though I wonder, is that reason enough? Hogwarts welcomes all who are sincere, Folly. But I still need to know whether you're capable of becoming a professor here, even if it's just as an assistant. Dumbledore set the book down, covering the text with his hand so Quirrell could only make out a few letters. Tver reached into his wallet again. If you'd like my transcript from Durmstrang. No. I've already spoken with Headmaster Karkaroff. He had nothing but praise for your expertise. Dumbledore raised a hand to stop him, his expression now serious, reminding Tver all too much of an examiner at a formal assessment. And the next sentence would be the exam question. I need to know what you intend to teach here at the school, and that you won't bring Durmstrang's leniency toward dark magic with you to Hogwarts. Now it felt like a real interview. Tver relaxed. He had prepared for this moment. I applied for an assistant position. Will I be responsible for teaching classes too? Tver looked expectantly at Quirrell. He was still genuinely interested in teaching, especially if it meant teaching the famous Harry Potter. Quirrell had just begun stammering out a response when Dumbledore cut him off. I've discussed it with Professor Quirrell, and he's happy to hand over the students below third year to you. Quirrell didn't seem bothered at all by the interruption. Instead, he managed another stiff smile. Yes, I'd be happy to share the work. Then, Professor Dumbledore, may I ask, how do you believe one should defend against the dark arts? Tver smiled as he looked at Dumbledore, who smiled in return. It was such a simple question that Dumbledore couldn't possibly refuse, so Tver didn't wait for an answer. By attacking, Tver said, folding his arms on the table and leaning forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Defeat the enemy, and naturally, no dark magic can harm you. Simple offense alone can't defeat an enemy. Dumbledore was clearly intrigued. He had his reasons for wanting to improve the students' combat abilities, and that was exactly what Tver had come for. Of course. Learning to defend comes first, before any offense. Can you believe it? Half the employees at the Ministry of Magic can't even cast a proper shield charm, let alone master actual combat skills. That's why, in my Defense Against the Dark Arts class, I plan to teach students how to avoid danger and defeat their enemies whenever possible. Not just when facing dark magic, but when facing any enemy with malicious intent. Tver turned to Quirrell, who was silently watching from the side. Isn't that right, Professor Quirrell? Oh, of course, Quirrell stammered, caught off guard by the sudden question. But, we can't teach dark magic. Tver sighed. Durmstrang's reputation, its perceived tolerance of dark magic and the legacy of the former Dark Lord, had long bred misunderstanding and hostility. That's always been a misconception. My alma mater didn't just teach dark magic, it taught us how to defend against it. After all, how can you defend against something you don't understand? This is why I agreed to let you become the assistant professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Dumbledore said, nodding with approval. I hope you'll use your understanding of dark magic to teach the students in the right way. Tver's expression lit up with surprise. Does that mean I passed the interview? To be precise, very successfully. Dumbledore extended his hand once more to shake Tver's, but this time, his eyes turned to Quirrell. Quirinus, would you please return for now? Tver and I still have a few things to discuss. Chapter 8, Dumbledore, as expected. Watching Quirrell awkwardly leave the headmaster's office, Tver couldn't help but think he looked even more suspicious. It was like he had, "Something's wrong with me," carved into the back of his head. Oh, right. He did have Voldemort on the back of his head. Never mind, then. Quirinus was always a timid child. There are certain reasons for the way he is now, Dumbledore sighed. Back when he was at Hogwarts, he was a bright student. I never imagined things would turn out like this. He let the thought linger for a moment, then moved on without pressing the topic further. Do you believe what's written in this book? He tapped the cover of the 4 Elements of Magic. The residual magic clinging to the surface dissipated instantly. I believe in Rowena Ravenclaw. Tver wouldn't go so far as to claim the book's contents were absolute truth. But if it was endorsed by Ravenclaw, there had to be something in it worth studying. After all, it was Rowena Ravenclaw, renowned as the embodiment of wisdom. Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have invested so much time in the book. Dumbledore seemed to share the same sentiment. History offered little about the 4 founders of Hogwarts, but every sliver of information was something scholars pored over tirelessly. So rather than get caught up on that, Dumbledore moved on to his next question. What's your view on dark magic? Now that got his attention. Tver perked up instantly. Caution. He paused deliberately, as if considering his words, not wanting to come across as too bold. No matter what kind of magic it is, if it's the right tool for the job, then it can be used. But dark magic corrodes the mind. At Durmstrang, those without sufficient mental strength aren't permitted to use it. So I've always approached dark magic with caution. If you carry malice toward those who do harm, isn't that justice? His reply was a bit sharp, enough to make the elderly wizard frown, though Dumbledore didn't offer any immediate rebuttal. Justice doesn't come from fighting violence with violence. But the bad guys get to be evil without restraint, while the good guys are buried in rules. You really expect me to believe you are that naive? Tver cut him off rather bluntly. Yet Dumbledore wasn't offended. In fact, the more he looked at Tver, the more he was reminded of someone. Himself. The young, ambitious Dumbledore. Or maybe Grindelwald. The old man drifted into memory for a brief moment, but quickly forced himself back to the present. Leave the book with me. If you ever have questions about magic, you're welcome to ask. I'll do my best to answer them all. Compared to his own teachers, Dumbledore had far more accumulated knowledge, and far more stability. That was precisely what Tver lacked. So when he heard that, he nodded without hesitation. Once he left Hogwarts, Tver finally let out a breath of relief. He thought the school would be desperate for defense against the dark arts instructors, but the interview turned out to be more challenging and intricate than he had expected. Still, the outcome was good. He was officially a teaching assistant at the school he'd long dreamed of joining. Judging by the time, everything was right on schedule. With a sharp whoosh, Tver vanished from the spot. When he regained his footing, the scene around him had changed from Hogwarts to a deserted alleyway. He walked a few steps and came upon a grimy little building with a worn sign hanging over the door, the Leaky Cauldron. Passers-by on the street paid it no attention, not because they disdained it, but because Muggles couldn't see the enchanted pub at all. When Tver pushed the door open and stepped inside, not a soul reacted. It seemed the bar was well used to people coming and going. Guest? Asked a shriveled man behind the bar. Or just passing through? As the owner of this small pub, he prided himself on remembering every wizard who came through the door, but he could hardly recall Tver. A man that distinctive wasn't easy to forget. In truth, Tver had been here a few times before. But in the past 7 years, he'd transformed from a brooding student into a poised gentleman. Once afraid of death, he now carried himself with ease. The change was so drastic it was as if he'd become a different person entirely. Tver scanned the dingy little bar. When he didn't spot his target, he walked over to Tom, the bartender. I'd like to ask where Professor Quirrell is, he said with a smile, though he already knew the answer. I don't reveal the whereabouts of Hogwarts staff lightly, Tom replied with a grin, bearing a mouthful of rotten teeth. What about Harry Potter? Has he left yet? Without waiting for a response, Tver stepped away from the counter. Tom had told him everything he needed, mainly that this bar was filthier than expected. But his question caused the entire room to fall silent. A bald little man next to him didn't even notice when his top had hit the floor, he just stared at Tver with suspicion. Stranger, if I may ask first, yes. Mr. Potter entered Diagon Alley not long ago. He's likely enjoying a pleasant shopping trip right about now. Tom's expression suddenly shifted into one of obsequious flattery as he bowed his hunched back deeply. No one in the bar seemed to think this odd. In fact, they all looked at Tver with similarly admiring eyes. This wasn't the Imperious Curse. Tver had no plans to end up in Azkaban on his first day. It was a confundus charm, one laced with a touch of soul magic. That was how he achieved this effect. To them, he probably seemed like some great figure, perhaps even someone on par with Dumbledore. But in 5 minutes, they wouldn't remember a thing. They'd forget this little interruption. Thank you. Tver offered a polite smile and quickly slipped through the courtyard door into Diagon Alley. The bustling crowd lived up to the alley's reputation as the heart of magical Britain. The winding cobblestone street was lined with curious and whimsical shops on either side. The narrowness of the street wasn't exactly a perk, but it did help Tver spot his target right away. Rubeus Hagrid and Harry Potter. As a half-giant, Hagrid stood out like a dragon in the cramped street. Tver had seen many part-human magical beings before. France, for instance, had its fair share of Vila human hybrids. but a human giant hybrid like Hagrid. No offense, but even the boldest Durmstrang students wouldn't dream of entangling with a giant. He offered Hagrid's father the highest respect imaginable. At the entrance to Madame Malkin's, Hagrid suddenly rubbed his head and parted ways with Harry. Harry entered the robe shop, and Hagrid strolled off toward Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The owner of that shop had quite the background too, but Tver wasn't in the mood for greetings. He held back the surge of excitement in his chest and quietly approached Hagrid, standing right beside him. And yet, not a soul noticed Tver's presence. Just like Muggles, who couldn't see the leaky cauldron. Coat pocket? No. Shirt pocket? There it was. Tver's gaze locked onto the bulging fabric. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the coveted Philosopher's Stone. But he didn't act. Magical laws were still laws, even the simplest ones. No one fails to notice a hand reaching into their shirt pocket. Especially not a half-giant like Hagrid. His resistance to magic was much higher than that of an ordinary wizard. Following Hagrid's gaze, Tver watched Harry marvel at the wizarding world for the first time. It reminded him of his own first visit here. Exotic herbs, masterfully crafted broomsticks, quirky and chaotic joke shops, even the most ordinary of cauldrons seemed fascinating. But all good things must come to an end. Evening. Tver watched Hagrid and a slightly disheartened Harry leave the now empty leaky cauldron. This time, he didn't follow. Back when Hagrid bought the snowy owl, Tver had already confirmed it. The Philosopher's Stone was a fake. A smile tugged at his lips as he looked out over the street crowded with passing Muggles. If a fake artifact was locked away in Gringotts and then became the target of a failed theft attempt, no one would question its authenticity again. Dumbledore, truly a master strategist. The smile on Tver's face grew, even as his eyes turned colder. He was really looking forward to life at Hogwarts. Chapter 9, The Mysterious Hogwarts. September 1st. After packing his belongings into his wallet, Tver accepted the dark crimson robe Jeff handed him. At first glance, the robe looked black, but compared to true black, it revealed an undertone like congealed blood. "Young master, you've reached the age to start working," Jeff said with a smile, his eyes glistening with tears. In his memory, Tver was still a little boy, yet now he had grown into a professor who would teach and guide others. "Don't make it sound like I've accomplished something great," Tver said, kneeling halfway to embrace the house elf. "In my eyes, Master Tver has always been remarkable," Jeff whispered softly. When Tver arrived once more at the gates of Hogwarts, he noticed the place looked cleaner than before, as if it had been given a thorough scrubbing. The gates themselves stood wide open. Was this Hogwarts confidence, showing no fear that hostile wizards might break in? "It looks like you're ready to be a professor, Tver." "No, Professor Folly, I should say." Professor McGonagall gave him a quick once-over, clearly pleased with his neat attire and well-groomed appearance. His presence alone was enough to make him one of the most striking professors in the school. She still guided Tver through the grounds, though her expression was far more relaxed than before. "In front of you, I'll always be a student," Tver replied with a smile. He had been corresponding with Professor McGonagall recently, mostly to learn about the teaching duties at Hogwarts. To be honest, it had surprised him. For students, the course schedule wasn't particularly harsh, but for the professors, it was a different story. There were 7 compulsory subjects, each with a dedicated professor, now joined by an assistant. But with 7-year groups and 4 houses, the workload was immense. Only 6th and 7th years studied together as one group. The other 5 years were taught 2 houses at a time. On top of that, every subject required at least 2 consecutive lessons per week, each lasting an hour and a half. That meant every core subject professor worked at least 36 hours a week, just in class. And that didn't include grading, preparing lessons, or the countless other tasks. Frankly, it was no wonder Professor Binns might have died from overwork. And the revolving door of defense against the dark arts professors. Probably because no one could endure the year-long grind. Fortunately, Tver had applied as a teaching assistant, only responsible for 1st through 3rd years. No need to wait until the end of the year, Quirrell would even have free time to steal the Philosopher's Stone. How thoughtful. "But where's your luggage?" Professor McGonagall asked, puzzled by Tver's empty hands. "Professors all live in the castle, there's no time to travel back and forth. I have a special little pouch." Tver tapped his pocket and winked at her. "Very well, then let me show you around your new workplace." As she led him into the castle, Professor McGonagall briskly cleared dust from statues and suits of armor while introducing Hogwarts to him. "There aren't many professors, so things get quite busy, especially for Albus. I handle most of the school's administration myself, so if you need anything, just come to me." Her voice carried a hint of complaint, and Tver wisely held his tongue. "It seems you've earned Dumbledore's complete trust in your administrative abilities, enough for him to confidently place the school in your care. Come to think of it, you're quite different from the Durmstrang I imagined." Professor McGonagall regarded Tver with curiosity. The Durmstrang I imagined. Tver mimicked a gorilla. Not some rough-hewn face covered in beard, a deep gravelly voice, a body packed with muscle, and an aura of dark magic. Professor McGonagall chuckled softly and shook her head. My mistake. But you're far more humorous than I expected. The students will take to you quickly. I hope so. Professor McGonagall led Tver to a room on the third floor, situated between Quirrell's Defense Against the Dark Arts office and the trophy room. This will be your office. You may arrange it however you like, but try not to make it too peculiar. After working with so many Defense Against the Dark Arts professors, she clearly had seen her share of strange things. It can't be worse than displaying specimens in the classroom. Tver recalled the sight of the potions classroom in the basement. Even at Durmstrang, they would never lay those things out so casually. It was like walking around with, "I'm not a good person," written across your forehead. The office itself was spacious, furnished only with a desk and some bookshelves that Tver would need to fill himself. Toward the back was another chamber, his bedroom. Unlike the plain office, the bedroom was well prepared, complete with furnishings and a curtain embroidered with the Hogwarts crest. Since I wasn't sure what kind of office you'd prefer, I didn't decorate it on my own. If you want to add anything, you can always come to me. I'm very satisfied, in fact, I couldn't be more so. I can clearly feel your consideration. Tver nodded contentedly. It couldn't compare to his room at the manor, but it was already quite good. Compared to the cramped spaces at Durmstrang, Hogwarts Castle was far more expansive. Though there were more students, there were fewer professors, which meant the faculty had plenty of living space. Professor McGonagall then brought Tver to the first floor. This is classroom 11, where you'll be teaching your students. Tver looked around in astonishment. His office was already large, but this room was at least twice its size. This is the largest classroom in the school. Dumbledore arranged it especially for you, saying you'd need enough space for teaching. Professor McGonagall explained that the room was rarely used anymore, its vast area could practically hold a meadow. She herself was curious what kind of lessons Tver planned to conduct here. Everyone would know soon enough once classes began, so Tver offered no explanation. Still, he was very pleased with Dumbledore's thoughtful gesture. With McGonagall guiding him, Tver had toured most of the castle, gaining a preliminary sense of the ancient fortress. The rest he would explore in his own time. As night fell, Professor McGonagall led him into the Great Hall. The moment Tver stepped inside, the swirling clouds on the enchanted ceiling flickered, and the candles overhead flared to life under McGonagall's spell. The magic up there is rather peculiar, she explained. It's been like this since my own school days, occasionally shifting with clever changes. Fascinating, Tver said, a faint smile touching his lips. The mysteries of Hogwarts make me all the more eager for the days to come. Chapter 10, The Professors. Time passed as the Great Hall gradually filled with people. But the first to arrive weren't students, they were the Hogwarts staff. They seemed to have already been informed of Tver's presence, so they weren't surprised to see him there. Their attitudes toward him, however, were quite different. A long-haired woman, dressed more like a Muggle than anyone else in the hall, shot Tver a glance, gave a small snort, and walked past him. Don't mind her. As the Muggle Studies professor, Burbage just doesn't understand Durmstrang, said a professor barely a meter tall, smiling up at Tver. I'm Phileas Flitwick, professor of charms. Tver Folly. Tver crouched slightly to speak with him. So, you're familiar with my alma mater. Professor Flitwick laughed heartily. I once visited Durmstrang for an academic exchange, mainly to study dueling techniques. But I also came to understand your outlook on Muggles. It's quite different from the rumors. You simply don't allow Muggle-born students to enroll. In truth, aside from that man, you don't discriminate against Muggles. Compared to certain people in Britain, your attitude is already much more open. Tver wasn't here to correct misconceptions. Durmstrang didn't care about outsiders' opinions anyway. Let them misunderstand if they wanted. What interested him more was Flitwick's earlier words. It seems you're quite skilled in dueling. Durmstrang rarely opens itself to outsiders. For you to have gone there means the school held your ability in very high regard. That was in my younger days, Flitwick waved a hand dismissively. After winning the Hogwarts Dueling Club Championship, and especially after I began teaching here, I've had little chance to practice. But I know you're Durmstrang's most outstanding graduate in recent years. So, what do you say? Shall we spar sometime? Flitwick's hand twitched eagerly, his face breaking into a broad, excited grin. Clearly, the years had left him itching for a proper duel. I'd be honored to learn from you. Tver's muscles gave an eager tremor of their own. At Durmstrang, since his 5th year, he'd rarely met an opponent who could give him a truly satisfying fight. He also wanted to see just how much strength he could unleash when going all out without relying on certain spells. The two, finding common ground, grew more animated in their conversation. Flitwick even gave Tver a brief introduction to the other faculty members. Hagrid is our gamekeeper, but he's busy guiding the first years across the Black Lake, so he hasn't returned yet. Tver nodded like a curious newcomer, though he could also see traces of the film characters from his past life in these professors. Professor Snape was as gloomy as expected, his eyes cold and distant, as though hidden behind a mask no one could pierce. When his gaze shifted to Tver, his eyes flickered briefly before the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, a smile, if it could be called that. I hope you'll see your students for what they truly are, rather than foolishly leading them around, waving wands. No student is born knowing magic. We all began by waving our wands clumsily, didn't we? Tver replied politely. For someone barely older than the students themselves to speak to Snape this way made the other professors take notice. Snape's smile widened by the slightest fraction. Then I wish you success in your teaching. Thank you. I'll do my best. The professor's attitude toward Tver finally softened, their lingering prejudice against Durmstrang fading, though Burbage still wore a frosty expression. Still, Tver enjoyed his conversation with Flitwick the most. Potions, herbology, divination, none of those subjects interested him. Only charms, which could directly enhance his strength, truly engaged him. Of course, as Durmstrang's most exceptional graduate, he still possessed the academic skill of a model student, enough to handle the professor's subtle tests without issue. After some discussion, they realized this young professor was not only courteous but also possessed knowledge on par with their own. Compared to Quirrell, who stammered through his sentences, Tver carried himself much more like a true professor. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the Great Hall. Led by the prefects, the students filed into the Great Hall. Young wizards from years 2 through 7 took their seats at the long tables designated for their respective houses. Durmstrang still doesn't do the sorting, right? Professor Flitwick asked with interest, sitting beside Tver. Yes, we are one whole. There are no houses, only the individual student and the school as a whole. Tver observed the young wizards as they chatted about their wonderful summer holidays. At this moment, it was hard to see any difference between the 4 houses in their faces. What was the point of dividing them into 4 houses anyway? To make it easier for students to form cliques. Dumbledore, who had been smiling as he watched the students, seemed intrigued. Tver, what are your thoughts on Hogwarts' house system? The professors, long accustomed to the 4-house division, were eager to hear how a Durmstrang graduate would view it. Tver paused and thought before answering calmly. It's rather extreme. First years are only 11 years old, they cannot and should not be expected to display a single defining trait. Dividing them into 4 distinct houses isn't so much about matching personalities as it is about shaping them, through the subtle influence of the houses, into students steeped in stereotypes. House rivalry may encourage progress, but it also fosters prejudice. And that prejudice can erase qualities that don't fit the house mold. Hufflepuff students can be brave. Slytherins can be loyal. A Gryffindor's thirst for knowledge isn't unusual. And Ravenclaws can be ambitious too. Yet because of the sorting system, these traits go unrecognized. In truth, they are all part of Hogwarts, all ordinary wizards. Branding them with fixed labels is profoundly unfair. When Tver finished, the staff table fell silent, a stark contrast to the chatter of the students. After a long pause, Dumbledore clapped approvingly, drawing the professors out of their thoughts. They, too, joined in with a light round of applause. I'm delighted to have a professor with such fresh perspectives at our school. Breaking down the barriers between houses is precisely what I hope to achieve, and it will require our collective effort. Tver, I look forward to seeing the unique changes you bring to Hogwarts. The sudden applause from the staff table left the students bewildered. Their excited chatter faltered as they looked at the professors in confusion. But no one explained. A moment later, their attention shifted. The sorting ceremony was about to begin. Chapter 11, A Teacher and Student Bound by Fate. Bang. 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 3 heavy knocks echoed from the castle gates before Professor McGonagall entered, leading a group of wide-eyed first years. The new students stood with their backs to the professors, facing the older students, positioned between the staff table and the house tables. Professor McGonagall set down a small 4-legged stool before them and placed a shabby wizard's hat on top. Under the curious gazes of the first years, the hat twitched. A wide slit split open along its brim like a mouth, and suddenly, it began to sing. You may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. This is the sorting hat. It can read young wizards' thoughts, recognize their qualities, and assign them to a house, Professor Flitwick explained to Tver in case he didn't understand the ritual. Interesting. But at Durmstrang, anything that can peer into minds and think for itself usually isn't considered. Tver paused, searching for the right word. Normal. Professor Flitwick chuckled at that. Careful, don't let the sorting hat hear you say that. It's said to have once belonged to Godric Gryffindor. But after spending centuries in the headmaster's office, it gets bored, so all it does is dream up a new song for the start of term. As for how it came to think for itself, well, you'd have to ask the 4 founders. When the song ended, the Sorting Hat bowed to each of the 4 tables to thunderous applause. Then it went still, once again playing the role of an ordinary hat, waiting for the first years to approach. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll of parchment in hand. When I call your name, step forward, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and await your sorting, she announced clearly before reading the first name. Hannah Abbott. A young girl with golden braids stumbled out of the line. Tver didn't recognize the girl, but he knew the name Abbott. It was the surname of a pure-blood family. A moment later, the Sorting Hat gave its verdict. Hufflepuff. The largest table in the hall erupted into cheers. Some students even stood to shake Abbott's hand. The sorting ceremony wasn't disturbed by the cheers, in fact, the applause was part of it. As Tver watched the first years take their turns, he felt like a tourist witnessing a famous scene from the wizarding world. One moment in particular stood out, a round-faced boy who, the moment the Sorting Hat shouted, Gryffindor, bolted off without even taking the hat off. He had to be called back to return it, to the laughter of the entire hall. The sorting continued, each new name greeted with another wave of applause, until one name brought a sudden shift. Harry Potter. The entire great hall fell silent. As Harry stepped out from the crowd, nearly every eye fixed on the small, thin figure. A low hum of whispers rose from all 4 long tables. Potter. That Potter. Did you see the scar on his forehead? Which house do you think he'll end up in? Tver, who already knew the answer, watched Dumbledore with interest. At the sound of Harry's name, the old man's expression shifted slightly, and he leaned forward in his chair. Clearly, he regarded this sorting as something special. The sorting itself dragged on unusually long, far longer than for any of the other first years. No one knew what was being said between Harry and the Sorting Hat. Only after what felt like half an hour did the hat finally split open its brim. Gryffindor. Harry let out a breath of relief. His legs trembled as he stood, his mind blank, though he still remembered to return the hat to the stool. I'm sure you know the name, but I didn't expect Potter not to be sorted into Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick said with a hint of disappointment. Whichever house he's in, he'll still be your student, won't he? Tver replied with a smile. The sorting ceremony ended, and Dumbledore closed it with a curious remark, fools. Crybabies. Scum. Twist. Before ushering in the year's first feast. Before Tver could puzzle over those words, the empty dishes before him suddenly filled with an array of food. This is food magic left behind by Helga Hufflepuff. It doesn't create food from nothing, it transports it directly from the kitchens to the tables, Flitwick explained kindly. Tver was indeed unfamiliar with this kind of magic. Food magic. Could it really enhance one's strength? Still, the mysteries of Hogwarts unfolded before him in full that day. Watching it in films was nothing like being here in person, especially as a skilled wizard capable of truly appreciating the intricacies of magic. The banquet food, prepared by house elves, exceeded his expectations. Alongside traditional British fare like fish and chips, there were roasted meats and grilled chicken, all cooked to perfection. It was far better than he had imagined. Durmstrang's meals, by contrast, were far from refined, mostly heavy or pickled dishes. Tver had prepared himself for a year of fish and potatoes, but Hogwarts proved otherwise. No wonder its reputation outshone Durmstrang's. Even the food held international appeal. Then came dessert, Tver's favorite. He had always loved sweets in his past life, and that hadn't changed after transmigrating. He happily sampled every ice cream, every slice of pie, and every serving of pudding. As long as they weren't overly sweet, none of them disappointed. After savoring the last bite of lemon pudding, Tver suddenly felt someone's eyes on him. Looking up, he saw Harry staring this way, clutching his scar with a pained expression. Tver lifted his wine glass, feigning a casual sip while casting a sidelong glance at Professor Quirrell. Was this Voldemort's soul at work? Their connection seemed even deeper than he had expected. Souls truly were a profound subject. He sighed inwardly. But this time, Harry's gaze wasn't fixed on Quirrell, nor on Snape. It was on him, Tver. Tver raised his glass slightly, meeting Harry's curious stare with a faint smile. So, he'd recognized him as a professor. And already forming a bias against Snape so quickly, truly, that pair of teacher and student were bound together by fate. Chapter 12, Hogwarts Tradition of Night Wandering. Finally, the desserts disappeared under Tver's regretful gaze as Dumbledore rose once again, and the great hall returned to solemn silence. It seems everyone has eaten their fill. I hope you still have the energy to hear a few words from this old man. First years take note, and in fact, all students should remember this, the forest on the school grounds is strictly forbidden to enter. I'm glad to see such progress in your magical studies, but please refrain from letting your creativity run wild in the corridors between classes. And one more thing, do not enter the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor, unless you'd prefer not to remain safe within the castle. The atmosphere in the hall immediately shifted. Some of the younger students chuckled, thinking Dumbledore was joking, but the serious expressions on the older students' faces quickly silenced them. Dumbledore, noting their reactions, offered no further explanation. Instead, he smiled and continued. Let's move to something more cheerful. I have good news. This year, we are welcoming 2 new professors. Professor Folly and Professor Quirrell will be sharing the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. A smattering of applause spread through the hall, but when Tver rose to acknowledge the students, the clapping swelled into a much warmer ovation. Seeing him clearly for the first time, a bold young witch called out from the crowd. Professor Folly, do you have a girlfriend? All right, Dumbledore clapped his hands, steering the focus back. Classes begin tomorrow. You'll have plenty of time to get to know these 2 professors. He drew his wand and swept it upward, sending a long golden ribbon unfurling through the air as his voice rose with sudden enthusiasm. And now, our final tradition before the feast concludes, let us sing the school song. Tver blinked in surprise. He hadn't known Hogwarts had such a tradition. It seemed the gap between the story he remembered and real life was wider than expected. But the moment everyone opened their mouths, he understood why the films had never included it. Hogwarts' anthem had no melody. The lyrics, projected above them, were the same for all, but each person sang to a tune of their own. Yet under Dumbledore's magically guided conducting, the chaos of clashing notes blended into something resembling a musical ensemble, strange, but oddly harmonious. Certainly not something Muggles could ever manage. When the song ended, the students followed their prefects back to their common rooms. Tver, content and full, said his farewells to his colleagues and returned to his office. At the moment, the office was bare, waiting for him to put it in order. House elves kept Hogwarts spotless, but only in public areas. Private spaces like professors' offices remained untouched unless requested, even though the elves could apparate inside if they wished. Tver placed his satchel on the desk, opened it, and with a wave of his wand, its contents floated neatly into place. Books stacked themselves, and several cages settled onto the shelves, each holding small magical creatures he would use in class. After 10 minutes of arranging his office and bedroom, Tver didn't choose to rest. Instead, he sat heavily in his chair, his expression serious. He stretched out his right hand. The tiny black dot on his skin warped, shifting into a small skull with a snake emerging from its mouth. The Dark Mark. A smaller version, but unmistakably the Dark Mark. The skull seemed to stir with life, the snake lengthening as if to coil around his wrist. In Tver's senses, the dark magic radiating from it was so concentrated it almost felt solid, straining against the protective enchantments he had layered over it. Without hesitation, he lifted his left hand, wand aimed at the mark. It was a duelist's trick. When your opponent couldn't tell which hand was your dominant one, they were far more likely to underestimate you. Protego Vitae. As Tver spoke the incantation, a surge of magic wrapped around his wrist, forming a thin golden membrane. The light gradually fused around the dark mark. The black serpent struck against it as if meeting an invisible wall, then was slowly forced back, leaving only its head protruding. It was a variant of the shield charm, one that could last for an extended time and block the erosion of dark magic. Fortunately, he had chosen Durmstrang, and even more fortunate was that his teacher had possessed an exceptional mastery of the shield charm. In fact, aside from his studies of dark magic, Tver had spent the most effort on that very spell. Still, he did not relax. Only a year and a half remained. This was not what he had expected. The curse bound to defense against the dark arts should never have been so aggressive. It must have stirred the curse already within him, the one Voldemort himself had left. Together, the two curses resonated, creating an effect far greater than either alone. He had been too hasty. In order to secure the Philosopher's Stone sooner, he had applied for the easiest post available, defense against the dark arts. To steady his thoughts, Tver made a decision. Tonight, he would check the fourth-floor corridor. With his life already slipping away, how could he not be anxious? Before leaving, he glanced at his teaching schedule, 2 lessons per week, 3-year groups, 4 houses. At least 1 class every day. Hogwarts, as expected. Sighing, he laid protective enchantments over his office before departing. Better to be cautious. The castle was silent now, save for the crackle of torches along the corridors. Using their glow as cover, Tver cast a disillusionment charm and slipped quietly toward the 4th floor. The moving staircases tried to interfere, but he soon understood their trick. Feed them a trace of magic while silently fixing your destination in mind, and they would carry you where you wished. Rush, however, and you risked being played for a fool. No doubt they had caused plenty of trouble for young wizards. At last, he reached the 4th floor. No torches lit the hallway, and when the distant glow faded, the passage sank into complete darkness. Lumos Nox. A soft blue light pulsed from Tver's wand, guiding his steps. This was a variant of the wand lighting charm. To outside eyes, the corridor remained black. The glow was not true light, but an extension of his perception, allowing him to see without being seen. The passage here was short, noticeably shorter than on other floors, as though a section had been deliberately cut off. And there, right before him, stood the sealed door. Tver's hand reached for the knob, then suddenly froze. Something was moving. Chapter 13, Dumbledore's Fishing Game. Tver sharply caught the faint sound coming from the stairwell nearby. If it was just a patrolling administrator or professor, he could simply slip inside. But if it was someone after the same goal, that wouldn't work. After a moment's thought, Tver decided it was safer to stay near the doorway. Looking around, he spotted a recess behind one wall and slipped into it. The instant his body pressed against the stone, the wall stretched outward, pulling him in and sealing him within. Only a thin translucent layer remained over his eyes. A very handy piece of transfiguration. Once everything returned to normal, a sneaky figure appeared around the corner. Even in the dark, the oversized scarf wrapped around his head made it obvious, Quirrell. So he was in just as much of a hurry. His movements weren't timid and shrunken as usual, but crisp and decisive as he stepped into the corridor, immediately recognizing something odd about it. Lumos. His wand lit up, revealing his anxious face. Alohomora. The door guarding the Philosopher's Stone could be opened with just a charm. How was that any different from Gringotts leaving its vaults unlocked? Practically begging to be broken into. The wooden door opened so smoothly that Tver couldn't help but scoff to himself. Quirrell paused, hesitated for 2 seconds, then pushed it open and went inside. From there, Tver couldn't see. His transfiguration could only reshape the plaster surface of walls. Structural walls carried the building's weight, and he wasn't capable of altering them. Pulling on one part would affect the entire structure. Only someone like Dumbledore could manage that. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, the sounds of spellcasting and savage tearing came from inside. That had to be the three-headed dog. The legendary guardian was said to be a creature of the underworld, stationed at the gates of hell. The magical world's version wasn't exactly the same, but still far beyond what an ordinary wizard could handle. Its resistance to magic was extremely high, making it nearly impossible to leave lasting effects with spells. Coupled with its immense strength and seemingly endless stamina, it was almost unbeatable in a confined room. Most wizards faced it with one thought in mind: if you can't fight it, at least you can avoid it. Luckily, Tver knew its weakness. The fight inside gradually wound down, ending with Quirrell stumbling out in a panic. Still, Quirrell's strength had caught Tver off guard. The films had never really shown what he was capable of. In the end, he just grappled with the savior at close range and turned to ash without even fire being involved. But just now, he had managed to hold his own against the three-headed dog for a while. Aside from messy clothes, there wasn't a scratch on him. Clearly, his abilities couldn't be underestimated. Tver muttered to himself as he pushed open the door. The three-headed dog, still fresh from the fight, was just about to curl up and rest. But before all three heads had even turned back, it spotted someone else approaching, and that someone had the gall to press a finger to his lips in a smug shushing gesture. Shoo. A harp suddenly materialized before its eyes and began playing on its own. The moment the beautiful music started, the three-headed dog's eyelids drooped. It tried to resist a couple of times, but after nodding off twice, it finally gave in and collapsed onto the floor. Tver moved aside, the paw blocking the trapdoor. When he opened it, the space below was pitch black, even darker than the corridor outside. Lumos. A bright orb appeared at the tip of his wand, then detached at its brightest moment. In the light it cast, Tver saw a mass of entwined vines below. Devil's Snare. It thrived in damp, shadowy places, extending snake-like tendrils to ensnare anyone who came near, strangling them before feeding. Yet the vines seemed terrified of the glowing orb. Before it even reached them, the tendrils recoiled and parted, letting the light pass easily through. Guiding himself with the levitation charm, Tver slowly descended through the Devil's Snare and landed on solid ground deep within. Before him stretched a long, damp corridor, the sound of trickling water echoing along its walls. He must have reached the deeper underground. Though the corridor was still dark, bright light shone ahead. With his wand still casting its glow, Tver strode forward. Each barrier guarding the Philosopher's Stone had been set by the professors, and as a teaching assistant, Tver had no part in their creation. The Devil's Snare was unmistakably the work of Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House. The next chamber, however, was Professor Flitwick's design. Inside, a flock of silver-white birds flitted about the room, their wings glinting as they flew. This time, the door could no longer be opened with magic. The only way forward was to seize the single correct key from the flock. A broomstick had even been thoughtfully placed nearby. Seeing this, Tver's mouth twitched. He had spent years immersed in magical study, and with no natural gift for flying, he'd hardly ever enjoyed a proper broomstick flight. But he had his own method. Casting spells directly on the keys was pointless. But what if he simply used magic to catch one? Tver scanned the fluttering swarm until he spotted it, the large, antique silver key that matched the lock. With a flick of his wand, a small purple flame shot out, racing like a rope toward the target. At once, the keys, including the right one, scattered in alarm, as though sensing the ominous aura within the fire. But the flame chased like a living thing, coiling twice around its target before binding it tight. Curiously, the purple flame gave off no heat. It behaved more like an ordinary rope, securing the key without burning it. With the key in hand, Tver unlocked the door to the next stage. Theatrics aside, this style of protection was hard to take seriously. Still, it was an open trap. Knowing full well what it was, Tver stepped into it anyway. The chamber beyond was a massive chessboard, its black and white pieces lined up neatly on either side, waiting for his command. The problem was, Tver couldn't play chess. As he had already noted, years of focusing solely on magic had left him inept at many things, especially games. But this was within his expectations. His visit today was only to compare the actual obstacles with those shown in the film. It seemed his small butterfly effect hadn't been enough to change the setup. Since it was getting late, Tver retraced his steps and returned to his office. Still, the chessboard problem needed a solution. Brute force would be the simplest approach, but surely Professor McGonagall had left at least a minor warning charm. That would be hard to explain away. It seemed he would have to learn how to play wizard chess after all. Chapter 14, Stereotypes. The first day of school was also Tver's first official day at work. Even though he had spent much of the previous night playing through a game, he still rose early, guided by his body clock. The weather was pleasant, and Tver carried a copy of Wizard Chess Fundamentals into the Great Hall. He had just borrowed it from the library, which had earned him a strange look and delayed him a little. After all, Madame Pants hadn't opened the doors that early. The Great Hall wasn't crowded, the students still seemed stuck in holiday mode, not yet adjusted to school life. The professors, however, were early. Quirrell sat on the edge, eating breakfast with a distracted, brooding air, while Professor Sprout had already finished her meal. After a brief greeting, she left to tend to the herbs in the greenhouse. "Good morning, Tver," Professor Flitwick greeted warmly, motioning for him to sit. "I hope nerves didn't keep you awake last night. Sounds like you've got plenty of experience with that." Tver replied with a teasing smile as he sat down. Flitwick grinned. "I can't recall my own first day teaching, but I still remember the nervous faces of quite a few professors when they first arrived at Hogwarts. Though this is the first time I've seen a new professor carrying Wizard Chess Fundamentals. Don't tell me you're planning to teach it in class." Picking up a slice of bread, Tver spread blueberry jam on it with casual precision. "I just suddenly got interested in wizard chess. Do you play? If you've got time, we could practice together." Flitwick shrugged. Wizard chess, to him, was nowhere near as fun as dueling. "I'm afraid I can't help you. I've never played it myself. But you could ask Professor McGonagall, she knows the game inside and out." Tver imagined the scene for a moment. "Professor McGonagall, would you teach me wizard chess?" "Why the sudden interest?" "Oh, because I need to get past the board you set up." "Yeah, best not. Asking the very person who designed the challenge would be far too revealing." He shook his head, brushing aside the impractical idea, and turned his attention back to breakfast. It wasn't lavish, far less than last night's feast, but still better than Durmstrang's fare. A group of Ravenclaw girls sat whispering among themselves for a long while before finally sending one forward. Her face flushed red all the way to her ears as her friends encouraged her on. Shy yet determined, she stepped up to Tver. "Professor Fawley, may I ask you a question?" "Of course," Tver said with a small smile, he had noticed them long ago. "But that was already a question, so you've asked it." The girl froze, a question mark practically hovering above her head, and the smile on her face stiffened. The others were equally baffled, staring at Tver in confusion while Flitwick laughed so hard he was pounding the table. It took him a moment to catch his breath before he explained. "Professor Fawley was only joking, Penelope. Go ahead and ask him anything." Turning back to Tver, he added by way of introduction, "This is Penelope Clearwater, one of Ravenclaw's brightest students." With her head of house giving encouragement, and Fawley not objecting, Penelope steadied herself again. "What exactly will you be teaching us in class?" Her question wasn't surprising. After all, Defense Against the Dark Arts professors had been replaced year after year, making lessons fragmented and inconsistent. As diligent Ravenclaws, they naturally wanted to prepare in advance. "What year are you in?" Tver asked. Penelope blinked, uncertain of his intent, before replying, "We're all fourth years." "My apologies. I only handle first through third years. For fourth year and above, you'll need to ask Professor Quirrell over there." Tver shook his head. The girls couldn't hide their disappointment. Penelope even sighed heavily. She was about to turn away, but her friend stopped her. Pointing at Tver, they reminded her of the question they had originally wanted to ask. By the way, may we ask your age? You look incredibly young. It's no secret, Tver replied, catching the eager looks on the young witches' faces. I only graduated this year. I'm 18. 18. Penelope was so shocked she couldn't get a word out. She was only 4 years younger than a professor. If a Hogwarts student had repeated 2 years, they could easily be older than him. But if you just graduated, shouldn't we have seen you at Hogwarts these past few years? Penelope immediately realized the inconsistency. With a senior as strikingly handsome as Tver, there was no way they wouldn't remember him. The girls around her relaxed, assuming he was teasing them again. But his next words stunned them even more. Because I didn't study at Hogwarts. I went to Durmstrang. The room instantly fell silent. Penelope and the other girls gaped, mouths open wide enough to fit an owl. Don't be fooled by Professor Folly's age, he's the most outstanding graduate Durmstrang has ever produced, Flitwick couldn't help but say. He hated people judging by appearances. In his early dueling days, plenty of wizards had mocked his height. He had turned it into an advantage, catching them off guard and thoroughly defeating them, but it left him with a strong dislike for being underestimated. The problem is, Durmstrang is a school that teaches dark magic. Penelope's cry drew the attention of students all across the Great Hall. Ah, so that's it, Flitwick shrugged indifferently. But since Headmaster Dumbledore personally recruited him, it means you don't need to worry about being exposed to anything you shouldn't. Unlike the students, veteran professors like Flitwick had long since studied dark magic themselves, just not as deeply as Tver. In truth, once one's strength reached a certain level, magic was no longer divided into light and dark. Only the purpose behind its use defined whether a wizard was seen as one or the other. But this was something the students couldn't understand. To them, using dark magic automatically meant being a dark wizard. There was no evidence that Durmstrang students inevitably practiced dark magic after learning it, but there was no guarantee Tver hadn't either. And so, in Penelope and her friends' eyes, Tver carried the label of dark wizard in training, an impression even worse than that of Slytherin's. Tver had already expected this reaction. He knew it wasn't just the students, throughout the British wizarding world, Durmstrang carried the same stereotype. It wasn't something he could change overnight. Chapter 15, I will not kill you. With Penelope's scream, their conversation was no longer a secret. The entire Great Hall buzzed with whispers as students pointed at Tver. Prefects tried to keep order, but that didn't stop the wave of discussion. Who knew the new professor came from Durmstrang? He's only 18, just 3 years older than me. Isn't it normal for a defense against the dark arts professor to know dark magic? How could he teach us defense if he didn't understand it himself? Too bad Professor Folly only teaches 1st through 3rd years. Maybe I should repeat a year. Even Tver's patience couldn't hold up under that chatter. He decided to leave and headed early to room 18, where his class would be held. This morning's first lesson was with the 3rd years, a joint class for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. The classroom was bare, furnished with only a teacher's desk and rows of chairs up front. A large open space stretched across the back, waiting for Tver's arrangements. By the time George Weasley and Fred Weasley finally arrived, the room was already full. Look what you did. Giving with that fat-tongued toffee, he chased us for half an hour. Fred grumbled, jabbing George with his shoulder. Relax, class hasn't even started yet, George said with a mischievous lift of his brow. If you two don't come in now, I'll have to mark you absent. Tver waved the parchment in his hand at them. It was the class roster, its names glowing with golden light, except theirs. The twins quickly hurried inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, golden letters appeared above each of their heads, their names. A shimmer of golden light peeled away from the letters like tiny birds, fluttering down into Tver's parchment. Only then did their names glow on the list. The letters above their heads, however, remained visible, making it easy for Tver to remember them. Brilliant. Fred's eyes shone. Professor, you have to teach us that. George stared at Tver with eager anticipation, Fred nodding vigorously beside him. It was just a simple name-marking spell, though it carried a subtle application of soul magic. Tver tucked the parchment away, a sly smile curving his lips. Trust me. Even with all the rules you've already broken, Headmaster Dumbledore would never be happy to see you learning this. A chill swept through the students. Thinking back to what had spread in the Great Hall that morning, the kindly Professor Folly suddenly didn't seem so harmless. In fact, remembering the previous defense against the dark arts professors who hadn't lasted a year, some students began to suspect this one might end up arrested as a dark wizard and sent to Azkaban before the year was out. The moment George sat down, he blurted out, Professor Folly, I heard you graduated from Durmstrang this year, right? Tver dismissed the spell at the door and, without turning, said, Mr. Weasley, next time remember to raise your hand before asking. Then he faced the students, all wearing the same questioning look. Yes. I did come from that school. The classroom erupted in noise. Professor, do you really teach dark magic? Will you teach us dark magic? Has that man's emblem always been in Durmstrang? Students scrambled to hurl questions at Tver, some even standing up to shout. Quiet. Tver's voice wasn't loud, but in the students' ears it reverberated straight into their souls. The instant the words fell, they were stunned into silence, dazed by the weight of his tone. After a brief pause, they realized in shock that they couldn't hear themselves, or anyone else, speaking. Had we gone deaf? Just as panic began to set in, Tver's voice rang out again. You haven't gone deaf. This is just a small punishment. From now on, remember to raise your hand before speaking. Seeing their collective sigh of relief, he let out a cold chuckle. Also, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw will each lose 10 points. Fred shot his hand up. Only when Tver gave him a nod did he realize his voice had returned. Professor, we don't even have any points yet. How are you going to take them away? The students covered their mouths, snickering. That is a fair point. Then I'll save it up. 1 point per day, until your houses have enough to deduct. Tver's words worked like a spell that erased smiles, leaving the students with a sudden, chilly respect for their new professor. Regarding Durmstrang, I won't go into much detail in class. Just know this, studying dark magic doesn't make us dark wizards. He felt he had to explain, after all, he still wanted to be a teacher admired by his students. As for Grindelwald. He paused, waiting until the students leaned in at the name. His emblem is indeed still seen in the school. But his ideology, much like Hogwarts' pureblood doctrine, has supporters everywhere. That doesn't mean all students agree with him. Many lost family to Grindelwald, and they make sure anyone who flaunts his emblem is taught a harsh lesson. So in my view, Durmstrang simply replaces defense against the dark arts with dark art studies. Beyond that, the two schools aren't all that different. A boy raised his hand, Roger Davies. Professor Folly, I heard Durmstrang doesn't accept Muggle-born students. Is that true? You're correct, Mr. Davies. In our view, Muggle-born students often find it harder to resist the lure of dark magic. Only when parents provide magical guidance can a student truly recognize its nature. Another student lifted their hand, but Tver cut the moment short. Enough. If you have questions about Durmstrang, you may ask me later. For now, we begin the first proper lesson, and my very first class. He gave a slight smile. Honestly, I thought you'd be more excited for this. Now then, who can tell me what we study in defense against the dark arts? The question was so simple even George could answer. Learning how to use magic to protect ourselves from dark creatures and dark magic, and practicing both offensive and defensive spells. Correct. Which is why, to start this class, I need to gauge your grasp of magic. Tver clapped his hands, drawing every eye to him. The fastest way is combat. I'll fight you. His lips curved upward, his eyes dancing with amusement. The students' eyes widened in shock, pupils trembling like an earthquake, mouths hanging open. Relax. I won't kill you. Chapter 16, Combat Lessons. Seeing the students' pale faces, Tver gave no explanation. With a wicked grin, he waved his wand. Right then. Leave your books on the desks. Everyone grab your wands and step back. The students suddenly realized they could speak again, though none dared to raise their voices as before. Instead, they huddled in small groups, whispering anxiously. Can we just run away now? Go ask Dumbledore for help. With so many of us here, Professor Folly wouldn't dare do anything, right? He said he wouldn't kill us, but that doesn't mean he can't make us lose an arm or something. They moved into the open space at the back. Tver stood facing them, about 15 feet, roughly 4.5 meters, away. Don't worry. This is a simple duel, me against all of you. With a flick of his wand, the ground softened beneath their feet like mattresses, and a thin membrane shimmered around them, enclosing the entire space. Some students reached out to touch it, finding it resilient yet gentle, cushioning their fingers. The discovery eased their fears. The professor wasn't truly planning to flatten them. As you can see, the ground has softened. Even if you fall, it won't hurt. The membrane around us is also for your protection. Tver raised his wand in a duelist's salute. Defeat me, and not only will your points be spared, but your two houses will each gain 20 extra. Stupefy. A red beam shot out from the crowd, streaking toward Tver. Roger Davies's confident voice followed close behind. Professor, the duel has begun, hasn't it? Tver only chuckled, flicking his wand to deflect the stunning spell with ease. Not bad. When facing a strong opponent, ambush, or rather, surprise, is your only real chance of victory. But you must always be ready for retaliation. Davies froze. Before he could react, ropes lashed out, binding him tightly, and in an instant he was dangling upside down from the ceiling. Instead of standing there like a fool, Davies's cries rang through the air as the other students gripped their wands tighter, palms slick with sweat. Still, once someone made the first move, the rest soon followed. Besides, Professor Folly was only 18, not much older than them. How strong could he really be? In a rush of noise, the students unleashed spells in a chaotic barrage, multicolored lights flashing across the classroom. The various charms struck the barrier and fizzled out harmlessly. I'm glad you found your courage, Tver called over the chaos, but don't just stand there while casting. Not even a pig would be that stupid. You've got plenty of space, use it. He flicked his wand again, and another student, this time a girl who hadn't moved an inch, was hoisted into the air. At least she was tied right side up. The students fumed, but the lesson was clear, movement was crucial. Yet with constant running, their aim suffered badly. Tver barely needed to defend himself. A step here, a sidestep there, and the spells missed. All the while, he demonstrated exactly how proper positioning should look. Don't hesitate when casting. The faster you strike, the quicker you can follow up, even if the first spell misses. What, you're too scared to fight with full strength? Do you think this is playtime for toddlers? With a casual flick, he deflected an incoming curse while casting a binding spell that snagged 2 students at once. That was a clever tactic, 2 pressing from the sides to force me into position, 1 focusing on offense. But don't forget defense. Otherwise, you're just pigs running naked. Professor, pigs don't wear clothes. Then are you telling me you can't even cast basic shielding spells? An impediment jinx swept across the floor, sending the Weasley twins and a student named Lee Jordan flying. The barrier caught them gently, but they still ended up dangling helplessly in the air. Tver's biting words only stoked the students' frustration. But now, discipline began to emerge from their chaos. Some focused on offensive spells, others tried to intercept the writhing ropes, and the rest moved to force Tver's position, working together to disrupt his movements. Very good. It seems you've grasped the basics of outnumbering your opponents, but you've forgotten the most crucial point. The students froze, then heard Tver call out the first incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. It was the levitation charm, a simple spell they had learned back in first year. Yet they felt no sensation of floating, nor did they see anything rise. A heartbeat later, a crushing weight pressed down on every cell of their bodies. The young wizards who'd studied Muggle science immediately recognized the feeling. Gravity had intensified. Except for the students already dangling from the ceiling, the rest were forced flat onto the softened floor, unable to so much as move a finger. Tver carefully controlled his magic output, just enough to pin them down before methodically lifting each one up to hang from the ceiling. If anyone had walked in on the scene, they might well have thought he was indulging in some unspeakable kink. So Tver closed the door. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and looked over the spectacle with satisfaction. Frankly, I'm disappointed in you. He shook his head. Your grasp of magic is pitiful. Over and over it's just impediment jinx and disarming charm. Only your basic casting form shows any merit. But as for technique, you have none. You just stand there throwing spells. Remember this, combat isn't a turn-based exchange of blows. It's instant. Life or death. And worst of all, you're nothing but a scattered mess. You only realized the need for teamwork after I spelled it out for you. Someday, you'll face opponents far stronger than yourselves. In that moment, your first thought should be cooperation. If you scatter, you'll just be picked off one by one. This wasn't just a loss, it was failure on top of failure. I'd have an easier time dealing with a herd of pigs than with you. Tver listed fault after fault, and the more he spoke, the more furious the students became. Though they were bound, their mouths were still free. Naturally, they had plenty to say in return. You're the one being unfair, Professor. George kicked his legs weakly. If we'd had enough practice and worked together, we'd have had you hanging instead. Fred swung angrily in his bindings. The rest of the class shouted their agreement. Losing wasn't the problem, Tver was a professor, after all. No one expected a bunch of third years to win against him. There was no shame in that. But his insults were unbearable. To be called pigs again and again, didn't he know pigs were the least magical of all creatures? The students fumed, muttering complaints under their breath, careful not to go too far after their earlier lesson. Then, a faint, weary voice spoke up. I think I'm about to have a stroke. Could you please put me down first? Chapter 17, class dismissed. Roger Davies was the only one hanging upside down. While the other students merely felt uncomfortable, he was genuinely suffering. Seeing his face flushed red from the blood rushing to his head, Tver quickly used a standard levitation charm to lower them all. He'd almost landed himself in Azkaban for murdering students. After giving them a moment to recover, Tver casually dispelled the surrounding enchantments. I believe you've now experienced what a real battle feels like. Tell me your thoughts. Still seated on the desk, he watched as the students exchanged uneasy glances. When no one spoke, he decided to call on someone directly. Davies, I imagine you've learned something valuable. Care to share it with your classmates? Davies's neck shrank instantly at the sound of his name, his already flushed face paling. He glanced around at the expectant stares and, realizing no one would speak for him, stammered out, "Don't just stand there like an idiot." "Exactly." Tver nodded in approval. "No matter how fast a spell travels, its path is straight, or at least, most of the time. That means with proper movement, you can dodge the majority of curses. Of course, if you're dumb enough to run right into one, not even Headmaster Dumbledore could save you." The students burst into laughter. "But there's another problem here. Has anyone thought of it?" Tver asked, waiting until the laughter subsided. George started to speak, but Fred clamped a hand over his mouth. "Raise your hand, you idiot." Then, under George's incredulous stare, Fred raised his own hand. After Tver gave him a nod, he spoke up confidently. "Professor, I think if we stepped on a trap while moving, it'd be even worse than standing still." Tver gave a small, approving clap. "Correct. Battlefields are rarely simple. While maneuvering, you must watch your opponent as well as your own footing." 5 points to Gryffindor. "Looks like you two have some experience with this." Fred and George lifted their heads proudly as their classmates chuckled. Just then, the bell rang. For the first time, the students found it unbearable. They wanted to hear more of Folly's combat tips. How cool was that? Adolescents brimmed with the urge to prove themselves, itching to master those techniques right away, imagining themselves in place of Professor Folly, fighting against a crowd. "Alright, today you've had a rough introduction to the 4 essentials of combat: positioning, casting speed, defense, and teamwork. But don't worry, we have a whole year to work on these. A year from now, we'll have another battle to test what you've learned." The students' fighting spirit roared to life. Crush Hogwarts. Capture Tver. Tver was satisfied with their enthusiasm, though he couldn't help wondering why it felt like horns were sprouting from his head. First, positioning. Your homework is to think about how to move effectively, and how to disrupt your opponent's movement. The second task is for those willing to think harder. A clever idea will earn you a little special reward. He gave them a perfect professor's smile, sparking even more anticipation. Several of the studious types exchanged glances, eyes burning hotter than fire. Professor Folly's reward, they would claim it. So, all you need to do is write a paper on your ideas. There's no word limit, even just a few words are fine. But remember, it must be your own thoughts. Of course, the lack of a word limit was the trickiest part. None of the students would dare submit only a few words. They'd constantly worry their essay wasn't long enough, and in the end, write more and more. Tver clapped his hands, breaking through their reluctant mood. "Alright, that's the end of class. Off you go, don't be late for your next lesson." At Hogwarts, the schedule was tight, and the next class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. The students would rather be hung upside down than risk arriving late for that. But Tver was free. He only had one class to teach today, the rest of the day was his own. With wizard chess fundamentals tucked under his arm, he strolled leisurely through the quiet castle toward the library. The halls were much calmer with students in lessons, only the occasional sound of spellcasting echoing from classrooms. The library, too, was nearly empty. Few students were free of classes on the first day, and fewer still would spend that freedom here. He didn't bother with more books on wizard chess. With Hogwarts' collection stretching back over 1,000 years, it felt like a waste. Instead, he picked out a volume titled Techniques of Spellcasting. A quick glance through showed it was simple enough, filled with practical tips for casting, much like what he had just taught in class. The only unusual thing about it was its age, written 800 years ago. Back then, Hogwarts itself had only stood for 2 centuries. Such a book would normally be kept locked away in the archives. If he weren't a professor, he doubted he'd have gotten his hands on it. Settling into a corner by the window, Tver opened the book written in ancient runes. Hogwarts books truly were something else. Within its pages, he found scattered mentions of the 4 elements. The author was an avid believer in the theory, but after years of fruitless research, could only compile an introductory-level spellcasting techniques based on his own understanding. It touched on every aspect of the 4 elements, though only at a surface level. Still, it offered one valuable idea. Mastery of the 4 elements didn't rely on ancient magic. It transcended magic itself, reaching closer to the essence of magical power. Regardless of casting method, whether ancient incantations, blood magic, or the many practices of the time, all were rooted in the 4 elements. Tver wasn't sure if that extended to modern spellcasting, but the thought eased him. He had worried that studying the elements would drag him into ancient magic. And ancient magic had fallen into decline for good reason. It was hard to learn and even harder to master. Even a scholar who had devoted decades to it might not manage more than 10 ancient spells. It was like a Muggle trying to learn magic from textbooks. Such methods drastically limited how many could become wizards. In those times, only the exceptionally gifted could wield magic. So while ancient magic might carry slightly greater force, Tver had no desire to learn it. His own strength made its marginal boost unnecessary. Modern spells could achieve the same results. He spent the afternoon reading through the book and scouring the shelves for more but found nothing else of real value. By the time dinner neared, he left the library and headed for the Great Hall. The students' attitude toward him had completely reversed. "Good afternoon, Professor Folly." "Hello." Another student he didn't even know greeted him. Tver hid his confusion, nodding and smiling politely. This morning they'd been whispering and pointing. By afternoon, they were all warmth and courtesy. At some point, Professor Flitwick appeared, giving him a light pat on the side. "Tver, I hear you hung an entire class upside down and gave them a thrashing." Chapter 18, A Change of Attitude. Tver figured he could guess the reason behind the sudden shift in attitude. Word had spread about how he'd clashed and joked with the students during class. At Hogwarts, it only took a single day for news to reach every corner of the castle. Truly, this school never failed to amaze. "Just a bit of teaching technique," Tver shrugged. "Seems the students didn't mind." "They're more than just not opposed," Professor Flitwick said with a conspiratorial wink. "I was actually worried you'd be nervous on your first day. Only a bunch of third years." "They're easy enough to handle," Tver replied with a tone of false world weariness that could easily have come from Flitwick himself. He kept smiling as they walked, until his face began to feel stiff. He'd only met the students at last night's banquet, and today was merely the first day of term, yet it felt as though every single one of them already knew the new professor. The moment he stepped into the Great Hall, however, he understood exactly what Flitwick had meant. As soon as the students saw him, someone let out a dramatic cry. "Professor Folly. Can't you consider whipping me too? I'm a fourth year." The words came from a rather rugged-looking boy. The Great Hall burst into laughter, but beneath the laughter, eager eyes locked on Tver, full of expectation. "Professor, please teach us combat skills too. Please tie me up tightly, I don't mind." Meanwhile, at the staff table, Quirrell looked like he'd gladly never teach another class, content to spend his days obsessing over how to deal with the three-headed dog. Tver had only taught one lesson. It wasn't enough to explain why students were this excited. But comparisons were unavoidable. Quirrell's first class, in contrast, was painfully dull. The entire classroom reeked of garlic, enough to give students headaches. As for the content, he simply read from the textbook, only a touch livelier than Binns in History of Magic. When it came to demonstrating spells, he called on students to try, never showing them himself. His endless talk left them to fumble through the magic alone. Tver, on the other hand, was entirely different. That golden membrane he conjured had been enough for the Weasley twins to rave about all afternoon. And Ravenclaw's Davies. He was practically Professor Folly's most zealous fan already, praising his power to the skies. In the eyes of the young wizards, from looks to ability, Professor Folly utterly crushed Professor Quirrell. Tver raised his hand, and silence fell instantly across the hall. Seeing the burning anticipation in the students' eyes, especially the upper years, he made a broad gesture toward Quirrell at the staff table. "All fourth year and above classes are taught by Professor Quirrell. Believe me, his abilities are more than sufficient for defense against the dark arts. He simply hasn't had the chance to show them yet." Quirrell wanted to keep his strength hidden, and Tver had no problem digging him a little pit to fall into. Now that they were colleagues, who else would he tease if not him? The effect was immediate. Quirrell's amused, spectator smile froze in place, his mouth twitching as he struggled to settle on an expression in the face of the students' questioning stares. And just like that, the brief uproar in the Great Hall faded away, though the students continued whispering about their dashing Professor Folly. "We still have a few days before Professor Folly's class," Ron said, a chicken leg in one hand and a custard tart in the other, his mouth working non-stop. "So there's no need to get excited already." "I'm not excited." Hermione, who was reading while eating, looked up with a frown, her tone sharp with irritation. "Professor Folly's first lesson is about testing our abilities. If you can't even cast one spell, we'll lose the moment we face him." Neville set down his chicken leg in despair. "That's it then. Even if I study all year, I might not manage to cast a proper spell." Harry stayed quiet, listening, but his chest tightened. In class earlier, he'd been thrilled to discover he wasn't falling behind the others, Hermione excluded, of course. But now, hearing that their very first defense against the dark arts lesson involved dueling a professor, he couldn't help but panic. What if he failed? Would they send him straight back to the Dursleys? George had plopped himself right in the middle of the group, positively buzzing. Wherever talk of Professor Folly cropped up at the Gryffindor table, he was sure to appear. "Don't worry. No matter how much you learn, Professor Folly can flatten you with just one spell. Maybe he won't even need that," Fred added with a wicked grin. "Just a flick of his wand and you'll all faint from fright." But I heard it only took him one spell to knock the three of you down, and then you were all strung up, Ron said, blinking innocently, wide-eyed and clueless that he'd just stepped on a landmine. The twins exchanged a silent look. I think we should invent spider candy, George said finally. Turning people into spiders would be hilarious. Or we could pack the common room full of them. That way Gryffindors could practice their movement early, Fred chimed in. Movement? You mean like a combat technique? Hermione's curiosity flared instantly. Can you explain it to us in detail? She was more interested in Professor Folly's lessons than anything. A model student, she liked to prepare before class, but from what little she'd overheard, his lessons didn't seem to follow the textbook at all. In fact, she couldn't recall any books that covered such topics. Patience. You'll learn it soon enough. We've got a whole year, George said smugly, shaking his head. At the moment, only their year had taken Folly's class, and by unspoken agreement, no one shared the details. These were secret techniques to sharpen their skills. Of course, eventually everyone would learn them once they had defense against the dark arts, but by then, it would be a shared bond, forged from hanging upside down together. It wouldn't matter. Hermione pursed her lips, annoyed, and turned away from the tight-lipped twins. After polishing off his food, Ron suddenly asked, aren't you worried Professor Folly might use dark magic? Impossible. Why would a professor use dark magic on students? Hermione shot back instantly. But he's a proper Durmstrang, isn't he? Knowing dark magic's normal for them, Ron said with a frown. In his mind, knowing dark magic was the same as being a dark wizard, and Durmstrang, which actually taught it, was nothing less than a dark wizard training ground. George scowled and gave Ron a hard slap on the shoulder. My dear brother, knowing dark magic doesn't mean using it. I'd bet Headmaster Dumbledore knows plenty himself. Even if he is a dark wizard, who cares? Fred said, eyes gleaming like the worst kind of fanboy. As long as he doesn't use it on us. Ron cast both of his brothers a look of pure disdain. Weren't you two the ones betting this morning on how long it'd take Professor Folly to get thrown into Azkaban? Chapter 19, my damn competitive streak. Tver was unaware of the student's praise, or rather, he had no time to pay attention to it. He had run into a small problem. The students had lauded the classroom battle, calling it the most valuable combat training they had ever received. But some professors saw it differently, particularly Professor McGonagall, famed for her strictness. I'm not questioning your methods. In fact, I'm very glad Hogwarts now has another professor skilled in combat. Professor McGonagall paused, choosing her words carefully before continuing. But I do hope you'll consider the children's abilities. Suspending them from the ceiling is simply. She struggled for the right word until Tver supplied it. Unseemly. Exactly, unseemly, Professor McGonagall said firmly with a nod. Binding them would have been enough. But hanging them from the ceiling could easily make parents think our school is engaging in corporal punishment. Tver was about to explain when Dumbledore spoke first. It's quite all right, Minerva. Tver's method is rather creative, he said, gesturing toward the cheerful students. As you can see, they enjoy it immensely. As for the parents, I believe they'll overlook such trivial matters once they see their children's growth. With the headmaster's word, Professor McGonagall fell silent. After all, any complaints would ultimately land on Dumbledore's desk. Still, Tver offered a brief clarification, lest anyone think he had unusual tastes. This punishment is reserved only for third years, so they can experience a taste of combat's harshness. As for first and second years, pardon my bluntness, they're far from combat ready. At most, it's just play for them. Professor McGonagall gave a somewhat awkward smile. It was natural for first years to be weak at the start of term, if they weren't, it would be suspicious. As for the second years, after a year of study, she honestly felt they weren't much stronger than the new first years. That thought made her glance sidelong at Quirrell, who was shrinking into himself and avoiding eye contact. Professors like him, occupying the defense against the dark arts post, were precisely why Hogwarts students weren't learning anything useful. At least this year, Albus had shown some sense, hiring an assistant professor, one this capable. But when she recalled the rumors, unease tugged at her again. Would Tver, too, last only a year before being forced to leave? Tver's hand, holding his goblet, stilled. What had he said to make McGonagall look at him with such worry? Professor Flitwick, meanwhile, hadn't thought so far ahead. Tver, you teach combat, but the students know so few spells. How do you intend to teach them? Defense against the dark arts and charms were closely linked. Charms taught new spells, while defense taught how to use those spells against real dangers. Naturally, the older the students, the easier it was for them to grasp defense, since they had more spells at their disposal. But Tver only taught those below third year, which was why Flitwick worried, concerned that the lessons wouldn't feel as substantial as upper year classes, leading to dissatisfaction. Tver had already prepared his answer. Primarily, I'll focus on spellcasting techniques and alternative applications for spells they've already learned. And, if you don't mind, I'll also teach them practical combat spells. Of course not, Flitwick said warmly. I wonder, are you skilled in transfiguration? It's quite useful in battle. McGonagall's attitude toward Tver softened further, as though afraid they might not see each other after this year. Hearing Flitwick, she turned to join in. I certainly wouldn't mind if Tver taught them to apply transfiguration. Honestly, many students don't realize its combat potential, they think it's useless. Tver could only sigh at that misconception. Aside from true masters of the craft, few appreciated transfiguration's tremendous value in battle. Fortunately, his own teacher had been one such master. Though often chastised for favoring dark magic over transfiguration, Tver's level in the subject was still far beyond ordinary wizards. But he couldn't help wondering, how strong was Dumbledore, the man reputed to be capable of becoming the world's greatest wizard through transfiguration alone? Sensing Tver's gaze, Dumbledore turned and raised his goblet in a silent toast. His blue eyes were as clear as a newborn's, yet remained impenetrable even to a master of legilimency like Tver. I too look forward to seeing transfiguration applied in more ways than just combat. If you'd ever like, Tver, we could exchange ideas. Exchange? I wouldn't dare. Tver quickly lifted his goblet in return. Before you, I'm nothing more than a student. After dinner, Tver followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. It was the same room as before, with the same furnishings, and the portraits still watched with faintly scrutinizing eyes. Old men never like change, Dumbledore said, seated behind the long table, a hopeful smile tugging at his lips. Tea, or pumpkin juice? Tver settled comfortably in the chair opposite him. Pumpkin juice, please. I think I've grown rather fond of it. No sooner had he spoken than a bottle brimming with pumpkin juice sprouted four little legs, trotting cheerfully across the table to his side. The bottle cap twisted and reshaped itself into a small, delicate cup, etched with swirling cloud-like patterns. Tver smiled knowingly at the sight. So, a little show of power to start with. Though I do prefer a larger cup. I trust you don't mind. Before Dumbledore could respond, the cup stretched upward, reshaping into a goblet. The bottle's neck bent of its own accord and began to pour a rich stream of pumpkin juice. Dumbledore's smug smile faltered. A wandless, non-verbal spell, and advanced transfiguration at that, he'd intended the trick to impress, to remind this young professor not to grow arrogant despite his early prowess. But Tver had casually countered with his own wandless, non-verbal transfiguration, altering the transformation Dumbledore himself had just cast. A transformation within a transformation. And Dumbledore was the one outplayed. The juice, however, poured only for a moment before stopping abruptly. Tver's goblet had suddenly shrunk into a tiny cup. Any more liquid and it would have spilled over. I just remembered, we only just finished dinner. Best not to drink too much pumpkin juice. My damned competitive streak. Dumbledore looked on with quiet amusement as Tver's face darkened. No matter. I'm young, my digestion's strong. Tver's smile returned, more triumphant than ever. The cup shifted back again. Chapter 20, a student's duty is to take exams. The next morning, Tver slept in for once. Fortunately, he had no classes scheduled. Last night, after a duel of transfiguration that was childish yet ingenious, he had ultimately been defeated. Dumbledore had shamelessly pulled out the Elder Wand. His power already outstripped Tver's, and with the wand's amplification, not even Tver's own teacher could have withstood him. They had gone on talking until nearly dawn before Tver finally returned to rest. In truth, it was mostly Dumbledore instructing while Tver learned. Transfiguration itself was simple enough. By 7th year, most students could handle 3 key techniques, the switching spell, the vanishing spell, and the summoning charm. Tver, of course, had long since mastered them. But to wield transfiguration with true finesse, to push it beyond ordinary charms and produce effects of greater power, required deeper study. Control of magical energy, for instance, could give transformed objects far greater flexibility. And layering spells atop transfigured forms could grant them the properties of charms themselves. In these areas, Dumbledore outshone even his teacher. Not that I'm saying my teacher wasn't good. Tver consoled himself with that thought as he headed to the Great Hall for a meal. By this hour, few students remained, but the moment he entered, all eyes turned to him. Before long, curious young wizards crowded around, peppering him with questions about Durmstrang. Durmstrang requires crew cuts. Think you could handle that, Mr. Malfoy? We wear fur cloaks and crimson robes, it depends on the weather. Yes, it's usually cold. But some hardy students go without cloaks. Here's a fun fact, Quidditch is global, so we've got teams too. They're not house-based though, just a few squads we form. Alright, everyone, that's enough questions. I still have classes to teach. Only as the start of class drew near did Tver finally slip free of the crowd. News that Professor Folly was in the Great Hall answering questions about Durmstrang had spread quickly, drawing nearly every student without class to gather there. He didn't mind, it was a pleasant way to ease the fatigue from last night's studies. When's Professor Folly getting here? I heard he was mobbed in the Great Hall. Think he'll be late. But we came early for a reason, what if we miss his roll call spell? I don't care about that. I've been practicing all morning just to duel him. The second years buzzed with excitement about the upcoming lesson, their chatter charged with eagerness for the fight they were certain was coming. After a whole day of anticipation, they had been waiting since morning. At lunch, they barely ate before hurrying off to the classroom to await him. The professor's here. The shout silenced the room in an instant. Every head snapped toward the doorway. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the elegant Tver strode inside, carrying a paper bag. He blinked in mild surprise to see the classroom already packed with expectant students. A quick glance confirmed it was indeed his classroom, and he stepped happily up to the lectern. Honestly, if the bell hadn't rung yet, I would have thought I was late. The students laughed brightly at his words. But roll call still had to be done. With a flick of his wand, names flared above each student's head. Gasps rose around the room as the golden light from those names streamed into the parchment list in his hand. Very good, he glanced over the parchment. I doubt anyone here is bold enough to skip my class. Tver put the parchment away and met the eager stares below. Though most of you probably already know who I am, I'll still give a proper introduction. I am Tver Folly, your defense against the dark arts professor, and yes, I do come from Durmstrang. However, I expect you not to bring up my alma mater during lessons, that is a rule of this class. As for your first lesson, I imagine you already have an idea of what's coming. A wave of cheers broke out. But take note, Tver raised his voice, cutting over the noise, before combat, there's a step that isn't quite as fun. With a flick of his wand at the paper bag, stacks of test papers flew out, landing neatly in front of each student. A test. The students' excitement instantly collapsed, their faces sinking in disappointment. Don't worry. The battle you're waiting for will come after this. The test is simply so I can better understand your abilities. He conjured a massive hourglass for timing. You'll have half an hour. No need to feel pressured, just write down what you already know. Even if you don't know something, I'll make sure you learn it this year. The sand began to fall, and the test was underway. The students bent over their papers at once, while Tver strolled behind them, trying out some of the transfiguration techniques he'd practiced the night before. The exam was drawn from last year's textbook, a broad summary of knowledge. From yesterday's lesson, he had already noticed that while the previous teacher had indeed covered the material, how much the students had actually retained was another matter. Combat alone only revealed one aspect of their skills, it wasn't nearly enough. That was why he had set this written test, to see exactly how much they'd learned in defense against the dark arts. Half an hour passed quickly. The questions weren't difficult, those who knew the answers finished swiftly, while the rest scratched their heads in frustration. When the time was up, Tver waved his wand, and the test papers all gathered neatly into a stack. Then he gave the words everyone had been waiting for. Combat. I know you've been eager for this. Stand up, and don't forget your wands. A cheer went up as students shoved their books aside, grabbing their wands and rushing toward the open space at the back of the classroom. To their shock, 3 identical Professor Follies appeared before them. Triple the challenge? Only after they had taken their positions did Tver explain. From yesterday's class, I could see you still have a long way to go. If I were your sole opponent, you wouldn't be able to bring out your full potential. He pointed his wand at the 2 identical copies of himself, who instantly came alive and struck combat stances. You'll split into 2 teams. Each side must defend one of me, and defeat the other me with everything you've got. Chapter 21, Clinging to a Powerful Ally. The students broke into smiles at once. They weren't exactly fans of being strung up and beaten, in both senses, and now that each side had a Professor Folly, there was no way they'd lose too badly. Only a few sharp-eyed students noticed the faint smile curling at Tver's lips, and a chill ran down their spines. Under Tver's direction, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw divided evenly, forming 2 perfectly balanced teams. The 2 Tver on either side had no wands and could only use basic spells, they were provisionally named Professor A and Professor B. This was an advanced technique Tver had learned from Dumbledore, how to imbue a transformed object with a trace of will. Combined with his own mastery of human transfiguration, he'd managed to craft 2 such dummies. Both were infused with Tver's combat memories, but they lacked true intelligence, merely following preset reaction patterns. Of course, he could control them directly if he wanted to, but he still had exam papers to grade. He began by softening the ground, then coated the area in a thin layer of gold. Finally, a flash of golden light burst between the 2 groups. Pop. The long-awaited battle began. Both professors opened with a disarming charm, only for each to block the other's spell with a shield charm in the next instant. Their movements mirrored one another perfectly, spells flashing back and forth in a dazzling stalemate. The students, however, were not so lucky. They'd hoped to perform well enough to convince the real Professor Folly to join in, but even the stray spells escaping from the two dummies were enough to keep them scrambling. Still, since the main fight remained between the two professors, the students weren't completely overwhelmed. They even managed to cause a bit of trouble for the opposing team. That, however, revealed the professor's true purpose. Taking a step back, Professors A and B suddenly retreated behind their students, leaving the bewildered crowd staring. Their casting didn't stop, though. With human shields in front of them, they no longer bothered defending and instead unleashed a storm of offensive spells. Who could possibly withstand that? Binding curses and disarming charms shot across the field, catching students off guard. One by one, they were struck, tied up, knocked flying, then suspended in midair. This was Tver's special protective magic, designed to keep fallen students from being trampled. "Professor, I just tripped by myself," one student shouted indignantly, legs flailing as he hung upside down. But his voice was lost in the noise of battle, heard only by the few who shared his fate. "Forget it," another called back. Someone tried to claim they were just dodging a spell and rolled on the ground. They didn't get let down either. Tver didn't notice their predicament, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Wasn't it normal for students to get suspended during training? His focus was entirely on the stack of papers in front of him, and to be blunt, they were a disaster. Combat required casting skill, but written exams depended on memorization, something that didn't rely much on the professor. Even with Tver teaching, there was little he could do. Whether the students' poor performance was because the previous professor had left, taking their knowledge with them, or simply because they hadn't studied properly, it was hard to tell. Either way, the results were dismal. Aside from a few top students with perfect scores, barely anyone managed over 80%. Only about 10 even passed, less than a third of the class. Don't assume that because Tver excelled in combat, he ignored theory. In fact, his theoretical knowledge had been among the best at Durmstrang. Especially in defense against the dark arts, since Hogwarts didn't teach dark magic, the students could only learn about it from textbooks. If you didn't even understand your opponent's magic, how could you hope to counter it? And beyond dark magic, there were countless peculiar magical creatures and plants that students needed to recognize and remember how to handle. As the students' shouts grew louder, Tver sighed softly and looked up. There were only a handful of students left on the field, and judging by the names floating above them, the 3 top scorers were still holding on. At least that was good news. Their combat ability was impressive. After watching for a moment, Tver saw Professor A, with their numerical advantage, successfully disarm Professor B, bringing the duel to an end. Team A students immediately stopped complaining and erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory, while Team B hung their heads in disappointment. The 3 remaining students were spared from being bound. Their faces were flushed from the fight, hair plastered to their foreheads with sweat still dripping down. As their classmates fell one after another, the pressure on them had only increased. If the professor hadn't realized the value of his assistants and shielded them from much of the barrage, they would have ended up hanging too. Even so, wide grins stretched across their faces, smiles that not even exhaustion could erase. "Very good, surprisingly good, just like your performance on the exam." Tver's sarcastic tone was instantly picked up by the students. Ravenclaw gains 4 points, Gryffindor gains 2. He showed no intention of lowering the student dangling from the ceiling, instead busying himself with clearing away the surrounding enchantments and the 2 mannequins. "Professor, may I know my exam score?" asked Cho Chang, one of the top students, in a low voice. "Oh, of course. All 3 of you achieved full marks." Tver always held a soft spot for top students. The only 3 with perfect scores. "So, tell me, what were your impressions of this battle?" "For aspects, positioning, casting speed, personal defense, and teamwork," said a student named Eddie Carmichael, speaking up first. "You're absolutely right," Tver said with amusement, studying his confident face. "But 0 points. Copying homework won't truly improve your skills. I asked for your personal experiences in this battle. Who can tell me, including the student still hanging from the ceiling?" Katie Bell, the sole Gryffindor among the 3 top students, hesitantly suggested, to attack bravely even against a stronger opponent. "Is this Gryffindor?" Tver choked slightly, then gave an ambiguous nod. "Correct, but not entirely. When facing a strong opponent, choose a smart way to attack, especially when your own side has an equally powerful ally. Unite around him, create favorable conditions for him as much as possible, and provide a comfortable environment for him to perform. That is the best way to secure victory. So, the homework assignment for this lesson is an essay, how to fight effectively alongside a strong ally. No word limit. In short, the hitch-a-ride strategy." Tver finally set all the students down. As they cheerfully discussed the recent battle, he raised his voice and added, "Also, given your weak foundational knowledge, except for the 3 students who scored perfect marks, there will be a quiz before every class from now on. Smile vanishing technique. Tver's words stripped the joy from the students' faces like the chill of midwinter, leaving their expressions frozen stiff as ice. Chapter 22, Dervish and Banjas. The course soon found its rhythm. Over the next few days, Tver followed the same pattern, teaching the remaining third and second-year students in turn. Before long, the young wizards of both years were brimming with excitement, developing an almost feverish enthusiasm for using magic in combat. This infectious energy quickly spread to the other grades. Even though they couldn't attend Professor Folly's classes, they could still learn from the second and third years. Soon, the entire castle was charged with the spirit of battle. After class, students could be seen waving their wands everywhere, practicing spells with zeal. From time to time, someone would get struck by a stray jinx or charm and end up flat on the floor. As a result, the counter-curse and stunning spell became the most frequently used, and most skillfully mastered, spells in the school. Even the prefects couldn't stop the chaos, despite issuing repeated warnings. Things only came to a halt when the Weasley twins accidentally hit Professor Quirrell on the back of the head with a misfired spell. It was the first time the students had ever seen Professor Quirrell lose his temper. Usually timid and stammering, he deducted 50 points from Gryffindor on the spot and sentenced the twins to detention. After a tactful reminder from Professor McGonagall, Tver had no choice but to stand before all the students in the Great Hall and reiterate the rule: no magic was to be used in the school corridors. Anyone who violated it would be punished with 10 advanced-level exam papers. Of course, the professors knew such a ban was futile. Practicing magic was second nature to wizards. After some thought, Dumbledore decided to allow students to use the unused classrooms on each floor for spell practice, even going so far as to provide soft mats and training dummies. Only then did the excitement gradually settle down. The only ones watching from the sidelines were the first years. They hadn't even mastered the basics of magic yet, much less learned how to duel. Even the simple transfiguration exercise from their first lesson, turning a matchstick into a needle, was something most of them still struggled to complete. They hadn't learned a single spell. In the recent charms lessons, they'd only practiced hand movements and the control of magical energy. For most, producing a faint spark of light was already a big accomplishment. But that wasn't Tver's concern. He had something more important to take care of. After dinner that evening, he bid farewell to the curious young wizards and took the path toward Hogsmeade. Only students from the third year and above were allowed to visit Hogsmeade on specific weekends, but as a professor, Tver no longer had to worry about such restrictions. The September evenings weren't dark yet. Twilight was his favorite time of day. When darkness approached, and the sun cast its final rays of gold, the world seemed wrapped in a quiet, melancholy beauty. So instead of operating straight there, Tver chose to walk, enjoying a rare moment of calm. Hogwarts was close to Hogsmeade, and before dusk had fully fallen, he reached the village, the only all-wizard settlement in Britain. The place was full of cottages and shops with thatched, triangular roofs that made the streets look almost like a maze. Still, the variety of shops was enough to make anyone linger. Even on a weekday, there were plenty of visitors wandering about, and the laughter of children echoed in the air, filling the village with warmth and life. If not for his current errand, Tver wouldn't have minded taking a stroll himself. At the end of the street, he arrived at a shop called Dervish and Banjas. The door stood open, and Tver stepped inside. Several customers were browsing the shelves while the shopkeeper attended to them. Business seemed to be doing quite well. Since the owner was still busy, Tver wandered casually around the shop. It was a magic equipment store that also sold repair tools. The place was packed with magical devices of all kinds, from large enchanted doors to tiny anti-ghost goggles. On one shelf sat several transparent spheres, each slightly larger than a fist, filled with a faintly swirling gas. Tver leaned closer and read the description printed below. The Remembrall, squeeze it hard. If it stays unchanged, it means you haven't forgotten anything. But if it suddenly glows red, that means you've forgotten something. But beware, if you've forgotten what you've forgotten, then the Remembrall won't be of any help. A bespectacled man with a kind and honest face appeared beside him, wearing a polite, practiced smile. "I'm Banjas, the manager of this shop," he said, gesturing toward another shopkeeper nearby. "That's my brother, Dervish. We run this place together." Tver glanced back. The two indeed looked alike in both build and appearance, though Banjas, with his glasses, seemed more refined and scholarly. "Is this your first time here, guest?" Banjas asked curiously. Wizards were few to begin with, and since Banjas had a good memory, he was certain he wouldn't have forgotten meeting someone like Tver before. "That's right. It's also my first time in Hogsmeade," Tver replied with a calm nod. "So, are you here looking for something specific, or just browsing?" "If you're browsing, I can give you a tour," Banjas offered warmly. A new customer was always a welcome thing for any shop. "I'd like to commission a batch of items," Tver said, taking out a badge marked with a simple design. "Mass-produce items like this one." Banges eagerly accepted the badge, examining it closely as soft murmurs of admiration escaped his lips. It's not made from magical materials, yet it carries such a complete and powerful shield charm. Your expertise in this area must be quite remarkable. Tver's face reddened slightly. He wasn't skilled in alchemy at all, the badge had only been completed by chance after consulting the Weasley twins. He cleared his throat to keep himself grounded and not get lost in the flattery. Ahem, can you make badges like this? I need them to maintain a stable effect, and if possible, include a magic recharge function. Magic recharge meant that once an enchanted item used up its stored mana, it could be replenished through mana infusion and continue to function, essentially the difference between a disposable and a rechargeable battery. Banges's expression turned troubled. Frowning, he examined the badge further and tried activating it. The magic inside quickly dropped by a large margin. It wasn't just because Tver had stored little magic, but also because the shield charm embedded within was exceptionally strong and consumed a great deal of power. Just then, the other shopkeeper, Dervish, finished seeing off the remaining customers with cheerful energy and came over to join his brother, who was still studying the badge. Before speaking, Dervish discreetly sized Tver up, then finally asked what was going on. This time, Tver didn't have to say a word, Banges explained the situation to his brother himself. Dervish didn't respond immediately either. Instead, as if no one else were there, he and his brother began examining the badge together, engrossed in their discussion. Chapter 23, The Hog's Head Pub. Tver didn't mind and began to wander leisurely around the shop. Dervish and Banges were among the most famous alchemists in the British wizarding world, though they rarely identified themselves as such. Most people simply thought of them as the proprietors of a small magic supply shop. And indeed, their store was modest in size, focusing mainly on practical magical tools. Its reputation couldn't compare to the likes of Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop or Zonko's Joke Shop, both known for their playful and entertaining products. If not for the Folly family records detailing the Dervish family's legacy and their authentic alchemical heritage, Tver wouldn't have chosen to come here at all. The other half of the shop was filled with Quidditch gear. Besides some repair scissors, he also noticed a few strange-looking golden snitches. Everything Tver knew about Quidditch came from Victor, yet even he could tell that snitches didn't normally look like these. Some had wings resembling dragon bone spurs, others were shaped like birds, and there were even square ones. Curious, he picked up the bird-shaped snitch. It seemed to come alive at once, flapping its wings weakly in his hand and trying to lift off, but it never quite managed. It reminded him of a toy plane from his previous life that had run out of battery. These are old experimental snitches, said Dervish, who had finished talking with Banges. While Banges tidied the shelves, Dervish approached Tver. Made by one of my ancestors, many generations back, I'd imagine. Clearly, they weren't adopted. Guest, I'll need to know your identity, Dervish continued, gesturing to the badge in his hand. Mass-producing this kind of item, apart from the Ministry of Magic, I can't think of any legitimate organization that would need it. The Dark Force Defense League, perhaps. Tver knew the group he was referring to, a loose alliance of wizards opposed to dark magic. In truth, its members were not closely connected, and the organization lacked any real cohesion. Still, its members did have methods of identifying dark magic, and Tver had no interest in inviting unnecessary trouble. Allow me to introduce myself, Tver said, giving a courteous bow. Tver Folly, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. These tools are for my students. Ah. Dervish drew in a sharp breath. You're the new professor from Durmstrang. Oh. Tver raised an eyebrow. You know of me. Dervish's body tensed for a brief moment before he managed a slightly ingratiating smile. Of course. The Folly family name is well known to us. Besides, Hagrid often comes by to drink and play cards. Tver shrugged casually. In that case, you can make these badges, can't you? He could understand Dervish's hesitation. If an illegitimate group used these badges to commit crimes in the wizarding world, the shop would inevitably share the blame. People on the side of justice always had more scruples. In Nocturne Alley, however, as long as you had the money, you could get anything you wanted. If it's for you, there's no problem, Dervish replied respectfully, handing the badge back. How many would you like us to make? The Folly family had produced a former Minister of Magic, Tver's grandfather, though his political career had ended after only 10 years. Even so, the Follies remained a prominent pureblood family. Tver did a quick calculation. There were about 80 students per year, so for 3 years, he would need roughly 240 badges. The first years wouldn't need them yet, but it wouldn't hurt to prepare ahead of time. I need 240 badges. You can deliver them in 3 batches, just give me 80 each time. Big business. Dervish's eyes lit up instantly. As for whether Tver could afford it. You were underestimating the wealth of pureblood families. Even the Weasleys, as poor as they were now, had once been prosperous. I do need time to craft them. Based on the schedule, the first batch will take about 2 months. Once I get the hang of it, subsequent orders will be faster, Dervish said excitedly. That meant November, earlier than Tver's teaching plan required. He nodded decisively in agreement. After discussing a few more details, Tver dropped 80 galleons on the counter and left. 1 galleon per badge, 240 in total. Not expensive, just 2 months' salary for him, a real bargain. Besides, it earned him a connection with the alchemists Dervish and Banjas. The world's largest center for alchemical studies was in Egypt, where most alchemists lived. In Britain, these two brothers were practically the only ones. Borgin and Burks from Nocturne Alley were also decent alchemists, but Tver had little regard for them. Back on the main street, there were far fewer people now, and most of the shops were preparing to close. Compared to the bustling nightlife of Muggles, Wizards' evenings were downright dull. In an age when Muggle technology was advancing rapidly, the wizarding world seemed frozen in time. Aside from the usual newspapers and periodicals, there was little to entertain people, perhaps a rare bit of music on occasion. Such was the state of the magical world. Lagging behind. Tver hadn't planned to stay, but then he spotted a familiar figure on the side of the street. Quirinus Quirrell. His signature large scarf was tucked beneath a wide hood, his face hidden in shadow, only his chin faintly visible. But the stench of Voldemort clinging to him was unmistakable, even from across the street. That aura of evil was all too familiar to Tver. He pulled out a black cloak from his bag, a constant companion, and, imitating Quirrell, covered his own face. A little tip, whether you're a dark wizard, a light wizard, or something in between, learning to conceal your appearance is the first step in surviving the real world. Tver could even use human transfiguration to subtly alter his appearance, a skill his teacher had mastered, but there was no need for that now. Following Quirrell, Tver trailed behind him and another man as they entered a shabby little pub. The Hog's Head. It was a narrow, rustic place, so narrow that a dozen people inside made it feel packed with 100. The windows were coated with centuries of grime, barely allowing any light through. The same filth clung to the tables, chairs, and even the floor. Here, hiding one's face was nothing unusual. Except for people like Hagrid, who couldn't conceal themselves even if they tried, nearly everyone wore hoods or veils. When Tver walked in, no one paid him any attention. Only the Hog's Head's owner approached, his expression indifferent, not as though welcoming a customer, but more like addressing a nuisance. "What can I get you?" Chapter 24, The Prey Takes the Bait. Tver studied the proprietor with a thoughtful expression. Tall and thin, his long hair and beard were streaked with gray, and his sapphire eyes held a distant, detached look. Had he not known the story, Tver would never have connected him to Headmaster Dumbledore. Yes, this was Dumbledore's own brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. The elder brother was the famed headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest white wizard of his time. The younger brother, on the other hand, ran a shabby little pub in a small village. Apparently, Tver had been staring a bit too long, which irritated the barkeep. Aberforth repeated himself impatiently. "Customer, what will it be? Butterbeer or fire whiskey? Or are you planning to stay the night?" "Just a bottle of butterbeer, please." Tver cheerfully found an empty table, one that was neither too close nor too far from Quirrell. Quirrell had also ordered a butterbeer and was sipping it quietly by himself. Compared to other pubs, this place was rather calm, aside from Hagrid, who was playing cards and chatting about magical creatures, making quite a racket. However, when Tver saw the bottle of butterbeer brought to him, his desire to take even a sip disappeared at once. The grime on it was greasier than Professor Snape's hair and more nauseating than Quirrell's garlic stench. It had to be Aberforth's doing, a petty revenge for Tver's earlier impoliteness. Those two brothers really did grow more childish with age. Tver gave a faint shake of his head. As for this beer, best to leave it alone. Sitting quietly, Tver didn't bother to watch Quirrell's movements. Instead, he, like Quirrell, listened in on the nearby conversations. They say Gringotts was broken into by some mysterious figure who managed to escape afterward. You're behind on the news. That mysterious person cleaned out the entire Gringotts vault. The goblins are losing their minds trying to make up the losses. I say Gringotts staged the whole thing themselves, swallowed the client's deposits and claimed it was a robbery. Tver's face, hidden beneath his hood, twitched slightly. What exactly was I expecting? Quirrell seemed to feel the same. His shoulders drooped, and he looked restless, his hand tapping on the table as if ready to get up. Then Hagrid suddenly spoke, and Quirrell froze mid-motion. "You've never seen a three-headed dog, have you?" "I raised one for a year, started out this small," he gestured with his palm, "and it grew as tall as the ceiling. The only trouble is, the three heads keep fighting each other." With just that one sentence, Quirrell sat back down and listened intently to Hagrid's chatter. But Hagrid only mentioned the three-headed dog in passing. The rest of his talk turned to his love for dragons, which left Quirrell visibly disappointed. Still, it told Tver what Quirrell was after tonight. So he was still fixated on the three-headed dog. A faint smile curved Tver's lips. Picking up his untouched butterbeer, he quietly moved to sit beside Hagrid. The action went unnoticed, people were constantly coming and going around Hagrid's table, watching the card game. After sitting down, Tver watched for a while, then suddenly spoke. I've got a three-headed dog myself, a big one. They're wild and hard to tame. I've no idea how you managed it. If I didn't know their weakness, they'd have bitten me to death by now. With that, Hagrid's spirits lifted. Few people were willing to chat with him about magical creatures, especially since his views on them were rather unorthodox. That's simple. Three-headed dogs like cooked meat, though they won't turn down raw either. Just feed them raw meat most of the time, then give them cooked meat during training. They'll obey your commands without fuss. Hagrid went on enthusiastically, but Tver stopped listening. He only needed to know one thing. The bait had been taken. Ever since he'd mentioned the three-headed dog, he'd felt a subtle gaze fixed on him. There was no need to guess. The only one who would have kept watching him that long was Quirrell. After thanking Hagrid, Tver quickly left the pub, pretending to be an excited wizard eager to get home and try out a new training method on his three-headed dog. Once outside, however, his steps slowed. He strolled down the quiet street toward the edge of the village. Quirrell was surprisingly patient. He followed at a distance, never moving ahead, unconcerned that Tver might apparate away at any moment. When they reached the village entrance, Tver's patience ran out. He made a deliberately clumsy apparition gesture. Sure enough, Quirrell hurried out from the shadows. Friend, don't leave just yet, he said, his tone overly cheerful, clearly trying to sound friendly. Can we talk for a moment? Who are you? Tver feigned surprise, taking a few steps back. I'm in a hurry to get home. No time to chat. No rush, my friend. Quirrell pulled out a small pouch that jingled softly. Just answer one little question, and these 20 galleons are yours. Easy money. Tver couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. He bribed Hagrid with a dragon egg, and now it's down to 20 galleons for me. Not that Tver had any intention of giving him real information anyway. Pretending to be tempted by the offer, he paused before replying, What do you want to know? If it's too difficult, I can't promise I'll have the answer. It's simple, Quirrell said, shaking the pouch invitingly. Just tell me the weakness of the three-headed dog. Tver folded his arms and gave him a teasing look. That's not such a simple question, is it? You've been sitting in that pub all night and still haven't found the answer. Quirrell's face twisted with anger, Tver's tone made it clear he was being toyed with. Don't get cocky. I'll just ask that big oaf instead, he snapped through gritted teeth. Go ahead then, Tver said with a casual wave. I'll be back next week. Come find me if you still haven't gotten your answer. Before Quirrell could say a word, Tver vanished in an instant, no trace left of his earlier clumsy act. Quirrell immediately realized he'd been played. That fearful, hesitant act earlier, it had all been deliberate, a trick to make him lower his guard. You were careless, a cold, echoing voice hissed from beneath Quirrell's hood. Quirrell clasped his hands before his chest and said respectfully, My lord, it's my fault. That man isn't what he seems. I mean, from the very start in the pub, you were already being watched. Voldemort's voice grew sharp and venomous, making Quirrell tremble. I don't understand what you mean, my lord. That man had his eyes on you the moment he entered the pub, tracking your every move, you fool. Voldemort's fury burned hotter, for he had only just realized it himself. He, the great Dark Lord, had been deceived by some cunning, hidden wizard. Next week, you'll go back, Voldemort commanded coldly. Tear that man's soul apart, let me see what truly hides inside him. Chapter 25, A Wizard's Instinct. On Thursday afternoon, Harry and Ron hurried down to the first floor, heading for the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Wonder what Professor Folly's going to teach us? Ron asked excitedly as they jogged along. Harry wasn't quite as hopeful. What if the professor finds out we can't even cast a single spell? Do you think he'll get so mad he'll refuse to teach us? Ron waved his hand confidently. Don't worry. Apart from that Granger, no one in the entire first year can cast a spell yet. Maybe he'll teach us advanced magic right away. He grinned. Once I learn it, I'm going to teach George and the others a lesson. By the time they crossed the mischievous staircase and arrived at the classroom, they were already late. The two hurried inside. Their classmates were seated, already working on their test papers, while Professor Folly sat at the front desk, reading a book with casual interest. Brilliant, Ron breathed in awe. Even though they'd heard about it countless times, seeing their own names appear above their heads with a flash of golden light still amazed them. Harry nodded in agreement. But Tver had already lifted his gaze to them. I believe, he said suddenly, you two are the only ones to arrive late to my class. Harry's shoulders stiffened. Sorry, Professor, we got lost. Tver didn't respond at first. He simply gave Harry a deep, assessing look. When both boys began fidgeting nervously with their robes, he finally spoke in a calm tone. This won't happen again. As punishment, you'll have 5 minutes less to complete your exam. The first-year test was simple, mainly to see how well they'd reviewed their textbooks. Anyone who had at least skimmed through it could manage a decent score. Relieved, the two quickly found seats and waited anxiously. 5 minutes later, 2 sheets of parchment floated over to them. Tver returned to his book, Wizard Chess Fundamentals. He'd already mastered the rules, now he just needed a sparring partner to test his skills. Half an hour passed, and as the last grain of sand fell through the hourglass, most students were still scratching their heads in a final burst of desperate effort. "Harry, let me see yours," Ron whispered urgently. Harry expressionlessly tilted his paper toward him. Ron's face fell, it looked just as bad as his own. A total disaster. Tver clapped his hands twice. All the papers floated neatly through the air, stacking themselves on his desk. "Don't worry about your grades," he said. "I already have a good idea of your current level." Hermione let out a quiet huff of disapproval, but in the silent room, it sounded much louder than she intended. Everyone heard it clearly. Her face turned bright red, and she hurried to lift her head, flustered and ready to explain. "Of course," Tver continued evenly, "I know some of you have studied ahead, and I don't mean that as criticism. To be honest, I prefer students like you, a blank slate gives me the perfect chance to build a solid foundation." He drew his wand and smiled, raising his voice slightly. "So, are you ready?" "We're ready," the students shouted, their voices full of excitement. "Excellent, full of energy." Tver nodded, clearly satisfied. "However, since I know none of you can use magic yet, the combat portion of this class will depend on your progress in charms. Until then, we'll focus mainly on theory." Their enthusiasm dropped instantly, like a roller coaster plunging from its peak. "All right then," Tver went on, "before we begin the actual lessons, you'll need to learn a little trick." He led them to the open space at the back of the classroom, raised his wand, and casually sent 3 streaks of light, red, green, and yellow, flashing against the white wall. "This is it, a simple little trick. It's not a spell, just pure magical light. It won't hurt anyone when it hits them. You can use this technique outdoors as well, to communicate over distances. Red light means danger, green means safety, and yellow indicates something unusual. Of course, yellow isn't very visible during the day, so you can use green instead." The young wizards looked thoroughly bored. They had been hoping to learn some powerful, dazzling spells and maybe even duel with the professor. Tver immediately saw through their thoughts. "Let me remind you, this little trick is important. Every student must master it before we can move on to the next lesson." Only then did they adjust their attitudes and begin practicing seriously, aiming their wands at the white wall. It was simple enough, anyone who paid attention in charms class could quickly manage to produce light. The only challenge was making the light change color at will. But with more practice, within half an hour nearly everyone had mastered it completely. Except for one student. "Mr. Longbottom, you seem rather nervous." Tver softened his tone as much as he could, but it still startled the round-faced boy. His hand shook, and his wand slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, Tver's quick reflexes caught it before it hit the floor. The students who had already finished noticed the commotion and began whispering and snickering about Neville Longbottom. Neville's forehead was slick with sweat. His hands fidgeted helplessly, and he didn't even take the wand that Tver held out to him. "Have you all mastered it already?" Tver shot a sharp look at the group of idle students. "Come now, there's no need to be nervous," he said gently to Neville. "Casting a spell is as natural to us wizards as breathing. I'm sure you've noticed this before, breathing feels effortless, but the moment you focus on it, that natural rhythm disappears." "Professor, I might not be a real wizard," Neville said, his voice trembling, on the verge of tears. Tver chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Through legilimency, he already knew that Neville's memory issues came from having once been struck by a memory charm. He couldn't help but wonder what had brought this boy, once the famed Gryffindor sword's chosen one in another life, to such a fragile state now. "I can assure you, you are a wizard, a powerful one," Tver said as Neville looked up in surprise. "You're just too nervous, focusing too much on the wrong things." He placed the wand firmly back in Neville's hand. "Now, forget everything. Feel your magic as naturally as you breathe, then release it." Tver's voice was calm and entrancing, almost hypnotic, like a whisper of temptation that drew Neville in. Without realizing it, the boy lifted his right hand. A loud bang echoed. A massive burst of red light struck the wall, knocking loose a chunk of plaster and making the nearby students jump in surprise. They immediately crowded around Neville again, but this time, their faces were filled with awe. That was. Neville stared at the wall in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Tver waved his wand, repairing the damage with a flick. "That was plaster," he said lightly. Since Mr. Longbottom damaged the classroom, Gryffindor loses 1 point. He smiled at the stunned students. Pfft. Ron was the first to burst out laughing, and soon the whole class joined in, laughter echoing through the room. Neville laughed the hardest, tears streaming down his cheeks as he doubled over. All right, Tver said, bringing the class back to order. Since everyone has mastered the technique, that's the end of today's lesson. No homework. The only thing I expect is for you to keep practicing this little trick. It'll be very useful for your next class. Chapter 26, the first visitor to the office. After finishing his lessons with the first years, Tver's tasks for the week were essentially done. The second and third year students had initially been disappointed that the first years hadn't been punished by being hung upside down, but their frustration quickly faded when they learned that all the newcomers had done was learn to make light with their wands. This even sparked an odd camaraderie, and they began mocking the first years relentlessly. Gryffindor Common Room. Fred, show Ron what real combat looks like. George said, his face serious. Fred made an okay gesture, then drew his wand in the common room. Stupefy. A red light shot out, hitting George squarely. However, the light dispersed, and George showed no signs of falling. He even looked like he was about to laugh. Fred, Ron said with a frown, clearly frustrated, you said you learned some powerful magic from Professor Folly. Come on, give me a proper beating already. Fred shrugged innocently. That's all the professor taught me. Ron, clearly embarrassed, could only stare helplessly at the prankster twins. Harry, on the other hand, found it hilarious. He was grinning from the side, completely unaware that they were making fun of him. Oh, come on, you've been doing this trick all day, pretending to be hit, then pretending nothing happened, Hermione snapped, slamming her book shut. Didn't the professor give you homework? Get to it. George and Fred exchanged a glance before turning back with broad, delighted grins. Sorry to disappoint you, but we've already finished the professor's essay. We're just waiting to hand it in and get that reward. But the reward is mine, George. You can forget about it. Bullshit. I spent 10 extra minutes on mine. My essay is 10 times better than yours. Humph, mine's an inch longer. Professor Folly will definitely know mine is more detailed. They continued to bicker without a care for their surroundings, drawing exasperated eye rolls from the older students. Professor Folly's reward had become the hottest topic in the castle, with everyone speculating about what it could be. I bet it's private tutoring with the professor, said an older witch, her face glowing with anticipation. Of course, this was just wishful thinking on the part of the witches. The most widely accepted theory was that it was a magical artifact or a unique spell. But whatever it was, the reward was out of their reach. After all, only third-year students had ever been promised such a prize. Hermione shook her head helplessly. She had once dreamed of competing for the reward, thinking she could earn it by finishing her homework. But in the end, it had nothing to do with first years. Glancing at the time, she realized curfew was only an hour away. Quickly gathering her books, she rushed out. Where are you going? Ron asked, looking confused. To practice. The next moment, Hermione's figure and voice disappeared from the common room. What's there to practice? Even if she gets perfect at it, she still can't turn a beam of light into magic, Ron muttered to himself. However, with dueling becoming so popular, finding an empty classroom to practice in on weekends was no easy task. Hermione checked a few classrooms, but they were all already full of students practicing their dueling. Just as she was starting to feel frustrated, a voice suddenly spoke in her ear. What are you looking for? Tver stood in the corridor outside his office, watching the witch who was glancing around curiously. The flickering torchlight cast shadows across his pale face, making it appear somewhat eerie. Hermione, understandably, was startled. Tver quickly caught the backpack she had dropped in her fright. It was surprisingly heavy, nothing like a first year's usual load. It felt more like the bag of a fifth year preparing for OWL exams. Professor, I didn't notice you were here. Hermione glanced nervously down the corridor and realized she had walked right past the offices of both Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. There's no need to panic. Curfew hasn't started yet, Tver said, opening the office door. But it's rare for first years to be wandering around the castle at this hour. Would you like to come in and have a chat? He held her bag like it was a hostage, leaving Hermione no choice but to accept, though she didn't mind. Getting personal guidance from a professor was far better than practicing alone. Hermione reassured herself as she stepped into the office. This was her first time ever entering a professor's private space. Candles flickered to life along the walls as Tver moved, revealing the room's layout. Books. There were far too many of them. 2 large bookshelves stood near the door, and behind the desk, 3 more lined the wall, crammed with books. Even the desk itself was cluttered with stacks of books. Other than that, there were only a few objects draped in black cloth occupying one corner. This only strengthened her belief in her reading plan. If I can get through all these books, I'll definitely become as brilliant as the professor. Have a seat. Tea. Or pumpkin juice? Tver asked gently. He had always served tea to guests, but after trying Hogwarts pumpkin juice, he had decided to add it to his drink collection. Hermione sat down somewhat stiffly and said quietly, "Tea will be fine." In less than a second, the teapot and cup clinked as they hurried over to her, pouring a steaming cup of tea. It was English black tea, with sugar and milk on the side. Seeing that Hermione didn't seem eager to drink, the cup spun anxiously in front of her, almost spilling its contents. Only then did Hermione pick it up. The professor was drinking pumpkin juice. The contrast surprised her. She had assumed someone as distinguished as him would be sipping tea in an elegant manner. But this also made her realize that the professor had only just graduated, and was only 7 years older than her. That thought made her relax entirely. Seeming to notice her surprise, Tver smiled and said, "It wasn't until I came to Hogwarts that I discovered how delicious this drink is. It surprisingly suits my taste. I hope you won't think less of me for it." "Of course not," Hermione said quickly, looking up at him. "On the contrary, I think you seem more approachable now." Tver's smile faltered. Was he really at an age where approachable was the right description? But the brief pause was quickly replaced with another smile. "I'm glad you find me approachable. Now, tell me, what brings you to the castle at this hour?" Hermione found it strange that Tver emphasized approachable but soon dismissed the thought. "Didn't the professor tell us to practice the technique more? I was just looking for a place to work on it." Chapter 27, The Nature of the Soul. Tver looked at Hermione with some surprise. He had merely assigned this task casually, hoping to prevent first-years from slacking off without homework. He hadn't expected anyone to actually follow through, and with such diligence. As he spoke, Tver pulled out an exam paper. "To be honest, I was worried you might focus too much on theory and neglect practice." The first thing Hermione noticed wasn't the paper, but Tver's hand. His pale, sharply defined fingers were beautiful like a work of art. But now, on his slender index finger, sat a dark gold ring set with a black gemstone. It drew her eyes like a black hole. Only when Tver withdrew his hand did Hermione snap back to reality. She sheepishly averted her gaze and focused on the paper. This was the very paper she had completed during her first lesson. Not a single mark of correction marred it, it looked exactly as she had handed it in. "You are the only first year to achieve a perfect score. Even Mr. Malfoy, who came in second, failed to answer some questions covering material beyond the textbook." Facing Tver's approving gaze, Hermione lowered her head shyly. "I've simply read extensively, and your exam wasn't particularly difficult. Mastering the textbook material is sufficient to achieve this level." Recalling the dismal scores of the Chosen One, Harry, Tver laughed heartily. "Best keep that remark to yourself. If those failing students heard it, they'd be furious. Still, there aren't many young witches like you. May I ask, did you memorize the entire book?" Hermione immediately lifted her head with delight. "Yes. Not just the Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, but also the textbooks for Transfiguration Class and Charm. I've memorized them all." "Professor, you've read so many books, you must have memorized quite a few, right?" This was her pride and joy. Coming from a Muggle-born background, she worried she'd fall behind her classmates. After buying her textbooks, she pored over them day and night, committing them to memory. But Tver poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "As you read more books, you'll stop memorizing. Understanding matters more than rote memorization." Memorizing after understanding knowledge was pointless, only wasting his already limited time. Thus, he never considered memorizing meaningless content. Of course, his memory was naturally excellent, but it differed subtly from rote memorization. Only knowledge he urgently needed to grasp would he commit to memory word for word. Seeing Hermione's disappointed expression, Tver offered her some comfort. "Of course, your ability to memorize shows your diligence. As a professor, I always have a soft spot for hard-working students. But it's too crowded here for practical exercises. Instead, let me help you resolve your academic confusion." The girl's face instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No trace of her earlier disappointment remained. Tver inwardly marveled at how girls' moods shifted faster than the four elements. With Tver's permission, Hermione promptly fired off a barrage of questions accumulated during class, not just about defense against the dark arts, but also transfiguration and other subjects. Even a bright student like Hermione was still a first-year who'd only been in school a week, so her questions weren't particularly advanced. Thus, even when she asked about astronomy, Tver could answer with ease, drawing upon his vast knowledge. Time slipped away like this, and soon an hour had passed. Tver took a sip of pumpkin juice, only to find the cup already empty. He realized it was already 10 o'clock. For him, it was merely the beginning of his evening studies, but for the students, it was already curfew time. "Oh, it's already this late. That's all for tonight. Hurry back to the common room. If you run into any other professors or Filch, just say you were receiving tutoring from me. Hermione nodded dejectedly and left Tver's office with a weary sigh. Tonight, she had learned quite a lot, not just textbook knowledge, but many strange perspectives she had never encountered before. For instance, ordinary spells, once mastered, could unleash tremendous power when augmented by profound magical knowledge. This was something she had never come across in her textbooks. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Tver stood frozen in the doorway. What? Trying to use that little witch as your new, what was it? Tool. A detached voice echoed in Tver's mind. But he didn't answer. Instead, he fiddled with the ring on his finger. Tonight, he had been studying dark magic he'd never touched before. The Imperious Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Tver was skilled in many spells, transfiguration, fiendfire curse, shield charm, and all sorts of strange dark magic. But his true mastery lay in the study of souls. This was because the ring on his finger housed a soul that constantly sought to corrupt his own. Hey, don't just slander souls like that. It was only the first 3 years, okay? Voldemort retorted hastily, not missing a beat. Ever since you learned occlumency, you've been studying me instead. In short, his soul research had reached an unparalleled level. Yet, he still hadn't mastered the 3 unforgivable curses. The Imperious Curse controls souls. The Cruciatus Curse torments souls. The Killing Curse destroys souls. The deeper his soul research went, the deeper his fear of these 3 curses grew. If it were merely about casting them, he could have done so effortlessly 5 years ago. Yet throughout history, no one had ever mastered these 3 curses. Wizards had developed countless advanced applications for spells, but these 3 remained merely tools in everyone's hands, nothing more than tools to be used. There's nothing the Killing Curse can't solve. If there is, then too, Voldemort ranted incessantly, I truly don't know what you've encountered to have your mind eroded so severely. Indeed, before Hermione arrived tonight, Tver had been studying the Imperious Curse. To research dark magic, one must guard against the soul being corrupted by evil thoughts, lest one become its slave. Thus, he habitually sought out a tool, a vessel to provide his mind with respite during breaks from his dark studies. But while studying the Imperious Curse, he could tangibly experience a thrill of control, the exhilaration of manipulating a life at his whim. Among the negative effects of dark magic, this thrill was merely a low-level one. Yet for Tver, who already controlled the plot of this world, such a mindset came naturally. Thus, he nearly lost his mental fortitude. But in that very instant, he seemed to grasp the essence of the soul. It was precisely this instant that snapped his consciousness back to his physical form, driving him frantically out of the office to calm his mind. I have seen things you cannot imagine, Voldemort, Tver murmured with a cold smile, watching the torches outside gradually die out as his own figure faded into the darkness. That is the soul's greatest secret. Chapter 28, Hobbies. The weekend weather was splendid, and the students were relaxed, especially during the first weekend after the semester began. The coursework hadn't yet reached its critical or challenging parts. Aside from Tver's paper being oddly difficult, the students were all enjoying themselves leisurely in front of the castle. So when Tver woke up early that morning and saw the students playing outside his window, his mood couldn't help but brighten. Yesterday, he had verified once more that the essence of the soul was indeed not merely consciousness, as the academic world believed, nor was it simply memory. In truth, the soul resembled the filling in a sandwich cookie, the collective sum of all non-physical aspects beyond the physical body. This included a wizard's consciousness, memories, magical power, and even their vital energy and spirit. Tver had long suspected this. While studying souls, he discovered they could influence far too many things to be described by a single aspect. Understanding this, he grasped the true power of the 3 unforgivable curses. He could simply control a person's magic, rendering them unable to channel it. He could also disrupt a wizard's magic, artificially triggering its violent eruption. He could even erase magic entirely, transforming a wizard into a muggle. Of course, this was beyond Tver's current capabilities. Last night's research held its greatest significance in deepening his understanding of the soul. And the medallion had responded once more. Tver drew the medallion from his pocket. After a night of pulsing, it had regained its original radiant, shimmering appearance. The 4 symbolic animals engraved upon it seemed to come alive, their eyes unusually spirited, faintly emitting a warm glow. This was precisely how it had appeared during his transmigration, the true form of the medallion that had guarded him for 5 years. As his power grew, the badge regained its strength, and he could distinctly feel the life force emanating from within. This force steadily eroded the corrosive power of the curse, the 2 forces battling between rebirth and decay. Tver knew the badge's power would eventually be exhausted, and the curse would prevail. But it didn't matter. At least he had bought himself more time. Why did it feel like he was just buying time with coins? Tver slipped the badge back into his pocket, gave it a light pat, and looked up outside. The sunlight seemed brighter now. His spirits lifted considerably, his steps growing lighter as he walked to the great hall with a smile, his joy palpable to the students. What could possibly make you so cheerful? Professor Flitwick was, as always, the first to ask. A faint smile touched Tver's lips as he made a gesture signifying, just a little. A minor advancement in my magic. A minor advancement hardly seems sufficient to bring you such delight, Professor McGonagall remarked enviously. At her level of mastery, further advancement in magic was now a remote possibility, achievable only through years of accumulated practice that might yield a fleeting insight. Indeed, it was no small progress. Tver dared not discuss this openly with Professor McGonagall and quickly changed the subject. What do professors do on weekends? Why haven't I seen any come for breakfast? That depends on the professor, Professor McGonagall mused. Most are busy pursuing their favorite studies. Professor Sprout is likely tending to the herbs in the greenhouse, while Professor Snape prefers concocting potions in his office. Kettleburn is probably taking care of his, well, little darlings. So, Tver, you could use this time to pursue something you enjoy. Something you enjoy, meaning a hobby, right? But Tver didn't even know what his hobby was. Under the shadow of death, he was constantly focused on finding ways to survive. Hobbies felt like an extravagance he couldn't afford. Yet now, at Hogwarts, life here had loosened the tight grip on his nerves. So, find a hobby. Uncertain about what he might enjoy, Tver decided to stay in the Great Hall, quietly observing the young wizards. Little did he know, the young wizards were observing him too. Aya. Did Professor Folly just notice me? A Gryffindor girl stifled her excited voice, failing to notice she'd curled up in a ball of pure excitement. Hard to miss. The professor was definitely looking at me. See, he glanced over again, another girl retorted, shooting her friend a disdainful look. This exchange instantly sparked a childish squabble between the two, each vying for the professor's attention. Hermione rolled her eyes subtly, continuing her meal while flipping through the book in her hands. Good grief, is this even a book for humans? Ron remarked beside her. He finished his breakfast quickly and stayed seated in the Great Hall, planning to challenge his roommate, Seamus Finnegan, to a tense and thrilling game of wizard chess. But before the game could begin, he was startled by the book in Hermione's hands. It was densely packed with text, not a single illustration in sight. Even more terrifying, he couldn't even make out the title. Hermione tapped the book impatiently. Folly Professor recommended this. It covers advanced applications of magic, how to make ordinary spells incredibly powerful. The twins nearby seemed to have their DNA activated by the professor's name, instantly materializing beside Hermione. What did you just say? Folly Professor recommended this. George glanced at the title. The multidimensional effects of magic. Yeah, definitely not something a normal person could grasp. Fred rubbed his chin, recalling how back then, Tver had only used a levitation charm, and their entire class had been knocked flat. I'm more interested in advanced applications of basic magic. Isn't this the spell the professor used against us? George immediately recalled the memory of being dominated by Tver, but the next second, he and Fred exchanged excited glances. Their minds in sync, they saw the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Does it cover applications of the levitation charm? They exclaimed in unison. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind them. This is merely a theoretical research book, an introductory text for advanced spell applications. To truly apply it, you'll need further study. Harry hadn't joined the conversation, so he was the first to recognize the newcomer. Professor Folly. His excited voice drowned out the table's chatter, instantly echoing through the Great Hall. Tver smiled gently at him. I came to watch you play wizard chess. I've taken quite an interest in it lately. I hope I'm not interrupting your discussion. Through observation, Tver had found himself a new hobby, wizard chess. Mastering the game was also essential for clearing the challenge. Since Ron had managed to clear it, wouldn't reaching a stalemate with Ron guarantee a stable path to victory? Chapter 29, Wizard's Chess. Of course, no one refused. They all made room, giving Tver a VIP spot to watch the game. Before long, a circle of curious young wizards gathered around. Ron and Seamus, however, grew nervous as they played, their hands trembling slightly as they moved the pieces. This was their first time playing under the watchful eye of a professor, especially one who rested her chin in her hand, watching them with such keen interest. Why haven't you started? Tver glanced at the pair. Is my presence making you uncomfortable? George slapped Ron's shoulder so hard it sent him reeling sideways. Not at all, Professor. We'd love for you to stay right here, George said, then turned to Ron with a threatening tone. Right, Ron. Tver watched the scene with amusement, realizing his presence had put them on edge. Well then, I can prepare a small gift for you. The winner gets it. Tver placed the badge on the table, positioning it between Ron and Seamus. This was an enhanced version of the shield charm badge. The charm inside could withstand attacks from ordinary wizards for at least 10 minutes and even deflect the killing curse to some extent. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the badge. Though its design was rather crude, Professor Folly had offered it as a gift, and no one was foolish enough to underestimate it. Just by looking at it, they couldn't tell what made it special. Ron and Seamus exchanged a glance after catching sight of the badge, their tension instantly melting away. Their eyes blazed with fighting spirit, as if flames had ignited within them. Even their commands to the pieces carried a palpable tension. Wizard chess was essentially the same as regular chess, but the pieces were mobile. When a player issued a command, the pieces would obey. Of course, if the player was an easy target, the pieces wouldn't obey so readily. That's a trap. Are you so dazed you can't see it? The Queen is mighty. Charge forward, Your Majesty. Your most loyal servant stands ever at your back. Enough. Even my grandmother could win this with us. Teasing aside, the pieces ultimately obeyed commands. Yet Seamus's skill couldn't match Ron's, and 20 minutes later, he suffered a decisive defeat. Under the gaze of the crowd, some excited, some disappointed, Tver presented the badge to Ron. This badge is imbued with a powerful shield charm. It can shield the wearer from many charms, including deadly ones. The room erupted in murmurs, eyes fixated on the badge with newfound intensity. Whether from receiving the badge or the sudden attention, Ron's face flushed bright red, his ears and neck tinged crimson. Show us, Ron. The Weasley twins rushed to his side, eyes glued to the badge in his hand. Just a reminder, the badge holds limited magic. After 2 uses, its power will be depleted, leaving it as ordinary as any other badge. Tver's words poured cold water over the group's excitement, dousing their enthusiasm instantly. So keep it safe. I hope you never need it, but in a pinch, it could save your life. Winking at Ron, Tver strode out of the Great Hall while everyone was still reeling from shock and disappointment. The Gryffindor table had already been crowded by his presence, and once word spread about the badge's effect, even more young wizards gathered around. If he stayed any longer, the idle young wizards would fill the space completely, making it difficult to leave. Exchanging a badge for a quality wizard chess match was, in Tver's eyes, an absolute steal. Seamus's skill level wasn't particularly high, merely adequate, but Ron was different. Solving Professor McGonagall's chess puzzle proved his exceptional skill. Moreover, to secure the reward more reliably, he pulled out all the stops, masterfully combining various tactics. Tver, at least, was thoroughly entertained. In high spirits, he quietly made his way back to the 4th-floor corridor, unchanged from a week prior. Navigating the initial obstacles with practiced ease, Tver arrived effortlessly before the chessboard. Due to the board's peculiar design, he had to replace one of the pieces to command the black side. Naturally choosing the king, Tver issued commands to his pieces with brimming confidence. Pawn, advance to a6. Knight, capture the enemy pawn. Queen, retreat to e7. A clatter of pieces followed. 5 minutes later, as expected, Tver lost. His lips twitched. Speechless, he waved his wand to block the throne toppled by the queen, then smashed it to pieces in a fit of frustration. Defeat had been anticipated, but the speed of it was unexpected. Seamus had held out 20 minutes against Ron. How could he have lasted only 5? It seemed he had underestimated this board after all. While waiting for the pieces to regenerate, Tver studied the board. Undoubtedly, it employed extensive transfiguration techniques, bearing Professor McGonagall's signature meticulous style. Especially during the piece regeneration process, Tver sensed a controlling will. The shattered pieces lay discarded beyond the board's edges, yet the controlling magical source and will resided entirely within it. Simply put, the board seemed alive, directing the movements of the pieces upon it. It resembled ordinary wizard chess, but with far greater precision. Based on his understanding of souls, this represented a fusion of will, memory, and magic. To attribute this to Professor McGonagall seemed implausible to Tver, but if it were Dumbledore, it made perfect sense. Recalling the old man's discussion of willpower during their transfiguration lessons, achieving this level of mastery was hardly beyond his capabilities. In that light, Dumbledore's research into souls might even surpass his own depth. Tver's eyes grew solemn. The closer he came to this headmaster, the more profoundly he sensed the depth of his magical understanding. His own teacher, lacking the conditions for magical research over the years, had fallen behind in certain areas. But Dumbledore was different. Residing at Hogwarts, active within the wizarding world, his accumulation of magical knowledge was virtually unmatched in the present era. This gave Tver a headache. How could he possibly steal the Philosopher's Stone right under the nose of such an elder? What if he finally got the stone only to find himself surrounded by Dumbledore's forces? After much deliberation, he couldn't come up with a solution. Tver decided to let it go for now. Quirrell was already holding the front line, and he seemed even more anxious than Tver himself. Packing his resolve, Tver stepped back onto the board to resume his game of wizard chess. He had to get past this obstacle first. Otherwise, the Philosopher's Stone would remain nothing but a pipe dream. Chapter 30, The Reward. As the curriculum settled into a steady rhythm, Tver actually found things a bit easier. The third-year students were still practicing positioning. Their lessons involved casting spells under Tver's guidance while dodging the occasional hex he threw their way. The second-year students were focused on catching up with the basics they had missed last year, things like spellcasting techniques, mana output, and the application of certain spells. This was the year Tver worried about the most. The students' abilities were all over the place, some couldn't even maintain a steady flow of magic, but he still demanded precision in their spellcasting. Too many students fell into this category, some struggling with every aspect. As a result, Tver had to take care of the weaker students, retracing the first-year material with them. It was almost identical to first-year lessons, aside from a slightly faster pace. So, first-year students were focused on building their foundation, starting with the basics of spellcasting. Of course, no matter the year, a test was always given before class started. These tests no longer covered the entire year's content. Instead, they summarized previous lessons, making them significantly harder. How hard, you ask? The students' feedback made it clear. For the last 2.5 hours of class, Professor Folly is the best teacher in the whole school. But for the first half hour, he's the most dreaded teacher in the whole school. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten the reward he promised the third-year students. After finishing his afternoon class, Tver returned to his office to enjoy a quiet reading session. Knock knock knock. The sound of orderly knocking filled the air. Without looking up, he called out. Come in. The door swung open immediately, and George's raised hand was still hanging in the air as he stared blankly at Tver inside. Tver glanced up and placed his book back on the shelf. What is it? Is there a monster in my office that eats people? Only then did the four outside scramble in. As soon as they entered, the door slammed shut behind them. They didn't mind, though. Instead, they used the opportunity to sneak a glance around the professor's office. Each year, the defense against the dark arts professor's office changed, so every visit gave them a new experience. But when they saw the books piled high around the room, they couldn't help but inwardly gasp. They might not even manage to finish half of these books before graduation. Tver could tell exactly what they were thinking from their expressions. He tapped the 4 papers on the desk, drawing their attention back. Save your curiosity for later. Let's talk about your rewards. The 4 of them immediately brightened up, with George and Fred even high-fiving each other excitedly. But before that, I need to confirm something. Tver's serious expression cooled the mood. The 2 Weasley papers may have different writing styles, but their core content is identical. How do you explain that? The twins exchanged glances. It must be Fred. I started writing first. What does starting first matter? I clearly finished my paper first, and then you secretly took it to read. Just as the 2 were arguing, a tall, handsome figure standing behind them stepped forward. Professor, may I speak on their behalf? Certainly, Mr. Diggory. This was Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff student receiving the award. He glanced at the Weasley twins, who were still glaring at their opponents. The Weasley twins are twins who act in unison. Their thoughts and experiences are virtually identical. You may not know this since you're new, Professor, but their homework assignments for other teachers often show identical content. The Weasley twins immediately shifted into a brotherly, supportive mode, each draping an arm over the other's shoulder in an inseparable display. They nodded enthusiastically in agreement with Cedric's statement. Tver nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed considered this possibility, and there were no signs of deception in their eyes. In that case, this reward belongs to all 4 of you. Yes. Davies cheered, immediately. The usually composed Cedric joined in, excitement taking over as he embraced the twins in a celebratory hug. Only Tver looked on with an amused glint in his eye. The reward is behind the defense against the dark arts classroom. You'll see it when you get there. Go on. The 4 of them nodded eagerly, cheering as they ran toward the door. But midway through their run, Cedric suddenly felt something was off. What kind of reward would be left behind the classroom? Davies, unbothered, tugged Cedric forward. Don't overthink it. If it's a reward, it can't be a stack of exams, right? The idea made the twins shudder. No way. Even if it were exams, they'd give them to us in the office. No need to put them in the classroom. The professor's office is small, but the classroom has more space. Maybe it's something substantial, that's why it's in the classroom. Everyone relaxed a little, but Cedric still had a nagging doubt in the back of his mind. They jogged to the first-floor defense against the dark arts classroom. Being on the ground floor, there were plenty of young wizards coming and going, but this classroom wasn't for practice. Its doors were firmly shut. Davies knocked on the door, puzzled. Did the professor forget to give us? Creak. The door swung open automatically, just like the office door, revealing the darkened classroom inside. We absolutely need to learn this spell, and maybe one to lock the door too, so Mum can't just barge into our room whenever she wants. George declared, cheeks puffed out in indignation. Mrs. Weasley frequently barged into their room, confiscating numerous forbidden items and causing them great losses. Trust me, Mums always find a way into our rooms, Davies lamented, sympathizing. As they entered the classroom, candles along the path automatically lit up, casting a soft glow over the room. Fred was about to comment on how well the professor had set up the classroom, but his words died in his throat when he saw the figure draped in black cloth. The others were equally speechless, mouths hanging open. They'd heard stories from second years about the professor's mannequin, its reputation becoming legendary. But it only appeared during the first lesson of second year, so the third years had never seen it in person. Now, seeing it, a sense of foreboding rose in all their chests. There's a piece of paper with writing on it. Let's check that first. It might not even be him. Cedric pointed to the parchment taped to the black cloth covering the chest. Only then did the others snap out of their stunned silence and cautiously walk over, fearfully expecting the figure to suddenly draw a wand and curse them. This is your reward, a dedicated sparring partner for 1 month. Just say, begin, and you may attempt to fight him. After reading the note, a sinking feeling spread through the four of them. Oh, they had definitely walked straight into a trap. Chapter 31, Another Price. Tver was still unaware of Cedric and the others' plans. After dinner, he once again set off down the path to Hogsmeade. Tonight was the date he and Quirrell had agreed upon. Pulling his hood back over his head, Tver slowly entered the Hog's Head. The place was as filthy and chaotic as ever. Just past dusk, it was already packed with all manner of wizards. Hooded figures were common, but only one stood out as conspicuous as Quirrell. He sat sprawled in the center, radiating an aura of, I am furious. Though motionless, no one dared cross him. The bartender glanced his way several times but never approached. Quirrell wasn't truly angry. Even the Dark Lord had failed, misjudging the situation was only natural. It was just that the Dark Lord had been in a foul mood lately. Despite several incursions, he hadn't found a good solution for dealing with the three-headed dog. If it came down to a direct confrontation, he was confident he could handle the creature. The problem was, one misstep could cause an enormous commotion. This was the 4th floor of the castle, after all. Dumbledore was above, and the professors were below. Upsetting either would be difficult to explain. So even knowing he'd likely face an outrageous demand tonight, he had to sit here obediently, waiting for this bastard to show up. You're early. Did you eat dinner? Tver casually sat across from him, utterly unfazed by Quirrell's fierce glare, which even his hood couldn't conceal. It felt like a conversation between old friends. Quirrell placed his right hand on the table, tapping his fingernails rhythmically against the surface, a deliberate attempt to apply pressure to Tver. I've been anticipating this meeting for quite some time, he declared, enunciating each word with gritted teeth. Tver chuckled lightly and called out to Aberforth approaching from behind him, a butterbeer for the gentleman across from me. Aberforth gave him a deep look before speaking calmly, and for yourself. Recalling last week's butterbeer, Tver hastily shook his head, I'll pass. Quirrell, however, was amused. Tver had just shown off another trick. To sense someone behind him in such a noisy environment, whether through keen observation or sheer magical perception, was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. At least, before being possessed by the Dark Lord, he hadn't been able to do it. But now, with the Dark Lord's aid, Quirrell couldn't care less about such petty tricks. Had Tver known his thoughts, he'd likely have rolled his eyes. You're the one playing tricks. After the brief interlude, once Aberforth had departed, Quirrell pressed on eagerly. Name your price. Tell me the three-headed dog's weakness. No one else would make this deal with you. I thought you'd go ask that big guy. He seems easier to talk to than me. Tver shot back sarcastically, implying that only he would provide a straightforward answer to such a question. Quirrell faltered. Well then, that's perfect, 1 buyer, 1 seller. If your price is reasonable, I don't mind paying you right now. Tver immediately held up one finger and waved it in front of him. No, you can't afford what I'm asking right now. Can't afford it. Quirrell laughed again in exasperation, his loud snorts clearly reaching Tver's ears. His other hand shot up, clutching a black cloth sack. He tossed it casually, and it landed with a dull thud in front of Tver. It looked heavy. 10 times. 10 times last week's price. There's 200 galleons in here, enough to buy your life. Just then, Aberforth arrived carrying a bottle of butterbeer, slamming it down in front of Quirrell. 1 galleon. You're mad, Quirrell's disbelief rang out even through his hood. 1 galleon for a bottle of this. Why not just rob Gringotts? Aberforth snorted disdainfully. Back in early August, some fool tried robbing Gringotts and failed. He still wanted now. Why would he choose to provide a comfortable spot for black market deals here? Quirrell fell silent, his mouth twitching. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Thankfully, his hood hid his awkward expression. Tver, however, found Aberforth's words amusing. Whether he'd recognized Quirrell's identity or simply made the connection by chance was unclear. Watching Aberforth's outstretched palm, Tver pulled a gold galleon from his money pouch and placed it gently inside. Only then did Aberforth depart, satisfied. Now I only have 199 galleons left. Tell me the answer, or you won't be leaving this place today, Quirrell said stiffly. Tver simply pushed the money pouch back. I told you, you can't afford my price right now. Bang. Quirrell slammed his hand down on the table with a loud thud. Wizards throughout the pub paused their activities, casting curious glances in their direction. Black market deals were common at the Hog's Head, but they'd never seen anyone lose their temper like this before. Quirrell ignored the stares, his voice thick with resentment as he demanded, "Then what is your price? Let me see if I truly can't afford it." But Tver had no desire to remain the center of attention. He cast a Muffliato charm over the table, sealing off the surrounding area from outside noise. Once done, he extended a finger once more. This time, instead of waving it, he wrote 2 words in the air, hovering half an inch above the tabletop. Philosopher's Stone. As Tver moved, the words, Philosopher's Stone, appeared on the tabletop, thin as a layer of mist on glass, vanishing before their eyes the next second. But it was enough for Quirrell to see clearly. His right hand moved subtly toward his wand, and after a deep, piercing look at Tver, his entire demeanor shifted to one of calm. Who exactly are you? How do you know that thing exists? He had already made up his mind. No matter what answer Tver gave, he would find a way to eliminate this threat and prevent exposure. Tver caught Quirrell's subtle movement and smiled easily. If you knew of its existence, why couldn't I, you little fool who failed to steal from Gringotts? The Philosopher's Stone's existence wasn't exactly a secret. Those with ulterior motives could detect its faint traces, so many wizards at Hogwarts had guessed its presence. But they all assumed Dumbledore kept it close at hand, which extinguished their desire to seize it. Even the condemned prisoner of Azkaban wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt seizing something Dumbledore guarded so closely. But the question is, how did you know my target? Quirrell's voice grew increasingly calm. Tver spread his hands and shrugged. Through various clues, of course. Then he leaned forward, coming within 5 inches of Quirrell, and whispered, "Wouldn't you agree, Professor Quirrell?" Chapter 32, The Training Dummy. Upon hearing Tver utter his name, Quirrell sprang to his feet, his face darkening. He had believed his disguise was impenetrable, the very foundation of his confidence in remaining at Hogwarts. Now, his name had been called out so bluntly. What if Dumbledore had also seen through him? Quirrell was now in a panic. Truth be told, he no longer wished to deal with the men before him. He desperately wanted to flee, to shout at the Dark Lord, "I quit." Calm yourself. If this man had informed Dumbledore of your affairs, it wouldn't be him coming to see you, Voldemort's voice echoed eerily within Quirrell's mind. But he still holds leverage over us. He could expose our identities at any moment. Voldemort gave a soft snort, mocking someone unseen. Rest assured. His goal is also the Philosopher's Stone. Before he gets it, he won't want complications. On the contrary, he'll protect your identity. Quirrell instantly understood the Dark Lord's meaning and exhaled in relief. So you mean he plans to help us obtain the Philosopher's Stone, only to snatch it from us afterward? Voldemort offered no reply, but Quirrell already knew the answer. He sat back down, his posture relaxed with newfound confidence. There's only one of those things. If I give it to you, what about me? Quirrell asked casually. I can wait until you've used it, Tver replied even more dismissively. They both knew that the moment the Philosopher's Stone was obtained would be the moment they drew their wands against each other. How could it be a matter of, you use it first, then I get it? Was this some kind of clothing exchange? Quirrell understood this logic perfectly well, so he hadn't expected to hear a useful answer. You know my identity, but I don't know yours. That's not fair. Tver snorted derisively, tilting his head up to look at Quirrell. There's no such thing as fairness in the black market. True, but there is room for bargaining. Tver sat up straight, studying the face hidden beneath Quirrell's hood, puzzled by his sudden shrewdness. I can remain ignorant of your identity, Quirrell said smugly, but I need to know your progress and more details about that object. The men before him knew the first guardian of the Philosopher's Stone was a 3-headed dog, meaning he'd already been inside. But needing him to scout the path and retrieve the stone meant he couldn't navigate the rest himself. So Quirrell planned to use Tver's intel to grab the stone early and flee. Even if Dumbledore raged afterward, the Dark Lord would be resurrected by then. What did he have to fear? Tver chuckled softly, recalling the plot. I can offer you one extra piece of information. That thing is hidden within the final mirror, protected by a spell cast by Dumbledore himself. The expression beneath Quirrell's had shifted abruptly. He had long suspected the Philosopher's Stone's protection wouldn't be simple, and had feared Dumbledore might personally cast a spell. He hadn't expected that fear to be confirmed so quickly. What magic did Dumbledore use? Quirrell demanded urgently. He couldn't help but be anxious. While the Dark Lord might not fear Dumbledore in a contest of dark magic, when it came to normal magic, Dumbledore could outclass the Dark Lord by a mile. You'll have to ask Dumbledore himself about that. All I can say is this much: whether we make a deal or not is up to you. Tver wasn't about to spill everything at once. At the very least, he'd wait until he'd cleared the chessboard and Quirrell had drawn enough of Dumbledore's attention for him to slip through the chaos. Quirrell pondered for a moment before grasping the crux. Speak. Tell me the three-headed dog's weakness. It benefits us both, doesn't it? Tver tapped the table lightly, leaving behind a single word before departing. The attention they drew was far too high, easily attracting desperados. Though he feared none, it remained a nuisance, especially while he couldn't risk exposing his identity. Quirrell glanced at the word music above the table and waved his hand, making it vanish. For the same reason, he didn't linger in the pub. By the time Tver returned to the castle, it was already 9 o'clock at night, with curfew starting in less than an hour. For the professor, this was no issue, but for the 4 suspended students, time was of the essence. My oversight, Tver chuckled, suppressing a smile at the scene before him. Cedric and the other 3 had hesitated when first encountering the dummy, unsure whether to engage it. This training dummy appeared cruder than the second-year description suggested, merely basic limbs without facial features. Its bald head clearly didn't look very intelligent. After a moment's hesitation, they resolved not to waste such a valuable practice opportunity. So they boldly charged forward. But they never expected this expressionless dummy to be even more ruthless than a real opponent. Though it used standard spells, its accuracy, casting speed, and overall performance surpassed even Professor Folly. Of course, that was because it was the first lesson, and the professor had let them off easy. But they all shared one common experience: they couldn't win. Fortunately, the dummy was considerate. Even when it knocked them flying, it would carefully cushion their falls to prevent injury, ensuring they could quickly resume the next round. And so it went, over and over. They were sent flying time and again, only to return to stand before the dummy once more. After all, these were the 4 most resourceful third years. After enduring so many beatings, they weren't completely without countermeasures. Soon, they mastered a step-by-step offensive strategy, wave after wave of relentless attacks that forced the dummy into passive defense. But when the dummy started dodging, their plan crumbled. Finally, they exploited the dummy's poor senses, targeting it with transfiguration spells to hinder its movement. The effect was striking: the dummy nearly fell to their magic. The only problem was, the dummy evolved. It unleashed its first shape-shifting spell, one far more potent than theirs, instantly hoisting all 4 of them to the ceiling. Professor, this dummy isn't training us, it's training itself. George shouted indignantly after being lowered. Ahem, how could that be? I promised this was your reward. Caught in his little scheme, Tver felt a bit embarrassed. This dummy was his creation, born from combining a chessboard with his insights into souls. It wasn't just imbued with memories, a sliver of will was embedded within it. And it was precisely this sliver of will that gave the dummy a semblance of consciousness, allowing it to learn continuously during combat. That was why, despite only possessing basic magical memories, it could ultimately wield such a powerful transfiguration spell. Hearing faint rumblings from the group's stomachs, Tver pulled out some sandwiches and a large bottle of pumpkin juice from his bag. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Grab something quick before heading back to the lounge. Fred, munching on a sandwich, couldn't help but tease, Professor's bag really has everything in it. Chapter 33, The Gryffindor Tradition. As compensation, Tver stayed behind in the classroom to answer some magical questions for Cedric and his 3 friends. It was nearly 10 o'clock before they reluctantly left the classroom. Getting hung up for a night to earn private lessons with the professor. Sounds pretty sweet. George exclaimed cheerfully. Double the fun. Davies, who had unlocked a certain attribute, also realized this possibility and instantly beamed with excitement. However, noticing the 3 others' horrified expressions, he quickly clarified, I mean, you get to fight the dummy and learn from the professor at the same time. But that dummy is seriously impressive. I've never heard of an object that can learn on its own, Cedric remarked with admiration. Fred waved his hand dismissively. Professor Folly has plenty of perks. Did you notice his little bag? I bet it's got an undetectable extension charm on it. George nodded, gesturing with his hand to indicate the size of a wallet. We tried casting undetectable extension charm on a small bag last year, but it was too hard. Mum caught us before we succeeded and gave us a proper thrashing. He patted his backside, as if the sting still lingered. But the law forbids using undetectable extension charm on private property. Davy stared at them in shock. Why else do you think we got spanked? So Professor Folly is just as mischievous as us. The twins rubbed their hands together excitedly, as if finding justification for their own pranks. As for the mischievous Professor Folly, he remained in the classroom studying the dummy. Through memory retrieval, Tver saw tonight's student training session. The Weasley twins were the most inventive, yet their spellcasting skills were the weakest. Combined, they still couldn't match Cedric's individual combat prowess. Of course, the twins provided the offensive strategies for all four of them, their greatest asset being their quick thinking. Davies was more well-rounded, sharper-witted than Cedric and more combat-capable than the twins. His skills were fairly balanced, making his progress the most steady and predictable. If he kept improving, he'd become a solid powerhouse, though his natural limits capped his potential. As for Cedric, he was the kind of promising talent Tver truly admired. His foundational knowledge was solid, his spellcasting technique polished, and his character was upright. He'd repeatedly risked himself to save teammates. The only issue was that he was too upright. In Tver's eyes, that wasn't a virtue. The magical world was treacherous and unpredictable, especially the one several years hence. Such people rarely lasted long. Even if Tver saved him 4 years later, there was no guarantee he wouldn't face other dangers. Rubbing his chin, Tver stood pondering in the classroom late into the night. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed through the halls. Quirrell. In such a rush. And making this much noise. Curiosity piqued, Tver cast a disillusionment charm and slowly made his way toward the fourth-floor corridor. The sight that greeted him, however, was somewhat unexpected. Filch and Peeves. As the castle's caretaker, Filch conducted his nightly patrols, focusing particularly on the third floor. Someone had informed him that students would be wandering the third floor at midnight tonight. The castle's students were far from well-behaved, especially those Gryffindor twins. He had to patrol every night to curb their nocturnal escapades. But tonight, those students weren't just wandering, they were making a tremendous racket. Provocation. Blatant provocation. Filch, seething with rage, had tracked them down, only to find those little wizards still running amok in the castle. His aging legs weren't as nimble as the students, but luckily, Peeves' shrieks guided his way. Tell me, where are they now? Filch asked in a low voice, struggling to contain his anger. Say, please, or I won't tell you anything, Peeves said mischievously, flipping through the air. Fine, please tell me where they are now. The notoriously mischievous Peeves wasn't about to be so kind. Cackling, he flew off into the distance. I told you, I won't tell you anything. As Peeves' laughter faded into the distance, the corridor echoed only with Filch's furious curses. You little bastard. Just you wait until I find a way to deal with you. But he could only vent his frustration with curses. Peeves had existed in the castle longer than anyone, even the headmasters, and none had dared to stop him from causing mischief. After searching in vain, Filch continued on with his oil lamp, heading to other parts of the castle, hoping his cat, Mrs. Norris, might lead him to the students. As for the door at the end of the corridor, he'd already tried it, it wouldn't budge. Shortly after Filch departed, the door he deemed impossible suddenly opened, and 4 panicked first-years burst out, scrambling for escape. They were about to keep running when a figure blocked their path. Professor. Professor Tver. Harry's wide eyes held terror, though it was hard to tell whether the 3-headed dog or the professor had caused more panic. Tver stood with his hands behind his back, his expression impassive as he scanned each of them in turn. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. Those named bowed their heads in shame one after another, all ending up silent with their heads down. I am not a Hogwarts graduate and am unfamiliar with the school's traditions, so I have a question for you. Is causing trouble a Gryffindor tradition? Harry wanted to protest, but when he looked up at Tver's calm expression, his mouth opened and closed without sound. He could only whimper regretfully like a scolded puppy. The joy he'd felt earlier about joining the Quidditch team vanished instantly. Tver stepped before Hermione. Clever Miss Granger, might you provide the answer? Her name called, Hermione sniffed sadly, fighting back tears. For the first time, she found herself unable to answer the professor's question. But what Tver said next left them doubting their own ears. Right then, Tver patted Harry's shoulder. It's getting late. Off to bed you go, young ones. Lack of sleep stunts your growth, you know. Hermione looked up immediately, tears now streaming down her face. But Professor, shouldn't we? She choked out. Ah, you're right, Tver pulled out a small handkerchief and handed it to her with a smile. But as I said, I'm not a Hogwarts student. It's perfectly normal not to be familiar with certain rules, isn't it? Seeing Hermione frozen in place, Tver simply pressed the handkerchief into her hand before walking away with his hands behind his back. Remember, this is a one-time thing. Don't expect it again. Hermione stared blankly at the handkerchief in her hand, only snapping back to reality when Harry nudged her twice. Come on, let's go. If Filch catches us, we won't be so lucky. Chapter 34, Classroom Games. The four dared not linger and jogged away from the spot. But the moment they returned to the common room, all except Hermione cheered as if they'd aced the exam. I declare, Professor Folly is my idol. Ron shouted. He tilted his head back toward the ceiling, arms raised high as if he could see Tver's image there. Harry grinned widely. The professor's been my idol for ages. Neville gave a shy smile, muttering, me too. But Hermione was displeased. She pouted, wiped the tears from her face with her handkerchief, and impatiently brushed Ron's hand away. At the end of the day, we shouldn't have been out wandering at night. Remember what the professor said? Gryffindor's legacy is bravery, not trouble. Oh, come on, Ron rubbed his sore arm. If it weren't for tonight, we'd never have seen such a great side of the professor, or that three-headed monster. He couldn't help but laugh at his own words. Hermione clutched the small hand behind her back awkwardly, the handkerchief still tightly held within. Harry chuckled in agreement. But what was up with that three-headed dog? How could the school keep such a dangerous creature in the castle? Didn't you notice? There was a trapdoor beneath that dog. It was clearly guarding something. Hermione frowned. What? Ron scratched his head in confusion. You could even spot a trapdoor in that situation. Hermione turned her head away, her back to them. How should I know? Anyway, I'm not in the mood for your guessing games anymore. Watching Hermione walk away, Harry felt a pang of thoughtfulness. He thought he knew where the parcel Hagrid had taken him to retrieve at the start of term was hidden. Meanwhile, Tver hadn't actually left. After vanishing from Harry's sight, he'd turned back. His earlier appearance had been deliberate. Harry was the greatest variable in his plan. He needed Harry to help Quirrell obtain the Philosopher's Stone, but he couldn't let Harry draw Dumbledore's attention. At least, not until he'd snatched the stone from Quirrell. Dumbledore couldn't appear so soon. Thus, he resolved to project a trustworthy image to Harry tonight, closing the distance between them to better control the boy's actions. Knowing Dumbledore was watching Harry, he had to proceed discreetly. Reaffirming his plan, Tver cast a small detection spell along the fourth-floor corridor. Tonight's events also reminded him, if Quirrell, having obtained some advance clues, managed to seize the Philosopher's Stone and flee Hogwarts early, he would truly be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he must carefully monitor this corridor. Having completed all this, Tver quietly departed. The corridor returned to its silent darkness, indistinguishable from before. The next day, unlike Tver, who was accustomed to staying up all night, Harry and his three friends were yawning nonstop throughout class. But by the afternoon, they had no choice but to force themselves awake. After all, it was defense against the dark arts. Tver arrived at the classroom early, but to his surprise, the students had arrived even earlier. Especially Hermione, sitting in the front row with a small roll still on her desk, suggesting she had eaten lunch right there in the classroom. Harry and Ron were also unusually seated in the front rows, heads down, flipping through textbooks, so engrossed they didn't even notice him enter. Good afternoon, everyone, Tver said, placing the test papers on the desk and addressing the class. Looks like no one's late today, so I'll skip roll call. He smiled slightly, watching Harry and Ron shrink back a little and Hermione hurriedly packing her desk. I imagine you've heard about the tradition from other years, taking the exam before class has become customary for this course. The students immediately wore expressions of resignation. They'd already heard about this from the upperclassmen earlier in the week, along with warnings that the exams were notoriously difficult. That was exactly why they'd shown up so early. Cramming at the last minute. Tver walked to the front of the desks, stopping right in front of Hermione, who tilted her head up to look at him. She seemed to be the only one in the class eagerly awaiting the exam. Don't worry, first years will have a slight variation, he said, pulling out his wand and pointing it toward the back of the classroom. Your test will be a fun little game. A soft red glow flickered, and a crimson orb appeared on the white wall behind him, hovering steadily before the surface. The students turned their heads, curiously watching the orb, expecting some magical spectacle. But 10 seconds passed, and it remained just that, a glowing orb. Tver didn't explain immediately. Instead, he called out, "Stop staring like that. Grab your wands and come to the back." Realizing they wouldn't be taking a written test, the students cheered. With the experience of the first class fresh in their minds, they quickly formed two lines in the open space, their eyes fixed intently on Tver standing before them. I need one student to demonstrate for us. You'll do, Mr. Potter. Tver pointed casually, seemingly without thought, but to Harry, it felt like punishment for last night. Under Hermione's envious gaze, Harry stepped forward from the crowd, allowing Tver to direct him. Right, stand here facing the orb, then raise your wand, Tver instructed after positioning Harry. The orb will continuously shift between 3 colors while moving erratically. What you must do is... He flicked his wand, sending another red beam striking the orb. It rippled, shifting from red to green while displaying a number 1 in its center, the rest remaining unchanged. Hit it with the same color light, and it will change color while scoring a point. You have 2 minutes to engage the orb. The highest scorer will earn 10 points for their house. Harry's hands trembled with nervousness, but the students were buzzing with excitement. As first years, they hadn't yet had the chance to experience combat. For the past 2 weeks, they'd only watched the second and third years show off. Even students who hadn't made it into Professor Folly's class could join in the battle talk. Only they were left staring enviously. Now they could finally get a taste of combat, wishing desperately they were the ones demonstrating. But Harry, under the gaze of the entire class, felt his nerves creeping in. He kept mentally rehearsing the spell to release the light orb. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of everyone, nor did he want to disappoint Professor Folly. Tver restored the light orb to its original state and turned to Harry, who stood tense and silent beside him. Just a reminder, the orb won't just sit there waiting, he said, walking behind Harry and conjuring an hourglass. The moment you emit the light, the timer starts. So, are you ready? Harry gave a barely perceptible nod. Then let's begin. Chapter 35, The Bludger Game. Harry immediately fired a green beam at the light orb, striking it with pinpoint accuracy. His heart leapt with excitement, and a smile finally spread across his face. But the very next second, he understood what the professor's warning meant. After being struck, the orb not only turned red with the number 1 appearing in its center, but it also began moving slowly and erratically. He hastily fired another red beam, but it merely grazed the orb and struck the white wall, leaving a conspicuous mark. At the same time, the orb darted upward, precisely in the direction of his last shot. His heart racing, he instinctively fired another identical beam, which, predictably, missed. Don't rush, Tver's voice chimed in just then. The orb moves slowly. Anticipate its trajectory slightly, give it a head start, and you'll hit it. Harry took a deep breath, watching the orb drift leftward. He fired a red beam ahead of its path, finally grazing its edge. Since the orb was larger than their beams, hitting its edge still counted as a successful strike. Once he mastered the technique, Harry hit 2 out of 3 shots. Occasionally, though, his impatience caused him to fire the wrong color beam. The longer he practiced, the more exhausted he became. Just holding his wand for 2 minutes made his hand ache, let alone continuously releasing magic. Thus, after 2 minutes, he had scored a total of 57 points. Tver was the first to applaud the exhausted Harry, and only then did the students belatedly join in. He knew just how impressive Harry's performance was. Honestly, he hadn't expected many students to last even 2 minutes. This was essentially an endurance test. Students would start feeling fatigued after 1 minute, and 1.5 minutes was about their limit. Unless they pushed beyond their limits, they'd need to pause for 10 seconds to cast a single spell during the final 30 seconds. The subsequent students' performances confirmed his expectations, and were even poorer. Half the students ended up scoring around 35 points, essentially matching their first minute score. Their rest time during the second minute exceeded the time spent casting spells. The remaining students barely surpassed 50 points, those who pushed to their limits but lacked the discipline to attempt exceeding them. The only ones gritting their teeth through it, besides Harry, were Hermione and that little witch. She seemed to be holding her breath, determined to impress Tver. She ended up scoring 52 points, but was completely drained. Tver had to support her back to her seat, feeding her several pieces of chocolate before she recovered. This perfectly captured the students' experience. They started out eager and ready, but when it was their turn, exhaustion made them want to quit. Yet after finishing, they were excited to try again. 2 students, however, behaved strangely. While all the students lay exhausted on their desks, excitedly discussing their performances, Tver approached Ron. "Mr. Weasley, may I see your wand?" Ron froze. Only after Tver repeated himself did he frantically wipe his wand on his robes before handing it over. The moment Tver saw the wand, he knew why Ron had performed so poorly. It was a battered wand, its surface peeling in places to reveal the wood grain beneath, with a tiny bit of the unicorn hair tip exposed. It looked like a war-damaged version straight from Iraq. Even an Auror who frequently used their wand in combat wouldn't let it deteriorate this badly. "As far as I know, Ron, you're only 11, right? How did you come to use such an old wand?" Tver asked, placing the wand back into Ron's hand. Ron awkwardly gripped the wand, his ears flushing crimson. "It's my brother Charlie's wand. He's researching dragons in Romania." Tver mused for a moment. "I must remind you that wands typically undergo a 2-way selection with their owners. Using an unsuitable wand can severely limit your potential. For instance, today you scored only 31 points, but in my estimation, you should have achieved over 40 points based on your true ability. Therefore, I still recommend you find a wand more suited to you. He knew Ron's family situation, so he offered this gentle reminder, but ultimately, it would be up to Ron and his family to decide. After all, he was a teacher, not a babysitter. He then walked over to Neville and placed the 5th chocolate bar gently beside him. Neville was actually the 3rd student to last 2 minutes, but his casting speed was inherently slow, and his reactions weren't quick. More importantly, he was prone to spell failures. Thus, though equally exhausted and drenched in sweat, he ended up with the class's lowest score, 21 points. Tver crouched beside Neville, but the boy, filled with guilt, avoided his gaze. Remember what I told you in our first lesson? Neville gave a slight nod but said nothing. Remember, you are a wizard. Follow your instincts, and you'll unleash power beyond anyone's expectations. Try to forget the charm, forget the movements. Just wave your wand and seek the pure sensation of releasing magic. If you have any questions, come find me anytime, okay? Only then did Neville whisper, "Thank you, Professor. Eat the chocolate." Tver stood up, patted his shoulder, and walked to the front of the classroom. Everyone, hurry up and finish your chocolate. Tver scanned the room. Several students had only taken a bite. I prepared this especially for you. If you don't eat it now, there won't be another chance. The students swallowed their chocolate in one gulp, immediately wincing at the bitterness. Yet a wave of warmth spread through their bodies, instantly banishing their fatigue. Now, the top scorer this time is Harry Potter. Therefore, Gryffindor will receive 10 points as a reward. Only then did the students realize the meaning behind Tver's earlier applause for Harry, the first to perform. Potter had proven to be the strongest. Harry, who'd had the longest break, had already recovered. Grinning widely, he accepted his classmates' applause and cheers. We have 1 hour and 10 minutes left in class, so I have one more small task for you. Tver distributed the exam papers from the lectern. See. The questions cover exactly what we just went over. Much of it was mentioned while you were playing the game. Finish it before class ends. The students immediately let out a chorus of disbelief. They'd thought they'd be spared the test, only to see it appear the moment they'd recovered. However, this exam wasn't particularly difficult. The fun, educational approach had effectively helped them grasp the material, so everyone finished before the bell rang. They even had 10 minutes to spare. Standing below the podium, Tver smiled at the students. Excellent work. I thought you might get so caught up in playing that you'd forget the material. As a reward, I'll give you these 10 minutes for questions, just remember to raise your hands. The classroom erupted in excitement instantly. Professor, do you have a girlfriend? No personal questions, but I can tell you, no. Professor, how strong are you? Hard to measure by any single standard, but more than enough to handle students. Then could you show us the light ball game? Oh, you want to see it? The students shouted in unison, yes. All right then, Tver waved the light ball into existence, making it float above the students' heads. My version is a bit different from yours, but the rules are similar. As he spoke, he fired a green beam at the light ball. In that instant, the ball not only turned red but also leaped to another location. But it was useless. The same colored light still struck it with pinpoint accuracy. The orb kept darting around like this, one moment beside them, the next in a corner, never lingering longer than a second. Yet every time it appeared, it was hit with precision and speed. The counter above kept ticking, but the students couldn't care less anymore. Their mouths gaped in astonishment, the spell's light painting their faces in shifting colors. Their heads darted back and forth between Tver and the orb, their eyes unable to keep up. So they split into 2 groups, one watching the professor's hand as she continuously cast charms, the other keeping an eye on whether the orb was hit. Soon, everyone joined the first group. After all, the orbs were bound to get hit anyway, what was the point of watching that? For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, broken only by the whistling of spells cutting through the air and the soft popping sounds of orbs being struck. 2 minutes later, the bell rang punctually, signaling the end of class. Tver retracted his wand. The number on the orb was now clearly visible. 120. Chapter 36, Professor Rankings. The young wizards were buzzing with excitement. As first years, they rarely had the chance to use magic. Even in the last class, all they did was make lights appear, hardly satisfying. But this lesson was different. Though they were still casting light, hitting the glowing orbs gave them a rush that felt like a real battle. In a sense, it was the closest they'd ever come to combat. In the corridor, Ron said to Harry with a touch of frustration, "Did you hear that? Professor Folly said I could have scored higher." "You did well. It's just your wand holding you back," Harry replied. As the first to go, he'd watched nearly everyone's performance. Even without the friend filter, Ron's results were better than most. "Forget it. My family can't afford another wand." Ron waved his wand awkwardly, nearly poking Hermione as she walked by. Don't wave your wand in the corridor, Hermione scolded, frowning. Do you want to lose points? Ron glared back. Oh, come on. Harry just earned 10 points for the house all by himself. You're not jealous, are you? Jealous. Hermione puffed her cheeks in irritation, arms crossed as she stared at him. Harry's score isn't even half the professor's. Ron's grin widened, smug and satisfied. Then doesn't that just prove how amazing Harry is? He's a first year and already scoring nearly half of what the professor did. Humph. I bet none of you noticed the professor's casting properly. That wasn't ordinary light, it was a series of different spells. Impossible. Even Harry's eyes widened, his voice rising sharply in disbelief. What's impossible about it? I couldn't tell what every spell was, but the professor kept casting without repeating a single one. So that means, Ron stammered, stunned. That means the professor used 120 different spells. Hermione said proudly, lifting her chin. All the way back to the Great Hall, they kept discussing how many spells Professor Folly might know. When George and Fred overheard the talk, the mischievous twins eagerly joined in. With their excitement and the spreading word from other students, it didn't take long before the entire Great Hall was abuzz about Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the new Hogwarts mystery, just how many spells Professor Folly could actually perform. The moment Tver entered the Great Hall, he was surrounded by students. Professor. Is it true you know 120 spells? Asked a blonde boy with slick back hair. Tver paused, realizing word of his classroom display had gotten out. Mr. Malfoy, I've never counted exactly how many spells I know. But if you include some minor ones, it's likely far more than 120. The students gasped, their chatter bursting into noise. Some even claimed he knew more spells than Dumbledore himself. Tver had to raise his voice to speak over them. Let me make one thing clear, knowing many spells doesn't mean you're strong. In real combat, we rarely use more than 10. Mastering those 10 spells is far more valuable than knowing 100. As for Headmaster Dumbledore, I can assure you, he knows far more magic than I do. In terms of magical knowledge, perhaps only the long-lived Nicholas Flamel could compare to Dumbledore. After Tver's explanation, the young wizards finally returned to their seats, though their chatter about the professors didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder. Soon, they'd even drawn up a ranking of the professor's strengths, excluding Dumbledore of course, though the list was entirely subjective. I'll bet Professor Folly is number 1. Ron declared emphatically. Neville nodded in agreement, but Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, disagreed. I admit Professor Folly is formidable, but hasn't he always excelled in combat? When it comes to overall strength, Professor McGonagall is undoubtedly superior to Professor Folly. Penelope, sitting beside him, looked displeased. Of course we're comparing combat prowess, not teaching skills. She gestured toward Professor Flitwick at the staff table. Besides, our charms professor was a dueling champion in his youth. If we're really comparing, he might even outrank both Professor Folly and Professor McGonagall. Though I do think Professor Folly is slightly stronger than Professor McGonagall, she added as an afterthought. Naturally, such talk led nowhere. With no real standard of measurement or solid evidence, neither side could convince the other, unless a genuine duel were to unfold before their eyes. As night fell, an astonishing yet widely anticipated rumor spread among the students: Professor Flitwick was going to duel Professor Folly. After Penelope cautiously confirmed it, Professor Flitwick happily acknowledged the news. Right after dinner, he planned to have a friendly sparring match with Professor Tver. Tver stood beside him, smiling as well. The matter had actually begun earlier, when he'd sat down to discuss classroom matters with Professor Flitwick. You have to understand them, Tver, Professor Flitwick said gently. Students often have misconceptions about magic. Indeed. I've repeated many times in class that mastery matters more than the magic itself, yet they still prefer powerful and flashy spells. He shook his head helplessly. I can relate. Back when I was a student, I was obsessed with learning every kind of spell I could find. The more mysterious and complex, the more it fascinated me, Tver said, returning the reassurance. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up. But your basic spell work is excellent. You don't seem like that kind of student. How did you change your mindset? It happened after I watched the upperclassmen duel. Professor Flitwick immediately understood, but Professor McGonagall looked puzzled. Your upperclassmen still hold duels, she asked. Before Tver could answer, Professor Flitwick explained. Durmstrang has a dueling tradition. Each year, there's an inter-year tournament, followed by a school-wide championship at the end of the term to determine the overall winner. He glanced back at Tver. With your level of skill, you must have won at least 2 or 3 championships, right? Actually, 7-year championships and 4 overall championships. Even Professor McGonagall and the others who hadn't known before finally understood what it meant for Tver to be Durmstrang's most exceptional graduate. From the moment he entered school, he was unmatched among his peers, and from his 4th year onward, he dominated the entire academy. It wasn't just victory, it was utter supremacy. Chapter 37, Duel Preparations. Professor Flitwick couldn't sit still any longer. He had once studied at Durmstrang himself and knew that their students were exceptionally skilled in combat. The fact that Tver had reached such a level there spoke volumes about his dueling prowess. Tver, how about we demonstrate a duel for the young wizards? Just simple spells. Calling it a demonstration was merely an excuse to indulge an old itch. Professor Flitwick could feel the long-dormant desire for dueling, buried under years of teaching, beginning to stir again. Tver's eyes lit up. He had wanted to spar with Professor Flitwick for quite some time, but challenging a colleague so soon after arriving at Hogwarts would have seemed like provocation. Since Professor Flitwick had brought it up himself, there was no issue. Just simple magic. Such a rare opportunity, Tver wasn't satisfied with something so trivial. Professor Flitwick gave a knowing glance toward Professor McGonagall, then grinned. Simple transfiguration will do just fine. Only then did Tver nod in satisfaction. In that case, I have no objections. Professor McGonagall, who had been observing the exchange with approval, took charge of the preparations and set the rules. Let's not delay, then. Tonight at 8 o'clock. Clear out the Great Hall, it'll give us plenty of space. She pointed toward the center of the hall where the house tables stood, though for wizards, clearing the area would be a trivial matter. But keep it measured. Stick to simple spells and transfiguration. The goal is to show the students the precision and finesse of real combat. Professor McGonagall was no rigid traditionalist. In fact, she had graduated top of her class in charms at Hogwarts and earned a promotion within 2 years at the ministry. As a capable witch, she clearly understood how important this duel could be for the students. Of course, nothing that happened at the staff table could escape the sharp eyes and quick instincts of Hogwarts students, and the professors hadn't intended to hide it anyway. Soon enough, a few students came over to ask about it. After confirming the news with those involved and getting approval from the deputy headmistress, Penelope immediately turned and spread the word to her classmates. Following Hogwarts' grand tradition, the news spread from the Great Hall in an instant, echoing through every corridor of the castle. Students who hadn't been dining in the Great Hall were quickly found by their friends and dragged back to witness the excitement. By a little before 7, the Great Hall was already packed with eager students. No one wanted to miss this chance. Yet within 5 minutes, they were all ushered out. The hall still needs to be prepared. Don't get in the way. Professor McGonagall scolded as she shut the Great Hall doors. The young wizards grumbled quietly but didn't dare complain. Professor McGonagall's strictness was well known, not just in Gryffindor, but across all 4 houses. In their eyes, she was even more intimidating than Headmaster Dumbledore. Still, none of them left. Instead, they crowded shoulder to shoulder outside the doors, talking excitedly as they waited. Time slipped by in anticipation. At exactly 8 o'clock, the doors to the Great Hall opened. Students surged forward eagerly, only to stop short as they reached the entrance. Professor McGonagall stood there. Where are the prefects? Quickly, maintain order. First years up front, 7th years in the back, no house divisions, everyone together. Harry and Ron immediately lit up, following close behind Percy as they took in the transformed Great Hall. The tables and chairs had vanished, replaced by a large rectangular platform in the center. Professors Folly and Flitwick stood atop it, wands in hand, smiling down at the gathered students. Form a circle around the platform. First years, to the front. 7th years, you'll have to make do with the back. After Professor Flitwick's instructions, the students quickly arranged themselves in neat rows. Most of them, however, chose to stand on either side, specifically on the right-hand side of each professor, as if by doing so, they could lend strength to the one they supported. The 1st through 3rd years gathered without hesitation behind Professor Folly, joined by a few older students. They had seen his spellcasting before and believed firmly in his strength. Professor Folly can cast a spell every second. He'll overwhelm Professor Flitwick by sheer numbers alone. The remaining students gathered on the opposite side. While some genuinely supported Professor Flitwick, most were venting a different emotion. Frustration. Especially the upper year students, who were fed up with having the timid quarrel as their defense against the dark arts professor, and even more upset that Professor Folly had repeatedly refused their requests to teach their classes. Professor Flitwick has won countless dueling championships. There's no way he'd lose in a little match like this. With the prefects keeping order, the hall's deafening chatter soon quieted into excited whispers, filling the air with a low, expectant hum. Look. Professor Dumbledore's here too. The sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. Harry turned and saw Dumbledore standing behind the staff table along with the other professors, even his least favorite, Professor Snape. Dumbledore raised a hand in greeting. Don't mind us. Tonight's main focus is the 2 professors on stage. Your job is simply to observe. I promise this demonstration will benefit all of you. His voice was gentle but carried clearly through the entire hall. Did you hear that? Even Headmaster Dumbledore says this battle will be enlightening. Ron said excitedly. Even Hermione, a supporter of Professor Folly, couldn't hold back a sigh. The headmaster meant us, Ron. It's a demonstration for our learning. Ron's enthusiasm faltered a little. Can't you just let me have this one? Their exchange was cut short as Professor Flitwick smiled and continued where Dumbledore had left off. Tonight's duel is purely for demonstration purposes, so we'll only be using simple spells and transfiguration. However, even simple spells can produce brilliant results, he added, pausing long enough for the students' disappointment to ease. This demonstration will show you overly confident young wizards that the simple spells you dismiss still hold tremendous power. Without another word, Professor Flitwick turned to face Tver and made a dueling gesture. Let's begin, Professor Folly. Tver raised his wand crisply. The two bowed to each other, then lifted their wands before their chests, poised like drawn arrows. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, serving as commentator to explain their actions. This is the standard dueling stance. Once I count to 3, the duel will officially begin. The students held their breath. Hermione clenched her hands so tightly that her nails bit into her palms, yet she didn't notice the pain. 3, 2. Every student leaned forward, straining to catch every detail. The chatter from before fell away completely, leaving the hall in taut, breathless silence, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos outside. 1. Chapter 38, The Duel. Professor Flitwick, relying on his mastery of charms, was the first to act, casting a disarming charm. As the red light streaked toward him, Tver didn't respond with a shield charm. Instead, he sidestepped to the left, deftly avoiding the 2 consecutive spells that followed. Yes, 2 spells. At the same time, with a subtle flick of his wrist, a red beam shot from Tver's wand straight toward Flitwick. But that wasn't all. Flitwick suddenly felt a faint tremor beneath his feet, as if something were about to burst out of the ground. Fully alert, he lifted his wand, conjuring a compact shield charm in an instant. He instinctively stepped forward, the outstretched hand emerging from the floor grazed his heel, narrowly missing him. It had been a transfiguration spell. In that same instant, his shield charm shattered, the transparent barrier flaring briefly with white light. Watching from the sidelines, Professor McGonagall, serving as commentator, couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent." In just a few seconds, both have already displayed such refined spellcasting technique. Students. Are we watching the same duel? From their perspective, Professor Flitwick had fired a single spell, Professor Folly dodged and counterattacked, and then Professor Flitwick blocked with a shield charm while stepping aside to avoid a transfiguration spell. The only thing that amazed them was the sheer speed of the 2 professors casting. Professor McGonagall's eyes gleamed as she looked out over the students. Professor Flitwick actually cast 2 spells at once, she said. When 2 charms are fired directly in line, the first one obscures the second from view. If Professor Folly had relied on just a shield charm, he wouldn't have blocked the second attack. Even if he had, the impact would have thrown him off balance, costing him the initiative. Professor Folly's counterattack was equally remarkable, 2 spells in rapid succession, and a transfiguration spell as well. By transfiguring only a hand, he minimized magical interference and achieved a perfectly timed surprise strike. Students. That was one red flash, how could it be 2 spells? And that wrist flick, how could it release multiple kinds of magic? Their understanding of magic shattered completely. All this time, they'd been taught that 1 incantation and 1 wand motion produced 1 spell. But now both professors were casting without clear gestures, sometimes almost wordlessly. Flitwick, however, remained utterly focused, his concentration unwavering despite the students' confusion. This had only been an opening exchange, a simple probe. He had thought his little trick might catch Tver off guard, but instead, he found himself the one under pressure. What an extraordinary young man. After several quick exchanges, Flitwick adjusted to the rhythm of combat, the old instincts from his dueling days coming back to life. Soon, spells were flying everywhere, bursts of colored light flashing across the hall, each one intercepted by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. The students quickly realized that their transfiguration professor was also a master in her own right. With a wave of her wand, she transformed the loose magic into fluttering birds that darted precisely through the air, dispersing stray spells with surgical accuracy. Tver noticed the situation but could only sigh inwardly. Professor Flitwick's small stature made him an elusive target, and most spells missed entirely, scattering in every direction. His own low-angled shots often struck the ceiling instead. So, he shifted his focus to transfiguration. Compared to standard spell work, his skill in transfiguration clearly surpassed even the charms professors. The whirling ropes are reinforced with a binding charm, textbook transfiguration combined with spell work, McGonagall narrated enthusiastically. 7th-year advanced transfiguration students, take notes. Use something like this in your NEWTS, and you're guaranteed at least an outstanding in both transfiguration and charms. A beautiful double spell technique, she continued. Few realize that charms can interact with one another. Professor Flitwick's disarming charm was affected by his own levitation charm, giving it an irregular trajectory that made it nearly impossible to predict. And did you see Professor Folly's movement? He was adjusting his own position while cutting off his opponents. Never focus solely on attack or defense, doing so will only put you on the losing end. Under Professor McGonagall's vivid commentary, the young wizards finally began to grasp the subtle complexity hidden within what had seemed like ordinary spells. The problem was, they couldn't perform a single one of them. The third years recalled their combat drills with Professor Folly, their understanding of movement, spellcasting, and defense deepening as they watched. Proudly, they repeated the lessons to students from other years. Though the material had already spread across the school, seeing it demonstrated in such a real and vivid way made everything click into place. Professor, we want to learn that. As the duel went on, even the most fundamental descriptions no longer sufficed to capture the precision and brilliance before them. Spells filled the air, flashing one after another, and Professor McGonagall's commentary grew increasingly complex. Even the top 7th years could barely keep up, their minds spinning as they tried to follow her words. But one thing was obvious, Professor Flitwick was retreating. With their limited knowledge, that was the only way most students could judge who had the upper hand. In truth, the moment Tver began using transfiguration, Flitwick had started to struggle. He had to defend against an unending stream of spells while also guarding against objects suddenly springing to life around him. Like Professor McGonagall, Flitwick's command of transfiguration was far from weak despite his focus on charms. Yet against Tver, he was at a clear disadvantage. His own transfigured objects were being reversed and turned back on him, even used to attack him. This boy's transfiguration skill is extraordinary. A bead of sweat rolled down Flitwick's forehead. He didn't dare wipe it away, letting it fall freely. But in that brief moment, unseen by anyone, the droplet morphed from water into a fine, needle-like shape. It was almost invisible, but its presence could be felt clearly. A sharp sting shot up his calf, and Flitwick's movements faltered for a fraction of a second. At that instant, Tver smiled for the first time. With a swift twist of his wrist, he dispelled 2 incoming spells, while the others, charms shaped like tiny birds, circled agilely around Flitwick. The sting alone wasn't enough to stop him. With his skill, Flitwick could still raise a shield charm to block attacks coming from one direction. But birds attacking from every side were another matter entirely. Though their speed was slower, the sheer number of them made it impossible for him to respond to all at once. Then, in the next second, a golden barrier enveloped his entire body. The birds struck it and bounced harmlessly away, their light scattering into shimmering fragments before the golden shield slowly faded from sight. Both wizards lowered their wands at the same time. You're not playing fair, kid. Professor, you're the one bending the rules. A magnificent duel. Professor McGonagall's face was flushed with excitement, her wand trembling slightly as sparks flickered from its tip. Did you all see that? Students, see what exactly? Phileas's control over his charms has reached a level of pure instinct. Every spell he casts carries subtle variations, she explained with awe. I'd wager you could spend an entire year studying just his disarming charm alone. And Tver's fusion of spell work and transfiguration, the way he reshaped magic itself, was a perfect harmony of both arts. A masterpiece. A 7th-year student hesitantly raised a hand. Professor McGonagall, when do we get to learn that? In your next life. Chapter 39, The Transition. The duel remained the talk of the school for weeks. Beyond the professor's seemingly simple yet astonishingly refined spells, the hottest debate revolved around one question: who had actually won? From what everyone had seen, in the final exchange Professor Flitwick had managed to block Professor Folly's attack without showing any clear signs of defeat before the duel ended. To many, it felt anticlimactic. Supporters from both sides quickly began to argue. No way. Professor Flitwick was clearly being pressed by Professor Folly at the end. How can you not see that? But Professor Folly's powerful offense was completely neutralized. That just proves how amazing Professor Flitwick's magic is. When neither side could convince the other, they decided to ask the professors themselves. Professor Folly insisted it had been an even match, a draw. Professor Flitwick, however, claimed he had lost, admitting that he'd used a spell outside the rules, the Protego Horribilis. That spell had long surpassed the limits of a regular shield charm, combining defensive enchantments like Salvio Hashia and Protego Tot Alum into a complex, high-level magic. The duel's agreed rule had been clear: both sides could only use simple spells that students were capable of learning. Fusion spells like that were rare even among fully qualified wizards. Once that explanation spread, the arguments over who had won finally began to die down. But discussions about the magic itself grew even more intense. Interest in charms and transfiguration surged, and both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall couldn't have been happier. They taught with bright smiles, often throwing in little demonstrations during class just to keep their eager students amazed. Of course, the most anticipated class remained Professor Tver's defense against the dark arts. No lower-year student ever missed his lessons. Even when the chill weather brought colds, students would drag themselves to class coughing and sniffling, only to be promptly sent to the hospital wing, much to Madame Pomfrey's constant irritation. Seeing the students' growing enthusiasm, Tver decided to seize the moment and introduce the light orb game across all 3 years. Naturally, the difficulty was divided by grade level. For first years, it was simple, the light orb drifted slowly through the air. For second years, the orb's speed fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, making it hard to follow. By third year, the challenge peaked, the orb not only changed speed but darted erratically in all directions, sometimes shifting 3 times in a single second. But no matter the difficulty, the moment they tried it, the students were hooked. They couldn't get enough of the game that didn't require hanging anything from the ceiling. All day long, they compared scores, swapped tips, and eavesdropped on the top students' discussions, hoping to pick up a few tricks and climb higher on the leaderboard next time. Yes, Tver had created leaderboards for every year. Each leaderboard ranked all 4 houses together, listing only the essentials: rank, name, house, and highest score. It hung boldly at the back of the classroom, where every student could easily find their name and placement. Those near the top instantly became school celebrities, admired and congratulated by everyone. Those lower down weren't exactly scorned, or if they were, they didn't have time to care. As Professor Folly put it, instead of worrying about your ranking, use that energy to get better. A low score just means you have more room to improve, and even a little progress can raise your score by a lot. Before long, the students were obsessed. Their passion for the light orb game reached a fever pitch. After class, during meals, even in the corridors, whenever they spotted something round, they couldn't resist the urge to grab their wands and take a shot. Hey, what if we practiced with an actual Quidditch ball? Might work even better, Ron said to Harry, who had just returned from Quidditch practice. Harry had secretly joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team during the second week of term, right after flying lessons began. A week later, Professor McGonagall had given him a broomstick, officially starting his Quidditch training. Weary from practice, Harry tucked his broomstick away. Honestly, he thought hiding it was pointless now. Every Gryffindor who looked his way had that "we believe in you, kid" expression. Once everything was stowed, he flopped onto his bed with a sigh. I don't know if that'd help, he said, but would definitely kill you. You've got it easy, Ron said enviously. No one's beaten your 58 points yet. Even that Granger girl's still a few points behind you. Harry grinned, pleased with himself. It was a good thing he was lying down, otherwise, he might have drooled. Well, not exactly, he admitted. It took me a whole month just to gain 1 point. Malfoy from Slytherin went up by 5. Yeah, but he's only at 55 now. Professor Folly said the higher the score, the harder it is to improve. Some people's scores have even dropped. At that moment, a round-faced boy walked in, clutching a notebook like it was a precious treasure. Ron's eyes lit up instantly. Well, look who it is, our most improved first year. No matter how many times he heard that, Neville would always blush, though a shy little smile crept onto his face every time. Please don't say that. I'm only at 35 points, way behind you too. Give it 2 more weeks, and you'll be ahead of me, Ron said, bouncing to his feet. Come on, show me what the professor taught you tonight. Neville hesitated, then carefully handed over the notebook in his arms. Ever since he'd worked up the courage to ask Professor Folly for help 2 weeks ago, the professor had been tutoring him twice a week. That was why Neville had been improving so quickly. Still just stuff about wizard instincts. Ron flipped to the last page with a sigh, then handed it back like always. Every time Neville came back from tutoring, Ron borrowed his notes, only to find the contents incomprehensible. The professor seems really into this topic, Neville said, rubbing his arms a little. He keeps talking about things like the soul and willpower. He shuddered. Honestly, I feel like he's studying me instead of teaching me. Ron flopped onto his bed with a dull thud, idly spinning his wand between his fingers. Well, at least you're interesting enough to study. I don't even qualify. You could ask the professor yourself, Neville suggested. Maybe he'd come up with lessons that suit you. Ron thought about it for a moment before sighing and giving up. Forget it. The professor probably doesn't like students like me, the kind who can't even afford a new wand. Chapter 40, Disassembling Magic. Compared to the lower years, who were happily absorbed in the light orb game, the upperclassmen were far less fortunate. They couldn't take Professor Folly's classes or play the light orb game, and to make matters worse, they'd hoped that after the duel, Quirrell might finally show a hint of responsibility. Instead, he remained as lazy and uninspired as ever. Their frustration with Professor Quirrell had reached its peak. In the Great Hall, Percy was venting loudly to Penelope. Do you know what Professor Quirrell talked about in class today? Penelope humored him, asking, what did he talk about? Trolls. 2 whole hours on trolls. Percy groaned. So detailed, so vivid, I could practically smell the stench. He slumped over, resting his head on the long table with a weary sigh. I've got my OWLS this year, and at this rate, I'm never going to get all 12 certificates. Oh, my dear brother, George said dramatically, striding over, why not ask our esteemed Professor Folly for some help? Percy waved him off irritably. Forget it. Every student in our year's been hoping he'd take over our classes, but so far he hasn't agreed. Fred shook his head, grinning mischievously. No, dear Percy, he might not be teaching your class, but he could still give you some personal guidance. Percy cast a glance toward the staff table, where Professor Folly was conspicuously absent. I've no idea what he's so busy with. He's barely around these days, where would he find time to tutor me? Recently, Tver had been occupied reviewing the duel, studying Neville, and sinking deeper into his wizard chess obsession. Outside of class, he was rarely seen. George's grin widened. Here's a hint, if you head to the first floor defense against the dark arts classroom between 9 and 10 at night, you'll find the professor there. Penelope frowned. Why then? As a reward, Percy said enviously, the professor gives them private lessons around that time. Though I imagine he's busy even then. The twins shook their heads in perfect sync, both looking a little glum. He tutors us while playing wizard chess, said Fred. His chess skills have skyrocketed lately, we can't beat him anymore, George added. We can already tell he's getting bored with us. His teaching's getting lazier by the day. So we need someone who's actually good at chess. To play with the professor. The twins' excitement grew with every word. Together, they threw their arms around Percy's shoulders. This great responsibility falls to you, dear brother. Oh, please. You just want to stand in, Percy said, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. His eyes had regained their spark, the earlier gloom gone. Hold on, Ron's better at chess than I am. Why not ask him? When you can't keep up with the professor anymore, we'll kick you out and bring Ron in, George said matter-of-factly. Brilliant. So that's why you two aren't practicing the light orb game, you just needed a pawn. At 9 o'clock sharp, Tver arrived at the classroom. He had been spending an hour each day practicing wizard chess lately, and his progress had been swift. Now even Cedric, the strongest player in their group of 4, couldn't beat him. Feeling pleased, he went to face Professor McGonagall's board again, and lost, as expected. Even so, the game had become competitive enough that he didn't lose badly, which at least confirmed his current level. If I recall correctly, your name is Percy, right? Tver looked in surprise at the 5th person in the room. Yes, Professor Folly, Percy introduced himself a bit stiffly. I'm Percy Weasley, George and Fred's older brother, and the Gryffindor prefect. His smile was awkward. He had questioned Professor Folly's abilities during the duel, but now he admired him completely. Why bother mentioning the prefect title? George stepped forward with a dismissive look and told Tver that Percy wanted guidance. Tver's eyes lit up. Ron's skill at chess was undoubtedly higher, but the gap between them was too wide, Ron might not learn much that way. By contrast, it made more sense to play Percy first and then bring in Ron. If the professor doesn't like that, we can find another sparring partner, Fred added. Tver set the chessboard on the desk and patted the seat beside him. No need yet. Percy, come over. Let's play a game first. Percy hurried over, delighted, and sat down, still a bit tense. The other 4 clustered around Tver with their notebooks. Their private lessons always went like this, Tver spoke while playing, and they stood by listening, jotting down notes from time to time. The only one who suffered was Cedric, who had to focus on the board while also trying to follow the lesson, and he couldn't take notes. That was why they brought in an outsider, at Cedric's strong urging. With the pieces set, Tver took white as usual. Pawn to A3. The OWLS have theory and practical sections. Percy, what have you prepared? He asked casually after Percy moved. Percy thought a moment. I've memorized all the theory, but I lack practical experience. I'm worried I'll panic during the exam. Tver nodded absently. Typical top student, heavy on memorization. You're doing well. Defense against the dark arts theory is easily overlooked. In fact, many poor results come down to that section. He glanced at Cedric and the others scribbling furiously. That's why you have written tests in class, especially you 2 Weasleys. You focus too much on practice. If you fail the end-of-year theory exam, I'll have you writing exam papers all summer. George and Fred felt a chill and nodded quickly. Tver turned back to Percy. For your practical work, I recommend a special method. Not only Percy, but even Cedric and the others stopped writing, ears pricked and eyes fixed on him. Break the spell down. Tver drew his wand and said, Lumos, but he didn't move the wand until the word was finished, only then did he give it a small flourish and release a clear pulse of magic. The tip brightened slowly. Split a spell into 3 steps, incantation, gesture, and release of magical energy. Study and understand each step in depth. Master it completely before moving on to the next spell. Percy nodded thoughtfully, while Cedric and the others looked baffled. A spell was a spell, you said it and it worked. What was there to study? Tver didn't explain. This wasn't something for third years. In fact, they might not encounter it until 6th year, true synthesis in magic. It was another path to nonverbal casting, harder and stronger than ordinary nonverbal spells. At that level, casting becomes second nature, with no fear of misfires and no trouble wielding the magic you've learned. Chapter 41, Good Night. Tver watched helplessly as his chess game moved toward a dead end. He hadn't expected the student to stay focused while the teacher lost concentration. Of course, it's still difficult for you right now. You can focus on the required spells and mix in some practical combat training. You still have a year left. That's plenty of time to prepare. After offering some reassurance to Percy, whose frown was deepening, they started another round. Then, a sudden thought flashed through Tver's mind. The detection magic he had set up in the 4th floor corridor had been triggered. Since laying it down, this was the first time he had felt any feedback from it. Surely it wasn't another young wizard sneaking out for a night stroll. He didn't let his expression change and kept playing chess with Percy. Cedric and the others, however, were starting to notice just how differently people could be treated. Now that Percy was around, the professor answered their questions absent-mindedly, saying things like, "The answer's in the textbook, make sure you read it," or, "We covered something similar in private lessons, it shouldn't take much effort to think it through." But when speaking to Percy, the professor said, "If you're interested, you'll get the training mannequins in a little over a week. They can only use them for a month anyway." How utilitarian. The group exchanged glances and silently made the same decision. They had to improve their wizard chess skills and earn the title of the professor's favorite assistants. At exactly 9:55, Tver ended the session. After Percy and the others left, he quietly headed up to the 4th floor. Curfew was approaching, and a few students hurried past from time to time. At the 3rd floor staircase, Filch stood with an oil lamp, his cat at his feet. One moment he glared at passing students, the next he glanced down at an old pocket watch, clearly waiting for curfew to arrive. The 4th floor remained off-limits. Even if a student accidentally wandered there, their friends would quickly pull them away. Tver looked toward the door. Someone else had placed a sensing spell on it, but it was rough, hastily done. He easily blocked it and focused on the movement inside. There was music, but no significant magical fluctuation. Unless the wizard inside was standing perfectly still, admiring the 3-headed dog's sleeping form, there was no way he would have gone undetected. Reassured, Tver pushed the door open. Sure enough, the wizard was standing still, watching the 3-headed dog sleep. "You're finally here, Tver." Quirrell turned around with a self-satisfied look. Seeing his disillusionment charm exposed, Tver appeared and regarded Quirrell with a puzzled look, as if seeing him for the first time. "How did you know it was me? Wasn't it obvious?" "A new professor, powerful," Quirrell's face twisted into a snarl, "and you even told your students to attack me. Who else could it be?" Tver stared at him, speechless. He hadn't expected Quirrell to be so petty. "If I said it was really an accident, would you believe me?" Quirrell gritted his teeth, then forced out a crooked smile. "It doesn't matter. Your identity's exposed now. We're on equal footing." That did surprise Tver a bit. The longer he stayed hidden, the better for him. He hadn't expected Quirrell to get clever and lure him here. Still, he suspected this was Voldemort's doing. Fortunately, for now, their goals were the same. "Don't be so hostile. We share the same goal, why can't we be friendly?" Quirrell snorted derisively but refrained from further taunting Tver. He knew both sides needed to cooperate if they were to deceive Dumbledore and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. "In that case, would my dear friend be willing to show me down there?" "With the greatest pleasure." After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Tver led him downstairs with practiced ease, arriving at the chessboard for the 3rd time. "Keep going. Why aren't you moving forward?" Quirrell demanded impatiently. Tver shrugged. "To open the door ahead, you must win this game. This chessboard isn't simple, at least, I haven't managed to pass through yet." Even if he could, Tver wouldn't do it. He still needed Quirrell to distract Dumbledore and secure the Philosopher's Stone. Watching Quirrell pace angrily, he goaded, "Why don't you try this board yourself? See if I'm lying." Quirrell started to protest, but a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Try it." "But Lord Voldemort, I don't know how to play wizard chess." Quirrell's eyes suddenly lit up. "Do you? How about you play this game instead?" "I don't either." Voldemort roared once and fell silent. Quirrell immediately shrank his neck and muttered softly, "You don't know how to play either, yet you want me to go up." Tver assumed Quirrell was hatching some scheme, fearing he might try brute force and draw Dumbledore and the other professors over. Stop thinking about it. Unless you can get hold of Professor McGonagall's chess notation, you'll just have to figure out how to win this game. Quirrell hesitated for a moment, then finally went up to try. He'd only just learned the rules and ended up losing even faster than Tver had. The earlier stages were designed by Professors Sprout and Flitwick. The later ones are Snape's and yours, and of course, Dumbledore's. Quirrell nodded in agreement. He'd known this when Dumbledore summoned him to help set the obstacles. Don't worry, mine are simple. The real challenge is Dumbledore's magic. Got any ideas? No. Tver flatly refused Quirrell and left him behind. Let him deal with this headache on his own. The moment he returned to his office, the ring in his pocket couldn't wait to speak. Is this my true form? Pathetic, Voldemort sneered. Tver pulled the ring out and toyed with it in his hand. By the way, can you two sense each other? Why don't you just remove the shielding spell from the ring and find out? Voldemort urged. So, that means it's possible, then. Tver chuckled softly. I should have never split my soul or bothered with Horcruxes. Feels like my IQ has dropped significantly. Resigned, Voldemort continued, we're more like severed limbs. Unless we're close together or destroyed, only the main body can actively communicate with the Horcruxes. Then have you sensed a soul fragment in a child? What? A child. Voldemort grew frantic. Which child still holds a piece of my soul? That means I could be resurrected. So it seems the soul fragment within Harry is quite well hidden. Maybe his mother's magic is at work. It really is remarkable magic. Hey, hey, hey. Don't just sit there, Tver. Tell me now. Tver retracted the ring, and the chattering voice vanished instantly. Good night. Chapter 42, Pressure Charm. On the afternoon before Halloween, Tver hummed a tune as he walked toward the classroom. Last night, he had successfully defeated Percy at Wizard Chess, and won every game throughout the night. As a reward, the training mannequin session was extended by a month, giving them more time to practice. As usual, he handed out a test paper to the students. The first years had already covered quite a bit of material and were beginning to follow the same pace as the second and third years, reviewing what they'd learned before class. Half an hour later, Tver collected the papers. I heard something in the Great Hall at lunch. You started practicing the levitation charm in morning charms class, correct? The students immediately responded with excitement. This was, after all, their second proper spell, the first being the lighting charm. With a flick of his wand, 40 parchment strips crumpled up and flew to land in front of each student. All right then. First, I need to check how proficient you are with this spell. See the strips before you. If you can levitate a feather, you can levitate a strip. Don't be discouraged, this is essential for the next step. I imagine you all remember that duel from over a month ago. Once you've completely mastered the levitation charm, I'll teach you an advanced application of this magic, something that will make the ordinary extraordinary. This time, instead of disappointment, the students grew even more excited. They remembered that duel vividly, well, not every detail. The exchange had been so fast that even following the general moves was impressive. Still, the most striking moments had been discussed so often that they were etched into everyone's memory: the unexpected transfiguration, the bird-shaped disarming charm, the golden shield charm. Most importantly, those weren't particularly advanced spells. If they could learn the advanced applications the professor mentioned, they might be able to cast them too. Their faces were filled with anticipation, as if they couldn't wait to learn that magic immediately. But within a minute, they encountered their first setback. Aside from a few students, no one managed to make their paper slip float. This won't do, Tver said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. This isn't charms class. We don't have time to practice the levitation charm here. If everyone hasn't mastered it in 10 minutes, I'll just have to postpone this lesson. The young wizards instantly grew anxious. Those who had already succeeded began guiding their classmates, and cries of Wingardium Leviosa rang out across the room as wands were swung with much greater enthusiasm. A flash of red light shot out, and Tver quickly cast a shield charm, wrapping the red glow tightly within it. A dull boom followed as the shield dissolved into white light. Mr. Finnegan, you'd have better results if you relaxed a little, Tver said. He couldn't help but marvel at the boy's explosive talent. Even a misfired spell packed quite a punch. If he focused on studying high-powered magic, he could become a human cannon. Ron, however, wasn't so lucky. His wand wasn't well suited to him, and after spending the morning arguing with Hermione, he couldn't even get the paper strip to twitch. I told you, it's Wingardium Leviosa, not OSA. Why can't you get it right? Hermione huffed, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Ron pursed his lips. I thought you weren't talking to me anymore. Did you think I wanted to talk to you? Hermione shot a glance toward the professor's desk. If it weren't for the professor's lesson, I wouldn't waste my time tutoring you. Well, thanks a lot then. Ron's tone was dismissive, but he understood that if he was the only one slowing the class down and keeping everyone from learning advanced magic, he'd be drowned in glares. Besides, he wanted to learn that spell too. No matter how annoyed he was by Hermione's attitude, he had to swallow his pride and follow along. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron's paper strip floated slowly into the air, and he grinned from ear to ear. Excellent. Now that the last student has mastered the levitation charm, we can move on to the main event of today's lesson. The students held their breath, their eyes fixed on Tver. Tver raised his wand toward Ron's floating strip. Wingardium Leviosa. The paper dropped as though slapped by an invisible hand, slamming flat against the desk and smoothing out in an instant. The once wrinkled strip now lay as neat as a freshly ironed shirt, not a crease in sight. See. Tver lifted the note to hover above their heads. By applying the opposite kind of control, you can turn the levitation charm into a pressure charm. At once, the students recalled a rumor that third-year students had once been pinned to the ground by one of the professor's spells, completely unable to move. So this was that spell. Their faces lit with excitement as they stared at the perfectly flat paper, their eager gazes so intense it looked like they might set it on fire. Everyone, take note, Tver continued. The two spells are essentially the same. The incantation, the wand movement, even the magical output, it's all identical. The only difference lies in applying the opposite force. So think carefully about how you controlled your magic when casting the levitation charm, and then reverse that feeling. The classroom once again filled with the sound of Wingardium Leviosa, though this time, success came far less quickly. Don't rush. If you're unsure how to reverse the force, imagine yourself upside down. Hey, Mr. Longbottom. Imagine it, don't actually flip yourself over. Tver chuckled as he watched the young wizards try all sorts of ridiculous ways to reverse their energy. Ron cleverly switched hands, only to find he couldn't channel any magic at all. Harry, learning from his previous mistake, swung his wand downward, and managed to strike his own left hand hard enough to draw blood. Padma Patil from Ravenclaw took a different approach, flipping her wrist over, and by sheer luck, it actually worked once. Congratulations, Miss Patil, you're the first to succeed, Tver said with a smile. But I don't recommend that method. I'd rather not have Madame Pomfrey complaining about sprained wrists on my account. The class laughed, though several students subtly twisted their wrists to try it anyway. In theory, the pressure charm was simpler than most advanced spell applications, it didn't change the incantation or transform into a new spell. But simple was relative. For first-year wizards, it was one of the most difficult techniques they'd encountered so far. Hermione shot Ron an exasperated look as he twisted his arm around again. The professor said flipping your wrist doesn't work. But Patil did it. You're so brilliant, why don't you show me the right way? Ron had the odd feeling he'd said something like that earlier that morning. A second later, he was sure of it, because Hermione had just proved him wrong again. Her paper strip was pressed flat against the desk, unmoving even in the slightest breeze, though not as perfectly smooth as Tver's. You try getting it completely flat then. Ron muttered, turning his head away stubbornly. Hermione's face flushed red. How could I possibly manage that in one go? Well, you still can't. Ron grumbled under his breath. As soon as class ended, Hermione gathered her books and hurried out of the room, not even hearing Tver's final words. If I get the chance, I'll find you an opponent, so you can experience what real combat feels like. Chapter 43, Halloween Eve. The Great Hall. The holiday banquet was always the most anticipated event at Hogwarts, even on the eerie night of Halloween. To celebrate the occasion, the Great Hall had been lavishly decorated. Professor McGonagall had used transfiguration to extend images of skeletons and ghosts across the walls. Professor Flitwick had released thousands of live bats that now fluttered between the walls and ceiling. Hagrid had grown a batch of enormous pumpkins, hollowed and carved into glowing jack-o'-lanterns. If not for the giant candles flickering inside them, more than a few couples might have tried sneaking in for a pumpkin date. Tver, too, had added his touch. He cast a spell that filled the upper air of the hall with all sorts of strange and whimsical ghosts. Unlike the castle's usual spirits, these looked more like the sheet ghosts from Muggle films, their faces drawn with exaggerated expressions. Rather than frightening, they were downright adorable and funny. These little ghosts contain your rewards. Just like in a light ball game, hit them with a glowing spell, and they'll drop candy. The moment he finished speaking, colorful lights shot from the long tables toward the ceiling. But within seconds, the young wizards realized their mistake. As soon as the little ghost burst apart, candy began to rain down like hailstones, pelting their heads with loud clatters. Students yelped and ducked for cover, holding their school bags over their heads like frightened mice cornered by a cat. Except for Quirrell, the professors at the staff table sat watching with barely restrained amusement, their laughter echoing through the hall. After a while, when every last ghost had been shattered, the candy finally stopped falling. Ha! Dumbledore stood up, laughing heartily. Many thanks to Professor Folly for that delightful little pre-dinner game. And now, let the feast begin. Ron, still bent over to pick up candies, finally noticed that the long tables, once covered in scattered sweets, were now overflowing with an array of sumptuous dishes, just as grand as the opening feast. Harry picked up a few candies but stopped, choosing instead to taste them. These candies are actually soft, kind of like jelly gummies. Ron stuffed his armful of sweets into his bag and patted it with satisfaction. I'm saving these. This might be the only time I ever get a reward from Professor Folly. At that, the students around him froze mid-unwrapping. The older ones, in particular, began frantically grabbing every piece of candy they could find, even arguing over who got what. In their minds, these were candies Professor Folly had made especially for them. I'd actually rather have one of those little ghosts, they were so cute. A Slytherin upperclassman clutched 2 candies tightly, her prize from shattering one of the adorable ghosts. Once the last candy disappeared, the students finally turned their attention to the feast itself. Now that annoying Granger won't just miss the dinner, she won't even get any sweets, Ron said smugly. Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown, frowned in disapproval. Don't say that about Hermione. She's still in the girls' bathroom crying. Ron scratched his head, puzzled. Crying? Why would she cry? Because of you lot, Lavender replied sharply. You've been talking about her behind her back all the time. She's never looked happy in the dorm. But with that mouth of hers, it's hard not to get annoyed. Lavender faltered. She just means well, that's all. She's a bit blunt. You call that? Bang. The massive doors of the Great Hall burst open with a thunderous crash that rattled the ceiling. Quirrell stumbled inside, scarf askew and nearly revealing the back of his head. He sprinted toward Dumbledore, straightened his hat, and stammered in panic, "There's a troll in the dungeons, I thought you should know." He then cast a fleeting glance at Tver before collapsing to the floor with a thud. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and before either could speak, someone else shouted exactly what they were both thinking. Hermione's in the girls' bathroom down in the dungeons. What do we do? Lavender cried, clutching her face in panic, leaving red marks where her nails dug into her skin. Ron and Harry didn't laugh, because they were just as terrified as she was. Professor. We need to find a professor. Harry blurted out suddenly. Professor Folly's powerful, he can handle the troll and save Hermione. Ron agreed immediately. The two pushed their way through the panicked crowd toward the staff table, where Tver was watching Quirrell with narrowed eyes. Gasping for breath, Harry said urgently, Professor Folly. Hermione, she's still in the dungeons. You have to save her. She'll die if you don't. Don't worry, Tver said calmly. Hermione will be fine. He stepped up beside Dumbledore, who was trying to maintain order, and leaned in to whisper, Headmaster, I'd like to take some of the students to the dungeons. I'll use the troll as a teaching opportunity. Dumbledore turned, startled. Dealing with a troll is one thing, but can you guarantee the student's safety? Defense against the dark arts lessons often involved dangerous creatures, but using a troll as part of a class exercise was unprecedented. I won't let a single student come to harm, Tver assured him. Besides, facing an opponent like this is a rare experience, they might never get another chance in all 7 years here. After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore asked, in that case, are you taking the upper year students? Tver gestured toward Quirrell, still sprawled unconscious on the floor. Better not. Aren't the upper years supposed to be under Professor Quirrell's care? Dumbledore gave a helpless smile. Very well. I'll have Percy lead the students below 3rd year to the dungeons. Satisfied, Tver nodded and turned to leave. He still needed to make preparations, at the very least, to make sure the troll would behave. Stepping out of the Great Hall, Tver strode briskly toward the dungeons. They were as dark and cold as ever, just as they had been when he first arrived at Hogwarts. Along the way, he conjured a line of torches, their flames flickering to life and lighting the corridors and staircases, driving away the damp chill that clung to the air. No sooner had he finished than a terrified scream echoed through the halls. The troll had made its entrance. Following the sound, Tver arrived at the girls' bathroom. The door had been completely smashed apart, and the sound of spellcasting carried clearly from inside. Peering in, he saw the massive creature standing in the doorway, gripping an equally enormous wooden club. It loomed nearly 12 feet tall, its skin a dull, stony gray that looked as solid as granite. Its head, however, was absurdly small, like a jelly bean perched on top of a boulder. Its flat, thick, calloused feet seemed weighed down by an invisible force, each step forward slow and heavy. In the corner, Hermione crouched low, both hands gripping her wand tightly as she fired spells at the creature again and again. Whether from fear or exhaustion, her determined little face had turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled steadily down her forehead. Chapter 44, The Troll Professor. Clap, clap, clap. Tver applauded as he stepped into the bathroom. An excellent pressure charm. Hard to believe you only learned it this afternoon. Professor Folly. Hermione's face lit up with relief and joy, but the hand channeling her magic faltered, breaking her concentration. The pressure charm collapsed instantly. Feeling the sudden release beneath its feet, the troll stumbled, confused by the shift in force. Its sluggish mind worked frantically but came up empty, only one thought remained. Tear these two humans apart. The light in Hermione's eyes vanished. Terror froze her in place as she watched the troll raise its massive club high over her head. Professor. Before she could finish, the troll froze mid-swing, the club suspended 10 feet above her, unmoving like a statue. What's the matter? Tver stepped out from behind the troll, though there was now a small bubble floating around his nose. He grimaced. The stench coming from the troll was 100 times worse than the bathroom itself. And nothing, Hermione said quickly, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. How did you know I was here? Your two friends told me. As he spoke, Tver flicked his wand, blowing the troll out of the bathroom while helping Hermione to her feet. Her legs were still trembling, barely able to support her. What kind of friends are those? She muttered softly, pouting. Don't be so harsh. Treat anyone who cares about you as a friend, and you'll have more of them. On his way out, Tver repaired the bathroom, then finally released her hand, guiding her to rejoin her classmates. By now, the corridor was full of students, with several uneasy professors standing nearby. Percy was struggling to maintain order, his voice barely rising above the chatter. Line up by house and year. First years in front, third years in the back, second years. You're in the middle, obviously. Suddenly the crowd quieted, all eyes turning expectantly toward the figure behind him. Percy spun around. Professor. I've brought all 4 houses, first through third years. Tver nodded in approval. Thank you, Percy. Please stay here a little longer. As a reward, you can have a go at the troll at the end. Percy's face lit up. It's an honor to serve you, Professor. Turning back to the students, Tver pointed down the corridor at the troll now restrained and still. As you can see, we have a troll guest tonight. He'll be assisting with our extra lesson. He arranged the troll's massive body into a spread eagle position so that every student could see its anatomy clearly. Now then, who can tell me what a troll is? Hermione's hand shot up immediately, standing out among the third years. Hermione, Tver said, tapping his wand lightly. Before you answer, I'd like to note that Miss Granger here held off this troll for at least 20 minutes using a spell she learned this afternoon. 10 points to Gryffindor. All eyes turned toward her. Hermione's face flushed red, but she mustered her courage and spoke loudly. A troll is a magical creature with immense strength but very low intelligence. Because of that, they're extremely violent and often attack without reason. Correct, Tver said. Trolls are generally divided into 3 types, mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. The one here is a mountain troll. Professor, do all trolls smell this bad? A first year asked timidly. Standing in the front row, they were closest to the troll, and suffering the full force of its odor. Except for river trolls, the other 2 kinds don't smell great, Tver replied. It's not easy to teach a creature like this the importance of bathing. Seeing the students wrinkle their noses, he cast a bubble charm over the troll, sealing in the smell. The class collectively sighed in relief. I'm sure you've noticed the troll's very small head. In the Muggle world, brain size is often used to measure intelligence, and the wizarding world sometimes does the same. However, some magical creatures have small brains but great wisdom. So never underestimate any magical being. Some of them might even be smarter than you. Of course, that rule doesn't quite save the troll. Despite its massive legs and long arms, its tiny head is its fatal weakness. This also illustrates an important biological principle: no creature is perfect. Once you find its weakness, you can defeat even a troll. Now, I'll invite a few of our top students to demonstrate how to handle one. At once, the young wizards erupted into excited shouts, as if yelling louder would make them more qualified. Tver reached into his robes and pulled out a jingling pouch, the first batch of shield charm badges he had commissioned from Dervish and Banjas. Of course, what extra little enchantments they carried was a secret only he knew. Remember the light ball game? Top 10 students from each year, please come forward to collect your badges. Amid the disappointed sighs of their classmates, 30 top students stepped out proudly, each taking a badge from the pouch in turn. This is a protective badge. It will shield you when you're in danger, so pin it near the center of your body, around your waist or abdomen. Mr. Malfoy, I know wearing it on your chest might better suit your handsome face, but please follow instructions. A faint blush spread across Malfoy's pale cheeks as he hurriedly fastened the badge around his midsection. Harry chuckled at the sight. He had planned to pin his badge over his heart too, but after seeing Malfoy's reaction, he quickly abandoned the idea. Good. Now, let's have the 10 first years step forward. Tver lifted the freezing charm from the troll but cast a slowing charm in its place, letting the creature push through the shimmering bubble in sluggish, exaggerated motion. The stench hit immediately, so strong it made the 10 students' eyes water. A troll's odor is one of its attack methods, Tver explained. And notice its long arms, they're also part of its not-so-subtle offense. Some unfortunate wizards have been crushed flat because they underestimated the troll's reach. The students instinctively took a step back, even though the troll was still some distance away. So here's the question, as first years, how would you deal with this troll? All first years may think about it. Hermione raised her hand before anyone else. Use the pressure charm to restrict its movement. Correct, said Tver. That's exactly what Miss Granger did just now. Since trolls have particularly large feet, the pressure charm works on them especially well, simple, and effective. What else? Keep in mind, a troll's weakness lies in its head. Trying to recover some dignity, Malfoy blurted out, blind its eyes. Exactly. Tver snapped his fingers, and the corridor torches flickered in unison. Chapter 45, if not you, then who? Malfoy looked more pleased than if he'd just finished dessert, tilting his head up proudly, only for his smug expression to freeze a moment later. Attention, everyone. Our Mr. Troll is heading your way. If you don't want to be squashed flat, deal with him quickly. Tver stepped aside, allowing the troll to lumber toward the 10 first years in slow motion. Its pace was sluggish, but each heavy footstep sent a tremor through the ground, shaking the students to their cores. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm as he fired the first beam of light. The spell hit the troll squarely on the head but only made it shake its massive skull. Hitting the head won't work, Tver explained. The troll's head may be its weak point, but your spells aren't powerful enough to damage it. Your target should be its eyes. Encouraged by Harry's attempt, the young wizards hastily fired their own spells. But the troll tilted its head slightly, and 3 red beams shot past harmlessly. The creature seemed to realize these tiny humans were aiming for its head. Trolls may be stupid, Tver said, but they're not completely brainless. They won't just stand there and let you attack. It was the first real combat practice for the first years. Until now, they had only fought harmless light orbs that never fought back. Confronted with a hulking creature like this, they were understandably flustered. Still, they were the top 10 of their year. After a few failed attempts, one of their spells finally struck the troll in the eye when it was halfway across the corridor. The burst of light and impact made the troll roar and clutch its face in pain, but before it could recover, Tver froze it again with a flick of his wand. Excellent. Mr. Malfoy successfully hit the troll's eye. 5 points to Slytherin. Following the same model, Tver guided each year group in turn. The second years, with fewer spells to use, worked in coordinated waves under his direction, slowing the troll, targeting its head and eyes, until they finally managed to knock it unconscious just as it reached striking distance. The third years had it far harder. Though they knew more spells, they had to fight much closer to the creature. The stench alone was nearly unbearable. If not for the slowing charm, they would have been overwhelmed in moments. Even so, a few students still triggered their protective enchantments, proving just how powerful the badges were. Many realized that even their wizard parents might not be able to cast a full shield charm that effectively. Their gazes burned with newfound admiration for the badges. Those who had one clutched it tightly, reluctant to let it go, afraid they might damage it. Very good, Tver said. Use the disarming charm to knock away the club, then control it with the levitation and pressure charms to strike the troll's head. Perfect execution. As a side note, this strategy had been suggested by Ron from the sidelines. When the third years finally managed to subdue the troll completely, the lesson was nearly over. Now, Tver announced, let's invite Mr. Percy Weasley of Gryffindor to demonstrate how to handle a troll at full strength. Percy took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. Ready, Percy. Ready. After waking the troll and lifting the slowing charm, Tver stepped back and gave Percy the stage. As he entered combat stance, Percy's eyes sharpened immediately. Using the same impediment jinx, he targeted the troll's ankle joints. The spells hit true, effectively slowing the creature's movements, its knees even buckled, nearly forcing it down. But once freed from the slowing effect, the troll began swinging its arms to block incoming spells, and Percy's attacks grew less effective than those of the previous students. Noticing this, Percy stopped aiming for its head and instead shifted his attacks toward the troll's armpits. The students burst into laughter, thinking he'd lost his composure and was flailing aimlessly. Tver's gaze, however, sharpened with interest. The armpit, in fact, was a common weak spot among humanoid creatures. It contained dense nerves and blood vessels that controlled the upper limbs, along with vital lymphatic tissue. Protected only by thin skin, it wasn't the most lethal target, but it was far more vulnerable than the troll's thick thighs or heavily muscled torso. Very few wizards knew such details, studying them was about as rare as finding a wizard who excelled at arithmetic. To most, it seemed irrelevant to magic. But no matter how Percy had learned it, the fact that he applied it impressed Tver deeply. Hogwarts really did have too many remarkable students. He mentally added Percy's name to his private list before calling an end to the duel, stopping him before he accidentally snapped the troll's arm. That's enough, Mr. Weasley. Any further, and what happens next wouldn't be suitable for the younger students to watch. Percy, though not as observant as Tver, realized that his attacks had already pushed the troll to its limit and promptly lowered his wand. The students, however, couldn't hide their disappointment. They might not have understood the purpose of attacking the armpit, but Percy's fluid, confident movements had a natural grace to them, a fighting style that perfectly matched how students imagined themselves one day. They couldn't hope to emulate Professor Folly's level of mastery, but Percy's technique. That, they could dream of learning. All right, said Tver, thank you, Percy, for giving us the final lesson point of the evening. The impediment jinx is most effective when aimed at joints rather than random body parts. That's how you maximize a spell's potential. You can also think about which other spells could be used to their fullest effect. It's not homework, just something to ponder. Now, tonight's lesson is officially over. Please follow Percy back to your dormitories in an orderly fashion. Professor, what about the troll? One young wizard asked, still reluctant to leave after the excitement. Why, leave it to Professor Quirrell, of course. He's quite fond of things that smell distinctive, isn't he? Tver said with a sly grin and a wink. The students broke into laughter and filed out of the dungeon. Only then did the other professors approach. A brilliant lesson, said Professor McGonagall, clearly impressed. To craft separate exercises for each year group, remarkable. It's hard to believe someone so young has such a breadth of knowledge. She meant it sincerely. At the same age, though she'd been an exceptional student, her practical experience had been far behind. Much of her early teaching had been confined to reciting from textbooks. It had taken her years as a professor to grasp the principle of adapting lessons to her students, something Tver seemed to do naturally. You flatter me, Tver replied with a faint smile, casting a dismissive glance at the troll. Honestly, tonight's material was beyond the syllabus anyway. I'm not sure how much they actually took in. Normally, creatures like trolls weren't introduced until 4th year, but this was an opportunity too good to waste. He hadn't even known where trolls lived, yet Quirrell had somehow managed to find one. Naturally, he wasn't going to let that go unused. And while the lesson's official purpose was to buy Quirrell time, to divert some professor's attention while he snuck past the obstacles, Tver's true intent was to make Quirrell look even more suspicious. A troll loose in the castle on Halloween Eve was already alarming enough. But an unconscious professor who later vanished without a trace. If that didn't make Quirrell the prime suspect, who else could it be? Chapter 46, Quirrell's Game. After leaving the dungeons, Tver didn't bother checking the 4th floor. Instead, he went straight back to his office, assuming the role of a diligent, harmless professor. Now was the time to stay well clear of Quirrell. Then, like a mild-mannered rabbit, he drew out a large sheet of parchment. Everything is permitted. At once, a blot of ink bloomed across it. From its center, black lines began to stretch outward, sketching the layout of every structure within the bounds of Hogwarts Castle. Tver's understanding of the castle wasn't perfect, so the details were a little rough, some lines were too thick, some too thin, others tangled together in uneven clusters. But the imprecision didn't matter. What mattered was that 30 names glowed faintly on the parchment, drifting across the map in real time. The Weasley twins were still in the kitchen, probably begging the house elves for food. Cedric happened to be heading that way, and within seconds, all three met inside the kitchen. One name stood out above all others, glowing gold and impossible to miss: Harry Potter. He was stationary in the common room, Hermione Granger's name appearing right beside his. Tver moved his wand over Harry's name, and the golden light pulsed. A clear voice rang out. I was just 1 second away from hitting the troll before Malfoy did. I saw that. Hermione was trying to set you up, but Malfoy snatched the chance, came Ron's voice. So you two aren't fighting anymore? If she'd stop acting like she knows everything. If he'd stop badmouthing me. Hermione's voice cut in, sharp but not unfriendly. The three bickered for a bit, but their argument soon dissolved into laughter as they chatted about the night's lesson like ordinary friends. Satisfied that both the badges and the map were functioning properly, Tver murmured, "Nothing is true," and the parchment went blank again. It was his own creation, a version of the Marauder's map he called the Map of Precise Locations. Using the badges as a link, he had refined its design based on the sneakoscope's mechanism, allowing him to not only track the wearers but also hear their voices. As for the incantations, all things permitted, and all things illusory, those were his favorite maxims, so he had adopted them as the map's activation and sealing phrases. Now came the crucial part: Quirrell. As long as. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden rapping at the door broke his train of thought. Tver sighed and glanced toward the entrance. It was Quirrell. Even through the door, the stench clinging to him was unmistakable. Whether he'd done it on purpose or not, Quirrell had the uncanny ability to appear precisely when Tver was trying to avoid him. Still, Tver had no choice but to open the door. If he let Quirrell keep knocking, it would only attract unwanted attention. As soon as a small gap opened, Quirrell slipped inside with surprising speed. He quietly closed the door behind him, then strutted over with a self-satisfied air, plopping down in the chair across from Tver. Tver calmly tucked the parchment away, his expression blank as he looked up at Quirrell. The contrast between their faces, one composed, one smug, was stark. "Seems you've had quite a night," Tver said evenly. Quirrell grinned, his leg bouncing uncontrollably. "Of course. I confirmed it, there's only one person watching that corridor." "Guess who?" "Snape." "What?" Quirrell's bouncing leg froze. His eyes widened. "How did you know that?" Tver met his stare with a faint, knowing smile. "Why don't you tell me what you discovered first?" Quirrell hesitated, then began, his tone losing confidence. "After we distracted the students and professors, I slipped up to the 4th floor. I didn't go inside, just opened the door and hid by it to observe. It didn't take long before Snape came rushing in. When he saw the door open, he panicked and ran straight inside." A cruel smirk twisted Quirrell's face. "Heh." The three-headed beast scratched him up pretty bad. He limped out afterward. "So you had me stall everyone tonight just to confirm that? Isn't that enough?" Quirrell shot to his feet, his voice rising. "Now we just have to avoid Snape, and we can take the Philosopher's Stone." Tver shook his head slowly, more weary than surprised. "Don't you ever think? The only person in this school who could be called Dumbledore's right hand, apart from Professor McGonagall, who manages school affairs, is Snape. And you went to all that trouble just to confirm something anyone could have guessed. Kid, I'm disappointed in you." I. Quirrell stammered for ages, unable to form a sentence. Even he had to admit he'd been a fool tonight. Snape had tailed him for a while on his way over, like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Completely pointless. Enough with the stuttering. "What's your next move?" "Why should I tell you?" Quirrell suddenly tried to sound defiant. "Then don't ask for my help next time. I actually work hard preparing lessons for the students, unlike you, playing at being Filch." Quirrell faltered. He knew his strength and intellect were no match for Tver's. On his own, his progress would be far slower. "Wait, I've been investigating Snape's setup. It's potions, definitely potions." "Are you an idiot? Snape's a potions master. Did we really need you to figure that out?" "Ah, fine," Quirrell muttered awkwardly. "Anyway, you'll handle the chessboard, and I'll handle the potions. Once we get past those 2 barriers, we can take the Philosopher's Stone." Tver gave him a sidelong glance, amusement flickering in his eyes as he noted Quirrell's increasingly pale face. "No, only I can take the Philosopher's Stone." "Then I'll leave that to you," Tver said smoothly. "Just remember, the Philosopher's Stone is what matters. Don't waste time on anything else." Quirrell nodded carelessly and slipped out of the office. "He won't last much longer," the ring said impatiently the moment the door closed. "Half his life force has already been drained by his host. He's not much better off than you, maybe worse. If nothing changes, he has a few months left, half a year at most." Tver took the ring in hand, turning it thoughtfully between his fingers. "I remember, absorbing life force can solidify a soul into a semi-physical form. So why is your true self still clinging to Quirrell?" "Ha! Because it's easier to escape that way, obviously." With that, Tver understood. A disembodied soul could only be anchored through a Horcrux, but a semi-physical form was different. He had at least 10 ways to trap Voldemort in that state. So Voldemort knows this whole setup is a trap for him. Of course. Everyone knows, except that idiot Quirrell. They might as well hang a sign on the door saying, "Philosopher's Stone inside." Though, the ring added with a snicker, maybe even that fool is starting to suspect. Tver ignored its rambling and looked down at the mark on his wrist. This was Dumbledore's open scheme, a trap laid in plain sight. But even knowing that, he still had to step into it. "Tell me," he said quietly, "even your true body can't break this curse." The ring went silent for a beat, then gave a low, mirthless laugh. "You forget, curses are evil prophecies. Once they've touched you, there's no escaping them." Chapter 47, next, please. Just as the ring had foretold, after Halloween, Quirrell's face grew paler by the day, and his body occasionally twitched uncontrollably. However, this fit perfectly with Professor Quirrell's usual demeanor, so aside from Tver, who was paying close attention, no one else noticed. Meanwhile, Tver had thrown himself into his busy teaching duties. His classes, combining theory with practice, were especially well suited to Hogwarts. When the students realized that studying theory could also enhance their practical abilities, they began to take textbook knowledge far more seriously. Of course, most of his attention was focused on his own pursuits. Digesting his duel with Professor Flitwick, completed, he had discovered the peculiar charm of white magic and decided to devote more effort to it. His weekly transfiguration research sessions with Dumbledore, highly rewarding, even causing his badge to show unusual reactions. Attendance was mandatory, daily private lessons for Percy and the other four, a way to stay sharp until he found his next opponent. Research on the nature and instincts of wizards through Neville, slow progress, but results were starting to appear and merited continuation. Exploration of the four elements, almost no progress. He had found only 3 related books in the restricted section, 1 unreadable, 2 useless. Research on the unforgivable curses, paused. Wizard chess practice, he had completely surpassed Percy and could now last over half an hour on the board. The map of precise locations, functioning as expected, though it required better alchemy and a more complete map structure to resolve magic flow disruptions. The training dummy had reached its limit, without improvements. Fighting those 5 students marked his upper limit, postponed until further insight. Phantom magic, a ghost-inspired creation that could separate from the body, seemingly with greater potential than the training dummy, now a higher priority. The Philosopher's Stone theft plan, Quirrell had shifted his attention to Snape, slowing progress again, but the wizard chess project was moving well. It was worth nudging Quirrell along so he wouldn't die before finishing his task. If he had to die, at least let him complete the job first. In just over 2 months, Tver had accomplished all this. Though long accustomed to such intense study and research, a faint weariness began to set in. Still, with so many secrets hidden within this castle, he found it difficult to rest. There was plenty of time, and everything was proceeding according to plan, so he decided to take things one step at a time. First, the map of precise locations. Its roughness displeased him. Only a few secret passages he had personally discovered were marked on it. If Harry and the others hid in one, he wouldn't be able to find them. However, creating a detailed version would require exploring every inch of the castle, a time-consuming effort that seemed hardly worth it. The best option would be to obtain the original Marauder's map and merge it with his own, combining their strengths to create the ideal version. Knock knock knock. The sound pulled him from his thoughts. Come in. The door opened on its own, revealing 5 figures jostling in the doorway. It was Percy and his group from the evening's private lesson. Percy stepped in first, chin high and chest out, his prefect badge gleaming. The other 4 followed nervously behind him. Tver poured 5 cups of tea, the only drink left in his office since he had finished the pumpkin juice last night. I believe our private lesson hasn't started yet, he said. What brings you here? George gave Percy a nudge, urging him toward the desk. Percy took a sip of tea before saying, since your wizard chess skills have surpassed mine, we discussed it and decided to find you a stronger opponent. It was mid-November now, and the training dummies were nearing expiration again. They were eager to find the next sparring partner for their professor. Tver folded the parchment in his hand. That won't be necessary. Otherwise, it'll look like I only teach you private lessons because of wizard chess. Cedric and the others exchanged relieved glances. Oh, who are you looking for? It's Ron. Percy hesitated for a moment before replying reluctantly. Perfect. Tver had been wondering how to find a legitimate excuse to play wizard chess with Ron. Now that Ron had practically walked into his plans, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Seeing Tver's clear smile, Percy's determination strengthened. He'd master wizard chess and win the professor's favor without a problem. In that case, bring Ron along when you come tonight. George suddenly grew anxious and stepped forward. Professor, what about the training dummies? Over the past 2 months, they'd learned a lot of practical combat techniques from those training dummies. Even though they'd been forced into it, each session ending with them dangling from the ceiling, it was still valuable training. Their progress was impressive. By Halloween, all 4 of them ranked among the top 10, holding firm spots at the top of the third-year snitch-catching leaderboard. Tver waved his hand. All right, 1 more month. But that's the limit. Keep fighting, and the dummy will fall apart. Besides, in a month, he wouldn't need these students to play chess with him anyway. Joyful smiles instantly appeared on all 5 faces. A month was more than enough, they'd already reached the dummy's limit, and another month wouldn't make much difference. They were satisfied. With their goal achieved, they prepared to leave. But then, Tver called out to the Weasley twins. George and Fred, do you have your badges on you? The twins turned back, puzzled. You mean the Halloween ones? We've been wearing them all along. They spoke as they pulled them from their pockets. Hand them over for now. Don't worry, I just want to make some improvements. I'll give them back later. The twins hesitated. Those badges were incredibly useful, capable of restoring magic and being reused multiple times. But since the professor had made them and promised to return them, they reluctantly handed them over before leaving. Tver examined the 2 badges carefully, considering how to improve them. He didn't have time to explore every detail of the castle, but the Weasley twins did. If he could enchant their badges with a detection spell that automatically mapped the terrain they covered and transmitted the data back to his map, it would solve his problem perfectly. Of course, that was easier said than done. There were plenty of challenges. The biggest was the issue of magical power storage. Each badge could only hold enough mana for a few shield charms. Once drained, it would lose function and require recharging. Adding a continuously active detection spell would mean they'd need to recharge every few hours. Even if the twins didn't mind, the frequent recharging would quickly draw attention from other students. Therefore, he needed to find a way to increase the badge's magical energy capacity. Chapter 48, The Quidditch Match. The arrival of November marked the official start of the new Quidditch season. Today was the first match of the year, Gryffindor vs Slytherin, a game full of excitement and anticipation. It wasn't just a clash between two long-standing rivals, it was also the debut of Hogwarts' youngest seeker in a century. And that seeker was none other than the much-talked-about Harry Potter. No student would dream of missing such a match. By early morning, the Quidditch stands were already crowded with eager students trying to claim the best seats. An hour before the game even began, the stands were filled with laughter and chatter. The weather was clear, but November in Britain had already turned cold. Even the star of the match, Harry, felt no warmth, his hands and feet were freezing. As a player, Harry was allowed to arrive a bit later. He walked alone along the path toward the players' changing rooms, his thoughts a blur. His mind wasn't exactly blank, nor was it clear, it was somewhere in between. He wasn't even sure what he was thinking. "I heard you didn't have breakfast." A hand appeared beside him, holding out a piece of chocolate. It was plain dark chocolate, more bitter than most, yet somehow it brought him more comfort than the sweetest kind. Harry's face brightened instantly as he turned to see Tver smiling at him. "Professor." He suddenly remembered something. It's my first match today, so." Tver pressed the chocolate into his hand. "You still need to eat something. Otherwise, even if you want to perform well, your body won't have the strength to keep up." Watching him obediently take a bite and immediately make a face of exaggerated pain, Tver couldn't help but laugh. It didn't really have to be that bitter, but Madame Pomfrey had once suggested that giving students a literal taste of bitterness helped make lessons stick. "I had a friend who was a seeker, too," Tver said lightly. On his first day, he was so nervous he forgot how to fly. He spent 20 minutes on the ground before he managed to get on his broom. Harry couldn't help but laugh at that. He could picture the ridiculous sight of a seeker fumbling helplessly on the ground. At least he wasn't that bad. "But that match ended in 30 minutes, Tver continued, smiling. "Because my friend caught the snitch in just 10. Now, at only 14, he's already the best seeker at Durmstrang, and probably the best in his entire country." Harry's mouth fell open in awe, bits of chocolate still on his teeth, his eyes full of admiration. So even someone that great had once been nervous too. "All right," Tver said, giving his shoulder a firm pat as they reached the changing room. "Go on. Let everyone see the debut of Hogwarts' future best seeker." Watching the dazed boy disappear through the doorway, Tver turned toward the stands. He hadn't planned on attending the match. Quidditch had never really interested him, not nearly as much as his work on badges. But then he remembered that, according to the story, Quirrell would make his move against Harry today. Worried that Quirrell might deviate from the original plot and harm Harry in another way, Tver had decided to escort him. Honestly, he still couldn't figure out why Quirrell wanted to attack Harry in the first place. If anything happened to Harry now, Dumbledore would definitely become suspicious. Getting caught wouldn't matter, but if Quirrell exposed him, that would be a real problem. The only reasonable explanation he could think of was that the order had come directly from Voldemort himself. Only he could harbor such deep hatred toward Harry. Upon reaching the stands, Professor Flitwick stood on his seat, his small frame waving enthusiastically at Tver. Professor McGonagall was seated nearby, her sharp gaze fixed on the players already on the field. She only turned her attention back when Tver sat down beside her. "What took you so long?" she asked casually. Only here, at her beloved Quidditch pitch, did she shed her usual strict and composed demeanor. "A minor delay," Tver replied. They chatted idly until a sharp whistle pierced the air from the center of the pitch. 14 players from both teams mounted their broomsticks and soared into the sky. At the same time, the game balls shot out one after another. Amid the cheers of young witches and wizards, the match officially began. Tver wasn't particularly familiar with Quidditch. Even though he had a friend at Durmstrang who was an expert, his understanding of the rules was only superficial. Fortunately, he was sitting next to someone who knew the sport better than anyone, Professor McGonagall. Few people knew that she had once been a Gryffindor Quidditch player herself, even serving as team captain during her school days. It was only after a near-fatal accident in her 7th year that she was forced to give up her greatest passion. Her love for the game, however, never faded. If anything, it made her even more intolerant of foul play. "Are they a bunch of trolls? All they do is body slam their opponents." Flint's using his bat to hit players. Referee, send that brute off. Oh, for heaven's sake, that filthy boy just elbowed one of my players. Professor McGonagall fumed, muttering angrily to herself as her fists pounded her thigh in frustration. Yes, she looked absolutely livid. Professor Flitwick, however, was unfazed. Minerva only gets worked up like this when it comes to Quidditch, he explained. Otherwise, she's quite composed. And you, Professor? Tver asked. You don't seem too invested in the game. Flitwick smiled faintly. When your students treat Quidditch as casually as mine do, you learn to stay calm about it too. But before Tver could respond, Professor McGonagall suddenly gasped. What's happening to Potter? Tver and Flitwick immediately turned to look. Harry's broomstick was bucking wildly in midair, twisting and jerking as if it had gone mad, trying to throw him off. Within seconds, Harry was nearly flung off entirely, hanging on by his hands to avoid plummeting. The crowd quickly realized something was wrong, and horrified cries echoed across the pitch. Someone must have tampered with Potter's broom. Professor Flitwick shouted. His voice rose above the noise, drawing everyone's attention to the broom instead of panicking. Impossible, a senior student protested immediately. Broomsticks are extremely complex alchemical artifacts. The protective charms on them are more than I've ever seen. But realizing that Professor Flitwick had been the one to speak, the student quickly backtracked. Of course, Professor, your expertise far exceeds mine. Tver shook his head with an amused smile. His eyes drifted toward Quirrell, who sat at the far back of the stands, muttering under his breath. And just in front of him, Snape was also murmuring incantations. One was casting. The other, countering. If Snape simply turned around, he would immediately notice Quirrell's odd behavior and put an end to it. But it seemed concern had clouded his attention, Harry's peril had made him drop his guard. Then, without warning, flames erupted along the professor's seating area, causing chaos among the staff. In Tver's hands, though, the fire behaved like a well-trained pet. With a flick of his wand, the flames leapt gracefully into the air, dissipating harmlessly into the sky. Once everything was under control, he glanced toward Hermione, who was crouched nearby, and gave her a quick wink, startling the young witch. A sudden wave of thunderous cheering followed. Harry, back on his broom, had caught the golden snitch. Though a bit battered and almost having swallowed the snitch in the process, he had done it. Harry had secured Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin. Chapter 49, two completely different professors. Hagrid's hut. After the match, Harry brought Hermione and Ron along to have afternoon tea with Hagrid. Of course, they just happened to discuss their latest discovery. Professor Folly caught me just now, Hermione said, still visibly shaken. Hagrid handed her a mug of strong tea before asking in confusion, "Caught you doing what?" He caught Hermione casting a spell on Snape, Ron replied matter-of-factly. But why didn't the professor report her? Hermione frowned thoughtfully, cradling her teacup, while Hagrid grew more anxious by the second. Why would you cast a spell on Professor Snape? How could you do something like that to a teacher, he said worriedly, glancing between them. He hadn't even realized Hermione had disappeared for a moment, let alone noticed what had happened up on the staff stand. Harry's broom was going crazy because Snape was cursing it, Ron said, picking up a rock cake. I saw him muttering an incantation. Nonsense. If Professor Folly could spot Hermione casting a spell, he'd have noticed Snape doing it too. Hagrid slammed the teapot down with a thud. Hermione's expression tightened. She clutched her teacup so hard it looked as if she might crush it, her knuckles turning white. What if Professor Folly and Snape are working together, she said hesitantly. Impossible. Harry said at once. Professor Folly's a good man. He and Snape are total opposites, there's no way they'd ever team up. Hermione loosened her grip, her hand brushing against the pocket of her robe where the professor's handkerchief rested. She didn't want to believe he could be involved either. But think about it, she said quietly. We ran into Professor Folly on the 4th floor before, and Snape tried to get past the three-headed dog on Halloween. Wait, how do you know about Fluffy on the 4th floor? Hagrid's voice rose sharply. Fluffy. That's the one I lent Dumbledore. He's guarding. Guarding what? Harry cut in quickly. That's none of your business. Hagrid barked. But Professor Folly and Snape are trying to steal whatever it is. Harry insisted. Impossible. If Folly were in on it, why would he let Hermione interrupt Snape's spell? Ron rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then discreetly set the rock cake back down, it had nearly broken his teeth. Maybe Professor Folly's a good person, Ron said slowly, someone who doesn't want to hurt Harry, but still wants to steal that thing. Hagrid shook his head so hard his beard trembled. Impossible. No decent person would ever try to steal Nicholas Flamel's. Harry's eyes widened. Oh. So that thing belongs to Nicholas Flamel, doesn't it? Hagrid froze, then turned red with fury. He herded the three of them out of the hut and slammed the door shut behind them, deciding to lock himself inside and sulk for the rest of the day. Outside, Hermione still couldn't let go of her doubts about Professor Folly. "No, I have to ask the professor myself," she declared. Ron and Harry quickly stepped in front of her. "Are you mad?" Ron said. "Yeah," Harry added. "What are you going to do, walk up and say, 'Excuse me, Professor, are you planning to steal something from the 4th floor?'" Ron imitated Hermione's questioning tone, which finally made her stop in her tracks. "But if the professor really is trying to steal that thing," Hermione asked softly, "what should we do?" Ron shrugged. "Maybe we could even help him out." Hermione couldn't help but laugh. "Professor Folly's only a suspect," Harry said suddenly. "Ron, you play wizard chess with him every day, don't you? Maybe you could try probing him a bit." Ron immediately shook his head, waving his hands in protest. "Forget it. I finally got the chance to be taught by the professor, I'm not going to ruin it over a suspicion. Besides, try facing him for an hour. His eyes feel like they can see straight through you. I wouldn't dare ask him something like that. George and the others say it's because he's so knowledgeable that he can instantly read what I'm thinking, but something about it just feels strange." He imagined the scene and shuddered, his face full of refusal. Harry hadn't experienced it himself, but when he thought of what it was like to face Snape, he immediately understood, and substituted himself into the image. "Then forget it. Let's look into Nicholas Flamel first. Once we figure out what's hidden there, we can decide what to do next." The other two let out breaths of relief, they didn't want to doubt Professor Folly either. "Wait," Hermione said suddenly. "Are we just assuming Snape's trying to steal something?" Thinking of Snape's constant favoritism toward his own house, Harry snapped, "Compared to Professor Folly, I believe Snape could do anything evil." Meanwhile, Tver had no idea he'd somehow inherited Snape's uncanny ability to take the blame for everything. Even if he did, he'd probably just laugh it off. Because he really was planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Defense against the dark arts classroom. "Professor, am I just terrible at magic?" Neville's voice wavered on the edge of tears. They were practicing stable magical energy output, but after 10 failed attempts, the fragile confidence Neville had built up was beginning to crumble. In an earlier lesson, Tver had helped him learn how to release his magic properly and cast spells successfully. But there was still a problem. When it came to spells that required a continuous flow, like the levitation charm, Neville's magic would suddenly cut off after a short time. It reminded Tver of his map of precise locations, where the connection between the badge and the map would abruptly sever. The similarity piqued his interest. "Don't be discouraged. I can guarantee your magical talent is not inferior to anyone in this castle. Your foundation just isn't solid yet. You need more repetition. Be prepared to put in twice as much practice as others." Neville sniffed and quickly wiped his eyes, holding back the tears that threatened to spill. I don't mind practicing more than others," he said softly. "I just feel like I'm wasting your time." "Not at all," Tver replied calmly. "Teaching students is what a teacher should do. Now, raise your wand again. This time, release your magic more slowly. Even if it means going slower, focus on keeping the flow steady." Neville was deeply moved. The tears he'd just managed to stop began to well up again. He had only one thought: if I could, I'd be the professor's student forever. He quickly wiped his eyes, pressed his lips together, and his round face tightened with determination. "I can't cry anymore. I can't disappoint the professor again." He aimed his wand at the small ball on the floor. Wingardium Leviosa. The ball rose slowly, floating up until it hovered in front of him. "Excellent," Tver said approvingly. "Your control over the spell is already better than most of your classmates. Keep the ball steady in the air, but don't stop channeling your magic." Neville puffed out his cheeks, his wide eyes fixed intently on the ball. When it began to wobble, he focused even harder on maintaining his output. So focused was he that he didn't notice how long this attempt had lasted, longer than any before. It wasn't until his magic was nearly depleted that he finally came back to his senses. Sweat beaded on his forehead from exhaustion, but his eyes shone with joy. "Professor. I finally did it." Tears filled his eyes once more. "No, I promised I wouldn't cry," Neville thought desperately, blinking rapidly to hold them back. Tver's expression turned slightly odd. He clapped his hands once, then asked curiously. "Can you try failing again?" Neville, _ Chapter 50, The Secret of the Forbidden Forest. As December arrived, a heavy snowfall blanketed the world in white. Under the pale winter sun, the ancient castle gleamed with a golden sheen. Early that morning, a few young wizards were already having a snowball fight in front of the castle gates. From the window of his office, Tver immediately spotted the familiar figures of the Weasley twins. The two were using magic to control a snowball, sending it flying in relentless pursuit of each other's heads. This was a new variant of the light ball game. After the students learned to control the light spheres without relying on the Lumos charm, Tver had taught them to use the levitation charm to control one sphere and attack another. Of course, only the third-year students were capable of doing that so far. The other 2 grades were still playing the standard light ball game held every 2 weeks. To accommodate them, Tver had quietly expanded the space behind his classroom so multiple students could play at once. Thwack! George's snowball hit Quirrell squarely on the back of the head as he passed by. It was the second time. Judging by Quirrell's expression, the twins were about to earn themselves another severe punishment. That fool won't last much longer, the ring said gleefully. So what about your plan? My true self still needs him to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. I won't let him die so easily. Life isn't a matter of will. Unlike you, what else could Quirrell possibly do to prolong his? Tver's eye shifted toward the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns, of course. The Forbidden Forest is full of rare treasures. Ugh, that's too vile. If it were me, I'd rather die than touch unicorn blood. Don't act innocent. That doesn't suit you. Heh, then I'll try harder next time, the ring replied obsequiously. Tver didn't believe a single word. As a fragment of Voldemort's soul, the ring was constantly trying to drain his vitality and tempt him deeper into dark magic. All its flattery and friendliness were nothing more than a mask for its malice. Still, the Forbidden Forest did pique his curiosity. That curiosity, however, began with Neville. Ever since discovering that Neville's magic sometimes cut off mid-spell, Tver had been pondering a question. Was magical output like a kite, or like a cannonball? The difference was simple: the former remained tethered by a controllable magical thread, while the latter flew freely once released, no longer under the caster's control. By common understanding, spells such as the levitation charm were kites, since the caster could still manipulate them. Spells like the disarming charm, however, were cannonballs. Had it not been for Neville, Tver would have believed that for the rest of his life, and so would everyone else in the wizarding world. But Neville was different. His magic always carried a thread of connection. In other words, Neville's kite never lost its string, it simply dropped midair. That could only mean the thread controlling the kite was linked to another, hidden line. Coincidentally, Tver had recently made a breakthrough in his research on the soul. Combining the two discoveries, he uncovered another thread buried beneath the flow of magic. Will. Through his studies of Neville, Tver's understanding of magic and the soul had deepened. Every fragment of magical power carried with it a strand of will connecting back to its source. Even a disarming charm contained that will, it's just that no one had ever noticed. That oversight made certain spells appear uncontrollable when, in truth, they never were. Of course, Tver couldn't be sure he was the first to realize this, but regardless, the discovery had significantly enhanced his mastery over magic. Still, probing the source of will drained both his magic and his mind severely. Even so, he had spent the entire previous night in his office, burning through his magic reserves as he meticulously traced the origin of every strand of will within his spells. The wallet enchanted with an extension charm, linked to his physical body. The book protected by wards, connected to the unreachable void. The shield charm badge crafted by dervish and banjas, linked to a small house in Hogsmeade. And finally, the Hogwarts badge he carried, connected deep into the Forbidden Forest. If the caster had died, the link should have led to the void, the realm of the dead. But this badge led to the Forbidden Forest. Did this mean that the badge's creator was not only alive but possibly living well somewhere within the Forbidden Forest? The realization sent a chill down his spine. But after the initial shock faded, another thought crept in: if the badge could delay death, then perhaps its creator could prevent it altogether. His body was still trembling, though now from excitement rather than fear. After thinking it over all night, Tver decided to venture into the Forbidden Forest himself to uncover the truth. It happened to be the weekend, giving him plenty of time to explore whatever secrets lay hidden in its depths. After making a few preparations and restoring his magical reserves, he waited until noon, then slipped away from the students and made his way toward the forest. Though he had been at Hogwarts for 3 months, this was his first time entering the Forbidden Forest. Yet even from the edge, he could sense something strange about it. One word came to mind: massive. From the castle above, the forest had always appeared rather ordinary, large, yes, perhaps twice the size of a normal forest, with distant mountains clearly visible beyond its far edge. But standing at its border, Tver could feel it: the forest extended far deeper than it should have. It was uncanny. How could a forest that size feel so much deeper? That discovery made him even more cautious. As soon as he reached the boundary, he drew his wand. He placed a magical marker at the edge, allowing him to sense how far he traveled. Following a path clearly carved out by hand, Tver began his journey forward. It was likely one of the trails Hagrid had cleared for his rounds through the forest. At first, the Forbidden Forest seemed no different from any other woodland, until the sudden appearance of an acromantula. After dealing with another of the giant spiders, he noticed the trees growing increasingly dense. Only the dim, patchy light filtering through the canopy told him how much time had passed. He pulled out his pocket watch. 6 o'clock in the evening. He'd already been walking for 5 hours. But Tver had prepared himself to spend up to 2 days inside the forest. After a short rest, he pressed on. About an hour later, he noticed a change. The trees had grown so close together that pitching a tent between them would have been impossible, and the undergrowth had thickened until it was almost impossible to see the ground. The atmosphere had turned undeniably strange. Normally, a forest like the one near the edge would have open spaces between the trees. After all, leaves needed sunlight for photosynthesis to grow. Saplings shaded by taller trees couldn't survive, and most plants on the forest floor would wither without light. Even in untouched wilderness, animal trails would carve open patches of ground here and there. But this place was different. The plants grew unnaturally thick, almost suffocatingly so, and animal tracks were nearly non-existent. It gave Tver an eerie impression, as if this forest was endless, stretching far beyond anything he could comprehend. Chapter 51, Helga Hufflepuff. This discovery didn't make Tver back down. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted into a broad grin. It was the first time he had smiled so brightly since coming to Hogwarts. He had uncovered the secret of the Forbidden Forest, an undetectable extension charm. Someone had cast an extraordinary undetectable extension charm on the Forbidden Forest itself. Normally, this spell was only used in relatively enclosed spaces, since only such places could be expanded. Yet the one who cast it had somehow forced this vast forest to stretch far beyond its natural limits. That was why, though it looked like an ordinary forest to the naked eye, it felt so deep and boundless. The magnitude of that power only deepened Tver's curiosity. He took out his badge, sensing the wool guiding it, which also helped him adjust his direction. The path ahead was strange. Patches of dense growth and barren sand existed side by side. In one spot, the ground was as dry as a desert, while right next to it, vibrant flowers and grass flourished. It was as if the creator had been experimenting with creation, scattering seeds here and there, then wiping away what displeased them. Compared to the area he had just passed through, this place was livelier and more peaceful. Small animals occasionally darted between the trees, and a rabbit stared blankly at Tver as if it had never seen a human before. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the hum of insects, creating a tranquil harmony that made Tver relax completely. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward him, striking the ground just ahead. The feathers at its tail still trembled, proof of the force behind it. Canceling the shield charm in his hands, Tver turned toward the sound of chaotic footsteps approaching. Before long, 2 figures emerged, half human, half horse. Their upper bodies were bare, each with a quiver slung across the back and a bow in hand. Centaurs. It seemed the rumors of their migration into the Forbidden Forest were true. The one on the left had black fur and a thick beard, his appearance fierce and proud, his temper likely the same. He glared furiously at Tver. The one on the right was far more striking, handsome, with unusually blue eyes and shining platinum hair. Even his lower half, silver-bodied with a silver tail, radiated an uncommon beauty. Standing side by side, their contrast was striking. Tver was the first to speak. "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" The handsome centaur stepped forward. "Human wizard, this is centaur territory. Leave immediately." The darker one snapped impatiently, "Leave now, or my arrows won't." Tver frowned at him, cutting him off. "I don't know what you call centaur territory. I only know this is part of Hogwarts. As a professor, I have the right to walk within the Forbidden Forest." From that arrow alone, he could tell the centaurs were far from weak. The shot carried traces of magic. These two might even be stronger than many adult wizards. The handsome centaur glanced at his companion in surprise, realizing this professor was not to be underestimated. "Very well, Professor. My name is Firenze, and this is Bane. We meant no offense, but the centaurs and Hogwarts have an agreement. Without permission, wizards may not enter our settlement." Firenze spoke politely but firmly to Tver. "I'm Tver Folly, just passing through. I've no interest in where you centaur live." Tver didn't want conflict with the centaurs either, it simply didn't fit his current persona. "No," Bane suddenly declared, "I've seen too many of you wizards pretending to pass through while secretly spying on us. Seen too many. Besides wizards with nowhere else to go, who would actually want to live in the Forbidden Forest? I'm curious, how many wizards have you seen?" Bane stammered, his face flushing beneath his beard. So it was just bluffing, Tver thought with amusement. "Since you know of Hogwarts, you surely wouldn't want conflict with us. Besides, I truly am just passing through." Bane was speechless, but Firenze stepped forward first, approaching Tver slowly. "Professor Folly, I need to know your purpose for entering the Forbidden Forest. To my knowledge, aside from Professor Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn, no other professors would enter the Forbidden Forest casually, especially deep into its interior." He maintained a gentle, friendly demeanor, but his gaze sharpened. Yet Tver suddenly realized something. The centaurs lived in the Forbidden Forest, perhaps they had long sensed its unusual state. Thus, he decided to probe their stance. I entered out of curiosity. I wanted to investigate who possessed such profound magical power to cast such intricate spells upon the Forbidden Forest. As expected, Bane's expression abruptly shifted. Shock, fear, anger, a whirlwind of complex emotions flashed across his face. Firenze, who had been smiling moments before, now frowned deeply. Professor, since you can discern the Forbidden Forest's profound magic, why not simply leave? It would be best not to provoke that one. That one. A faint, eerie light flickered in Tver's eyes, but his legilimens failed. Firenze flew into a rage, his hand already on his bowstring, poised to attack Tver. Behind him, Bane witnessed the scene. Shocked, yet his hands never paused, completing his attack preparations in an instant. Ah! Unexpectedly tripped up by centaurs, Tver waved his wand in resignation. Imperio. Both centaurs froze in place, their eyes blank and vacant. He knew that after wizards mastered occlumency, it became difficult to cast legilimens upon them. It was like a spear against a shield, except the battlefield was on the defensive side. Thus, occlumency of the same level was superior to legilimens. But for someone of Tver's caliber to be blocked by two centaurs? Honestly, it was quite unexpected. Have you trained in occlumency? Tver asked bluntly. The two under the Imperius curse were somewhat dazed, yet they shook their heads in unison. We don't even know what occlumency is. How could we have trained in it? Tver felt his mind was racing. Could even centaurs who'd never heard of occlumency now resist his legilimens? Then who was that person you mentioned earlier? Firenze's expression twisted, as if struggling against the Imperius curse's grip, yet his mouth opened involuntarily. Helga Hufflepuff. Chapter 52, The Tale of the Centaurs. After uttering that name, Firenze's expression twisted into a hideous grimace, yet his eyes began to gradually regain their clarity. Tver hurriedly interjected, no need to say more. He deepened his control, forcing the centaur to calm down. Let's share a small detail about the Imperius curse. The strength of the curse depends on the relative power of the caster and the one being controlled, just as Dumbledore could easily command Harry, but the reverse would be impossible. However, there is one exception: the curse cannot directly contradict the victim's strongest will. If it does, powerful emotional resistance may disrupt and shatter the control. Yet this only applies when both sides are close in power. Someone like Harry could never possibly resist Dumbledore's Imperius curse. That was why Tver found it so strange. How could a single name give Firenze enough power to nearly break free from his curse? Helga Hufflepuff. Anyone familiar with Hogwarts knew that name. Even if one didn't recognize the first name, the surname alone resounded throughout the wizarding world. Hogwarts' 4 houses were named after its 4 founders. Hufflepuff House corresponded to this very Helga Hufflepuff. As one of the founders, Lady Helga was known for her humility. Her most famous contribution was her culinary magic. The Hogwarts kitchens were a creation. Yet few people knew that she was also a master of herbology. Her culinary magic was likely just a pastime born from her research into magical plants. After all, it wasn't unusual for a herbology master to study whether herbs tasted good. But according to Firenze, the undetectable extension charm in the Forbidden Forest had been cast by Helga Hufflepuff. Could she be the one hidden deep within the forest? Was that badge of his also her creation? And even more astonishing, could this figure from 1,000 years ago still be alive? Immortality wasn't unheard of in the wizarding world. Both the Philosopher's Stone and Horcruxes could achieve it. For someone of a founder's level, such a feat wasn't unimaginable. Curiosity welled up uncontrollably in Tver's chest. Maintaining careful control over Firenze, he coaxed him to reveal what he knew about Helga and the centaurs. 1,000 years ago, after wizards gained the aid of wands, their power grew immensely. They began to encroach upon the lands of other magical creatures. The centaurs, who dwelled across the open plains, were among the first to suffer. Though the centaurs were strong, the wizards had become far stronger, and far more numerous. Countless centaurs were slaughtered, and vast stretches of their territory were seized. From then on, the centaurs were driven from one harsh place to another, wandering in despair and living in constant hardship. Fortunately, Helga Hufflepuff appeared at that moment. She stopped the wizards' pursuit and led the centaurs who trusted her into this forest, where they found refuge. Back then, the Forbidden Forest was just a small grove. But under Helga's magic, it gradually expanded into the boundless forest it is today. Most of the magical creatures within were also those she had rescued, beings she couldn't bear to see hunted by wizards. They came here with her, living peacefully under her protection. Wait, live together? Doesn't Helga live in the castle? Tver asked, puzzled. From the centaur's tone, it didn't sound like he was referring to magical creatures living here. It was as if Helga herself had a residence in this place. Firenze nodded. After one of the founders left the castle, the grieving Helga entrusted her estate to her descendants and came to the Forbidden Forest, where she has lived ever since, at its very heart. Tver's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Of course. This badge must be Helga's creation. If that was true, then she might still be residing in the center of the Forbidden Forest. Then please, take me to the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Help me find Helga's dwelling. Impossible. Bane suddenly interjected, shaking his head. The centaurs have searched for centuries, yet all they've ever seen are endless trees. None have ever found a place resembling Lady Helga's home. Tver rolled his eyes. Then how can you be so sure Helga lives here at all? Bane flushed red and mumbled a jumble of phrases like, since ancient times, as the legend says, and, passed down through generations. Forenza, on the other hand, explained that the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest were protected by a spell cast by Helga herself. It shielded them to some degree, which was why the centaurs firmly believed that Helga had always watched over the forest. Hearing this, Tver became even more convinced of his theory. It didn't matter if the centaurs didn't know where Helga lived. With the badge as his guide, he could find her himself. After erasing their memories of the conversation, Tver bid the two centaurs farewell and, gripping the badge tightly, pressed onward into the forest's depths. As if sensing his determination, the guiding line on the badge grew clearer and more vivid. Even more striking were the creatures he encountered along the way. In just a short distance, he came across unicorns, mooncalves, and diricals, beings rarely seen outside. Diricals, in particular, never stayed in one place, yet he had already seen at least 3 here. Compared to the outer forest, this place was like a hidden paradise, a small world crafted by a wizard's hand. The more magical creatures he encountered, the more exhilarated Tver became. The badge in his hand grew warm, its magic pulsing restlessly, mirroring his racing heart. But this journey was longer than any before. He walked from dusk until dawn, 15 hours straight. He was forced to rest a few times, eating a little food before continuing on. The guiding thread stretched endlessly ahead, testing his patience as it pointed unwaveringly toward its destination. Until, finally, he reached a thin golden line. It was extremely fine, about the size of a door handle, floating in midair. Under the sunlight, it was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. If not for the sudden pulse of magic from the badge alerting him, Tver might have missed it, just as the centaurs had for generations. Yes. He could sense it now, the golden thread's secret. As Tver approached, the thread shimmered faintly with golden light, quivering in the air as though stirred by an unseen breeze. He slowly reached out. The moment his fingers closed around the thread, the world flipped upside down. Space itself seemed to twist, compress, and fold. The sensation came and went in an instant. It was like opening a door. Tver stepped into a new space. A simple room. So plain that, if not for the array of herbs scattered throughout, it could easily have belonged to a Muggle farmer. But Tver didn't spare the furnishings a glance. His eyes were drawn instantly to the woman before him. She was elegant and composed, a gentle smile resting permanently on her lips. Her deep, serene eyes held a quiet power that calmed the soul. She sat behind a wooden desk, smiling warmly as she looked at him. Chapter 53, Death is but the next great adventure. Welcome, young one. Helga's voice was soft, gentler even than her smile or her gaze. As she spoke, the herbs around the room seemed to stir to life, their leaves faintly quivering. Hello, Tver greeted her respectfully with a bow. He could not afford to be impolite before someone like her. You must be Madame Helga Hufflepuff. Helga tilted her head thoughtfully, the gesture adding a touch of playfulness to her composure. And you, young visitor. Tell me your name, and how much time has passed. My mistake, I should have introduced myself first, Tver said, lowering his head slightly. You may call me Tver Fawley, the current professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. As for time, it has been 1,000 years. A spark of awe flickered in Tver's eyes. This really was Helga from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years. Helga's expression grew intrigued as she studied him with renewed curiosity, her gaze lingering longer this time. 1,000 years have passed, and yet the professors at the school are all as young as you. In good humor, Tver relaxed and smiled. Only me. Because I'm especially gifted. Helga chuckled lightly. Then tell me, young and gifted professor, how did you manage to find this place? At that, Tver's demeanor turned serious. He raised the badge in his hand. This badge guided me here. Helga's eyes sharpened instantly. The warmth vanished from her face, replaced by a piercing intensity befitting one of the legendary founders of Hogwarts. May I see that badge? The question caught Tver off guard. If Helga had truly created the badge, she should have been more familiar with it than anyone. Her reaction didn't make sense. Something about this felt off. Still, he stepped forward and placed the badge into her outstretched palm. He took the chance to examine her closely, the woman who had lived a millennium ago. Her hands were not delicate but strong and worn, marked by faint scars from thorns and calluses earned through labor. Helga's fingers brushed across the engraved animals of the 4 houses. When they reached the Hufflepuff badger, it seemed to respond, twitching joyfully under her touch. A look of nostalgia filled her eyes. As her fingers lingered on the surface, the badge began to pulse with magic, releasing waves of vibrant life force. Beside her, Tver felt like a sponge, instinctively absorbing the surging vitality. He lifted his right wrist. The black mark etched there was washed over by the flow of life energy, the snake curling inward, the skull fading and shrinking, until only a tiny remnant remained, no bigger than his little finger. But that last trace held firm, unmoved no matter how strongly the magic pressed against it. Realizing it was futile, the vitality ebbed away, retreating back into Tver's body. "This is a powerful curse," Helga said at last, the reminiscence fading from her tone, replaced by quiet wonder. "What people call a curse is usually nothing more than a persistent destructive spell, hardly worthy of the term. But this one on you, it feels more like an evil prophecy." Tver finished for her. Those were the very words spoken by the ring before it was sealed. It was because of that phrase that he had kept the ring with him, searching for a way to unravel its meaning. Helga's eyes brightened with sudden realization. Yes, prophecy, that's quite an apt description. Over the past 1,000 years, it seems wizarding magic has advanced quite a bit. "Then, can you help me remove this curse?" Tver asked urgently. This was the very reason he had come, to rid himself of that damned curse. But to his disappointment, Helga shook her head gently. "If you truly understand the nature of this curse, then you should know, it has already become a part of your fate. Before it took hold, it could have been easily dispelled. But once it attached itself to you, it merged with your life's thread. Unless..." Tver's eyes lit up immediately. "Unless what?" Helga paused, deep in thought, then raised the badge in her hand. "Unless you can find the one who made this badge. If I'm not mistaken, she is a seer, one capable of bending fate itself. But, weren't you the one who created this badge?" "I followed the magic it carries to find this place," Tver said, frowning. Helga shook her head, a mischievous smile curving her lips. "Part of the magic does come from me. To be exact, the part that channels life energy is mine. But in truth, this badge was forged by blending the magic of all 4 of us." "All 4 of you? You mean the 4 founders?" Tver's doubt deepened. Just what kind of person could do something like that? "Why, her, of course." Helga smiled, pointing at the eagle engraved on the crest. "Rowena Ravenclaw." Tver's eyes widened in shock. He had suspected, ever since meeting Helga, that the 4 founders might all still be alive. "Lady Ravenclaw, is she still alive?" The words had barely left his mouth before Helga burst into laughter. It was a warm, clear sound that filled the small room. "Alive," she repeated, chuckling. "Whatever gave you that idea?" Her eyes sparkled as she lifted a finger and pointed at herself. "You don't mean to tell me you thought I was alive, do you?" Tver froze, realizing he might have misunderstood. He pressed his lips together and studied her closely. Helga felt his gaze but met it openly, her gentle smile unwavering. "Do you see it now?" Tver nodded helplessly. "You're right, in your current state, you can't exactly be called alive." Indeed, her existence was closer to that of a soul, far more complete than a ghost, yet still not truly living. "Through my research on life force, I managed to create something akin to a soul, a version of myself. Of course, the decay of my physical body was inevitable." Helga gestured lightly toward a corner of the room. "But I was never one for showing people my ashes," she said with a playful shrug. "A soul-like being." "Exactly. This is only a fragment of my will. The real me set off long ago, on a new journey." Tver finally understood. Even with such vast mastery over life and magic, someone like Helga Hufflepuff would never have feared death. To those of true strength, death was simply another great adventure. Chapter 54, Brilliant Beyond Measure. Learning of Helga's true state, Tver finally felt his heart ease. He certainly had no desire to deal with all 4 founders. In that case, where is Madame Ravenclaw? Helga tilted her head playfully once again. If she were younger, she might have looked like a mischievous sprite darting through the forest. "Why don't you guess?" Then she handed the badge back to him, her gesture carrying a subtle hint. "You mean, the badge can reveal where the other 3 founders are?" Tver took the badge and studied it carefully. Compared to the other 3 immobile animals, the badger representing Hufflepuff now seemed alive, its eyes glimmering as though it truly possessed a spark of life. Yet this time, no guiding thread appeared, not even the one for Hufflepuff. Noticing the confusion in Tver's eyes, Helga chuckled softly. "You must awaken the magic within it before you can sense the thread." "How do I awaken the magic?" In the past, whenever my understanding of magic deepened, the badge would activate on its own. Helga's expression suddenly turned odd, and her next question was even stranger. Are you normal? Question mark. A metaphorical question mark practically popped up above Tver's head. What's that supposed to mean? Helga looked even more puzzled than he did. From what I know, for someone to activate this badge purely through comprehension of magic, their progress would need to be extraordinary. If a normal person's magical learning is like walking, then you're flying so fast that even your shadow can't keep up. Helga suddenly rose to her feet and walked up to him, studying him more seriously than before. That kind of growth isn't possible through ordinary magic. You must have studied dark magic, and not just studied it, but mastered it to a remarkable level, to advance so quickly. Under her sharp gaze, Tver looked away, replying calmly, if you were in my position, you would have made the same choice. Helga placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't dwell on it, child. In our time, studying dark magic was quite common. But if you wish to further awaken the badge's power, you must focus on something else. That is the proper way to use it. For example, have you heard of the legend of the four elements? Tver's head shot up in shock. His eyes locked onto Helga's, searching for answers in her gaze. Seeing this, Helga said softly, the four elements are the key to awakening the badge. Once you grasp their essence, it will respond to you. But Tver hesitated. I've read several books about the four elements, but they only describe their traits. There's nothing about how to learn or understand them. Leaning closer, Helga whispered into his ear, because it isn't something that can be learned through study. Then, with a force that didn't match her gentle demeanor, she shoved him hard. Unprepared, Tver stumbled backward. But the moment his back hit the ground, he felt himself sink straight into the earth. And then he saw it, the world beneath the surface. Layers of black, brown, and white soil intertwined like strands of woven fabric. Fabric. Only then did Tver realize he was floating in a void. The world below seemed split open, forming a vast canvas stretched out before him. At the same time, Helga appeared beside him once more, her expression solemn and dignified. See. This is the land. When still, it lies like a sleeping giant. But when that giant awakens. With a wave of her hand, the cloth seemed to catch a breeze, rippling lightly. Yet that small movement made the entire land roll and shift in response to Helga's gesture. The force of it struck Tver like an earthquake, vast, unstoppable, overwhelming. Waves of magic, as heavy and ancient as the earth itself, surged toward him, washing through every cell of his body. Though he stood motionless in a void, surrounded by emptiness, he felt the crushing weight pressing down on him. And it was real suffocation. Tver's breathing grew harder and harder. Even as he opened his mouth wide, not a single breath of air entered his lungs. He stared at Helga in shock. The magic within his body reacted instinctively, struggling against the pressure. The two forces clashed and fused in the struggle, merging and then flowing back into him. Now it was Helga's turn to be astonished. She hadn't expected someone so young to be able to resist her magic here. This wasn't an ordinary space. In fact, it wasn't a space at all, it was her consciousness. Everything happening around them was a manifestation of her magical insight, shown to Tver through this illusion. In other words, every sensation he felt was within her control. After all, this was only a fragment of her consciousness, and even pulling Tver here had required her home field advantage. Yet despite that, Tver's own magic and his grasp of the sea of consciousness allowed him to gradually tear apart her magic and absorb it into himself. Helga sighed softly, shaking her head. I already knew you were extraordinary, but I didn't think you'd reach this extent. Only then did Tver realize that Helga wasn't attacking him at all. She was helping him, guiding him to understand the four elements through this experience. But he couldn't stop the magic that poured out of him on its own. He could only watch helplessly as Helga's magic grew weaker and weaker. What should I do now? He asked anxiously. Helga gave him a helpless smile. How was I supposed to know your body would resist so strongly? Forget it. Before he could respond, she placed her hand on his chest and gave him a firm push. Just like before, his vision spun, and then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the ground. Not inside Helga's cabin, but back in the forbidden forest, the prickling grass beneath him made that clear. Helga's voice echoed faintly in the air, growing softer with each word. You'll have to comprehend it slowly on your own now. I need the little magic I have left to tend to the forbidden forest. Honestly, how does this even happen? Her voice faded completely, leaving only the rustle of leaves and distant birdsong. Then, a small rabbit hopped into view. It smacked its lips, as if realizing this strange two-legged creature couldn't possibly eat it, then bounced away in mild annoyance. Tver glanced at its fluffy tail and let out a quiet laugh. They said a rabbit's tail wasn't as short as most people thought. If you pulled it out, it would defy common sense. Once, he wouldn't have spared such a thought. But now. Tver lifted his right wrist. The curse still lingered, but it had been compressed to a mere speck by the vitality surging through him. Once he uncovered the secret of the badge, it would disappear completely. Sprawling out on the forest floor, Tver spread his arms and legs wide, a broad grin on his face. Warm sunlight filtered through the canopy, falling across the young man's features. He was 18, and at that moment, he shone brighter than the sun itself. Chapter 55, Thrifty Tver. Lying on the grass, basking in the sunlight and savoring a rare moment of peace, Tver realized he had never felt his body so light and unburdened. Hey, where did you disappear to just now? The ring's voice suddenly echoed. He immediately understood that the place he had been was far from ordinary. Even the ring, which usually perceived everything he experienced, had been unable to see into that space. Somewhere that could have gotten rid of you, Tver teased. The ring panicked at once. To be fair, it had been with him longer than most people ever had. Normally, Tver was tense, driven by an undercurrent of urgency. This was the first time the ring had ever seen him so completely relaxed. You can't mean that, Tver, the ring exclaimed in alarm. I've been by your side all these years, helping you study dark magic. More than that, you've been nurturing my soul, piece by piece, helping me recover what I'd lost. You can't just stand by and watch your own work be destroyed. Ordinarily, Horcruxes, even Voldemort's own soul, were incomplete. But the ring had absorbed Tver's vitality, and through deliberate cultivation, its soul had become far more intact than any other Horcrux. That was why it was unusually intelligent. And that, too, was Tver's doing. In a sense, the ring was now a fusion of his life force and Voldemort's soul. Relax. If I wanted to destroy you, I would have done it long ago, Tver said, pulling the ring from his finger and rolling it between his fingers. I'm not that eager to see you gone. He knew how to destroy a Horcrux. But, as the ring had said, doing so outright would waste a great deal of life energy. Even weeds had their uses. The ring sighed in relief, then caught sight of his right hand. It peered closer, noticing the faint mark on his wrist. Wait, you actually removed the curse? Of course not. I just replenished my life force, Tver said, checking himself over. Should be good for about 50 years. He carried 2 curses on him. For now, they were merely suppressed. To rid himself of them completely, he'd have to meet Madame Ravenclaw. So, we're still going to steal the Philosopher's Stone, right? Of course, Tver replied. After all the preparation I've done, I'm not about to waste it. I'm a practical man. He paused for a moment. Besides, even if I don't need it, someone else will. Who? The ring asked lazily. It was completely under his control now, incapable of harboring any independent desires. You, obviously. A sly grin tugged at Tver's lips, his tone dripping with mockery. If one could see the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside the ring, its wide-eyed shock would have been a sight to behold. You're not lying to me, are you? Wizards shouldn't lie to wizards. Exactly. You don't even need the stone that much. What would you do with it? Better to let me handle it, don't you think? Ugh, my original body abandoned me in a dusty old house. He never appreciated me. You're the only one who treats me right. From the moment you picked up this ring, I knew you were a good person. Receiving such an absurd compliment out of nowhere, Tver snorted and rapped the black gemstone sharply with his finger. Drop the act. We agreed to make it sound more convincing. The ring immediately fell silent. Tver took the opportunity to study the resurrection stone embedded in it. The dark, angular gem was engraved with the Peveril crest, the mark of the Deathly Hallows. Its surface seemed as deep as a black hole. Every time he probed it with magic, his power was swallowed completely. In truth, he didn't dare study it carelessly. The forces bound within it were far removed from the laws of the wizarding world. Until his understanding of the soul reached a higher level, he had no intention of wasting time experimenting on the resurrection stone. Still, he remembered the first thought that had crossed his mind when he realized what it was. If one were to summon their soul back at the very moment of death, what state would that create? Alive and dead at once, a superposition of both. He was still mulling over the question when a massive shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight. And in front of him appeared a large, bearded face looming close. Professor Fawley? Hagrid asked in confusion. What are you doing here? With the sunlight gone, Tver rose to his feet. Even standing tall at nearly 2 meters, he still had to tilt his head back to meet the half-giant's gaze. Since this was their first proper encounter, Hagrid introduced himself politely. You probably don't know me well. I'm Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. How could I not know you? Tver replied with a faint smile. A man like you is hard to forget. Only then did he take in his surroundings. He was at the very edge of the Forbidden Forest, right where the snow-covered grounds met the first line of ancient trees. Helga had been considerate enough to send him straight back. 5-star service. Hagrid scratched the back of his head with his free hand, a little embarrassed. He was used to hearing comments like that. Still, he treated every professor with genuine respect. Even those unreliable defense against the dark arts teachers before Tver had always been met with his deference. Don't know what brings you here, Professor, but you'd best stay out of the Forbidden Forest for now, Hagrid said seriously. Oh. Did something happen in the forest? A suspicion flickered in Tver's mind as he noticed the heavy crossbow in Hagrid's other hand and the quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder. I'm not sure who it was, Hagrid said with a frown, but there was a lot of disturbance in the forest last night. When I went to check, I only saw a dark figure. He cast a worried glance toward the shadowy depths of the woods. The creatures are restless, I can feel it. Earlier, I even came across several dead acromantulas. They'd been killed cleanly, quick and precise. I know you're a strong wizard, Professor, but... He trailed off, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied Tver's face. It'd still be best for you to keep your distance from the forest. No need for any misunderstandings. His tone had grown noticeably stiff. Suspecting me, are you? He couldn't really blame him. With Hagrid's straightforward nature, even subtle suspicion was about as subtle as a brick to the head. All right, Tver said with a nod, glancing toward the direction where the rabbit had hopped away. He had no intention of interrupting Quirrell's hunt. Let the men eat properly, he'd need the strength for what was coming. I doubt I'll be back in the Forbidden Forest anytime soon. I'll leave its little residents in your care. But Hagrid clearly misunderstood what Tver meant by little residents. To him, dragons were the cutest creatures imaginable. Still, he beamed, swinging his massive hand cheerfully. That's my job. Just like it's yours to teach classes, Professor. There you have it. With a reputation like his, how could anyone think Professor Folly would ever try to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Chapter 56, Advanced Students Extra Lesson, Part 1. The students playing outside the castle felt especially lucky. They were glad they hadn't spent their Sunday afternoon cooped up in the common room, wrestling with piles of boring homework, but were instead out playing and wandering through the snow. After all, they had just encountered a particularly cheerful Professor Folly. It all began with an upper-year student who noticed Professor Folly walking briskly toward the castle. Judging by his light steps, she boldly guessed he was in a good mood. Encouraged by her friends, she gathered her courage and called out a question that had been on her mind for a long time. Professor, could you teach us some spellcasting techniques? Even a practice duel would be fine, she asked eagerly, clasping her hands over her chest. Tver paused, surprised by the sudden appearance of this group of young witches. But since he was indeed in a good mood, he stopped and smiled. It's Sunday. Don't you plan to enjoy your rare bit of free time? The winter sun doesn't come out often. Seeing that the professor wasn't refusing outright, the girl's excitement rose. But no sunlight could ever be as rare as seeing you, Professor, she exclaimed. Lately, the professor hadn't been seen outside of class, and yesterday he hadn't appeared at all. Her friend chimed in, braver now, wouldn't spending this lovely afternoon learning from you be the best way to enjoy it? Sensing his hesitation, the witches started pouring out compliments as if they cost nothing. Students nearby caught the excitement and quickly ran over, chatting noisily about their hopes of learning from the professor. Looking at their eager faces, Tver let out a helpless laugh and raised his hand to quiet them. All right then, but no dueling. I wouldn't want anyone getting hurt. His magic was surging, strong as a fire dragon's. One careless move, and even a simple pressure charm could be fatal. The young witches cheered, their faces glowing with happiness. Finally. Professor Folly had been at Hogwarts for over 3 months. They had begged him for 3 months and endured Professor Quirrell for just as long. Now, at last, they would get a lesson from him. Only the girl who'd asked first looked slightly annoyed. Damn it, why couldn't the sky have a ceiling? It didn't take long for word to spread that Professor Folly was giving a lesson to upper-year students. Unfortunately, it was only open to those in 4th year and above. If too many students showed up, even 3 Tvers wouldn't be enough to handle them all. Wait, could there really be 3 of him? He gave everyone 20 minutes to gather and cleared a patch of snow for the class. Once everything was ready, though a few stragglers were still running over, Tver officially began. With a flick of his wand, a vast golden barrier spread around the group, separating the students in the lesson from the onlookers. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the inside of the barrier, while outside, disappointment and envy spread across every face. I told you to hurry over, but you had to drag a few books along. Ron grumbled at his 2 companions. Hermione flung her bag in front of her with exasperation. Even if we'd been here first, the professor is teaching the upperclassmen, it's got nothing to do with us. Then she pulled a thick book from her bag, one that could easily double as a weapon. We should have brought relevant books instead, they might help us understand the senior class better. The surrounding young wizards' eyes lit up, though it was too late to dash back to the library now. But they had a locomotor library right beside them. So the younger students who'd missed class, along with the seniors who'd arrived later, all gathered around Hermione and the other top students. Small circles formed outside the golden membrane. As for the students attending class inside, they naturally gathered around Tver. He cast that roll call spell again, though this time with a slight twist. Names still appeared above each person's head, but now the golden light coalesced into little imps, forming neat rows in the air. They looked exactly like the imps seen during Halloween. Everyone, stand beneath your own little figure and form your lines. Tver commanded, pressing his wand to the base of his neck to amplify his voice. Nearly 100 students were present. At first, they were puzzled. How could these imps with their brightly colored hair possibly recognize them? The imps soon provided the answer. Prefect, stop looking around. Your little imp is right above your head. Flint, I'm right here, you idiot. A boisterous imp bellowed. Though barely audible in the noisy crowd, the voice still reached Flint's mind. At that moment, Hermione outside the barrier let out a delighted gasp. Do you remember the professor's roll call spell? She flipped open a book to a page explaining magical energy. I've long suspected the golden light above our heads isn't the professor's magic. It's actually our own magic, the magic of those being enchanted, and... Hermione frowned, hesitating whether to reveal the rest. Ron looked completely lost. His curiosity had been stirred, only for the explanation to abruptly stop. This is worse than the author hitting writer's block. Go on, he urged. Glancing at the eager stares around her, Hermione finally relented. It might also be connected to our souls. So those little creatures are probably made from our magic and souls, and they're constantly linked to our bodies, an upperclassman quickly deduced. Does that mean Professor Folly can just siphon souls at will and kill us? His friend asked in horror. If the professor wanted to kill us, he wouldn't need such fancy magic. A young witch muttered softly. Tver was thoroughly satisfied with the spell's effect. He certainly wouldn't use such a spell offensively. Even though his magical power was stronger than before, and still growing, attacking by extracting souls was far less efficient than simply learning Voldemort's killing curse. In truth, this spell was built on a concept inspired by the Dark Mark. Through a link to the students' souls, it allowed him to convey information directly. Soon, guided by the imps, the students all took their places, forming a 10 by 10 grid. Excellent, Tver said, scanning their eager faces. Since there are many of you, the imps will provide some additional guidance during today's lesson. You're all upperclassmen with your own academic responsibilities, so I won't be teaching anything straight out of the textbook today. In other words, we'll be going a little beyond the syllabus. The students suppressed their cheers, exchanging delighted looks with one another. They would have been happy enough with a regular lesson from the professor, but what they truly looked forward to were those brilliant spells that went beyond anything in the curriculum. Before we begin, I have a question for you, Tver said. Do you remember my evenly matched duel with Professor Flitwick? Every student, including those outside the barrier, shouted in unison without hesitation, yes. It was the first duel they had seen in years. Even if the details were hazy, the dazzling magic from that day was unforgettable. Then, do you remember Professor Flitwick's double charm? The students immediately fixed their eager gazes on Professor Folly. They already had a good idea what was coming next. Today, I will teach you. Tver paused, letting their anticipation peak. Magic against magic. Chapter 57, Advanced Students Extra Lesson, Part 2. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the students could no longer contain themselves. They stood where they were and cheered loudly, their faces flushed bright red, whether from excitement or the cold, it was hard to tell. However, if I may be blunt, your current abilities fall far short of achieving that. It was as if their excitement had been doused by the falling snow. The energy in the air dropped instantly. Fortunately, Tver continued with an explanation. To reach Professor Flitwick's level, you must deepen your understanding of incantations, gestures, and the release of magical energy. That's something beyond your abilities for now, at least at this stage. Seeing the students' disappointed expressions, Tver smiled and asked, all right then, who among you can make magic linger? Like this. He flicked his wand. Stupefy. A red light burst forth, but to the students' astonishment, it didn't shoot straight ahead. Instead, it hovered in midair, like a tiny red snitch. This is what we call control of magical energy. You can think of it like the light orb from the lighting charm. The only difference is that it's far more difficult to achieve with other spells. At least for now, Tver could only manage this with a few simple charms. I don't get it, Ron grumbled. Doesn't the lighting charm just light up at the tip of the wand? What do you mean, emitting a ball of light? This time, Hermione didn't need to step in. Harry, who had picked up enough from her by now, explained patiently. The light from the lighting charm can detach from the wand and move anywhere the caster wants, as long as it's within sight. Wouldn't that save electricity for light bulbs? Ron said, looking genuinely impressed. The students inside the golden barrier were equally confused, though for different reasons. They quietly tried to imitate what they'd just seen, and, unsurprisingly, failed. Even Percy, who'd been studying spell construction lately, could only make his spell flicker for a brief moment before it collapsed. In the end, they had no choice but to accept the fact that their skills just weren't there yet. "Don't worry," Tver said, encouraging them. "I anticipated this, so I'll give you a little assistance." He swept his wand through the surrounding snow, which began to bubble and churn. From it, nearly 100 fist-sized snowballs shot into the air, drifting above each student and hovering precisely 2 feet, about 60 centimeters, over their heads. Only then did they notice each snowball had a small opening, revealing its hollow interior. "See that?" Tver lowered his wand, drawing everyone's attention to him. "You can think of a spell as a balloon. The spell effect is the outer layer, while the magical energy you output is the air inside. Now, I've given you a tougher outer shell, so you don't have to worry about maintaining the spell's structure. What you need to do next is channel your magic into the snowball, ensuring it holds a stable, effective spell." Seeing how eager the students were, Tver raised his voice so everyone could hear clearly. "Remember, you must keep your magic flow steady and consistent. Too little energy, and the spell will fade from lack of power, too much, and it'll burst the shell. The spell itself is up to you, but I recommend using your strongest offensive charms, something like the stunning spell, the disarming charm, or the petrification charm. As for how much magic to channel, that's for you to judge." The students, of course, barely listened. The moment they heard the snowballs could hold magic, they were already plotting to stuff them with the flashiest spells they knew. They wanted to show Professor Folly that they, the upperclassmen, were nothing like the little first-years who played around with glowing orbs. While the students inside the golden barrier buzzed with excitement, the young wizards outside could only watch the top students and hope for some kind of explanation to ease their curiosity. This time, Hermione couldn't offer any insight. After all, she was just a first year, and the fact that she had even recognized the roll call spell was impressive enough. Cedric, however, was a different story. Having studied under the professor for quite some time, quietly observed Percy's spell analysis, and with a naturally strong academic foundation, he cleared his throat to gather attention. Immediately, eyes turned toward him, especially a certain Ravenclaw girl. Realizing that, he quickly looked away before saying smugly, "Take a good look at that golden barrier. It's actually a powerful Protego Horribilis." Puffed. The surrounding students scoffed. They'd already done their research. Who didn't know that spell was just an advanced shield charm? Cedric ignored the disdainful looks and raised a finger, speaking with exaggerated mystery. "But there's one thing you definitely don't know." "What is it?" Cho Chang asked immediately. His face reddened slightly, embarrassed to keep showing off. "Actually, the snowballs are also a shield charm. Professor Different seems to have modified the spell, making it gentler and tougher. It blocks magic but doesn't dissipate." "Impossible. The shield charm should block magic completely. How could it not dissipate?" Cho stared in shock. "Who knows? After all the lessons we've had with him, the one thing that stuck with me is how the professor can twist the shield charm into anything he wants." Cedric shrugged. "I'm not that interested in shield charms," Ron muttered. "What I want to know is, why can't we play like them when we've got snow too?" He stared enviously at the students inside the golden barrier, who were already going wild. One after another, they fired colorful flashes of magic at the snowballs above their heads, completely forgetting Tver's reminders about control and precision. Even so, few managed to hit the hollow opening of the snowballs on their first try. Most didn't even hit the snowballs at all. And even when they did, it hardly mattered. The strengthened shield charm was far beyond what their spells could break. The rest either skimmed past the targets or went wildly off course. Some even hit the classmates beside or in front of them. It was hard to tell whether that was personal payback or just sheer lack of skill, especially since Tver had deliberately placed the snowballs right above their heads. Watching the chaotic scene, the younger students outside let out envious laughter. They wanted to join in too. Tver, however, could only shake his head with a helpless smile. After reviving several students who'd been accidentally hit, he finally waved his wand and infused the little imps above the students' heads with his own magic. In an instant, the imps seemed to come to life, their expressions grew vivid, their movements lively and almost human. And, of course, what came out of their mouths sounded much more convincing now. "For Merlin's sake, Flint. You're a wizard, not a troll. That's a wand in your hand, it's supposed to cast spells. Why does it look like you're just swinging a stick? Mr. Percy, Professor Folly asked me to tell you that you're doing the best in the class." Percy's face lit up, only for the imp to continue, but also the most off-topic. "The professor said offensive spells, did you not hear him? Miss Penelope, I hear you're a candidate for Ravenclaw prefect." Penelope froze. She'd expected the imp to mock her like it did everyone else, but why was it being so polite? "Yes," she said proudly, tilting her head up with a grin. "Professor Flitwick already told me in secret. The imp shook its head dramatically. Ah, looks like this year's Ravenclaws aren't much to brag about. Penelope. Chapter 58, Advanced Students Extra Lesson, Part 3. These little imps weren't controlled by Tver, truly, they weren't. He had only infused them with magic and the classroom's instructional parameters while reinforcing their link to their hosts. In truth, the imps functioned much like Horcruxes, peering into the students' innermost worries and voicing them aloud. It was meant to help guide the students in their lessons. After all, good advice tends to sting. Under the imps' harsh, cold, honest, heated, and encouraging, biting, remarks, the students gradually began correcting their mistakes, aligning themselves with classroom standards. They were upperclassmen, after all. Hitting a stationary target shouldn't be harder than hitting a troll, so naturally, within half an hour, everyone could accurately strike their snowballs. But soon, a new problem arose: the magic contained within the snowballs couldn't hold for long. Some spells lasted only moments before vanishing completely, while others exploded before their casters' shocked eyes. "You're the most talented young wizard I've ever seen," an imp said in mock admiration. "It's nothing," the student replied with a modest wave, half proud and half shy. "Absolutely. You can't maintain a single stable stream of magic. When it comes to being hopeless, no one surpasses you." This time, the imp's sarcasm alone wasn't enough to push the young wizards toward improvement. Sustaining magical output was something none of them had ever truly practiced before. For them, magic meant gathering energy, chanting an incantation, making the proper gestures, and releasing it all at once. They'd never even considered maintaining control afterward. Who continuously casts like a laser beam, holding a spell steady? So, Tver had to intervene. He waved his wand over their heads, reclaiming control of the imp's range and channeling his voice through them. "This technique isn't new to you," he called out clearly. "It's similar to the levitation charm, continuous and steady control. But this time, you're controlling magical energy itself. Don't rush it. First, sense the flow of your magic. Once you can feel it, then try to regulate it." After instilling this new lesson into the imps, Tver cut off the connection, leaving the students to explore the technique on their own. He had underestimated it, communicating with over 100 souls at once drained far more mental energy than he'd imagined. And given that he hadn't rested properly for the past 2 days, continuing like this would have had him collapsing into the snow for a nap. That was the nature of advanced lessons, after all. The key was self-discovery. If it could be learned step by step, it would have been printed in a textbook long ago. After Tver's guidance ended, the students' faces turned crimson as they strained to wrestle with their own magic. To the spectators outside the barrier, though, it looked more like they were struggling to pass gas, and failing at it. "What are they even doing?" Cho Chang asked, glancing helplessly at Cedric. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Cedric stiffened, unsure what to do with his hands or feet. I don't know either. The professor never taught us this," he stammered, his face turning as red as the students inside. Then, from the edge of the group, an excited voice piped up. "I know." Everyone turned toward the sound, and saw an unexpected figure. Longbottom. Malfoy, who had been lurking nearby, chuckled. "I suppose you'd know how to turn red like them, huh?" The crowd burst into laughter, teasing eyes all turning toward Neville. His round face flushed an even deeper red. The excitement faded from his expression, replaced by embarrassment and timidness. He let out a small and looked down. "Leave him alone, Neville. He's just another coward," Harry said, stepping forward to glare at Malfoy. Neville, _. Harry's words were oddly phrased, but remembering Professor Folly's encouragement, Neville gathered his courage. Lowering his head slightly, he whispered, "Professor taught me this. He said it's an uncommon technique, but many advanced spells require sustained magical output, especially higher-level transfiguration. Unlike basic transfiguration, some advanced spells remain in a constant state of transformation. To reach that level, you need to maintain a steady flow of magic. The more balanced it is, the more stable the spell becomes." "Can you actually do it?" Harry asked, surprised. "Do I look like someone who could?" Neville replied, sounding surprisingly confident. "I've only learned how to keep the magic flowing. In the professor's words, even pouring water, I'm steadier than your magic output." Inside the barrier, one of the little imps seemed to pick up on Neville's words and immediately launched into another round of encouragement. Of course, by now, the students had heard enough of such remarks to develop some resistance. "If your magic output were as single-minded as your brain, you could pull it off in 3 seconds flat," the imp sneered. The young wizard, however, returned a gentle smile. "My apologies, but the single track in my brain is broken. I'd better stick to something else, like your incessant chatter." This technique, as Neville had said, was indeed essential for becoming powerful, not something easily mastered. Therefore, Tver didn't demand much from his students, he only required them to sustain a single spell within the snowball. Besides, the shield charm within the snowball would also help them balance their magic to some extent. "Professor, did I succeed?" Percy exclaimed joyfully. But his excitement caused the magic within the snowball to dissipate again. Tver glanced over. "Well done. In a formal class, I'd award you extra credit. But next, you must ensure consistency, complete it as quickly and flawlessly as possible." Soon, not just Percy, but many top students and those with exceptional talent mastered the technique. They even took the initiative to guide their classmates, especially when it came to those they fancied. Their attention was almost excessive, bordering on holding hands to teach. Progress varied among the students, but by the hour before dinner, everyone had mastered it. Tver was pleased with the pace, or rather, he was somewhat surprised by the students' enthusiasm for helping each other. With Christmas approaching, how many new couples might emerge? Excellent work. Honestly, I'd be satisfied if half of you succeeded. Now that's settled, the next step is simpler: cast the levitation charm on your snowballs. No need for further explanation, right? The students burst into proud chuckles. However, Tver still needed to seal the snowballs for them, as the students couldn't yet cast 2 spells simultaneously. He manipulated the nearby snowdrift, causing small snowballs to fly out. After supplementing each one, he let them land on the ground for the students to work with. Go ahead. This should be your first encounter with advanced magical application. Southwest, pay close attention. Even using the levitation charm will feel different. But be mindful, these snowballs contain a spell within them, so handle them with utmost care. The students froze in unison. Just levitating a snowball? How was that advanced? Frankly, they felt a bit disappointed. What they were doing now seemed far from the flashy applications the professor had described. But within a minute, their disappointment vanished into thin air. It wasn't just floating a snowball. The moment they cast the levitation charm, they sensed something unusual. It felt incredibly light, almost weightless. Many accidentally sent their snowballs soaring skyward. It wasn't just the weight, the sensation from the levitation charm itself felt different. It felt like 2 spells had fused together, creating an entirely new magic. And they had created it themselves. They looked at Tver in astonished delight. The sheer sense of accomplishment left them speechless with excitement. Tver returned their gaze with a smile. He remembered feeling exactly the same way when he'd first mastered the Protego Diabolica spell under his own teacher's guidance. Speaking of teachers, Christmas break was approaching. Why not go back for a visit? His heart already yearned for the reunion with his teacher. How he longed to see that look of surprise on his teacher's perpetually proud and confident face. "I hope you all gained something from this lesson," Tver said to his students with a beaming smile. "But remember, there was an offensive spell inside that snowball. So, for the next hour, we're going to have a snowball fight." Chapter 59, Advanced Students Extra Lesson, Part 4. After Tver finished speaking, he divided the students into 2 groups right before their puzzled eyes, each consisting of members from different houses. This would be a perfect opportunity to test the potential for inter-house cooperation. A waist-high barrier materialized between the 2 groups, forming a narrow path that kept them separated. Tver stepped onto the path, walking forward as he addressed them. You will be divided into left and right teams for a snowball battle. Your snowballs are only those you control with levitation charms. But don't worry about running out. When an old snowball breaks, a new one will appear automatically. The play area is limited to within the golden membrane and the barriers. Your objective is simple: attack every opponent on the other side while ensuring you don't get hit yourselves. Once you're struck, your snowball will shatter completely, meaning you're eliminated and must retreat to the sidelines. By then, Tver had crossed to the opposite side of the golden barrier, giving the students a moment to absorb the rules. A reminder, he continued, the attack spells within the snowballs have been weakened, but the impact still won't feel pleasant. So, give it your all. Watching the fierce determination ignite on both sides, Tver nodded with satisfaction. When he'd first arrived at Hogwarts, he'd worried that its students might be too coddled. But now it was clear, no matter the year, courage wasn't lacking among them. It only needed to be awakened. Raising his wand skyward, he sent a golden orb soaring above their heads. It glowed brightly against the dimming sky. The battle will end once all opponents are eliminated, or when dinner begins. The team with the most remaining players will be the victor and receive. He smiled faintly. The Christmas gift I've prepared for you. So, are you ready? The students erupted in a chaotic roar, shouting all at once in excitement. Despite the noise, their answer was unanimous. We're ready. Good. Then listen to my command. The students quickly fell silent. Their expressions turned serious, wands raised to their chests. 3. They took a deep breath, anticipation mounting. 2. Hands tightened around their wands, snowballs hovering in place as eyes locked onto their targets. The professor's gift was finally within reach. 1. The golden orb burst apart, flooding the field with a brilliant, gentle light. It illuminated everything, enough for each student to see their opponents clearly. In that instant, dozens of snowballs shot through the air like cannon fire, striking multiple students in a flurry of white explosions. But as the battle continued and their numbers thinned, a collective frustration swept through the students. Why is this so hard to control? Percy watched his snowball miss again, the imp on his head promptly conjuring a new one. The levitation charm was supposed to be simple, he'd mastered it back in his first year, even non-verbally. Yet the moment his snowball crossed the center line, it became almost impossible to control, making him feel like a novice all over again. Mixed magic isn't something you can just pick up easily, Flint mocked from nearby, his tone dripping with disdain. This is basically an advanced form of spellcasting, not something you fifth-year brats can handle. Before Percy could respond, the imp on Flint's head cut in, clearly unimpressed. You're proud of being a sixth-year who can't even manage a proper levitation charm, it snapped, smacking him sharply on the head. And you've got the nerve to talk down to others. You've already been hit. Flint froze in realization, literally. A snowball had struck him squarely moments ago, his body now encased in icy stiffness. Only the imp's smack broke the freeze, leaving him blinking in embarrassment. Penelope across the field waved apologetically at him, shivering from the cold, and shouted, "Sorry. I was aiming for Percy." As time went on, more and more students gathered along the sidelines, crowding around Tver and loudly complaining about how difficult the spell was, and, "Professor, I got hit by my own teammate's snowball. Can I have another chance? This is already bad enough. You have no idea how unlucky I was standing in the front row and got caught in a pincer attack right away. Took at least 5 snowballs, 3 of them from behind." Tver had actually expected this kind of chaos. They'd only been exposed to this magic for an afternoon, and achieving even this level of performance was already more than he'd hoped for. With a bit more time to adjust, there would be far fewer friendly fire incidents. Ahem. He raised his hand, silencing the complaints. This should also serve as a reminder, on a real battlefield, imprecise spellcasting can easily wound your allies. That's why large-scale wizard duels are either fought in open terrain or without using destructive spells. Most magic doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Of course, adding that feature was simple enough, just mix in a little soul-based magic. "Professor, will we have more classes like this?" a young witch asked cautiously. The question instantly quieted the entire group. All eyes turned toward Tver, filled with anticipation. Before this, their excitement over Professor Folly's class had only been because Professor Quirrell was so terrible, they just wanted a normal, competent teacher. But after this unique and exhilarating lesson, they all shared a single thought. "Professor, please get rid of Quirrell." But Tver only shook his head. This was decided before term began. Professor Quirrell is still responsible for your lessons. In fact, what we did today already counts as breaking school regulations. The students' faces fell in unison. A few of the younger witches even lowered their heads and began to sniffle softly. Had students' acting skills always been this good? Amused, Tver relented with a smile. "Don't worry. This training ground will remain available until the end of the Christmas break. You can have snowball fights here anytime you like." The young witches immediately looked up, their eyes lighting with delight. Their earlier tears were gone without a trace. "Will we still get the special snowballs?" "Of course. The little imps will hand them out then. But keep in mind, the process consumes a fair bit of magical energy, so don't overdo it." The topic quickly shifted to the imps themselves, a subject the students both loved and hated. "Professor, will this imp stay on my head forever?" "Yeah. They're so cute. Are these imps our Christmas presents? I really want one. If only mine wouldn't talk so bluntly." At that, the young wizards fell into an awkward silence, their expressions hard to describe. "The imps only appear when you enter this area," Tver explained. "They drain quite a bit of your magic, so it's not suitable for them to stay around all the time." In truth, it wasn't just their magic being drained, it was their energy and focus as well. Tver had already noticed several students yawning. For them, this afternoon had felt like pulling an all-nighter, and he didn't dare continue much longer. Otherwise, the hospital wing would soon be filled with exhausted students. Just then, cheers erupted from the snowball arena, the battle had finally ended. Tver looked up. Only a handful of students remained, mostly 6th and 7th years. Among them, 5th-year Percy stood out prominently. Still, he held his head high with pride, he'd managed to hit several upper-year students and dodge over a dozen snowballs himself. He was easily the hero of his team's victory. Tver waved his wand, and the imps hovering above the students' heads dissolved into golden light, flying toward the parchment in his hand. The light converged into 2 lists. "Excellent. I've recorded your names. You'll receive your Christmas presents soon." He then turned toward the other group. "As for those who lost, don't be discouraged. Reflect on what you learned today, it will benefit you all. Now then, he said with a faint smile, that concludes today's class. Students, dismissed. Chapter 60, Snape's Threat. There was still a little time before dinner, but winter nights in Britain always came early. By the time the clock neared 5, it was already too dark to see the distant path without lamplight. Tver cast a guiding Lumos charm, letting the reluctant students follow the light as they made their way back to the castle. Once they were gone, he made a few small adjustments to the training ground, shrinking the area to half its size and setting up a minor imp enchantment. Only after finishing did he stroll leisurely toward the warmly lit castle. But as he stepped through the great doors, he ran into someone unexpected. Or rather, someone who had clearly been waiting for him. Well, if it isn't our dearly beloved Professor Folly. Snape stood to one side of the dimly lit entrance, half of his body hidden in shadow. Only his pale face was visible, mouth curved into a faint, mocking smile, eyes cold and sharp as ice. Tver nearly jumped at the sudden, sinister voice. For a moment, he almost drew his wand. I wouldn't say beloved, he replied evenly, slipping the wand back into his robe pocket, but at least I'm busier than you, Professor Snape, who seems quite comfortable lurking here. He straightened his robes and smiled politely. Snape gave a quiet, humorless chuckle, ignoring the jab. I'm curious, he said, the sneer still playing at his lips while his eyes hardened to a cutting glare. You only teach 3-year levels, yet you've been missing since yesterday morning and only now decide to reappear. The smile stayed, but the threat in his gaze was unmistakable. If Tver's answer wasn't satisfactory, his wand might be in his hand the next second. Tver blinked, slightly surprised to find himself under Snape's suspicion. Had that fool Quirrell said something? Unlike potions, Tver said calmly, defense against the dark arts requires certain creatures for demonstrations. I went into the Forbidden Forest to find a few. Is that a problem? Snape's dark eyes flicked over him from head to toe, finally settling on his empty hands. And the animals? Dead, Tver replied lightly, smiling as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In the flickering torchlight, the grin looked almost eerie. Snape's smirk vanished. His eyes narrowed to slits as he stepped forward, moving into the light, and in doing so, casting Tver's face into shadow. I trust you understand your position here, he said coldly. So don't do anything that might draw unwanted attention. Thanks for the warning, Tver said, his smile deepening. Though I'd say I'm far less suspicious than you, Professor Snape. His tone shifted, light, almost playful. Leaning in slightly, he added in a low voice, I don't know what you're up to, nor do I care what you and Quirrell are scheming. But if I ever suspect ulterior motives, I won't hesitate to lace your dinner with Veritaserum. Perfect, Tver murmured, his tone unbothered. I've always wondered what Veritaserum tastes like. Though you might want to be careful, I'd probably end up saying things the students aren't ready to hear. He smiled faintly. Like, say, your connection to the Dark Lord. Snape's eyes hardened immediately. Dumbledore's protection meant he wasn't truly afraid of his past being exposed, but his actions within Hogwarts were under constant scrutiny. If anything jeopardized the mission he was tasked with, it would be unacceptable. His expression darkened, and when he spoke again, his voice was edged with barely restrained anger. I don't care what you know. If you dare defy. But before Snape could finish, his expression shifted sharply toward the corner of the corridor. Who's there? Less than a second later, 3 small figures crept out from around the bend. Harry began awkwardly, Professors, we just finished dinner, so we came here to aid digestion. Ron interrupted loudly, nodding with exaggerated confidence and patting his round stomach as if that somehow made his excuse more believable. Hermione winced and tugged on the back of his robes. Stop talking. Snape's glare could kill you. If no one has ever taught you manners, Snape said icily, perhaps you should consult the troll from Halloween. He'd have much to teach you. 5 points from each of you. He cast one last sharp glance at Tver before sweeping away, his robes billowing behind him. The trio let out a collective sigh of relief. They were used to losing points by now. 15 in one go was steep, but not the worst they'd seen. 3 papers, Tver said suddenly, smiling at them. Each of you will write 3 papers. If you don't finish them by the end of next week, your Christmas present will be an entire stack of essays, enough to last you until the end of term. He had been careless, just like Snape. Fatigue was part of it, but the recent surge in his power had made him a bit overconfident. And as someone who held himself to high standards, he couldn't allow such a basic lapse in judgment. Handing out 9 sheets of parchment, he turned and walked away. He'd been planning to have dinner, but at this point, rest sounded far more appealing. Left behind, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared miserably at their assignments. Hermione flipped through the papers. The content wasn't simple, many questions required written analyses. She didn't seem bothered, even a little intrigued. She might have actually wanted to see what the professor's Christmas gift would be. But Harry and Ron were far less enthusiastic. 3 papers. That's way too much. Harry groaned as soon as Tver was gone, staring down at the parchment in dismay. Ron sighed. Forget it. We'll each do 1. With the look Professor Folly had back there, I didn't dare ask for mercy. This is the first time I've heard of homework like this after class, Hermione said, shaking her head as she showed them the essay questions. And knowing him, he won't leave any loopholes. She glanced cautiously in the direction Tver had gone. Still, I've never seen him so angry before. What do you think he and Snape were talking about? Isn't it obvious? Ron said indignantly. Snape's probably forcing the professor to steal that thing. That's why he's been disappearing all the time. Harry nodded seriously. Exactly. Snape even told him to remember his place. Maybe he's got something on the professor and is blackmailing him. Hermione gave the two of them a skeptical look. Tver's attitude earlier had been anything but fearful. How did they come up with this nonsense so quickly? Still, she had no better explanation. So she said vaguely, then our top priority right now is to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. And what's really going on with Professor Folly? Ron added solemnly. Fine. If possible, Hermione sighed, let's also find out what kind of leverage Snape has over him. And then help the professor take him down. Chapter 61, Christmas Holidays. With just 1 week left before the Christmas holidays, students were getting more and more distracted in class. But it wasn't the anticipation of the break that had them restless, it was the excitement of getting a chance to play on the now half-sized snowball field. Yes, you actually had to fight for a turn there. At first, only the 100 senior students who had taken the class could freely and easily have snowball fights. But soon, other upper-year students who had been watching figured out how to make magic snowballs too. After a few days of practice, they finally caught up with the rest. Likewise, the younger students discovered they could also take turns for about half an hour. Few could make proper magic snowballs, but even chatting with the little imps was fun. So almost every student in the castle spent every bit of free time lining up for the snowball field. Not even the freezing weather or the early darkness could dampen their enthusiasm. Fortunately, Tver had considered their well-being and limited each student's playtime to 30 minutes a day, preventing the area from being overcrowded. Even so, Filch later caught several students sneaking out at night, waiting past midnight so they could rush in to play first. And those were just the ones who got caught, there were probably many more who hadn't. Tver eventually had to set a rule forbidding students from using the field at night to stop the behavior. Otherwise, poor old Filch might have ended up patrolling outside all night in the snow until he became the school's second ghostly staff member. As the holidays drew nearer, students regretted not signing up to stay behind for the break. Especially Malfoy, he'd been eager to mock Harry and the others for not going home for Christmas, only to realize that he was the one stuck here. He thought about asking Snape to re-register him, but one look at his head of house's murderous expression made him drop the idea instantly. The game was fun, but his life mattered more. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, who had decided to stay at school, were enjoying themselves. On the first morning of the holiday, they woke up early, playing wizard chess in the common room while chatting about their plans. George and Fred said we can head over there today and play snowballs. If we go with them, maybe we'll learn how to do it too. Ron said eagerly. Harry grinned. I wonder if we can actually learn it. It looks pretty hard. Relax. If those two idiots George and Fred can do it, so can we, Ron said with confidence. You're still playing. Hermione suddenly appeared beside them, scolding. Can't you do something useful for once? Useful? Ron blinked in confusion. Nicholas Flamel. Hermione snapped. Harry scratched the back of his head awkwardly, he really had forgotten, too busy thinking about snowballs. Ron let out an "oh" and said sheepishly, I've been buried in assignments lately. I'd have forgotten completely if you hadn't reminded me. But haven't you been reading nonstop? Found anything yet? No. Hermione slumped into a chair, disappointed. But a moment later, she brightened up. After glancing around, she whispered, there's still one place in the library we haven't checked. Ron stared at her in disbelief, as if she'd been replaced by someone else. You mean the restricted section in the library? Yes, Hermione said, lifting her chin confidently. That's one place we can't search. Then I might as well go look through Professor Folly's office to see what dirt he's got on Snape. Ron said, his face sour. Harry nodded in agreement, but Hermione frowned. The professor's been spending a lot of time alone in his office lately. If you dare go in, you'll get caught immediately. Don't worry about that. The professor said he won't be staying at school over Christmas. He's going to visit an elder relative. Ron nodded smugly, adding deliberately, he mentioned it offhand last night while we were playing wizard chess. Even if he had suspicions about the professor, he wouldn't give up this daily chance to chat with him. Harry also wanted to play chess and talk with the professor, to discuss the magical wonders that only existed in Hermione's books. But with his wizard chess skills, he couldn't even beat Seamus, so he could only envy them in his heart. Hermione was so envious she felt physically sick. For the umpteenth time, she thought her inability to play wizard chess was an unforgivable mistake. You can't beat the professor anyway, and, just hurry up and look up Nicholas Flamel. With that, to prevent Ron from saying anything more painful, she decisively dragged her luggage away. Today marked the first day of the holidays. Students like her, not staying behind at school, could only bid a reluctant farewell to the snow fort. By the time they returned, this place would be gone. Ron curled his lip at Hermione's retreating figure and retorted, "It took me a whole month before the professor beat me." "That's way better than Percy and the others. Tell us about last night then. You went straight to bed as soon as you got back and haven't mentioned the private lesson yet." Harry looked at Ron expectantly. Harry's daily anticipation was for Ron to recount the professor's activities, ostensibly to gain insight into the professor's methods and uncover the truth behind them. Hermione didn't use excuses either, always bringing her little stool to listen to Ron's boasts. Ron immediately lifted his little head proudly. "Last night's wizard chess match with the professor was incredible. It drained every last bit of wisdom from my brain. Even though I lost in the end, it was easily the most brilliant game I've ever played. More importantly, at the end of class, the professor gave George and Fred 2 special badges, saying it was to thank them for their exceptional contributions." Badges. Harry pulled out his own Halloween badge, puzzled. "What's so special about these?" Ron eyed the badge enviously. He had one too, but it could only be used twice, unlike Harry's rechargeable version. Their badges are a bit bigger, so they drain more magic, but they can be worn anywhere on your body. Displayed right on your chest. Harry didn't notice any difference. Unlike Ron, he was fine wearing his badge either on his waist or his chest. But when the twins strode over, chest puffed out proudly, he spotted the distinctive feature. "Why do your badges come in red and blue?" George beamed, pointing to the crimson one on his chest. "Professor said when we're together, our badges can alternate effects to conserve magic. And when powerful spells hit, they combine into a massive shield charm." Fred added excitedly. Ron scowled, pursing his lips. "My single badge is worth both of yours." "Give it a rest," George waved dismissively. "We're heading out for a snowball fight, a serious one. Want to join us?" Harry and Ron simultaneously knocked over the wizard chess pieces. "Of course we're coming." Chapter 62, Dumbledore's Test. Tver now truly possessed the power to break through the chessboard. However, he had no immediate plans to steal the Philosopher's Stone. For one, Quirrell's body was in terrible shape, he wasn't even capable of putting up a fight anymore. For another, Tver still needed time to understand and absorb the magic Helga had left behind. So, during the final week before the holidays, he cancelled all unnecessary activities and devoted himself entirely to reflecting on his experiences in the Forbidden Forest. After that period of absorption, his understanding of magical power reached an entirely new level. For a wizard of his strength, achieving such remarkable progress was almost unbelievable. And the improvement lay in sheer magical force. He could now, with nothing more than a pressure charm, crush a person to death. By his own estimation, in terms of raw magical power alone, he could already rival Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand. Of course, even then, he never skipped his weekly transfiguration research sessions with Dumbledore. The gap in magical philosophy wasn't something brute strength could bridge. Magic wasn't a weapon, its beauty lay not in destructive power but in the vast array of strange and wondrous effects it could create. Here, a special note of criticism for Voldemort. On the first day of the holidays, Tver didn't leave the school with the students. Instead, he arrived at the headmaster's office as planned. Dumbledore sat in his usual seat, his face lively with curiosity as he fiddled with something in his hands. It was clear he'd been waiting for some time. "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore," Tver greeted him. "My apologies for keeping you waiting. I hadn't expected that in less than 4 months at this school, I'd already have so much luggage to pack." He sat down comfortably, though his attention was immediately drawn to what Dumbledore had been studying. The Philosopher's Stone. The genuine article. Tver didn't even need to examine it closely, the waves of magical energy radiating from it were unmistakable. The life force that seeped from the stone made him feel both invigorated and utterly clear-headed. His eyes tightened, his movements freezing for just an instant, but only for an instant. He quickly composed himself again. Still, Dumbledore noticed the flicker of reaction. "Good evening," Dumbledore said, lifting the stone in his hand. "I believe you recognize what this is." Though it was phrased as a question, his tone left no room for doubt. Through his half-moon spectacles, Tver met Dumbledore's bright blue gaze. He smiled calmly. In the wizarding world, nothing else could contain so much magical power except the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore studied him for a moment, as if searching for a tell, before finally breaking into a cheerful laugh. Just as I thought. I was worried a young wizard might not recognize such an ancient relic. Though Tver kept his face composed, his heart tightened. Snape must have told Dumbledore about his suspicions. And of course, Snape wouldn't keep something this important to himself or investigate it alone. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. He met Dumbledore's gaze with calm composure. At worst, he could use his position as a teacher as a shield. Surely, Dumbledore wouldn't actually attack him. So, did that mean his title as professor had become Dumbledore's safeguard? Sensing Tver's composure, Dumbledore withdrew his probing look. No, I meant that few young people, knowing where the Philosopher's Stone is, could resist its temptation. Oh. You mean someone's been coveting the stone? Tver asked, feigning surprise. Yes. During the summer, I decided to test the waters, and sure enough, someone tried to get their hands on it, Dumbledore said with a slight blink. Tver immediately understood. The fake Philosopher's Stone from the summer had been Dumbledore's test, and most likely the reason he'd later set up a trap to play bait. But if you keep the Philosopher's Stone on you, I can guarantee no one will dare make a move, Tver said. At Hogwarts, trying to steal from Dumbledore was something even Voldemort wouldn't dare to do. You flatter me, Dumbledore said, pouring Tver a glass of pumpkin juice himself. But I'm an old man, I can't keep watch over it day and night. Do you have any ideas? Old man. With your energy, unless some curse gets you, you could easily live another 50 years, Tver thought silently, then tentatively suggested, what about placing it somewhere under strong protection? Excellent idea. Dumbledore exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. That was my plan as well, but I'm still uncertain about the best method of storage. Could you help me come up with a solution? Tver was momentarily at a loss. Perhaps you could add a mental detection enchantment to the stone's protection. A thief would certainly desire it, so you could use that. Only someone without greed for the stone could truly obtain it. Dumbledore clapped his hands approvingly. Ingenious. It seems I asked the right person tonight. I'll arrange it over Christmas. Would you be free to help me? I'm afraid not. Over the holidays, I'll be meeting a very important. Tver paused briefly, elder. So I won't be able to stay at the school. Besides, with your abilities, headmaster, you hardly need me looking over your shoulder, do you? He didn't believe for a second that Dumbledore was simply discussing the Philosopher's Stone. In truth, the old man was testing him, probing whether he had any desire for it. Even the slightest hint of interest would place him under constant scrutiny from both Snape and Dumbledore, long before Quirrell could divert their attention. The discussion about the Philosopher's Stone ended there. After that, the two never mentioned it again. Even though it sat on the table before them, neither gave it another glance, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary rock. After finishing his transfiguration research with Dumbledore, Tver left the headmaster's office but didn't immediately leave the 8th floor. Instead, he began examining each tapestry, pacing back and forth before them. He was searching for the Room of Requirement. If there really was a Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets, it was hard not to connect it with the Room of Requirement. But in his previous life, he'd never cared about where that room was. Compared to the famous silently state your need and pass 3 times method, its exact entrance location had never been something he memorized. After all, he'd never expected to transmigrate, let alone into the world of Harry Potter. So, if anyone came up to the 8th floor now, they'd witness a sight shocking enough to make their jaw drop, Professor Folly, usually so composed and elegant, darting back and forth like a headless fly. And in the end, this headless fly was astonished to discover that the Room of Requirement was gone. He was certain he'd walked the entire length of the 8th floor corridor, examined every tapestry, and even blocked the vision of several portraits to be thorough. But still, there was no sign of the Room of Requirement. Just as Tver frowned, deep in thought, a sudden rumbling noise echoed from across the hall. He quickly darted into the shadows, hiding behind a tapestry depicting a troll clubbing Barnabas the Barmy. The opposite wall had turned into a door, and as it opened, a staggering, drunken professor emerged. Sybil Trelawney, professor of divination, and one of the last remaining seers in the wizarding world. But her condition was far from good. She was thin, her green robes hanging loosely around her frame. Her glasses sat crooked on her face, and her hair was a tangled mess, making her look utterly disheveled. From a distance, Tver could already smell the sharp tang of alcohol on her, and the way she staggered with every step left no doubt about her state. He'd been searching this corridor for nearly an hour, meaning the professor had likely been inside for just as long. No wonder he hadn't been able to find the Room of Requirement. Still, Tver had no intention of greeting her. Because of the curse on his body, he harbored a quiet reverence for anything involving prophecy. Unlike most people, he knew this professor truly possessed the gift of foresight. Yet, according to ancient legend, every seer carried a curse, their words were rarely believed. It was a miserable, tormenting fate. They could glimpse coming truths, yet thanks to that curse and the coincidences it spawned, they were powerless to prevent the disasters they foresaw. So this woman, who should have been a revered prophet, had instead buried herself in self-doubt, spending her days drinking away her sorrow in the divination tower. Only after Professor Trelawney finally staggered off, steadying herself against the wall, did Tver step forward to face it. It was just an ordinary stretch of stone, its only notable quality being how thick and solid it looked. Even pressing his hand against it, he couldn't feel the faintest trace of magical energy. If he hadn't seen the door open there moments ago, he never would have guessed that this was the entrance to the fabled room of requirement. So, what kind of room would it open for him? Snape's dressing room. Dumbledore's bathroom. A low rumble sounded. Before him appeared a lavish, ornate door, complete with a neat little sign labeled, "Man." What kind of response was that supposed to be? He quickly shook off the ridiculous thoughts crowding his mind and tried to focus. Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. Ravenclaw's library. Her private study. No matter how many times he tried, the room of requirement refused to respond. The luxurious bathroom door remained stubbornly in place. As the sky outside darkened, Tver gave up and simply pushed the door open. Inside was an opulent washroom filled with beautifully crafted chamber pots. He barely paid them any mind, well, almost. Their intricate designs did catch his eye for a moment. All right, fine, he did wonder briefly which one Dumbledore might have used. Pushing aside that pointless curiosity, Tver began searching for the source of the room's magic. I couldn't trace the magic in the badge, but the room of requirement's magic has to be detectable. As his magic flared outward, the room's structure began to unfold before his eyes. And Tver almost wished it hadn't. There was too much. Countless fine threads wove through the space, 5 or 6 strands of wool extending from every inch of the floor, each connecting to a different spot on the walls or ceiling. It was as though the entire room were made of magic itself. But where did all these threads lead? Surely the room of requirement wasn't built from the combined magic of thousands of wizards. Wait, he realized something. The room of requirement had a storage chamber for discarded magical objects. So these threads of will, were they extending from those items? Tver didn't investigate further. Just probing a dozen magical artifacts earlier had left him dizzy, and now, surrounded by tens of thousands of threads, his magic was already half drained. Still, he confirmed one thing, he couldn't search for Ravenclaw's chamber the same way he'd searched for Helga's, by following the wool threads. As for the Horcrux hidden in the storage room, he'd come back for it later. For now, dealing with one ring and quarrel was more than enough. Chapter 63, Grindelwald. Christmas Eve. A small 3-story house stood beside the University of Vienna in Austria. At first glance, it looked entirely ordinary, no different from the other homes in the neighborhood. Yet the snow lay perfectly flat across its sky-blue roof, every flake seemingly placed with precision. A single one too many would make it heavy, a single one too few would seem lacking. Even the snow by the door had been neatly swept to the side. The result was a kind of meticulous beauty, so precise that it looked less like nature's work and more like building blocks arranged by someone with obsessive care. Whoever lived here clearly wasn't ordinary. The next instant, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air on the deserted street. Despite the freezing night, she wore only a wool coat draped over a thin tailored suit. The deep crimson fabric matched her slender, poised frame perfectly, giving her a refined sharpness and a maturity beyond her years. Her long, swan-like neck led up to a delicate, composed face. Her black hair was pinned neatly atop her head, giving her the appearance of a traditional Eastern woman rather than someone of Slavic descent. Cynthia Vasika, that was the name of this elegant young woman. She glanced at the smooth, even snow with a small, amused smile. It looked as though someone had taken a shovel and carefully leveled it flat. No Muggle would ever do this, she muttered with a sigh. Your teacher really is impossible. Then she began walking, her steps unhurried. Click, click, click. The soft rhythm of her high heels echoed faintly through the quiet street, unnoticed, much like her sudden arrival. As she approached the house, the bell at the door jingled, and the front door swung open on its own, revealing a dimly lit hallway inside. Cynthia didn't seem surprised. She stepped in with practiced ease, moving with the comfortable familiarity of someone entering her own home. Even without the lights, she found her way straight to the kitchen. She tossed her coat onto a chair, flicked on the kitchen light, and cheerfully began unpacking the food she had brought for the evening from her small handbag: roast turkey, roast chicken, steak, a variety of vegetables, and of course, a rich assortment of desserts and candies. You really went to a lot of trouble, came an aged, teasing voice. You know how much I love sweets. Without turning around, Cynthia replied, this isn't for you. And don't you dare eat everything like last time. The old man shrugged, entirely unconcerned, and began examining the pile of candies. Oh, my favorite, sherbet lemon, he said with delight, popping one into his mouth as his eyes crinkled in pleasure. Still, I should thank you on Tver's behalf. At that, Cynthia turned, exhaling softly as she watched him taste each dessert one by one. His body, once frail, had grown stronger over the years, filling out the dark green pajamas he wore. Time, however, had left countless lines on his face. Only his eyes remained unchanged, steady and composed as ever. Having long hidden from the world, there was little left that could surprise Gellert Grindelwald. "Professor Grindelwald," Cynthia said as she placed the last dish on the table, "I've told you so many times, don't eat only sweets. They're bad for your health." The old man hesitated briefly, then decided to leave a single portion of lemon pudding for his only student. The rest, naturally, would be his. Yes, I'll save some for Tver," he said with a faint chuckle. Cynthia's face turned red, her hands fumbling slightly at the table. Grindelwald's lips curved in amusement as he looked her over. "He does have a fondness for elegance," he remarked lightly, "but you're only 18. You can't even manage high heels properly yet. That outfit doesn't suit your temperament at all." Her blush deepened, and she glared at him, cheeks burning as the old man smiled knowingly. "I only try dressing like this once in a while. Unlike you, you never try anything new. No wonder Tver despises your outdated mindset." Grindelwald sat casually in the main seat, tasting a candy as he spoke. "If I truly didn't care about what he said, why would I choose to live in a Muggle community?" "Oh." Cynthia looked at the old man in surprise. She had always thought it was just one of his odd habits, a preference for living in Muggle houses untouched by magic. "Don't think of me as so rigid. Long before your parents were even born, we held the most radical ideas in this world. I suppose you haven't noticed the Muggle University nearby?" Grindelwald said thoughtfully. "It's the most prestigious one in the country. I go there every day, watching every Muggle student, professor, and scholar. At first, I scoffed at their research. After all, magic is the true miracle that stands above them. But after Tver took me deep into their research institute, I realized." He unconsciously clenched his fists, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Muggle progress is far beyond what any of us expected. In less than a century, their technology will stand on equal ground with magic. What's even more terrifying is that their rate of progress keeps accelerating." Cynthia wasn't surprised by his words. In fact, it was because of such ideas that she had come to deeply admire Tver. So she said firmly, "Tver foresaw it." Grindelwald burst into laughter. This student, he thought, was his final achievement in life. Yes, he foresaw this trend more clearly than anyone. "That's why I moved out of Nurmengard. I want to see with my own eyes how he accomplishes what I never could." A trace of sadness crossed the old man's face as he murmured, "If only I'd chosen a better path, like Tver did, perhaps things would have been different." Seeing him drift into melancholy, Cynthia hurried to change the subject. "Speaking of Tver, why isn't he here yet? Could he have been delayed on the way?" Her clumsy attempt made Grindelwald chuckle, and his distant look faded. "Don't worry. With his power, there are few who could delay him. He just said he'd join us after having an early dinner with his family." Cynthia pouted in disappointment and quickly snatched away the small cake Grindelwald was about to take. "No eating until Tver gets here." She had poured so much effort into tonight's dinner, most of it prepared especially for Tver. She wasn't about to let it be eaten casually, not even by his teacher. The sound of a bell rang from the doorway. Moments later, the handsome figure she had been eagerly waiting for appeared in the kitchen. Tver smiled at the two of them. "Sorry, it took me a bit longer to prepare the gifts for my students." Chapter 64, Christmas Feast. Cynthia skipped up behind Tver and helped him take off his coat. "Thanks," Tver said, always surprised by her thoughtfulness no matter how often it happened. "You really don't have to do this every time." Cynthia ignored his words, hanging up the coat before giving his back a gentle push with both hands. "Come see," the girl exclaimed excitedly. "I've prepared so many delicious things for you." Pushed toward the dining table, Tver was genuinely astonished by the lavish spread. "I know you've already had dinner, so the roast turkey and such are for the teacher, and the desserts are. But there's only one portion of pudding left." Cynthia immediately fixed her gaze on the prime suspect. "Don't just stand there," Grindelwald pretended not to hear, waving Tver over. "Enjoying being a professor? Even preparing gifts for your students?" Tver chuckled, pulling the pouting girl down to sit beside him before turning to face the teacher. "I ran a game. I promised the winning students Christmas presents." Cynthia placed the last pudding in front of him, asking with keen interest, "What kind of game was it?" Grindelwald also looked at him with a hint of curiosity. "Thank you." Tver proceeded to explain the game to them. It was just a simple snowball fight, really. The main goal was to cultivate the students' understanding of advanced magic. After all, the earlier they grasped these concepts, the better. Grindelwald's expression turned understanding. That was precisely how he had taught Tver. After mastering the shield charm and the fiendfire curse, he had let him experiment with the Protego Diabolica. Originally, he'd only intended for him to grasp the sensation of merging different spells, deepening his understanding of curses. Unexpectedly, Tver had mastered the Protego Diabolica, a spell Grindelwald took great pride in just one afternoon. It was then that he first realized with stark clarity, Tver wasn't some lucky kid who stumbled into Nurmengard by accident. He was the heir sent by the heavens. Planning to cultivate loyal followers among Hogwarts students? Not necessarily. Hogwarts students are slightly weaker in combat compared to Durmstrang, but they delve deeper into other branches of magic. Tver took a bite of pudding. The rich, lemony fragrance blossomed in his mouth, causing his eyes to narrow slightly in pure satisfaction. Grindelwald remained noncommittal. While he excelled in dark magic and transfiguration, he held no prejudice against classical magic, especially since it had once been used to defeat him. Cynthia, however, was delighted. Not only because Tver enjoyed the pudding, but also because of his interest in classical magic. Ever since they met in first year, Tver had been studying all manner of magic, most notably the most sinister forms of dark magic. Even at Durmstrang, no first-year student would undertake such studies. Fortunately, after each dark magic experiment, he would seek her out to talk, allowing her to see his heart hadn't been corrupted by it, and she gradually grew reassured. Still, delving too deeply into dark magic was unwise. Even Durmstrang avoided mentioning the most extreme forms. At that thought, Cynthia shot a furious glare at a certain senior who'd been expelled during his studies for researching dark magic too wickedly. If you teach Tver that dark magic, I'll make you lemon-flavored pastries every single day. Oh, right, Tver suddenly said, I've noticed some students there have distinct traits. Some have unstable casting will because of memory loss. Some twins share a faint mental link. Their souls are fascinating. Studying them could let me. Clang. What was that? Nothing, just a slip of the hand. Cynthia hurriedly picked up her knife and fork. Grindelwald's eyes shone with satisfaction. When it came to soul research, this student had long since surpassed him. As for evil, well, that suited him fine. Hogwarts has more students and greater tolerance. I think he could achieve a subtle influence through the Muggle-born students. Tver was a little surprised. The professor had always shown a natural, mild hostility toward Muggles. He had not expected this suggestion. Your idea is excellent. I also think we should win over the middle ground between Muggles and wizards. They will be our strongest supporters. It's you, Grindelwald said with a relieved smile. This era will ultimately belong to you, Tver. Not just you, Cynthia added earnestly. Us, Tver and me. They all laughed happily, then returned to the sumptuous dinner. Truthfully, Cynthia's cooking did not match Tver's father's skill, but it was far better than his mother's. Thinking of the ramora fish soup he'd had before coming, his appetite for cake dwindled slightly. What's wrong? Doesn't it suit your taste? Cynthia asked immediately, concerned. Not at all, Tver replied with a smile. It's just that with so many dishes here, we'll probably be eating until Christmas. Cynthia's eyebrows shot up with delight. Why not stay here tonight? I can tidy a room for you. Before he could answer, she darted upstairs like a busy little bee. Your break must be long. Why not stay and keep me company? Grindelwald suggested. Certainly, Tver agreed. I actually have a question I want to ask you, Professor. Oh. The old man set down his knife and fork in surprise. Since last year, Tver had not needed to consult him about anything. What could possibly stump you? Tell me and we'll examine it together. It concerns a soul. If I give it life force and help it build a body, how can I achieve complete control over it? A body constructed from life force? Grindelwald pondered. Such a body depends heavily on a continuous supply of life force. Couldn't you control it by mastering its life source? He's excellent at absorbing life force. Once released, he could find wizards to supply him with it himself. Grindelwald realized which soul Tver meant. He sneered, a hard edge in his voice that faintly echoed the shadow of the Dark Lord who once made the world tremble. You know about the unbreakable vow, right? Bind his soul in a similar way. If he betrays your will, destroy him. I remember that method does great damage to the soul, doesn't it? Tver hesitated. He had learned from his teacher how to brand a soul, but that was for living people. He could not guarantee what would happen if he used such methods on an unprotected soul. Grindelwald did not care. He even sounded disdainful. Didn't you say that powerful idiot has several soul fragments? If one survives, we'll just use that one. Chapter 65, Cynthia's Will. After chatting with Grindelwald about Voldemort for a while, Tver realized Cynthia still hadn't come downstairs. Does tidying a room really take that long? Cynthia may not be a house elf, but she shouldn't need half a day to tidy up. Grindelwald looked equally puzzled. Why don't you go check? Tver immediately set down his knife and fork. Though Cynthia's strength was below his own, she had long held second place at Durmstrang. Even if she ran into trouble, there should have been some sign of it. Still, unease stirred in his chest. The lights upstairs were off, with only faint moonlight spilling through the windows. But as he reached the last step of the staircase, he caught a sound. Someone was crying. Cynthia. He pushed the door open hard. A glowing orb shot into the room, lighting up the scene inside. Cynthia was kneeling by the doorway, sobbing, wand trembling in her hand, her entire body shaking. Lying on the carpet, limbs sprawled, was Tver. His face was deathly pale, and congealed blood stained the corner of his mouth. He was unmistakably dead. The next moment, Cynthia sniffled and waved her wand at him. Ridiculous. At once, Tver came to life again, standing before her in formal attire, a bouquet of roses in hand. And no. Sorry. She quickly flicked her wand again, and the image of him dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the air. As it faded, Tver's light spell disappeared too, leaving the room dim once more. Only the pale moonlight from outside faintly revealed the girl's fragile expression. It was the first time Tver had ever seen her like this. No matter how difficult things became, Cynthia had always carried herself with confidence. Of course, with her ability and talent, few things ever truly challenged her. Tver glanced around, then reached down to help her up. Even the most beautiful girl didn't look her best with tears streaming down her face and snot threatening to drip into her mouth. Sniff. The snot didn't go back up. Amused by how endearing she looked, Tver shook his head and chuckled softly. In the dim light, Cynthia could only make out Tver's silhouette, but in her eyes, that outline grew sharper and sharper. He was silently stepping closer. Closer still, until she could feel his breath and the faint scent that lingered on him. Thud. Her back met the wall behind her. Cynthia's heart pounded faster. When Tver braced his left hand against the wall and leaned his head toward her, her pulse raced so wildly she thought it might burst. Let's do something that can only be done in the dark, Tver whispered softly in her ear. Do what? Cynthia stammered, gripping her skirt tightly, her face burning so hot it felt like it would explode. Whether from fear or anticipation, she shut her eyes tight, her trembling eyelids betraying the chaos in her heart. Turn on the light. Tver chuckled softly as he pressed the wall switch. With a click, the entire room lit up. He turned to take in the surroundings. The design was old-fashioned and simple, just a bed, a desk, and a few chairs, but it was enough. Refinement and luxury were never necessities for him. Cynthia finally came back to her senses, wiping away the tears from her face. Her cheeks still flushed, she walked over to Tver and asked hesitantly, "Did I look pathetic just now?" "Of course not. On the contrary, I'm grateful for your concern," Tver said, waving his wand to remove all traces of magic from the room. "I remember this used to be a Muggle house. How did a boggart end up here?" At the mention of business, Cynthia regained her usual composure. "Actually, a long time ago, this used to belong to an old wizard. But after his death, the protective enchantments on this room gradually faded, and eventually a Muggle family bought it. However, some traces of magic remained. After living here for 2 years, that family moved out, and later, Mr. Grindelwald bought the place." Tver nodded approvingly. What he appreciated most about Cynthia was how she always provided clear, detailed answers when it came to practical matters. What about the professor? What has he been doing lately? He wasn't trying to spy on his teacher. He was simply worried that after leaving Nurmengard, Grindelwald might draw attention from the Austrian Ministry of Magic, or even the International Confederation of Wizards. Though Nurmengard was now little more than an empty shell and the teacher's presence was largely ignored by the modern wizarding world, some of the old wizards still feared the name Grindelwald. After all, his rule over Europe hadn't been achieved with mere words. Cynthia thought for a moment, then answered quickly and clearly. He's been pretending to be an ordinary Muggle oldman. At first, he made a fool of himself because he didn't know how to act the part. But by the second day, he was already greeting and chatting with Muggles like it was second nature. According to Mr. Grindelwald, he spends his days wandering around nearby schools, observing Muggle science and ways of thinking. At night, he mostly stays in his room. I tried probing a few times, he was either looking through old photo albums or experimenting with transfiguration. But I think he noticed me. Guilt was written all over her face. Tver looked unsurprised. I never meant to hide anything from the professor. But since he hasn't objected, let's avoid any more probing for now. By the way, did you ever bring up the idea of making him a wand? Cynthia's expression fell. I did, several times. But he always says he's a failure, and that there's no reason for him to show his face again. Tver nodded slightly. He had hoped his teacher might step in one day to help him resolve certain problems. But it seemed that the weight of past defeat had closed the man's heart completely. Still, the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. And who that would be, only time would tell. Perhaps even convincing Dumbledore someday would require the teacher's help. You've worked hard lately, Tver said, lowering his wand and turning to face Cynthia. But I have one last question. Are you truly willing to follow me, to chase after that nearly impossible dream, even if I just stay a carefree professor at Hogwarts? He had only ever shared his greatest vision since coming to this world with Grindelwald and Cynthia. For now, he was still fighting for his life, pouring his energy into uncovering the secrets of the crest. His power was still far from enough to challenge the deeply rooted beliefs of the wizarding world. At the very least, he would need to surpass Dumbledore before he could even try. Sensing Tver's solemn tone, Cynthia's expression grew serious. She met his gaze with fierce determination, her cheeks faintly flushed with excitement. I'll follow you for life, she declared with steady conviction, her voice filled with strength. Even if this world rejects us. Just the thought of overturning the statute of secrecy made her blood race with excitement. Chapter 66, Christmas Gift. When Tver woke up the next morning, he was startled to find a mountain of gifts piled before him. Beautifully wrapped packages of all shapes and sizes filled the entire living room, with several even stacked in the hallway by the door. Cynthia stood nearby, wand in hand, inspecting each parcel one by one to ensure none contained dark magic or any malicious enchantments. Owls have been bringing gifts since last night, she explained. There are still about 10 resting in the yard right now, they look completely worn out. Tver glanced out the window. The owls were neatly perched on a rack, with some dried fruit placed in front of them as food. The passers-by on the street, however, paid no attention to them, as if they didn't exist at all. This house hadn't originally been heavily enchanted, so it seemed Cynthia had set up a few temporary spells, likely confundus charms, to keep things unnoticed. You've done a lot, he said appreciatively. He picked up a gift at random and unwrapped it. Inside was a small doll modeled after himself. A letter tucked inside revealed it was from one of his senior students. Most of these are gifts from your students, Cynthia said, pointing to the largest pile. But there's one gift I wasn't sure whether I should give you. She held up the smallest box among them. Despite its size, the wrapping was done with remarkable care. There's a binding spell on it. Once opened, whatever's inside will attach itself to the recipient. But I didn't sense any malice or harmful intent. Tver took the box with curiosity. A small note was attached to the outer wrapping, a gift from George and Fred. Judging from the Weasley twins' reputation, he immediately guessed it was probably a harmless prank. He chuckled softly and opened the box without hesitation. The twins loved mischief, but they always knew their limits, they wouldn't create something dangerous. And even if it was, it wouldn't be able to harm him anyway. Inside, however, was something that did surprise him, a small badge. The badge was engraved with the twins' faces, one on each side, staring at each other with open mouths as if they were about to speak. Before Tver could wonder what it did, the badge activated on its own. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. The two engraved faces began taking turns singing the Christmas carol loudly and cheerfully. The singing, well, was surprisingly full of emotion. The badge wiggled slightly, as if trying to escape his grasp. Sensing no trace of dark magic, Tver simply let go, allowing it to fasten itself neatly onto his chest. After trying twice to remove it without success, and hearing the song loop endlessly without pause, he didn't get angry. Instead, he found it amusing. If those two ever put the same energy they spend on pranks into studying magic, he said with a light smile, I'm certain they'd become two of the greatest wizards in the world. Cynthia looked at Tver's smiling face and, of course, understood exactly what he meant. But interest is their greatest teacher. If they'd focused on something else, they might never have developed such talent. After saying that, she handed another box to Tver. This one's labeled with the name Albus Dumbledore. Is it a gift from the headmaster? The box wasn't large, about the size of a few books, and indeed, the tag bore Dumbledore's name. It must be. I didn't expect him to send me a gift, but fortunately, I'd already prepared plenty of sweets for him. Inside was a book, his own copy of the 4 Elements of Magic, the same one he had previously lent to Dumbledore. What's this supposed to mean? Sending my book back as a Christmas gift? He opened it, puzzled, but soon realized it wasn't so simple. Dumbledore had filled the margins with notes, outlining his own understanding of the 4 elements. At the end of the book, a single line stood out. These are my humble reflections. I hope they may be of some help to you. Albus Dumbledore. It was a weighty gift. Those annotations reflected years of Dumbledore's accumulated knowledge, and even a brief glance gave Tver new insights. Seems the headmaster really is thoughtful. Can't you make that damned badge stop? Grindelwald had appeared in the doorway without a sound, leaning on a cane and looking for all the world like an ordinary old muggle. I could hear it from outside the house. The place was warded with a muffly-auto charm. If he could really hear it, that would be something. And even if he did, it wasn't the song he heard, it was probably a name. Suppressing a sigh, Tver focused his magic, silencing the badge's carol but leaving it pinned to his chest. "Would you like to take a look at this book?" he teased, holding it out toward his teacher. "The content's quite interesting." Grindelwald shot a glare at his most accomplished student, snatched the book, and said curtly, "I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me unless it's important." With that, he marched up the stairs without looking back, his stride firm and surprisingly steady. Meanwhile, Cynthia had finished inspecting all the gifts. She had even gone a step further, neatly sorting them by sender. The largest pile, unsurprisingly, came from Hogwarts students, next were friends from Durmstrang, and the rest were from colleagues and relatives. "How do you know who's who?" Tver asked absently as he opened one of the boxes from the family and friends pile. There were so many that just unwrapping them would take all morning. "I cross-checked the Hogwarts staff list," Cynthia said proudly. "Aside from them, I recognized a few Durmstrang students. The rest could only be Hogwarts students." In some ways, Cynthia really was the one who understood him best. "Oh." Tver looked down in mild surprise at the scarf in his hands. He'd unwrapped several gifts so far, mostly books, with a few duplicates among them, but this one was different. It was a unique gradient scarf, fading from deep crimson to light red. That kind of design was rare in 1991 Britain, and even in the wizarding world, crafting such a scarf wouldn't have been easy. "Is this your gift?" he asked, already knowing the answer from the look of anticipation on her face. "Yes. I figured you'd already gotten more than enough books, so I wanted to prepare something different," Cynthia said brightly. "And I really like the badge you gave me." She pointed to the dark gold badge already pinned to her chest, marked by two interlocking ellipses that resembled the yin-yang symbol. It was an emblem crafted by Dervish and designed by Tver himself, inspired by the concept of a two-way mirror, allowing communication between paired badges. However, production was still tricky. If he ever wanted all his followers to have one, the brothers would need to refine their skills further. Tver casually draped the scarf around his neck, the warm color making him look even more composed and elegant. A very fine gift. Chapter 67, the end of the holiday. Because of the students, Tver received more gifts than ever this year, so many that his wallet was nearly stuffed full. Most of them were Christmas chocolates of every flavor imaginable. Some mischievous little witches had even slipped in love potions, but those were promptly destroyed. Next came books. Everyone seemed to think he was a voracious reader, which wasn't entirely wrong. But any useful books still sold in stores, Tver had already read. What he lacked now were the obscure ones, those hidden away or forbidden to the public. So he only kept a few that caught his interest and left the rest with his teacher. Even so, this Christmas break felt far more relaxing than any before. In the past, he'd only allowed himself a brief rest on Christmas Eve, but now he'd learned to enjoy moments of leisure. With Cynthia's attentive care, his teacher took the chance to talk with him about many things, magic, old memories, and the art of persuasion, among others. It wasn't only Tver who found this time restful, Grindelwald did too. After spending more than half a year living among Muggles, the first Dark Lord seemed to view his past with clearer eyes. "Only when you learn to enjoy life can you find the drive to move forward," Grindelwald said with a sigh. On the final morning of the holiday, after breakfast together, Tver and his teacher took a leisurely walk through the University of Vienna. Since it was Christmas, the campus was quiet. Most people around were elderly professors enjoying the winter air. "That man who just passed studies astrophysics," Grindelwald remarked, nodding toward an old professor walking briskly, lost in thought. "He's always carrying star charts I can't make sense of. Honestly, I can't even tell they're star charts." Modern star maps were indeed quite different from those known to wizards, or perhaps, they operated on a completely different level. Wizards studied celestial movements within the solar system, focusing on their observable patterns. The problem was, with the help of instruments, Muggles had long since broken beyond the solar system and begun exploring the mysteries of the universe itself. Whenever he walked through Muggle society, Tver couldn't help but admire their progress. He also remembered clearly how far that society would advance over the next 20 years. To wizards, such progress was nothing short of another kind of magic. "The wizarding world is advancing far too slowly," Tver said, shaking his head. "At this rate, wizards will soon realize that studying magic is less worthwhile than studying science. At least science helps you survive in a much broader world." If given a choice, if this were 20 years in the future, he doubted he'd have any interest in becoming a wizard at all. After all, being a wizard couldn't compare to reading novels, especially when you could send little gifts to the author and urge them to update faster. "That one studies philosophy," Grindelwald suddenly said, pointing to another scholarly-looking professor in the distance. "He once said something quite wise: development follows a spiral ascent. So there's no need to rush. Slow down, prepare well, and act when ready. You've got plenty of time now, haven't you?" A faint smile crossed Tver's lips. They had already talked about the curse the night before, and when Grindelwald learned that he had met Helga's lingering will at Hogwarts, he had been astonished. But once the surprise faded, His teacher was genuinely glad. The curse on Tver had grown weaker. So, I need your help. I'm just an old man who wants to rest, Grindelwald said doubtfully. What could I possibly do for you? Well, when it comes to facing Headmaster Dumbledore, you wouldn't want us fighting to the death, would you? We'll see. The old man's expression darkened, and he gently shook his head. Seeing this, Tver dared not press further. The tension between those two was something only they could resolve. It wasn't his place to interfere. So, you've decided to stay here indefinitely, he asked, trying to sound casual. His teacher clearly wanted to take time off and recover, and as a student, Tver naturally supported that. But someone still needed to look after him, and with Cynthia now taking on new duties, she couldn't stay by his side anymore. Sensing his student's concern, Grindelwald gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine living here on my own. Besides, my strength has recovered quite a bit. Even if my identity were exposed, they wouldn't be able to touch me. He struck the ground firmly with his cane, as if the floor itself were the Aurors of every nation trying, and failing, to bring him down. Only then did Tver notice something unusual about the cane. No wonder his teacher had refused the offer of a wand. He'd already prepared one in his own way. I've never seen a wand integrated into a cane before. Did you make it yourself? This. Grindelwald smiled knowingly. I had Gregorovitch custom make it. We've known each other for quite some time. Besides, it's perfectly normal for an old man like me to use a cane, isn't it? He subtly pulled at the top of the cane, where something seemed to be hidden. Tver laughed in understanding. The design allowed for an element of surprise. An elderly man suddenly drawing a wand would catch anyone off guard. It seemed his teacher's safety wasn't something he needed to worry about after all. The last matter of the Christmas holiday was finally settled. They wandered through the grounds until noon before heading back. Over the past few days, they'd already talked plenty. What surprised Tver most was that his teacher's grasp of the four elements was no less than Dumbledore's. In fact, Grindelwald seemed almost competitive, constantly challenging the headmaster's notes and presenting his own interpretations. To Tver, both viewpoints were deeply insightful. Compared to the prospect of fumbling through everything on his own, this exchange was far more rewarding. It was, without question, his greatest gain of the Christmas season. Back at the house, Cynthia had already prepared a lavish lunch, their final meal together in this home. I just received a letter from the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I can start working anytime this week. Cynthia excitedly displayed the parchment in her hand, a letter from the British Ministry of Magic. Tver nodded in approval. Even with Cynthia's abilities, receiving an offer that quickly must have taken considerable effort. In that case, I'll be counting on you over there. The department managed Britain's magical relations with other countries. More importantly, it also housed the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards, the very organization that upheld the Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. After lunch, Tver and Cynthia bid farewell to Grindelwald and left the house they'd called home for over a week. Cynthia went to the Ministry of Magic, while Tver returned to Hogwarts to continue his life as a professor. Chapter 68, the student who broke into the office at night. As the Christmas break came to an end, students gradually returned to the castle, filling its halls with life once more. Most of them were eager to make the most of the final days of vacation, laughing and playing in the snow-covered courtyard. But amid the cheerful chaos, a piece of news spread through the school like wildfire. The famous first-year Harry Potter and his Weasley friend had been caught sneaking out at night, attempting to break into a professor's office. They were trapped there all night by the professor's protective wards and discovered early the next morning by Professor McGonagall. Each boy lost 50 house points, sending Gryffindor's hard-earned total plummeting in an instant. And the professor whose office they'd tried to enter? None other than the widely admired Professor Folly. Tver stood before his office door, his expression caught somewhere between surprise and disbelief. The protective enchantments had already been dispelled by Professor McGonagall, otherwise, no one would have been able to enter or leave. I found them this morning, McGonagall said helplessly. Frozen after a night out here, shivering like leaves. 2 Gryffindor students sneaking around at night was one thing, but trying to break into a professor's office. That was unprecedented. Especially when the professor in question was Tver, a guest instructor from another school. It was a complete embarrassment to Hogwarts. Did you ask Harry and Ron why they wanted to break into my office? Tver asked, puzzled. He hadn't paid Harry much attention recently. According to the story's progression, the boy and his friends should have been investigating Nicholas Flamel. But what would lead them to his office of all places? McGonagall shook her head. They said they were curious about your magic and wanted to take a look. But honestly, even Filch could tell they were lying. Tver nodded, his expression tightening slightly. Good thing you came by in the morning. The wards I placed here were designed for adult wizards. If they'd stayed longer, the magic would have intensified, and the results would have been disastrous. McGonagall's stern features twitched ever so slightly. Wards like that, at Hogwarts. Did he think the school's defenses weren't good enough? Hogwarts was supposed to be the safest place in the wizarding world. While it's reasonable to use protective spells on your office, she said after a pause, I must remind you not to use enchantments that are too powerful. She pressed her lips together for a moment before continuing. And about that imp magic of yours, while it doesn't quite qualify as dark magic, you still need to consider the student's physical limits. Don't use it on them too often. Tver thought for a moment about the imp spell. It did drain a small amount of a student's willpower, though that energy was replenished when the spell faded. The real issue was that most students simply didn't have enough magical strength to sustain something so advanced. Don't worry, he said calmly. Even if they wanted to use it all the time, I wouldn't have the time to cast it for them. Reassured by his response, McGonagall gave a satisfied nod. I'm not doubting you, she said. And the badges you made for the students are quite interesting. The school has approved your funding request, the money should be released soon. She had worried that as a new professor, Tver might not yet know where to draw the line, risking the student's safety. But now it was clear he was far more capable than she had imagined, perhaps even more suited to teaching than some of the older staff. Hearing that the funding had gone through, Tver smiled brightly. There would be plenty of expenses to cover in the future. He couldn't keep paying for everything out of pocket forever, could he? Thank you so much. I was worried about how future classes would proceed. It's the school's responsibility, said Professor McGonagall, but as you know, the Board of Governors controls funding approvals, so things tend to move a little slowly. She glanced down the corridor, now filling with students, and straightened her robes. I won't keep you any longer. The moment she left, Tver's smile vanished. Those two, rather than properly investigating Quirrell, they've started investigating him. He slipped into his office, reinforced the protective enchantments with a new, tighter set of wards, and sat down before pulling out the Marauder's map. Everything is permitted. The parchment instantly came alive before his eyes. In just one Christmas break, the Weasley twins had helped him uncover several secret passages around Hogwarts. They hadn't used any of them to sneak off the grounds, just explored for fun. But that wasn't the focus right now. Drawing his wand, he located Harry's name. As a soft golden light shimmered, voices began to echo from the map. Have you two completely lost your minds? Hermione's furious voice rang through the corridor corner. Harry and Ron shrank back, exchanging uneasy glances. Her anger didn't subside, it only burned hotter. Instead of properly investigating Nicholas Flamel, you go breaking into Professor Folly's office. What were you two thinking? What's next, Snape's office? Snape was watching us. Ron mumbled weakly. You actually wanted to do that. Harry quickly tried to explain. That night, I just took Ron to see the mirror, but Snape caught us on the way back, so we tried to hide. That doesn't mean you had to hide in a professor's office. Hermione frowned. And what mirror are you talking about? Couldn't you go during the day? The mirror of Eriste. Ron blurted out, sensing her tone softening. It's a mirror that shows your future. It shows your deepest desires, Harry corrected. Right, desires. But either way, you won't be seeing it again. Dumbledore said it's being moved, Ron said proudly. Hermione shot them both an exasperated glare. I don't care about that mirror. The problem is, you've just lost 100 points and earned yourselves detention. She crossed her arms. Now, tell me, what on earth made you think breaking into the professor's office was a good idea? Harry and Ron hesitated, nudging each other awkwardly, until Harry finally admitted the truth. We said we'd try to find something to use against the professor, so we thought we'd take a look around. Besides, Snape was chasing us, we panicked. Ron added quickly, as if that excused anything. Hermione immediately saw the hole in their story. If you managed not to get caught right away, then why didn't you just find a safer way to get out? Neither of them dared admit the truth, they'd just been curious. They'd wanted to see what was inside Professor Folly's office. The air grew heavy and silent. Hermione, looking at the two pretending to be ostriches, could only sigh. Then, after a pause, she asked, somewhat reluctantly, by the way, did you see anything inside the office? Catching the hint in her question, Ron perked up instantly. We almost got the door open. But the handle turned into a chain and wrapped us up, and then it hoisted us into the air. But it helped us dodge Snape, he added excitedly. You wouldn't believe it, he walked right under us. Harry laughed too, remembering how terrified he'd been at the time. Hermione immediately lost interest again. You two should start worrying about detention instead. Tver put the map away, half amused, half helpless. So, the trio thought Snape had threatened them, forcing them to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Still, that brought up another question. If the Mirror of Eriste was the final guardian of the Philosopher's Stone, how was he supposed to retrieve it himself? A simple occlumency barrier wouldn't fool the mirror, Quirrell's mental defenses weren't weak, yet he hadn't been able to claim the stone either. That meant he'd need Harry and the others to help Quirrell obtain it first. Now, it was time to give them a little push. Chapter 69, The New Orb Game. The holiday had come to an end, but traces of excitement still lingered on the students' faces, along with eager anticipation for the new term. After all, Professor Folly had promised that this semester, they'd be doing something different. Yet once they actually experienced his new class, every smile disappeared. What on earth were we expecting? George groaned, pressing a hot water bottle to his swollen foot. His other hand clutched a piece of chocolate, which he bit into furiously. Around him, other third years in the common room mirrored his actions, all wearing the same bitter expressions. They had thought there would be a new and exciting game to play. After all, they'd already grown tired of the light ball game, their scores barely fluctuated anymore, and the fun of improvement was long gone. The new version was different, sure, but it was also torture. What did you even do to end up like this in such a small classroom? Ron asked gleefully, unable to hide his amusement. George didn't even have the energy to snap back. He just gave a weary smile. Still the light ball game, but now with movement added. Fred, who had just finished his chocolate and felt the swelling in his feet easing, regained some strength and explained for the still baffled trio. We had to stand in the center of a 9-square grid. Every 2 seconds, we had to step onto the correct square around us. Then, in the next 2 seconds, we had to return to the center. It just kept looping like that. But at the same time, our hands couldn't stop, we still had to keep up with the light ball game. And stepping on the right square doesn't even earn you points. Step on the wrong one, and you lose points. Hermione frowned. That actually sounds great. It should really help improve your positioning skills. George gave a dry laugh. It would be great if traps didn't suddenly appear when you messed up. There are 8 surrounding squares, and only 2 are right each time. If both happen to appear behind you, your ankles get caught in clamps before you even realize it. The game's already hard enough, but everyone keeps getting their feet trapped. Points drop nonstop, and after 2 minutes, your score's less than half of what it used to be. As he spoke, George lifted his foot to show them the red, swollen mark on his ankle, faintly patterned with jagged lines. But as the chocolate's restorative effects kicked in, the swelling and marks visibly faded. Ron pushed his foot away in disgust but couldn't deny the seriousness of the situation. We can't exactly grow eyes in the back of our heads. George and Fred both sniffed at the memory, grimacing. The professor said enemy spells don't have eyes either. To survive in real battles, we have to learn to move in every direction. Then how are we supposed to dodge spells that come from behind? Harry asked quickly. At that moment, Percy appeared, carrying 2 bottles of potion, ready to answer their question. Perception. Every spell carries its own magical fluctuation. By sharpening your perception, you can not only sense spells coming from different directions but also determine their strength and nature through the feedback you receive. Moreover, when surrounded by layers of magic, you'll be able to distinguish which spells are actually harmful to you. Here, this is the potion I got from Madame Pomfrey. You too, drink it right now. Percy shoved the bottles into the twins' hands, giving them no room to refuse. George and Fred grimaced. The potion's smell alone was enough to make them queasy. We went through all that trouble to make the professor's special Christmas badge, and this is how he repays us. Yeah, that's it, Professor Folly's off our idle list for a month. They exchanged a look. Forget it, Fred sighed, a week. Grumbling, they pinched their noses and gulped down the potion. Percy nodded in approval. Good. In that case, hand over your professor to us. Let Professor Quirrell teach you brats instead. Dream on. Just because you got a Christmas present, you think you can covet our professor? You didn't even get the chance to sing him a carol. Go hang out with your garlic professor. George and Fred tossed their empty cups aside, and the 3 brothers immediately started bickering and wrestling in the common room, leaving Hermione's question forgotten. Hey, tell me first, what did the professor give you for Christmas? She asked, pouting in frustration. She had given the professor a book herself, but it was obvious she hadn't received a gift in return. Harry smiled as he watched the Weasleys' roughhouse but turned to explain to Hermione. Chocolate shaped like little imps, just like the ones sitting on their heads. Supposedly, it's infused with a potion that makes you happy. But Percy can't bring himself to eat his, so we've no idea if it's true. If you ask me, just getting chocolate from the professor is enough to make anyone happy. Unlike us, stuck with chocolate frogs. Ron held up a box of chocolate frogs enviously. They'd been extra ones, thank you gifts from George and Fred for their Christmas presents. He was just opening the box when Hermione suddenly snatched it away. You were going to eat. He didn't get to finish before Hermione interrupted, eyes shining. I found Nicholas Flamel. Right here. Harry turned quickly, spotting the words with his sharp eyes. Achieved remarkable results in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Exactly, he said excitedly, looking at Hermione. If he worked closely with Dumbledore, then this has to be the Nicholas Flamel we're looking for. Ron pushed Harry's head aside irritably, having seen nothing. What are you two talking about? But Hermione had already dashed off to the dormitory to get something. It wasn't until Harry showed Ron the Dumbledore card that he realized the name they'd been hunting for all along had been right under their noses. I've got 1,000 Dumbledore cards. Ron groaned, smacking his forehead. And I never noticed Nicholas Flamel's name right there. Just then, Hermione came rushing back, clutching a massive book, the kind heavy enough to knock them both unconscious if dropped. With a loud thud, she dropped it onto the table. I should have thought of it earlier. Someone that famous had to be in a book, she said, flipping through the pages before pointing. Here, look. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she read aloud, Nicholas Flamel, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Sorry, you've got to consider where we're coming from, Ron said awkwardly, scratching his head. So, what's a Philosopher's Stone? Hermione gave him a sharp look. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and produce the elixir of life, which grants immortality to whoever drinks it. Pure gold. Ron's eyes widened. Immortality. Harry echoed in astonishment. Hermione glanced around cautiously. Luckily, Harry and Ron were still being avoided by most of the house, southwest no one was close enough to overhear. But she failed to notice the faint gleam that flashed across the badge lying on the table in front of Harry. That means Nicholas Flamel must have asked Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape is forcing Professor Folly to steal it. Chapter 70, up in the middle of the night. Having successfully helped the trio uncover information about the Philosopher's Stone, Tver began to carry out his own plan to steal it. Before that, however, he stood before the giant chessboard for the third time. Compared to his previous humiliating defeats, he now moved his pieces with practiced ease. The black side was swiftly overwhelmed, and at last, the door to the next chamber opened for him. After a quick sweep confirmed there were no detection spells, Tver didn't spare a glance for the toppled chess pieces scattered across the floor. He strode straight through the open doorway. Before his eyes could adjust to the sudden glare of light, a massive wooden club came crashing down toward him. With a roar of wind came a stench so foul it made his eyes water instantly. The nauseating smell hit him like a wave. Careless again. He'd assumed Snape's room came first, and that the troll would appear afterward. Without even bothering to draw his wand, Tver muttered a sharp freezing charm. The troll froze solid in an instant, and at the same time, a large bubble formed around it, sealing the stench inside. Only then did he exhale in relief. This troll was far larger than the one from Halloween. If that one was meant for teaching students below third year, then this was clearly a version for the upper grades. Its reeking odor alone felt like its strongest weapon, so overpowering it could have been considered a skill in itself. Dispatching the troll, Tver hurried on to the next chamber. This one was simple, a table stood at its center, upon which sat 7 bottles of varying shapes and sizes. The moment he crossed the threshold, a wave of purple fire erupted behind him, sealing the doorway. Ahead, black flames flared to life across the exit, blocking his way forward. Tver studied the magical flames with curiosity. Their heat radiated a destructive power unique to magic. It was clear these were no ordinary fires. The intended way through, of course, was to solve the riddle Snape had left behind. But that wasn't necessary for him. Drawing his wand, he traced a slow circle around himself. Protego Diabolica. A circle of blue-violet flames ignited around him, flickering menacingly. They weren't especially hot, nor did they cover much ground, but that was enough. Under the shield of his conjured flame, the black fire ahead responded like a tamed beast, parting to clear a path. Next came the final chamber. This room was smaller than the others, but far more refined. Torches on the walls illuminated every corner, casting warm light over the large mirror standing at its center. It shimmered brilliantly, like a jewel tempting him closer. Even so, Tver carefully examined the space before proceeding. If Dumbledore had left behind any surveillance magic, broadcasting his presence here would be disastrous. To his surprise, there was none. He was confident in his magical perception, though he still couldn't overpower Dumbledore and the Elder Wand. There was no one in the world capable of hiding a detection spell from him. Stepping slowly toward the mirror of Ariste, Tver couldn't help but wonder what his own deepest desire truly was. Sometimes people didn't even know what they wanted. The older one grew, the more uncertain that answer became. He felt something stir within his mind, memories shifting, surfacing. He didn't resist. In truth, he couldn't. The mirror didn't just reflect memories. It reached deeper, probing the soul itself, seeing through him completely. But the reflection staring back at him was still his own. Only him, standing there, as if before an ordinary mirror. No, something was wrong. The reflection was aging. In the mirror, his hair gradually turned white, wrinkles creased his face, and his posture bent with age. But he was still handsome. Tver looked at his older reflection with unabashed vanity, faintly guessing what it was his heart truly longed for. Yet the mirror of Ariste seemed to sense his desire for the Philosopher's Stone as well, for an image of it appeared beside his reflection's head. The older version of him only glanced at it before looking away. Tver reached out to touch the mirror, and a thought struck him. The Philosopher's Stone was sealed within using a spell akin to the undetectable extension charm. If he were to destroy the mirror now, would the stone vanish forever with the collapse of that internal space, or would it be expelled, like the contents of an undone extension charm? He wasn't about to take that gamble. After a brief inspection, he could sense Dumbledore's magic perfectly intertwined with the mirror of Ariste. That kind of seamless integration was far beyond his current ability to undo. So, without hesitation, he turned and left. At the doorway, however, he ran into someone unexpected, though not entirely surprising. Folly. Quirrell hissed, glancing around in panic. What are you doing here? The same as you, Tver replied calmly. He studied Quirrell's face. It was paler than ever, a ghastly shade no living person should have. That was odd. By all logic, Quirrell shouldn't have weakened this much yet. No, something was off. In the story, after drinking unicorn blood, Quirrell had remained vigorous until the very end. TSK, looks like I'll need to speed things up. Tver calculated silently, though his expression didn't change. At his words, Quirrell's eyes flared with anger. You want to take the Philosopher's Stone and sneak off with it too? Silence. A suffocating silence. Tver stared at him, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. Was this Voldemort's influence speaking, or was Quirrell simply losing his mind? Ahem, Quirrell coughed, realizing his blunder, and tried to recover. I already know what Snape set up. Now I just need your quiet. Tver silenced him with a single sharp look. Before they could hide, another figure rounded the corner in a swift stride. That flowing curtain of hair alone gave away his identity. Professor Snape, aren't you quite free tonight? Tver spoke first, his tone mocking. Out for a midnight jog? Trying to lose weight? Snape's face twitched. He glared at Tver with eyes that could kill, took a slow, deep breath, and finally spoke. Better than you two, wandering around the fourth-floor corridor at this hour. I imagine the three-headed dog inside won't be pleased to see you here. His eyes flicked back and forth between Quirrell and Tver, as if searching their faces for any hint of deceit. Quirrell immediately reverted to his usual nervous act, trembling and avoiding eye contact, as though Snape's very presence terrified him. Tver, on the other hand, met Snape's gaze with a look of amused defiance. He was sure he hadn't triggered any detection spells inside, yet equally certain Snape wasn't there by coincidence. Which meant, there was something inside he still didn't know about. Oh, so there's a three-headed dog in there. I had no idea, Tver said, feigning surprise so exaggerated that even Quirrell almost rolled his eyes. Something that dangerous, and you're not worried students might stumble in. Why would students be interested in what's inside? Snape shot back coldly. How should I know? Tver smiled. Maybe some rebellious student sneaks in. You know how certain Hogwarts students just love adventure. Snape's face darkened instantly. Are you threatening me? Tver's smile didn't falter. He stepped closer, lightly patting Snape's arm. Threatening you? Of course not. I'm merely reminding you to keep an eye on the student's safety. With that, Tver cast a glance over his shoulder at Quirrell, who was still pretending to be a nervous wreck, then turned and walked away first. Out wandering at this hour? Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 71, Harry's Trouble. He'd changed. Professor Folly had changed. That was the prevailing thought among all students in third year and below. The professor still carried the same gentle and elegant demeanor, but beneath that handsome face lurked a secretly wicked heart, or so they claimed. After returning from Christmas break, Tver had successfully introduced an advanced version of the light orb game across all three lower grades, earning what could only be described as unanimous praise from the students. Of course, the difficulty varied by year. Third years had only 2 correct squares to choose from each round, second years had 4, and first years had 6. When the correct squares lit up, they also emitted distinct magical fluctuations, allowing students to rely on sensing magic instead of constantly looking down at their feet. The only thing that hadn't changed was the invisible clamp that snapped shut the instant someone stepped on a wrong square. One clamp wasn't too bad, it lasted barely a second, like being pinched. But the real torture came from repetition. After 5 or 6 missteps, their ankles would start throbbing. More than 10, and swelling was guaranteed. Worse still, the pain made them more likely to misstep again, which only made things worse. A vicious cycle in its purest form. And the cruelest part? The professor's chocolate actually worked. One piece, and by the next class, every ache was gone as if nothing had happened. Naturally, the younger students' complaints sounded more like bragging to the upper years. Having already endured Professor Folly's pre-Christmas classes, they only grew more impressed by him. During the holiday reunions, students from wizarding families had eagerly asked their parents and relatives about the professor's magic. The adults couldn't praise it enough, especially the snowball game, and their opinions of the professor were unanimously high. After all, most adult wizards couldn't even manage to momentarily suspend their magic, let alone fuse different spells together. It made the students realize just how valuable his lessons truly were, perhaps the most meaningful ones they'd ever have at Hogwarts. Unless, of course, the professor decided to give them another. Rumor had it Harry and Ron were now despised by nearly everyone in the school, all because they'd tried to break into Professor Folly's office. And failed spectacularly. But when word of their misadventure spread, several more reckless students tried their luck at cracking the professor's enchantments to uncover the secrets of his office. Unsurprisingly, they were each left hanging, literally, for an entire night. Afterward, in a strange show of poetic justice, the points of all four houses dropped to exactly the same level. The once furious Gryffindors could only laugh at the absurdity of it, and their resentment toward Harry and Ron eased, if only a little. Still, the trio wasn't particularly cheerful about it, even after finding information about the Philosopher's Stone. With the addition of movement training in class, Hermione's weaker combat instincts had become obvious. Though her scores remained among the best, several talented students, Malfoy among them, had surpassed her. Now she spent her days fretting over how to improve her skills, surrounding herself with borrowed books. Ron, on the other hand, had made noticeable progress. A month of private tutoring from Tver had clearly paid off. His wand, however, continued to hold him back, leaving him solid but unremarkable. Harry, of course, had it the worst. Between regular classes and Quidditch training, he was running on fumes. "Can't you just tell would your ankles still sore and take a break?" Ron suggested. Harry had just come back from practice, soaked to the bone and completely spent. He collapsed into a chair, too tired even to pour himself a drink. Hermione set aside the massive book she was reading and poured him a glass of pumpkin juice instead. Ever since learning that Professor Folly liked pumpkin juice, they'd made sure to always keep some around. "Thanks." Harry took a long gulp before catching his breath. The problem is, George and the others already tried that excuse. But Wood said once you're on a broom, you don't need your feet, unless our butts split in half someday, we're still going to practice. Well, I'd rather your butt split. George suddenly appeared beside them, he and Fred both dripping wet. More than their soaked state, it was the grim look on their faces that caught everyone's attention. "What do you mean?" Harry stopped mid-drink, frowning in confusion. "It's Snape," George said darkly. "He's going to be the referee for our match against Hufflepuff." The twins slumped into chairs, pouring themselves cups of pumpkin juice with expressions of total despair. At this point, it was the only thing that could comfort them. But does Snape even know the rules of Quidditch? Ron gaped, his quill slipping from his fingers. Harry sighed. He doesn't need to know the rules. He just has to keep giving us fouls. A collective groan went around the group. After the twins finished their drinks and trudged off to take a shower, Hermione turned to Harry, worry written all over her face. Scoring points didn't matter to her half as much as his safety did. "Snape tried to kill you last time. If he's the referee now, won't it be even easier for him to take another shot at you?" "We could just tell Wood Harry's got a cracked backside and can't play," Ron suggested lamely. "You might as well really break his backside while you're at it." Hermione snapped. Ron's eyes lit up. "That's actually not a bad idea." Harry shook his head firmly. This was his second match, he couldn't back down over something that hadn't even happened. "Forget it. Snape might not be able to hurt me, but if I don't play, we'll definitely lose." Hermione fell silent, thinking hard, before her eyes suddenly brightened. "Professor Folly. What about him?" Ron asked, puzzled. "He definitely wouldn't want Harry getting hurt. We could ask him to counter Snape's curse." "No." Harry's brow furrowed in refusal. "We're not supposed to know about Professor Folly and Snape's situation. Or even about the Philosopher's Stone. If we drag him into this, Snape might go after him." Hermione and Ron both paused, realizing the same thing. As much as they worried about Harry, none of them wanted to put their professor at risk. The three exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. "Haha," Ron chuckled between hiccups, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "Don't get me wrong, mate. But we can't drag the professor into this, right? Harry might not even be in danger." Hermione grinned. "And besides, we could always do what we did last time, cast a few spells on Snape from the stands." Her excitement grew as she flipped open the thick tome beside her, muttering rapidly. "Tickling charm, leg locker curse, dancing feet spell." But she didn't get far before Neville appeared, clutching 2 slips of parchment. "Harry, Ron, Professor McGonagall asked me to give these to you." Harry unfolded his note and read aloud. "Your detention begins at 11 tonight. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall. I'd almost forgotten about that, Ron groaned. I'd rather be hung from the ceiling by Professor Folly than spend detention with Filch. Hermione sighed and closed her book, trying to comfort them. Well, at least after tonight, you won't have to worry about detention anymore. Chapter 72, Curious Quarrel. Tver was well aware that his students now felt both love and hate toward him. In truth, they only complained a little, yet when it came time for the light orb game, they still joined in enthusiastically. Besides, he had far bigger concerns at the moment. From what had happened that night, it was clear that either Snape or Dumbledore, perhaps both, possessed some special ability to detect disturbances on the fourth floor. If he actually managed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, there was a good chance the entire castle would be crawling with Dumbledores by the time he got out. Fortunately, he still had Quirrell. When night fell, the castle settled once more into silence. All things are illusory. Tver folded up the map of precise locations. According to his agreement with Quirrell, he slipped quietly into the Forbidden Forest under the cover of darkness. It was technically his second visit there, yet he couldn't help but feel an odd sense of familiarity, as though the magic Helga had left him resonated faintly with the forest itself. That same magic also allowed him to clearly sense where Quirrell was. Following the trail, he soon found Quirrell hunting a unicorn. The poor creature was staggering through the trees, blood dripping from its wounds, while Quirrell seemed to toy with it, casting spells to block every possible escape route. When every path was sealed, the unicorn realized it had nowhere left to flee. It stopped, locking eyes with Quirrell, tears glistening with sorrow. Pitiful little creature. In your next life, remember to stay far away from me, Quirrell murmured, flipping his wand. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light shot forth. The unicorn closed its eyes in despair, but seconds passed, and nothing happened. When it opened them again, a faint golden barrier shimmered before fading away. Don't be so hasty. Didn't we agree to act together tonight? Tver stepped out from the shadows, smiling. I've heard that killing before an operation brings misfortune. The unicorn froze, confused by the strange turn of events. But realizing it had survived, it quickly darted away into the pitch-black depths of the forest. So, before we even begin, you're already trying to weaken me. Quirrell's pale face twisted, his eyes flashing coldly. His wand never lowered for even a second. Tver ignored it completely. Acting as though he hadn't noticed the hostility, he calmly raised his hand and cast a concealment ward around them, like a true partner covering their tracks. Once finished, he smiled and walked up to Quirrell. Looks like your master's quite harsh, forcing you to drink unicorn blood every day just to keep yourself alive, he said mildly, hands clasped before him in a gesture of peace. No need to rush. Why don't we go over tonight's plan? Quirrell's eye twitched. After meeting Tver's gaze for several seconds, he finally muttered, 10 minutes ago, Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry. He's left Hogwarts. Excellent. And the other professors in the castle? Isn't that your responsibility? My apologies, Tver replied with a smirk. Occupational habit. Professors do like asking questions. I'll stay here and create a distraction, pretend to attack Harry Potter during his detention tonight. That should make enough noise to draw everyone's attention to the forest. This time, Quirrell nodded approvingly. Good. Once we have the Philosopher's Stone, we'll take the secret passage to Hogsmeade and get far, far away from here. Yes, Tver agreed smoothly. Far, far away. The two exchanged hollow smiles. But just beyond a nearby tree, Harry and Ron stood frozen, faces pale as ghosts. They trembled violently, mouths opening and closing without sound. Only after the two men had disappeared did they dare to exhale. Hurt us. Ron's teeth chattered so hard that his words came out in jerky bursts. Professor Folly wouldn't do something like that, would he? Didn't you hear? It's an act. The professor's only pretending to hurt us to distract the other teachers, so Snape can steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry was frightened too, but he forced himself to stay calm, refusing to show it. Then we need to warn the professors right now. Ron said urgently. The thought flickered in Harry's mind for a second before he shook his head. No. Professor Folly's watching. If we go running around trying to tell the professors and bump into him, whatever we say won't be as convincing as his. We'll only end up exposing ourselves. He clenched his fists. Think, what should we do? If only Hermione were here, she'd know what to do. He paced in circles, tapping his forehead as if he could knock a good idea loose. Ironically, Ron was the one who calmed down first. He gave Harry a firm pat on the shoulder. Then why don't we just go find Hermione? The two froze for a moment. After a brief pause, they exchanged a look and bolted back the way they'd come. Not long after they left the forest, a thunderous boom echoed behind them, like a crack of lightning tearing through the night. There were no flames, yet both boys felt their hearts quake. The professor started his plan. We've got to hurry. The more intense things got, the steadier Harry's voice became. Ron, catching that resolve, nodded sharply. Strangely, they didn't see anyone on the way back, no curious students, no patrolling professors. But there was no time to question it. When they finally burst into the common room, another explosion thundered from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, shaking the entire castle. Through the window, Harry saw flocks of birds take to the sky in panic, scattering wildly in every direction, just like the turmoil churning inside him. The few students in the common room jumped up, pressing to the windows in alarm. Some even tried to rush outside to see what was happening. Percy immediately planted himself in front of the doorway, arms spread to block them, especially his overexcited twin brothers. It's curfew. None of you are going anywhere. Harry and Ron exchanged a quick glance. The professor's distraction was clearly working. They couldn't waste another second. They darted toward Hermione, who was watching them with a worried expression. Did something happen? She asked. One look at their faces told the clever witch that something was very wrong. Our detention was in the Forbidden Forest. We were sent to look for an injured unicorn, Harry said quickly, keeping his voice low as he told her everything they'd just witnessed. When Hermione heard that Professor Folly and Snape were planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone that very night, she trembled. But the Philosopher's Stone is guarded by the three-headed dog. I know you hate Snape, Harry said helplessly, but you've got to admit, he's got 1,000 ways to make that beast as tame as a puppy. So what do we do now? Ron asked, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles whitened. Headmaster Dumbledore's not here, Hermione said after a moment's hesitation. We should tell the other professors. If they're there, Snape won't stand a chance. Ron shook his head at once. I bet every professor's in the forest right now. By the time we find them, Snape will already have turned the stone into a pile of gold. Harry suddenly felt his nerves settle. His gaze sharpened, his voice firm. Then we'll stop Snape ourselves. Chapter 73, The Hero. Tver tucked the parchment away with satisfaction. In truth, he had never left his office. Whether it was meeting Quirrell or stirring up trouble in the Forbidden Forest, those had all been handled by the dummies he created. With his airtight alibi in place, all he needed to do was wait for the well-meaning Quirrell to fetch the Philosopher's Stone for him. After casting a disillusionment charm on himself, Tver strolled leisurely out of his office and made his way to the 4th floor. By the time he reached the corridor, the harp Quirrell had set up had already gone silent, and the three-headed dog was closing in on him, guided by its sharp sense of smell. That wouldn't do. What if Harry and the others arrived? He waved his wand, setting the harp to play again. It would keep playing until the following night, long enough for the three-headed dog to enjoy a proper sleep. Just as he finished, the trio under the invisibility cloak hurried in. Perfect timing. Tver watched with mild amusement, experiencing for once what it felt like to be a bystander. At the start of the term, Tver had assumed Harry and Ron were the kind of students who performed poorly. But after half a year of teaching, he realized that impression had been wrong. They simply disliked preparing for class and rarely reviewed theory afterward. Still, they paid close attention in lessons and took careful notes. Their grades couldn't compare to Hermione's, of course, but Harry's were comfortably above average. Ron's were a bit lower, but far from bad, somewhere between exceeds expectations and acceptable. In practice, all three of them had shown their worth when overcoming the professor's challenges. Ron's chess match was nothing short of brilliant. He'd ensured Hermione and Harry's safety while bravely using himself as bait, leading to the Black Piece's defeat. Even Tver himself might not have handled it so perfectly. Of course, those enchanted chess pieces couldn't harm him anyway. Hermione's knowledge and reasoning were impressive too, though her role had been a little less crucial compared to Ron's. When they finally reached the last chamber, Harry gripped the bottle of potion tightly and took a deep breath. You go back to Ron. Take him and find Hedwig, send a message to Dumbledore. If you run into any other professors, even Professor Folly, tell them too, all right. But you're going to face Snape alone. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm, her voice anxious. I never should have agreed to come here. Just leave the Philosopher's Stone to Snape. How can you say that? Harry looked at her, confused by her hesitation. I've been thinking, Hermione said, frowning. Why would Snape want to steal the Philosopher's Stone? For gold, or immortality? I thought that too, until tonight. Hermione's eyes gleamed with sudden sharpness. You said Professor Folly mentioned a master who needs unicorn blood to stay alive. In the wizarding world, who else could that be? Harry swallowed and frowned, voicing the name he had been dreading to speak. You mean Voldemort? Yes. Only he would want the Philosopher's Stone to bring himself back. But isn't he already dead? Hermione shook her head slowly. I don't know. But either way, I can't let you take that risk. Harry only smiled lightly in return. If it really is Voldemort, shouldn't I be the one to stop him? Hermione looked at Harry's resolute expression and realized she simply couldn't find the words to make him change his mind. All right, if you insist on doing this, then take these. She pressed 2 badges into Harry's hand. What are these? These are Ron and my shield charm badges, plus your own. Wear them properly. While powerful magic can pierce a shield charm, if I understand correctly, all 3 badges will activate simultaneously when you're in danger, especially Ron's. Harry stared blankly at the badges in his hand. Then why didn't Ron use this badge during the chess game? Hermione blinked, her eyes instantly welling up. He said only a hero like you deserves to use it. When you go back, tell him for me, and make sure to say it loud. Harry sniffed, his voice firm. He's more of a hero than anyone I've ever met. Hermione's tears flowed uncontrollably as she pulled Harry into a tight embrace. And you're the bravest person in my eyes too. But that line. You should tell him yourself when the time comes. With that, they wasted no time, each heading toward opposite ends of the room. Tver watched from the side, his mouth twitching. Such a perfectly good scene turned into a farewell as if they were parting forever. He really wanted to go over and give Hermione a little tap on the head. Don't go planting these flags so casually. Still, he hadn't expected his single remark to be analyzed so deeply by Hermione. Truly, she was the brains of the trio. After Harry entered the next room, Tver swiftly fired an almost invisible red beam, striking Hermione precisely and knocking her unconscious. I can't let you leave so easily. Tver carried her onto the table and recast the flames at both room entrances. This time, however, he used his own fire, fiend fire. Only after completing these preparations did he suppress his surging excitement and step inside. Though the Philosopher's Stone no longer served to slow the curse for him, it could help shape a barely functional body for Voldemort's soul within the Horcrux. The very thought of having a Dark Lord as his subordinate was enough to thrill Tver. It was still that same room, but this time the protagonists were Quirrell and Harry. Oh, and one Voldemort. Quirrell, however, appeared agitated, frantically revealing himself. Snape. He sneered contemptuously. That fool was completely manipulated by me and Folly. Of course, Folly is a fool too. Harry, adorned with 3 badges, remained unfazed. I won't have you speak that way about Professor Folly. Ha, who knew he had a little fan? Quirrell narrowed his eyes in disdain, turning to face the mirror of Ariste. Though he can't come save you now. In fact, without his help, I wouldn't have reached this place so easily. But he said this mirror holds the Philosopher's Stone, yet never told me how to get it. I can see the Philosopher's Stone in my hand, but it's inside the mirror. Damn it. If I can't get it, he won't get off easy either. Quirrell muttered to himself, his hand fumbling over the mirror, his expression growing increasingly frantic. According to the plan, he should have already obtained the Philosopher's Stone by now, then escaped Hogwarts through the secret passageway to flee far away with his master. If this dragged on any longer, not just Tver, but Dumbledore himself could return. Use that boy. A hollow voice echoed from within his head. The sound sent a chill down Harry's spine. He seemed to grasp where Voldemort was, as Hermione had mentioned. Yet his body was pulled uncontrollably toward Quirrell, drawn before the mirror. Look into the mirror. Tell me where the Philosopher's Stone is. Quirrell's face contorted into a hideous grimace as he stared at Harry, sparks crackling from his wand in his master's impatient grip. I don't know. Harry felt his pocket grow heavy, his heart sinking instantly. I only saw us winning the House Cup. Professor Folly was encouraging me, saying I did well. He's lying. Voldemort suddenly roared. The Philosopher's Stone is in his pocket. Kill him now. Chapter 74, Dedicated Worker Tver. Tver's expression changed. But it was too late to draw his wand now. Quirrell was already too close to Harry. Avada Kedavra. The green light flashed toward him in an instant. Frozen in place, Harry could only watch as the spell shattered the first and second layers of his shield charm before clanging against the final layer of golden light. Then, it finally dissipated. A little tip: ordinary shield charms can't block the 3 unforgivable curses, only the strongest ones can. So don't go trying to block a killing curse head-on, alright? Oh. Quirrell finally noticed the 3 badges on Harry's chest. After enduring that attack, one of them had clearly dimmed, while the other 2 had also faded slightly. That Folly boy does have a few clever ideas. But a few badges won't save you. Quirrell sneered, raising his wand again to unleash a second killing curse. Under the shadow of death, Harry trembled violently. It took him 2 tries to draw his wand, and even then, he could only watch as the shield charm shattered around him. Wingardium Leviosa. Huh. Quirrell felt a strange, subtle pressure pressing against him, not strong, but enough to slow every movement, even making his wand arm drag sluggishly. Looks like Folly's taught you more than a few good tricks. The professor is 10,000 times better than you. A flash of red light burst from Harry's wand, striking Quirrell straight in the eye. It worked. Quirrell's eyes flared painfully, and he clutched them with a cry of agony. Unfortunately, it was only a flash of light. Confringo. The stairs beneath them exploded. The blast threw Harry violently backward just as he had tried to escape. Dazed and dizzy, he was hurled high into the air. It took several moments before his thoughts cleared. Why am I still floating? He murmured, staring in confusion at the floor several feet below. Slowly, he drifted toward the doorway, where Professor Folly stood, wand in hand, smiling calmly at him. You did well. Leave the rest to me. Joy flashed across Harry's face, but before he could say anything, his vision went dark. He drifted gently toward the exit. Meanwhile, Tver slipped the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's pocket into his own. Quirrell didn't try to stop him. Instead, he watched Tver stroll toward him, wearing an easy, almost pleasant smile, as if on a leisurely walk. Why bother? Tver said mildly. Even villains should have a few principles. The Philosopher's Stone was right there in his pocket. You could have just taken it. Principles. Quirrell scoffed. My only principle is my master's command. At that, Tver gave him a slow, meaningful smile, which only deepened Quirrell's confusion. All this talk of master. You're really making it sound like there's something strange going on between you two. Quirrell frowned, trying to figure out what he meant, but came up empty. Enough nonsense. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, or die in that brat's place. Tver's smile vanished. He didn't move, yet the air around him grew heavy with pressure, bearing down on Quirrell. Are you sure about that? I'm sure. The reply didn't come from Quirrell, but from the voice at the back of his head. Voldemort's voice. Mas, Aia. Quirrell's words dissolved into a scream. His face twisted as if melting, contorting in agony as he collapsed to the ground. The sound made Tver's chest tighten. Soon, the scream stopped. Quirrell stood once more. But now, he could no longer be called Quirrell. Tver studied his face, it looked as if another visage had been pressed over it, layered grotesquely onto the same skull. So, you drained so much of Quirrell's life force just to take his body today. Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort now, grinned, his hands twitching slightly as he adjusted to his new face and body. Quirrell was doomed to die anyway. Isn't it fitting that he gets to sacrifice himself for me? Voldemort spread his arms, his wand dangling loosely in his right hand. The question is, what do you gain from it? Tver tilted his head, studying Voldemort's current form. It looked horribly unstable, his skin was already starting to peel. Kill me and steal the Philosopher's Stone. But Quirrell's body won't last long. Once it collapses, you still won't be able to take the stone with you. No, Voldemort said smugly. Ever since I realized Dumbledore was watching this place, I knew neither you nor Quirrell could escape with the Philosopher's Stone. Tver's expression hardened. Dumbledore was the greatest variable in his entire plan. I suppose you don't know what Dumbledore's done here. Voldemort gestured toward the torches surrounding them. He didn't bother setting up detection spells. He simply used the torch's property of lighting up when someone passes by to keep track of this room. Realization dawned on Tver. He even let out a helpless chuckle. Truly Dumbledore. Always able to turn the simplest things others ignored into something ingenious. In a way, he'd achieved a kind of effortless mastery. Then why aren't you running? You're just going to wait here to be caught by Dumbledore. Voldemort shrugged, smiling faintly, or rather, bearing a grin that, on him, looked downright ghastly. I can't die anyway. You're the one who should be worried. What do you mean? Everything I've done has been for you, for folly. Voldemort stepped closer, his gaze gleaming with an unsettling admiration. I've never met a more gifted young wizard. Join me. With your power, I can be reborn easily, crush every last opponent, and create an era that belongs to us alone. His voice rose with excitement, though his face remained chalk-white, making the sight eerily grotesque. Tver felt nothing, no fear, no temptation. If anything, he felt like laughing. But now you've wasted my time. How am I supposed to escape when I run into Dumbledore later? With so many students in the school, we can always grab one or two. Then we can run wherever we like, Voldemort said indifferently. Tver sighed, disappointed. All these years wandering the world, and you still haven't learned that your methods could stand to be a little more refined. Voldemort blinked, momentarily confused. Why bother making them refined? See? That's the difference between us. I don't stoop to using such cheap tricks, because I'm far smarter than you. Tver shook his head with mock disappointment. Realizing the mockery, Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Then let this lowly one teach you a lesson. Really? Can't get what you want, so you destroy it instead. Tver teased. That's exactly my plan. Voldemort stepped back to give himself room to cast. If you won't join me, I'll stall for time and let Dumbledore finish you off. He even gave a mocking little bow. Tell me, is that refined enough for you? Tver smiled in amusement, returning a flawless bow of his own. Maybe. But tell me, how long do you think you can actually delay me? Before Voldemort could react, he fired a killing curse. Tver dodged it easily and responded with 3 in return. At the same time, the stone beneath Voldemort's feet melted into a swamp. In an instant, his legs sank into the ground. With a flick of his wand, 3 black serpents shot out, intercepting the curses. He waved his wand again, and a massive serpent head of mud rose from the swamp to lift him free, only for it to shatter a second later as Tver blasted it apart, splattering mud all over Voldemort. My apologies for making you look so filthy. Voldemort glanced down at his mud-splattered robes. It wasn't his own body, but his pride burned all the same. I only meant to stall you, but I didn't expect you to. Crack. He raised his wand, deflecting Tver's next spell. Even my students know better than to talk during a duel. Didn't your teacher ever teach you that? Even while talking, Tver didn't stop attacking. Spell after spell rained toward Voldemort. You bastard. Voldemort fired another killing curse in fury, a faint flush of color rising to his ghostly pale face, making him look even more unnerving. Tver blocked it effortlessly. A little grace, Tom. This is a rare duel, you might even learn something from it. How dare you? For the first time, Voldemort hated someone's words more than their magic. Don't let emotion cloud your focus in battle. Calm is your sharpest weapon, a little private lesson from Professor Folly. Die, you bastard. Voldemort abandoned all thoughts of buying time. Summoning every bit of his remaining life and magic, he swung his wand. The walls, already fractured by spells, split open completely as shards of stone and dust surged together. In an instant, an earthen whirlwind took shape, roaring toward Tver with crushing force. Boom. The tornado slammed into him, sending dust and smoke swirling outward, obscuring everything from Voldemort's sight. After a moment, the haze began to spiral inward, as if being sucked up by an invisible force. Just a reminder, came Tver's calm voice. Bigger doesn't always mean stronger. In one-on-one combat, it only scatters your magic and weakens the blow. As he spoke, Tver emerged from the clearing dust, wand raised toward the earthen storm above him. And don't use magic that pollutes the environment. Look, the PM 2.5 levels here are already off the charts. As soon as Tver spoke, the tornado began to move, sweeping toward Voldemort like a slow autumn wind. But its range was far too wide. In a place where apparition was impossible, he had nowhere to run. All he could do was watch helplessly as the whirlwind swallowed him whole. Dust and debris enveloped him in an instant, slicing across every inch of his skin like countless blades, shredding his body into fragments. Even worse, though it wasn't his own body, Voldemort could still feel the agony deep within his soul. It was like being torn apart from the inside. In unbearable pain, he abandoned Quirrell's ruined shell and fled as a wisp of black smoke, shooting toward the exit. Behind him, Tver's calm voice followed. Tom, remember this last important lesson, immortality of the soul doesn't mean it can't feel pain. In fact, a soul can experience torment far beyond what the body ever could. Watching Voldemort flee in disgrace, Tver sighed and shook his head, unsure whether the student had actually learned his lesson. Still, after only half a year of teaching, he found himself oddly used to this feeling of giving lectures. He glanced casually at what remained of Quirrell, now nothing but indistinguishable ash and dust. I really am dedicated to my work. Chapter 75, The Philosopher's Stone in Hand. I'd like to ask, when might Professor Folly give this old man a lesson as well? Tver looked helplessly up at Dumbledore, who stood above him. The headmaster's usual warmth was gone. His expression was calm and distant, his hands resting naturally at his sides as his wand tapped lightly against his thigh. A faint scent of smoke and ash lingered on him. Even in such a relaxed stance, the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. Still, Tver couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride, being regarded so seriously by the greatest wizard alive, to the point he nearly took up a combat posture, was something in itself. He calmly put his wand away. There was no point fighting Dumbledore now. Even if he could win, he certainly shouldn't. Like he was greeting an old friend, Tver gave a casual wave. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. He walked up the steps, one at a time, until he stood right in front of him. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. There was curiosity now in those sharp blue eyes that stayed fixed on Tver's own, measuring him in silence. If we were somewhere else, I wouldn't mind talking with you all night, he said evenly. But here, I think you owe me an explanation. An explanation? Tver's eyes flicked thoughtfully. If I told you I was here to save Harry and stop Quirrell and Voldemort, would you believe me? Dumbledore gave a dry laugh. Believe you? Of course. Harry and his friends are all safe, Quirrell is dead, and Voldemort has been driven off. You've certainly done a fine deed. If not for that Philosopher's Stone sitting in your pocket, I'd already be recommending you for the Order of Merlin. His smile faded as he took a step closer, lifting his chin slightly. His gaze turned questioning, tinged with quiet disappointment. From the first day you entered this school, I've been watching you, he said. You have incredible potential, Tver. As Voldemort himself said, you are the most gifted young wizard I have ever met, more talented than I ever was. Give it 10 years, and you could surpass me entirely. You could become the strongest wizard in the world. He paused. But please, don't repeat the same mistake that I once did, don't walk down the wrong path. That kind of mistake is one you could never bear for the rest of your life. Finally, Dumbledore spoke with calm sincerity. Give me the Philosopher's Stone, and I can make all this disappear. You'll remain the most beloved professor at this school. How about that? To his disappointment, Tver only shook his head. I must obtain the stone. Before he could finish, Dumbledore cut him off sharply. For immortality. You're still young. When you've lived long enough, you'll realize eternal life is nothing but a curse. Or is it for gold? Your family's fortune could last you several lifetimes, and with your talent, you could easily earn more. Tver was, admittedly, moved by those words. He had, after all, gained yet another elder who cared for him. But he couldn't exactly tell Dumbledore that his goal was to resurrect the soul sealed within Voldemort's Horcrux. Fortunately, he had a different card to play. You say I could surpass you in 10 years, Tver said lightly, but what if I don't even live that long? He raised his right hand. His robe sleeve slid down, revealing a small, black mark on his wrist. It was faint, but Dumbledore saw it instantly. He reached out swiftly with his left hand, gripping Tver's forearm and pulling it close to examine. The distance between them was so small that Tver could feel the heat of Dumbledore's focused gaze. With a light touch of his other hand, a wisp of black smoke curled up from the mark, coiling along his finger before dissipating into the air. But the mark didn't fade. Instead, it writhed and churned more violently, reacting to Dumbledore's touch. Tver had to channel a burst of magic to suppress it again. You really couldn't leave it alone, could you? There goes another day off my 50-year lifespan. He grumbled silently, though his face remained fixed in a polite, unbothered smile. It's a curse, a nearly fatal one. Then how did you survive? Dumbledore asked, his tone tinged with regret. By studying dark magic to keep it suppressed. Of course, my teacher's guidance played a major role. A faint smile curved at the corner of Tver's lips. He was already looking forward to Dumbledore's reaction. Dumbledore nodded slowly in understanding. The curse is contained, but it still eats away at your life constantly. Only something as extraordinary as the Philosopher's Stone could supply the vitality you need to keep going. However, Dumbledore added thoughtfully, I can't recall many wizards capable of such a powerful countermeasure against dark magic. Tell me, who is your teacher? Surely not Voldemort. Tver couldn't help but grin, his eyes narrowing in amusement. You're very familiar with him, he said lightly. Gellert Grindelwald. For a brief moment, Dumbledore's face froze. It was barely noticeable, but his voice grew noticeably stiffer. He's been imprisoned in Nurmengard all this time, hasn't he? Being confined in Nurmengard doesn't stop him from teaching me a few spells, or helping me deal with curses, Tver replied casually. So, he was the one who told you to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Well, that part really wasn't his teacher's fault. Grindelwald did know Nicholas Flamel possessed the Philosopher's Stone, but he couldn't possibly have known it had been moved to Dumbledore's care. Still, Grindelwald had once suggested that Tver seek out Flamel, which ended up inspiring this whole plan to come to Hogwarts. Of course not, Tver said firmly, taking the blame himself to protect his teacher's name. My teacher's grown much kinder these days. This sneaky business was entirely my own idea. Dumbledore let out a short, derisive laugh. Kindness. That word has never belonged to Grindelwald. It's true, Tver said earnestly, looking him straight in the eye. If you don't believe me, you can go and talk to him yourself. He's really changed. Not that Tver believed Dumbledore would actually do it. According to Grindelwald, the two of them hadn't seen each other since the day he was imprisoned. Dumbledore didn't respond to that. He shot Tver a glance, then began pacing back and forth in thought. After a moment, he spoke again. Since the Philosopher's Stone can save your life, I have the authority to let you have it. But as Grindelwald's student, I must make sure you haven't been corrupted by dark magic, or dangerous ideas. So, you're expelling me from Hogwarts? Tver asked, feigning surprise. Quite the opposite, Dumbledore said sternly. You won't be leaving at all. Until I'm completely certain, you'll come to see me once every week. He didn't add any restrictions or formal punishments, just turned and started to leave. Tver blinked. Wait, was this ideological education? He quickly called after him. What about holidays, then? I won't have to spend summer break here with you, right? Of course holidays are holidays. Dumbledore's voice echoed faintly down the corridor. Chapter 76, promoted to professor. News of Harry and his two friends being carried into the hospital wing spread like wildfire. But what shocked the students even more was that the three had been injured while trying to stop Professor Quirrell and protect the school's treasure. In less than a day, no fewer than 10 theories sprang up about the incident, with the version involving Professor Folly spreading the fastest. It was said that Professor Quirrell, resentful of Professor Folly's excellent teaching and far greater popularity among the students, came up with a bizarre idea: steal the professor's lesson plans. After discovering Quirrell's sinister plot, the trio bravely stepped forward, choosing to get hurt rather than let the professor's notes be taken. As a result, student admiration for the trio skyrocketed, and gifts piled up on their beds. By the time Tver came to visit, the presents were overflowing. I just ran into George and the others in the hallway. They were carrying 3 toilet seats. Looked like they were meant for you. After searching for space and finding none, Tver simply divided his little imp chocolates among the trio. And of course, there was a new badge for Ron. What's this? Ron gaped in surprise. Tver blinked. A badge for our heroes. At that, Ron's eyes grew misty. His right hand clenched the badge so hard that its edges dug into his skin, yet he felt no pain, only a surge of strength welling up from within. Harry grinned as he unwrapped his chocolate and split it with Ron. Ron, as if catching the mood, grinned just as widely. Compared to Harry and Ron, happily munching away without a care, Hermione only stared blankly at the chocolate in her hand. Professor, may I ask you a question? She said suddenly. Tver turned to her in surprise. What is it? After a long hesitation, Hermione lifted her head, her voice steady. You're the one who truly wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, aren't you? At this, Harry and Ron froze in unison, chocolate still coating their teeth as they stared at the two in shock. Tver smiled easily. And how did you figure that out? Hermione laid out her reasoning at once, clear and precise. By working backward from the outcome, you can see a lot of details. First, when Quirrell spoke to you, there wasn't a hint of him coercing you. If anything, it looked like you were coercing him. He was clearly wary of you. You used the word hero just now, and you saved Harry in the end. That proves you were in control of what happened there. You might have been present the whole time, waiting for Quirrell to fetch the Philosopher's Stone for you. Most crucially, last night Harry and the others heard 2 loud bangs, but I only heard the second. That means the first was in their minds. It sounds very much like a spell you used, meant to rattle them, but keep them from running into the other professors. Don't bother denying it, Hermione blurted, her face suddenly flushing red. I know every single spell you've ever used. Tver patted her shoulder gently. Impressive. I didn't think anyone could spot so many flaws in such a careful plan. I have to admit, you're the brightest little witch I've ever met, Hermione. Hermione's face turned scarlet, and she stammered, please don't say that. I just like reading books. I'm nothing like Ron and Harry, they're the brave ones. On the contrary, Tver said with a smile. If you hadn't saved Harry at the end, I might never have realized all this. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks. The two of them were modestly complimenting each other, but what they really wanted was to hear about Professor Folly's plan. Then, Professor, Harry asked curiously, why did you want to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Was it for immortality? Or for gold? Ron chimed in right after. Neither, Tver said with a calm smile, shaking his head. That's not something you need to worry about. Just know that I did want to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. But... Harry glanced around the hospital wing nervously before lowering his voice. Can you still get it now? Do you need help? I'm really fast at the chessboard. Ron whispered, as if they were plotting another secret mission. Hermione rolled her eyes at the two of them. If the professor is here in plain sight, it means Headmaster Dumbledore already knows everything. Tver nodded, looking pleased. Yes, and that's why I appreciate your willingness to help. But I must remind you, try not to make a habit of breaking school rules. Besides, he added, pulling a gleaming red stone from his pocket, Headmaster Dumbledore has already given the Philosopher's Stone to me. There's no need to steal it. What about Nicholas Flamel? Will you brew the elixir of life? Or conjure gold? The trio shot up from their beds, eyes wide, each blurting out a completely different question. Headmaster Dumbledore will explain Mr. and Mrs. Flamel's situation to you, Tver said patiently. As for the stone, I've never learned how to use it, nor do I have any desire for immortality or gold. According to the feedback from his badge, even with the curse still eroding him, gathering the 4 founders would grant him at least 200 years of life. By then, he'd be an old man with no teeth left, more than enough time to get tired of living. Harry and Ron slumped back into their beds, disappointed, while Hermione bowed her head in quiet sadness. She already understood what fate awaited the Flammels. For some, death is more like a restful sleep, Tver murmured softly beside her. What they deserve is respect, not pity. Now then, he said, straightening up, eat your chocolate. Both you and Harry were hit by my stunning spell. I kept it as restrained as possible, but forgive my arrogance, my magic might have been a little too strong. The moment he said that, Harry and Hermione yawned so widely it looked like they'd been enchanted again. A stunning spell was normally easy to counter, and a simple disenchantment charm would wake the victim. But Tver's magic had been too potent, and their magical resistance too weak, leaving them with a lingering drowsiness. Ironically, after everything that had happened, Ron was the one with the most injuries. Still, there were no lasting effects, he only needed a day's rest before he could be discharged. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Let us in, Percy. I know they're awake. The problem is, you need to put down those filthy toilet seats first. Percy's furious voice drowned out the twins' protests, loud enough that everyone inside could hear every word. A minute later, the three of them entered, still bickering, the twins' hands now conspicuously empty. Professor, Percy said immediately, switching into his serious tone. Even the twins pinching his cheeks couldn't break his composure. We didn't know you were here. No need to be so formal, Tver said with a light chuckle. But I should be on my way. Wait, Professor, Percy called out suddenly. What is it? Tver asked, curious. Since when did the younger generation have so many questions? Well, Percy began, our previous defense against the dark arts professors usually only teach for 1 year. So, what are your plans for next year? Unlike the first years, who were still confused, Percy and the others already knew how that position tended to go. They looked at Tver with open reluctance. Don't worry, Tver replied with a small smile. I have no plans to leave Hogwarts for at least a few years. Woohoo! The twins cheered loudly enough to shake the entire hospital wing, immediately drawing Madame Pomfrey's wrath. This is the hospital wing. Quiet down. Percy quickly pushed his brothers' heads down. Sorry, Madame Pomfrey. We'll keep it down. Once she left, he turned back to Tver again. Professor, do you know what happened to Professor Quirrell? Quirrell? Tver mused for a moment. Well, let's just say he won't be teaching you anymore. Given what was left of him, not even Tver could have pieced him back together. Though he'd often joked that Quirrell's presence or absence made no difference, Percy still sighed. So I guess we'll be self-studying again this year? Not quite, Tver replied. I'll be temporarily taking over Quirrell's duties, in charge of the school's dark magic. Woohoo! Before Tver could even finish, Percy let out a triumphant cheer just as loud as the twins. I'm going to tell everyone, he yelled, racing toward the door in excitement. Wait, Percy. We came to visit Ron, remember? George called after him. Forget that, came Percy's voice, already fading down the hall. Chapter 77, 5th year class. Shortly after Tver left the hospital wing, Dumbledore arrived to chat with the trio for a while. But that wasn't what concerned him, because word of his appointment to Quirrell's position had already spread throughout the castle. Using his prefect connections, Percy managed to inform every upper-year student in just one night. So, the next morning, as students headed to class, they looked at Professor Foley with knowing, wise expressions, and smiles that they tried and failed to hide. Tver could even spot a faint sparkle in some of their eyes. When he entered the classroom, it was, of course, packed with unusually excited fifth years. It was their first time in this bright, spotless classroom, faintly scented with lemon. Previously, upper-year students had held their classes on the 4th floor, where the air always reeked of garlic. By comparison, they seemed to have been hit with a memory charm, instantly forgetting their former professor's name. I imagine you all know by now that I'll be taking over your classes for the second half of the school year, Tver said as he entered, carrying a thick stack of parchments. I must say, I'm pleased to see you all so eager. The students sat up straighter, puffing out their chests. This was their first class with the new professor, they couldn't let the younger years think they weren't up to standard. Professor, what about next year's class? Percy asked boldly, relying on his good rapport with Tver. That will depend on the school's arrangements, Tver replied lightly. But I do hope another professor joins me to share the workload. Teaching you all is quite demanding, and I must also keep an eye on my lesson plans, in case they get stolen again. The class erupted into laughter. After 2 days of rumors and with Ron having let slip part of the truth, everyone had realized that stolen lesson plans version of the story was far too ridiculous. However, Tver raised his voice above the noise, as 5th years, you all know your greatest challenge this year is your OWLS. Considering that my predecessor's performance was less than ideal, I'll be focusing the next few months on reviewing your exam material. Time is short and the workload heavy. I expect you all to give it your best. I want to see you in the 6th year advanced class next term, understood? Understood, the students shouted in unison. Though many would have preferred another term of relaxed lessons, the numbers didn't lie. It was better to work hard now, then they could attend Professor Folly's advanced classes for the next 2 years. When it came down to it, they knew where their priorities lay. Did you really think we were just those silly little lions, or book-crazy eagles? The students from the two houses exchanged glances and smirks of mutual pride. Tver, satisfied with their spirit, waved his hand. Excellent. In that case, put away your wands and begin your exam. The thick stack of papers he carried floated through the air, landing neatly on each student's desk. You have 2.5 hours. Do as much as you can. If you don't know something, skip it and move on, focus on what you do know. Unlike the tests given to lower years, this exam covered all material from the past 5 years, with special focus on OWL topics. It was meant as a diagnostic, to gauge how much the students had actually mastered. Ahem. In truth, it was also a set of questions Tver had casually compiled while preparing the 5th year curriculum. Though he'd once sat through similar exams himself, he hadn't exactly prepared for this. After all, exams aren't something you pass just because you have hands, right? Oh, right, Quirrell no longer had hands. No wonder his students' grades had been so abysmal. 2.5 hours later, Tver glanced over the first paper and immediately spotted plenty of mistakes. And these were from the lower year sections. In OWLS, every theory exam takes an entire morning, while the practical exams are scheduled for the afternoon. So, can anyone tell me what that means? This time, Percy raised his hand. Professor, it means the theory exams are just as important as the practical ones. Exactly, equally important. With a flick of his wand, a wisp of white mist drifted from its tip, gradually forming the outline of a small, plump figure. This is the Patronus charm. It can earn you bonus points in your practical exam. However, if your theory score is poor, those extra points will mean nothing. From what I've observed, everyone's practical results tend to be close, the real difference comes from the theory exam. So you must take it seriously. The hopeful looks on the students' faces instantly deflated. The recent test had already delivered a solid blow to their confidence. The questions hadn't been particularly hard, but the scope was enormous. Very few had managed to finish everything, and even those who did had guessed on half of it. Don't be discouraged, Tver said reassuringly. We still have nearly 4 months before the exams. I'll make sure you use class time efficiently so you can get good marks, without falling behind in your other subjects. Even if we do fall behind, that's fine, as long as we can join the professor's advanced class, one student shouted. The room burst into laughter and cheers. The students looked so delighted that Tver actually blushed for half a second. Ahem, let's keep that between us, shall we? No need for other professors to hear. When the class finally quieted down, he continued. All right. From now on, our classes will be divided into 3 parts, 1 hour for quizzes, 1 hour for theory review, and 1 hour for practical practice. So, here's a question. For the practical portion of Defense Against the Dark Arts, which spells should we be focusing on? This time, a boy with glasses raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Mig. Based on the exam content from past years, he replied confidently, they usually include counter curses, defensive charms, and protective spells against magical creatures. And of course, the bonus spells you mentioned, that depends on the examiner's personal preference. Excellent summary. Ravenclaw, 5 points. Tver glanced at the rest of the class. Well. What are you waiting for? Write that down. After a brief flurry of scribbling, he continued, these spells vary in difficulty. The easiest are the defensive charms. If you can cast the shield charm, you'll earn high marks. If not, you can still make do with things like Salvio Hashia or Protego Tot Alum for a decent score. The harder parts are the other 2, so we'll spend about a month and a half, roughly 6 lessons, reviewing the section on magical creatures. Start preparing your notes ahead of time, but don't forget, your theory studies can't fall behind. Just then, the bell rang, and the students all let out a collective sigh of relief. They'd been expecting an intense dueling lesson or some flashy spell practice, but it turned out to be a theory lecture. Even though it was Professor Folly's class, the anticlimax was hard to ignore. Hold on, Tver called out as they began packing up. Each of you come grab a set of practice papers before you go. He pulled a much thicker stack of parchments from his bag. The students collectively froze. Chapter 78, Horcrux Research Diary. To prepare for the NEWTS, the same routine was repeated in the 7th year classroom. However, with fewer students and all of them already performing at an advanced level, those lessons were far less demanding. The 4th and 6th years, on the other hand, were much more interesting. As usual, Tver brought his signature light orb game, but this time, it was the advanced version. The orbs not only moved faster but also required students to attack them using spells. Of course, unlike his earlier demonstration, the students only needed to be proficient in a few basic spells, the stunning spell, the impediment jinx, and the disarming charm. Otherwise, given their current knowledge, very few of them would even be able to play the game properly. Beyond the standard lessons, Tver also brought along several small creatures he had been raising, teaching the students how to handle relatively harmless beings like Grindylows, Kappas, and Red Caps. Compared to Quirrell's dull, lifeless classes, the students quickly realized the difference between professors might actually be greater than the difference between them and pigs. After finishing his weekly Dumbledore-mandated ideological education session, Tver spent a little extra time retrieving some treasures he had stored in the Room of Requirement. Only after that did he leisurely head back toward his office. To be honest, he was starting to regret agreeing to Dumbledore's request to teach all 7-year groups. Now, he spent at least 7 hours a day in lectures. After subtracting the time for meals and rest, there was hardly any left for his own research into the Philosopher's Stone and Horcruxes. Next school year, he had to get the headmaster to hire another Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to share the load. Otherwise, even a Dark Lord would burn out before managing to conquer anything. Grumbling internally, Tver entered his brightly lit office, which was filled with the steady scratching of quills. The sound came from 2 faceless, featureless mannequins seated in the corner, quills moving tirelessly as they graded papers. They could handle the multiple choice and true or false questions easily enough, but the essay section still required Tver's personal review. Reading comprehension, it turned out, was far trickier than expected. The dummies lacked real intelligence, they could only recognize the meaning of full, fixed sentences. Change even one word, and they'd be completely lost. Unless, of course, he personally controlled them, directing their every movement and thought. But at that point, how was that any different from grading the papers himself? With a sigh, Tver tossed the diadem onto the desk, skimmed through the dummies' graded work to confirm their accuracy, and then turned his full attention to the Horcruxes. He had decided to follow his teacher's advice and adopt a survival of the fittest approach, keeping only the ones he could truly control. Before him now lay 3 magical objects, the diadem, the ring, and the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone emitted faint traces of life energy, giving a slight vitality to the sinister souls that lingered in the room. The diadem, by contrast, appeared ancient and unassuming. If not for the faint absorption of life force, one might mistake it for an ordinary crown. The ring, however, was different. Sensing the presence of the Philosopher's Stone, it suddenly leapt from its place. "Tver, my dear friend. I knew you wouldn't forget about me," the ring said in an overly saccharine tone. "But really, there's no rush. You've been so busy lately, take your time." "You're absolutely right," Tver replied, enlightened. He picked up the ring and tossed it straight into a drawer. "Then I'll handle you when I have the time. Tver, you and hashtag." He shut the drawer, and the world returned to blissful silence. Only then did Tver pick up the diadem and begin examining it closely. The most striking feature was the green gemstone set in its center, cradled in an eagle's wings, gleaming like an eye that could see into one's soul. The once bright gold of the diadem had dulled with age, losing its luster. Still visible, however, was the famous Ravenclaw motto engraved along its base, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." The corrosion marring the crown wasn't from the passage of time, it was the residue of dark magic, left behind by Voldemort when he turned it into a Horcrux. Legend said Rowena Ravenclaw had enchanted it to enhance the wearer's intellect. Yet whether because of its corruption as a Horcrux or something else, Tver couldn't sense a trace of any magic that could be called enlightening. Or perhaps one needed to wear it to feel the effect. Gently, Tver placed the diadem upon his head. Full of anticipation. His smile faded. His expression froze. Damn it, I actually fell for that. 10 minutes later, Tver tore the diadem from his head and slammed it onto the table. It bounced twice before settling. Spending too much time around Horcruxes was starting to make him feel like his IQ was dropping, absolutely terrifying. But that little outburst seemed to enrage the soul fragment of Voldemort trapped inside. "Child, put me back on. This time, I'll truly let you feel your wisdom grow." Tver carefully set the diadem down in front of him and drew his wand. "I heard that exact line 7 years ago. Next time, try to come up with something original." "Heard it before." Tver didn't bother answering. He simply pressed the tip of his wand against the diadem's emerald centerpiece. "Wait, what are you doing?" "Ah." As the wand released a surge of magic, a thin wisp of Voldemort's soul was drawn out, like a strand of black silk drifting in the air. The already damaged soul was torn apart even further, and the diadem screamed, a high, sharp, metallic sound laced with tendrils of dark magic that clawed at Tver's mind. And yes, it did affect him. "Why don't you have your little friend teach you what Professor Folly's rules are?" he muttered dryly. He shoved the diadem into a drawer, then turned his focus to the fragment he had extracted. Like someone who had done this many times before, he took out a small dish, infused it with magic to create a hollow space, and placed the soul fragment inside. At once, Voldemort's face surfaced within the swirling magic of the dish. It looked more mature and malicious than the version from the ring, less bookish, more unhinged, the faint madness of a fractured soul already visible. "Boy, I didn't think you'd dare meddle with souls." Voldemort's distorted voice hissed. With so little of his essence left, this fragment couldn't think independently. It was like a talking portrait, limited to repeating old memories. So Tver had heard this exact speech more times than he could count. "Yes, yes, Lord Voldemort," he replied lazily. "I have no interest in further exploring dark magic, nor in splitting my soul for immortality." He spoke almost absently, even before the soul fragment could respond. Then, as the Dark Lord's mind drifted into a haze of fragmented memories, Tver reached into the dish, his finger stirring through the black mist. "Mr. Tom Riddle," he said quietly, a blue-violet flame flickering at his fingertip, "do you swear your loyalty to me?" The fragment writhed violently. The flame burned, searing and agonizing, but the soul still gathered all its strength and bellowed. "Aroga." Squish. Tver pressed down and crushed it flat. He flicked his hand in mild disgust, shaking off the lingering traces. As expected, Voldemort's arrogance wouldn't break so easily. But that was fine. He had all the time in the world to experiment. Chapter 79, Percy's Trouble. Just as Tver was about to resume his research on the Horcrux. Knock knock. A sudden rap sounded at the door. "Professor, I have some questions I'd like to ask." "Are you in there?" It was Percy's voice, though it carried a hint of uncertainty. Well, wasn't that convenient? Tver perked up immediately, gathering his things in haste. The lingering dark magic from the Horcrux, however, was harder to conceal. After a quick tidy-up, he went to open the door himself. "Come in," he said, patting Percy's shoulder as he guided him to a seat. "Tea or pumpkin juice?" "Pumpkin juice, please." The professor's fondness for pumpkin juice had long become a well-known secret in the Gryffindor common room. Many students preparing for exams had taken to drinking it too, believing it gave them strength. Percy didn't really buy into such superstition, but since he was here, he didn't mind humoring the professor's preference. Tver looked quite pleased and even poured him a full glass himself. "Thank you," Percy said, taking a small sip. Once he'd done so, Tver began casually, "How are you finding the lessons lately?" At that, Percy was instantly reminded of the terror that came with Folly's exams. The post-class test papers could be completed at one's own pace, but they were hard. A single key topic could appear in a dozen different forms, each packed with subtle traps and twists. Still, the practical work had gone much more smoothly, so he swallowed and replied, "My control over spells has improved a lot. I can dismantle magic much faster now, and I've even learned quite a few nonverbal spells." Tver nodded approvingly. Even with 12 subjects on his plate, Percy still managed to stay at the top of his year, without a doubt one of the brightest students in his class. "Nonverbal spells are 6th-year material," Tver remarked. "If you can pull them off during your exams, you'll leave the examiner speechless, and easily earn an outstanding." Percy gave a proud but restrained smile. "That's thanks to your teaching, Professor." "But can you handle the workload?" Tver asked, handing him a piece of chocolate. "I heard you're aiming to sit all 12 exams. That's quite a strain." "Honestly," he added, "I don't really understand that approach. In my view, choosing the subjects that align best with your goals is the wiser path." Percy took the chocolate, running his fingers over the crinkling wrapper before murmuring, "It's because I don't know what my goal is." Oh. Because he had no clear direction after graduation, he'd chosen every subject, just to avoid missing a potential path. So this was the top student he'd been hearing about. Tver's curiosity was piqued. "I believe Professor McGonagall already held career guidance sessions for your year. Or have you still not decided?" Percy nodded once, then hesitated and shook his head. "I told Professor McGonagall I wanted to work for the Ministry of Magic. She gave me a lot of practical advice. But lately, I've started to feel that even working at the ministry might not solve what's really bothering me." "That unsettled, are you?" Tver asked mildly. "Mind telling me what's troubling you?" "It's my family," Percy said, his tone a mix of frustration and guilt. "You've probably heard from Ron, we're not exactly well off. My father works so hard. Well, maybe he's a bit eccentric, but he truly loves his job. And my mother, she's exhausted herself raising 7 children. Yet even after all their efforts, they still have to worry about affording Ron's wand or my little sister's school fees." By the end, Percy's face had turned red, his hands clenched tightly into fists. "I don't understand. Why do those pureblood families, so rotten in my eyes, get to enjoy wealth we could never earn in a lifetime, walking freely among the highest seats of power in this country? And yet my 2 brilliant, capable brothers are stuck on the fringes of the wizarding world, doing thankless work for miserable pay. My father gives everything he has, and still he's trapped at the very bottom of the ministry. It's not fair." Do I have to claw my way to the top of the power ladder just to escape this fate? He slammed his fist onto the desk. The crash was deafening, and pumpkin juice sloshed violently, spilling across the surface. Startled by his own outburst, Percy froze. I'm sorry, Professor. I got too worked up. He reached to wipe the spill, but Tver stopped him, flicking his wand to clear the mess with a spell. I understand how you feel, Tver said evenly. To be honest, I don't fully understand what's happening to our wizarding world either. The wizarding world? Percy asked, puzzled. His thoughts hadn't stretched beyond his own family, he hadn't yet considered the larger picture. Yes, the wizarding world, Tver said, his gaze sharpening with intent. If a society fails to reward those who work hard, then the problem doesn't lie with the workers, it lies with the society itself. The weight of that stare made Percy's heart skip. His eyes flickered nervously. But my father isn't that hard-working, he said haltingly. He doesn't really do his job properly, he spends his time tinkering with Muggle gadgets, playing with rubber ducks, modifying things that don't matter. What about your brothers? Tver interrupted, his tone firm. Even though I haven't met them, I've heard enough, they were just as exceptional as you during their school years. He leaned forward, his face set in a grave expression, his eyes sharp as needles. Percy found himself unable to look up. Or do you want to end up like them, brilliant, yet invisible? Watching those who know nothing order you around. Percy, the wizarding world is broken. Working hard won't fix it. You said it yourself, pureblood heirs like me. I didn't mean you, Percy muttered, his voice small. Yes, you did, Tver replied quietly, almost kindly. I can sit back and inherit wealth that I couldn't spend in 10 lifetimes, wealth that keeps growing and will only grow more. But you. His tone hardened. You'll spend your life working yourself to the bone for the handful of galleons that people like me toss your way. He reached out and turned Percy's head so that their eyes met directly. The wizarding world is sick, Percy. What it needs isn't more effort, it needs a cure. Percy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. But, where do we find the doctor? Tver smiled faintly, his tone dropping to a whisper. Right here, Percy. Right in this office. We're the ones who've seen the disease for what it is. And it's up to us to heal it, to reshape the wizarding world into something stronger, fairer, better. Chapter 80, A New Companion. The weight of Tver's words left Percy's mind reeling. It wasn't until the dummies had finished grading their stack of papers that he finally came back to his senses. But even if we recognize the problem, he said slowly, what can we actually do? We can't just take the wealth from the rich, can we? He looked at Tver seriously, not even realizing that, subconsciously, he'd already begun grouping himself together with the men across from him. Of course not, Tver said with a light laugh. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't allow it. After all, I'm one of the rich. The problem with the wizarding world isn't the wealth that already exists, it's that there are too few ways to create wealth. Or rather. His smile thinned. Those ways are far too closed off. Closed off? Percy repeated, puzzled. Having lived his whole life in the wizarding world, the idea seemed foreign to him. Yes, closed, Tver said, thinking for a moment. Tell me, do you know when the last completely new spell or piece of magic was created? I don't know. Tver chuckled softly. Exactly. Neither do I. It could have been a second ago, or 10 years ago. Then let me ask you another question, what's different between life 10 years ago and life now? Percy frowned, trying to recall. 10 years ago, he'd been only 6, not too young to remember, but not old enough for the details to be clear. After a long pause, he said uncertainly, well, broomsticks have new models now. Tver gave a small, noncommittal nod. Anything else? Percy fell into thought again, but nothing else came to mind. I don't know, he admitted at last. Everything feels the same as it's always been. Maybe the books Mum reads have changed. Or maybe your father's collection has. Tver prompted. That's right. Percy said, brightening. Dad's wireless collection. The new ones are smaller, more refined. Tver watched the boy's excitement with quiet satisfaction, then his tone turned serious. See, Percy. We wizards never really change. Every bit of progress we enjoy comes from the Muggles. They spent just a few years making the radio smaller and more convenient. And us? What have we done in that same time? Created a new broomstick. But how many people can afford that broomstick? Radios are different, your father can be a customer too. That's why our world is stagnant. The wizarding world is a stage far too small to hold truly great actors. Tver rose, stepped toward Percy, and pulled him up by the arms, gripping him firmly. You're a gifted wizard, Percy. Wizards like you deserve to be seen by more people, not buried in some forgotten corner of the magical world. You deserve a better life. Don't waste your talent. Percy felt the words pierce straight through him. Every grievance, every frustration, Tver had laid them bare. All his resentment stemmed from one truth: his talent had no stage. His family, for all their efforts, had no stage. If, just if, he could command tens of thousands, wouldn't that power rival even the Minister for Magic? And yet, in a Muggle city, tens of thousands of people would barely fill a small town. The thought sent a thrill through him, but it didn't last long before doubt crept in. But, Professor, Percy began hesitantly, we can't perform magic in front of Muggles, can we? Muggles aren't supposed to see, aren't supposed to know. Not entirely true, Tver interrupted with a faint, knowing smile. To be precise, it's only for the last 300 years that we haven't been allowed to. With your marks in history of magic, you should remember what happened exactly 3 centuries ago. Percy's eyes widened. You mean, the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? Exactly. As long as that law exists, we'll keep living like rats in the shadows. But if it were gone? The implication hit Percy instantly. He tore his arms free, face burning with anger. I won't allow you to think like that, he snapped, unable to meet Tver's eyes and turning his gaze aside. We can't use magic to enslave anyone, not even Muggles. Growing up in the wizarding world, and with parents in the Order of the Phoenix, Percy knew all too well Voldemort's philosophy of subjugating Muggles and half-bloods. He despised it. And now, to hear something so similar from the professor he'd respected, it filled him with disbelief and disappointment. But Tver only looked pleased by his outrage. If Percy had agreed too quickly, then he would have been disappointed. How could you think that? I've never seen Muggles as slaves. On the contrary, I see them as friends, friends we can share joy with. Let us show them the wonders of magic, and let them show us the power of technology. What could possibly be wrong with that? He spread his hands with an easy, almost playful smile, speaking as if inviting Percy on a friendly outing rather than discussing a reform that could shake the entire wizarding world. Percy turned toward him, mouth opening and closing soundlessly, too stunned to speak. You mean, cooperation, he managed at last. But Muggle electronics, magic interferes with them. Good. His defenses are nearly gone, Tver thought with quiet satisfaction. Do you know why that happens? Percy shook his head, his expression vacant. I don't know either, Tver said softly. But if we never study it, we'll never uncover the secret between magic and technology, not in our lifetime. But I'm just an ordinary student, Percy said weakly. Maybe my grades are good, but I could never take on something that big. Just one last push, Tver thought. We won't be short of researchers, he murmured, leaning closer to Percy's ear. What we lack are reformers. If we break down the walls between wizards and Muggles, if we become true partners, then countless people will join us to explore the secrets of magic and technology. And that hammer to break the wall, it's in our hands. Tver straightened and extended his hand toward him, voice low and compelling. Will you stand with me, Percy? Will you be the one who swings the hammer? Percy's heart pounded violently. The world Tver painted shimmered before his eyes, bright, vast, and full of promise. He longed to see it realized. His hand trembled with excitement, but he still reached forward and clasped Tver's firmly. Even after leaving the office, Percy still felt dizzy. Shaking the professor's hand had left him so breathless that he'd nearly forgotten to breathe. They'd gone on to discuss countless issues and plans about the wizarding world, so many that he'd had to strain every bit of focus just to keep up. Only after standing in the corridor for a while, letting the cold air cool his head, did he finally regain his clarity. He then recalled Professor Folly's final words to him. This is a long-term goal. For now, the Ministry of Magic will be our main objective. I hope you'll enter it after graduation. Until then, you must keep this completely secret. Percy stood still for a few seconds, then turned decisively and walked back to the common room. Unbeknownst to him, Tver was standing just beyond a nearly transparent door, eyes fixed on him. What a naive child, the ring said with a sigh. Aren't you afraid he'll go running to Dumbledore? I can see straight into his heart, Tver replied quietly from the shadows. It's pure, so pure that with the lightest touch, I can hold it in my hand. Chapter 81, Madagot. The ring, of course, didn't argue with Tver's words, even it could see the purity in Percy's heart. To be honest, I don't like using these kinds of methods to recruit subordinates. In today's magical world, who still talks to you about ideals? Tver toyed with the ring, his tone amused. Ideals and interests aren't actually in conflict. Besides, only those who carry great ideals can unleash true power. But he's still a student. No matter how good his grades are, he can't be as useful as Cynthia, can he? Usefulness isn't measured by size. Tver didn't elaborate further. In his plans, Percy would one day become not only Cynthia's ally within the Ministry of Magic but also his own representative among the pureblood families aligned with the side of light. But that was for after Percy graduated. Tonight was mostly a whim, an experiment to test how well he could draw people to his side. Winning over Cynthia had been far too easy. Back then, all he'd done was share his vision for the future, and she'd nearly drawn her wand on the spot, eager to challenge the International Confederation of Wizards. Only Percy's struggle and anger gave him a taste of the intoxicating thrill of persuasion. As his teacher would say, perhaps this was his first step into mastery. The ring couldn't understand such thinking. To it, there were only useful servants and useless enemies. Since Tver wasn't trying to conquer the world, what was the point of winning over this brat? Still, it said nothing. In truth, it almost hoped Tver would keep gathering such worthless subordinates and eventually fail, freeing it from his torment once and for all. Tonight's research filled the ring with a chill deeper than ever before. So, you're planning to make Hogwarts your base and turn all the students into your followers? It asked cautiously. Tver chuckled. You already know these students are weak. Why would I bother? He returned to his desk. Instead of worrying about that, think about how you can help me with my research. The ring fell silent. Studying Voldemort's soul soon became part of Tver's daily life. And to make Percy more useful, he provided him with extra tutoring. He mainly taught him occlumency, so that once Percy entered the Ministry of Magic, no one could easily read his thoughts. Percy's learning speed, however, far exceeded Tver's expectations. Without neglecting his regular studies, he managed to master occlumency quickly in his spare time. It gave Tver a strange sense of satisfaction, as if he were raising a character in a game, and his interest in teaching Percy only deepened. As Percy's strength grew and his thinking matured, his demeanor became more composed. Still, on Tver's advice, he maintained an outwardly cheerful and optimistic persona. Now, whenever Tver looked at him, he couldn't shake a strange feeling. It was as though Percy were imitating him, hiding his true desires beneath a gentle smile. Even the Weasleys, who knew Percy best, only envied that he was taking private lessons with a professor, completely unaware of how much he'd changed. Compared to Percy's progress, though, Tver's Horcrux research was moving painfully slowly. But it wasn't something that could be rushed. After all, there were only 7 Horcruxes, and he currently had just the diadem and the ring. If he damaged them, there would be nothing left to study. And on top of that, he was still a professor responsible for teaching 7-year groups. The third-year classroom buzzed with curiosity as Tver entered, carrying a covered cage in his hands. I imagine you've already guessed, he said, setting it down on the desk. Our class is about to welcome some. He grinned widely. Interesting creatures. A loud thud came from inside the cage, as if responding to his words, making several students jump in surprise. But instead of immediately uncovering the cage, Tver turned to the class with an announcement. After discussion, Headmaster Dumbledore has approved my proposal to reform the final exam for defense against the dark arts, he said. To help you adapt to the OWLS 2 years from now, the exam will now consist of both a theoretical and a practical component. Oh, no. George shouted in horror. The students immediately joined in his protest, the classroom erupting into chaos, just like the very first lesson they'd had with Tver. They'd all seen how the 5th years had been acting lately, clutching exam papers, muttering, "This is a gimme question, gotta remember it," looking constantly on edge. Some had even started turning to superstition, praying under their breath for better luck. They definitely didn't want to end up like that. But Tver quickly doused their hopes with a bucket of cold reality. What are you thinking? With your current magic, you won't even get the chance to be like the 5th years. The students froze, swallowing their complaints, though many looked like they wanted to flop onto the floor and play dead. Professor, you should have told us sooner. You had us all worried, George said, forcing a laugh. You didn't listen carefully, Tver replied coolly. This year's final exam will weigh theory and practice equally. Fail the theory, and you'll be spending your summer doing homework. What about the practical portion? Roger Davies asked quickly. Tver didn't answer, only gave him a meaningful smile that made every student shiver. As in their previous practice lessons, he led the class to the open space at the back of the room. Turning to face them, he set the cage on the floor. Now then, today's lesson is to get acquainted with the little cutie inside this cage, he said, pulling away the black cloth. So, does anyone recognize what this is? Inside the cage was a jet-black feline creature. Its hairless body looked almost grotesque, and the solid white, pupil-less eyes gave it an eerie appearance. Most students immediately lost any urge to laugh. Is that a Madagot? Davies guessed uncertainly. Honestly, it kinda looks like our house mouse, Scabbers, George joked. Fred snickered. Bald, ugly, weird eyes, probably the second ugliest creature at Hogwarts. Davies blinked. What's the first? Filch, of course, the twins chorused, bursting into laughter. Their laughter spread through the room, and soon even Tver was grinning as he watched them. That's right, he said. This is a Madagot, also known as a magic cat. They don't usually attack unless provoked. He unlatched the cage. The Madagot sprang out in a flash, landing neatly in front of the students. Unless, of course, Tver added, his eyes gleaming, you anger it. Chapter 82, Dealing with the Madagot. As if responding to Tver's words, the freed Madagot let out a snarl, baring its mouth full of sharp teeth. But to the students, the Madagot didn't even need to open its mouth to terrify them. Each of its 4 paws had long, gleaming claws, shining with a faint, eerie light. They were displayed openly, as if ready to rip their throats out at any second. The Madagot prowled along the perimeter, its predatory gaze sweeping over the students. A single cat had somehow managed to make them all feel surrounded. Now then, let's have 3 volunteers come up first to demonstrate how to deal with a Madagot, Tver said. The words had barely left his mouth before the entire class stumbled backward in unison, nearly crushing Davies and the Weasley twins against the back wall. Hey, could you? Before Davies could finish, he realized that the space in front of them had completely cleared. They were standing right in the open, fully exposed to the Madagot's cold, white eyes. Fred, why do I feel like we're moving forward? You're not imagining it. Pushed to the front by their so-called friends, the 3 of them could only watch as the Madagot crept toward them, each step measured and deliberate. Well then, you 3 will handle the Madagot. Be careful, those claws up top are razor-sharp, Tver said with a wicked grin. The 3 quickly fastened their protective badges to their belts and drew their wands, standing at the ready. Having endured private lessons with Tver, they knew his style well. He wouldn't cause serious harm, but a little pain was inevitable. The Madagot moved like an ordinary cat, slow and graceful when walking. But once it entered hunting mode, its movements became lightning fast. A dark blur streaked across their vision as the Madagot pounced, landing right in front of George. Stupefy. Fred reacted instantly, aiming his wand. A red beam shot out, striking the Madagot precisely as it hit the ground. All those extra lessons had paid off. Hitting a moving Madagot was something even many upper-year students couldn't do. Unfortunately, the spell had no effect. Instead, the Madagot split into 3. Triple the fun. Tver stood by, wand in hand, ready to intervene if necessary, but his tone remained casual as he continued lecturing. Don't be fooled by their lack of fur. Madagot have strong magical resistance. Worse still, when attacked, they multiply into 3. So unless you can kill them outright, don't make the same mistake Fred just did and use a stunning spell. The watching students burst into laughter, perfectly content to stay out of the fight. Compared to the panicking trio, they were thoroughly enjoying the show. Then tell us what we're supposed to do. Davies shouted, darting across the floor with no dignity left. 1 Madagot had been enough to terrify them. Now there were 3. If not for the shield charms on their badges blocking 2 attacks, they'd already be covered in scratches. And after seeing what happened to Fred's spell, none of them dared to fight back. Their wands might as well have been sticks. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Tver shook his head in mock disappointment. Didn't you hear what I said? Madagot have strong magical resistance, but that doesn't mean their physical resistance is strong. In fact, in the magical world, creatures that move quickly usually have weaker physical defenses. Take the cage I carried earlier, it wasn't enchanted at all, yet it still held the Madagot. So use your heads. Think about how to use physical means to deal with opponents who resist magic. Here's a hint, the Halloween troll lesson. The students still processing the reference looked confused, but George and his group, who had lived through that particular chaos, immediately understood. George sent a flash of red light into the Madagot's eyes, and Fred seized the opening, casting a pressure charm that slammed the creature to the ground. Davy scratched his head with his wand. So what am I supposed to do? Conjure a stick and knock it out. After being tied up so many times, you should have learned something by now. Tver groaned, resisting the urge to smack him. Oh, right. Amid the laughter of their classmates, Davies finally caught on, conjuring a rope from his wand and binding the Madagot tightly. Of course, in the short time he'd wasted, the creatures had already lunged at them several more times. But by now, they'd learned the rhythm. One flashed its eyes, another cast the pressure charm to pin it down, and the last tied it up. In this regard, Davy seemed more skilled than any other student, though no one knew what he practiced in his spare time. Finally, before the badge's magic depleted, they successfully subdued 3 Madagot. Of course, they essentially counted as 1, but that was fine. Dividing them into 3 made practice easier for the students. Tver summoned the 3 Madagot to his side. Very good. Gryffindor gets 4 points, Ravenclaw gets 2. Their actions actually showed the beginnings of teamwork, each fulfilling their role and trusting their teammates. We don't actually trust each other, George muttered under his breath. So in today's lesson, you'll not only learn how to handle Madagot, but also strategize against creatures with strong magical resistance. Practice complementing each other's strengths and working together. These are skills you'll need when facing powerful magical creatures. Now form your own teams, groups of 3 or 4 are fine. Remember, more people mean more strength, but coordination becomes harder. You'll need to balance that yourselves. After they hurriedly organized their teams, Tver released 3 Madagat, assigning 1 to each squad. This time, however, the students lacked the protection of their shield charm badges, making them vulnerable to injury. Tver had to keep a watchful eye on them. After all, even he couldn't save someone with a wound like a pierced heart. Clever thinking. Traps are also an effective way to deal with Madagat, but be careful, they're extremely agile. Don't end up stepping into your own traps while they escape unscathed. Tver rescued a female student from one of their traps. Professor, what if we face a flying dragon? Should we use an incarcerus spell or traps? A student asked. No, Tver glanced at her, what you'll use are your legs. Kick it, the girl exclaimed in surprise. I mean run away. After handling the chaotic live-action training, Tver sighed. This was their second live-action session, the first had been back in their very first class, when the students were utterly helpless. So compared to before, they had made significant progress. Still, when faced with real combat, they tended to panic easily. Honestly, I'm pleased you've learned so many combat techniques and spells over the past half year. But you still lack considerable experience in actual combat. Therefore, for the remainder of this semester, we'll focus on practical exercises. Now, take your test papers and go back to thoroughly reflect on the 3 key points covered in this lesson. Amidst their stunned expressions, Tver produced a large stack of test papers. Don't neglect your theoretical review either. Chapter 83, The New Professor's Selection. After Tver handed out the review papers to students below the 3rd year, the castle was soon filled with a tense atmosphere of study. Teachers of other subjects also drew up their own review plans for the students, and aside from Tver, none of the professors were teaching new material anymore. Of course, that didn't mean Tver had relaxed the students' revision workload. In fact, he had already noticed signs of emotional breakdown in quite a few of them, some even doing things that defied explanation. The 5th and 7th year students, in particular, were showing alarming levels of stress as their exams approached. According to Percy, there had already been several cases of students trading poor quality potions, amulets, and cheating devices. Despite the professor's repeated warnings, some students still ended up in the hospital wing after taking potions with severe side effects, or ones that barely worked at all. So, Tver chose not to pressure them further. Instead, he tried to make their studies more engaging, easing their burden a little. At the very least, he wanted them to enjoy the process of doing their review papers. Thinking about it, he really was quite the good teacher. Headmaster, I want a raise. Tver pushed open the office door and casually took a seat in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave a weary smile and silently poured himself a cup of tea. As for Tver's pumpkin juice, he could pour that himself. He was already starting to regret his decision to hold these weekly meetings with Tver about transfiguration research and the current state of the wizarding world. The transfiguration discussions were fine, even though they had already reached unimaginable depths of magical and soul transformation. Tver had always behaved responsibly. Even his studies into souls remained cautious and constructive, far better than his teacher ever had been. But when it came to talking about the wizarding world, things always became troublesome. As the leading figure of the magical world, Dumbledore maintained close contact with many great international wizards despite living at Hogwarts year-round. He kept up with the latest developments in magical research. Though he disagreed with Tver's subtle claim that the wizarding world was backward, he also knew that wizards were slowly adapting to Muggle technology. Every discussion with Tver left him deep in thought for hours afterward. It was more exhausting than trying to give the boy a lecture on ideology. You've already taken half of next year's school budget. If I raise your salary too, how am I supposed to hire new professors? Dumbledore rapped the table as he watched Tver pour himself a full glass of pumpkin juice without hesitation. Tver didn't mind. They'd argued plenty of times over the past few months, and Dumbledore had gotten angrier than this before. After taking a sip of juice, he said slowly, next year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is going through big changes. I'm not hoarding the budget, it's all for the students. Wait, he suddenly exclaimed, setting his cup down in surprise. You've already found the new professor. It was true, teaching all 7 years for the first time had kept Tver running non-stop. He barely had time for his own projects anymore. No wonder the other professors hadn't made much progress in their research. Who could, with such a workload? Then, a name flashed in his mind, the professor from the story. As Tver recalled the memory, Dumbledore slid a newspaper across the desk. On the front page was the very man from his recollections. Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart was dressed in a flamboyant set of robes, a fine cloak draped over his shoulders, flashing a grin that revealed 8 dazzling white teeth that sparkled even in the photo. From the picture, he looked less like a skilled wizard and more like a model for a toothpaste advertisement. At least he was more radiant than the bottle of shampoo in his hand. Though I dislike putting others down, Tver said with an expression that defied easy description, tapping the photograph with his finger, this man, his face looks far more powerful than his magic. He emphasized the last point. Dumbledore sighed and pulled out a book, Magical Me. You can look at some of his writings. The material here is quite excellent. If he could demonstrate even a third of it, the students would have a decent professor. Facing the book, Tver showed not the slightest interest. And if he can't demonstrate even a third? Well, he'd still be better than Quirrell, wouldn't he? Dumbledore sighed. Besides, Lockhart has won numerous awards, including an Order of Merlin, and he's quite renowned internationally. Not many are willing to teach defense against the dark arts. Perhaps he's just a skilled wizard who loves to show off. I guarantee, if you were to plaster your photos everywhere like he does, you'd be far more effective. Tver tried imagining himself in Lockhart's place. He couldn't help but shudder. But recalling Quirrell's stuttering, even if Lockhart just lectured students on textbook techniques, it would still be better than Quirrell. At worst, he could delegate some theoretical content to him, which would at least lighten his own teaching load considerably. So, surely Lockhart wouldn't even fail at that. By the way, Lockhart's interview will be at the start of the summer holidays. Would you like to attend? Dumbledore placed the book before Tver. If you plan to come, you might want to read his work. With Dumbledore insisting, Tver picked up the book, though he wasn't sure he'd have any interest in interviewing a fraud by then. We'll see. Summer's still a ways off. Speaking of summer, what are your plans? Dumbledore asked casually. Watching the old man feign nonchalance, Tver's lips curved slightly. Depends. I'll study magic at school first, then maybe visit some elders. Care to join me? This time, Dumbledore didn't show the slightest trace of awkwardness like last time. Instead, he met his gaze with perfect composure. I've already asked a friend to visit Grindelwald at Nurmengard. I hear his living conditions are dire. Since you were his student, I have no objection to you offering him some practical assistance. However, Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze steady on Tver. He cannot leave Nurmengard. That is my absolute limit. Headmaster, unless you personally go to inspect, there's no way to identify the teacher's magic. Tver thought smugly to himself, though his expression remained impassive. Rest assured, the teacher is perfectly fine there, reminiscing about the past. I never said it had to be at Nurmengard, he thought to himself. Dumbledore shifted his gaze, unwilling to dwell on the topic of Grindelwald. Then continue telling me about the Muggles. I had no idea your expertise in Muggle studies ran so deep. Tver could only cautiously continue presenting his ideas on Muggle technology. He dared not express himself too overtly. Influencing Dumbledore was a long-term process. The old man's will was unyielding, and unlike his teacher, whose aspirations were similar, he wasn't someone Tver could persuade in a short time. Chapter 84, The Final Exams. No matter how fervently the students prayed, June's arrival could not be stopped. This meant only one thing, the start of exam month. Exams for the lower year students would be held first. Once those were finished, the OWL and NEWT candidates would begin their own tests. Fortunately, those two exams were managed by the Wizarding Examinations Authority, which meant Tver only needed to supervise the remaining 5-year groups. Still, according to Professor Flitwick's complaints, every year there were plenty of young wizards trying to cheat, using an endless variety of tricks. The self-answering quills were especially notorious, the confiscated ones could fill an entire head table. The professor's solution was simple: prepare anti-cheating quills in advance. For Tver, however, there was a far more permanent method to deal with such behavior. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Thanks to its large space, Tver could have an entire year group take their exam at once. With a wave of his wand, a swarm of tiny imps appeared above the heads of the third-year students. No need to worry, this time, he used his own magic, so the students wouldn't tire themselves out just by being in the room. As you can see, I didn't check any of you when you entered, but... His sharp gaze swept over the students, who were buzzing with barely contained excitement. The little imp above your head is your personal invigilator. If you're caught cheating, not only will your grade for this subject be cancelled, he said evenly, but you'll also be permanently banned from my advanced classes, even if you score full marks on your OWLS. Face your own heart honestly. That was the first lesson I learned at Durmstrang. I'd like to believe Hogwarts students can manage at least that much. Tver wasn't exaggerating. The foundation of learning dark magic truly lay in understanding one's own inner self. Only by knowing what you desired could you resist the temptation of darkness. But to the students, his words carried a completely different weight. The exam suddenly turned into a matter of pride between Hogwarts and Durmstrang. Not cheating had become a question of school honor. The Weasley twins exchanged a glance. If they still wanted a place in the professor's advanced class, they needed to act quickly. They hurriedly began rummaging through their robes. A large bundle of cheating quills. Notes scrawled an invisibility potion across their robes. Parchment that could reveal the correct answers. Tver stared in disbelief as the students pulled out one cheating device after another. Some of the girls even lifted their skirts to wipe off the notes written on their thighs. So if he really hadn't checked, their cheating tricks would have reached the heavens. After collecting every item, Tver sighed and conjured an hourglass. The exam lasts 2 hours, he said as he distributed the test papers. No whispering, no looking around, and that goes for you too, Weasleys. No early submissions. Once you're done, stay seated quietly. Now, begin. Supervising the written exam was easy enough. With the little imps assisting, Tver only needed to sit at the lectern and read. Exactly 2 hours later, he stood up. Time's up. Put down your quills. Amid the students' collective groans, every exam paper floated neatly onto the podium. Oh no, I forgot that the general counterspell doesn't work with weather charms. Was the dancing feet spell Tarantaligra or Tatalera? I hesitated for ages and still couldn't decide. I think I was hit with a memory charm, I completely forgot to write down that spell's side effects. Heh. The true slackers could only stare at the overachievers complaining. If it weren't for the upcoming practical exam, they'd have bolted from the room by now. All right, first up, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Take your wands. Yes, just your wands, Tver instructed calmly. The remaining 2 houses, stay seated. Once they're done, it'll be your turn. He separated the desks from the open area with a golden barrier, this time much thicker, cutting off both sight and sound. The moment the students saw it, they sensed something was wrong. When the floor beneath them began to soften, their expressions shifted immediately as Tver spoke. Do you remember what I said at the end of our very first class? Davies recalled it clearly and stammered, a battle a year later to test our progress. Exactly. Tver smiled, though to the students, that smile looked far more menacing. A year ago, they had been full of confidence, eager to show off their progress before Professor Folly at the end of term. But now, 1 year later, only one thought filled their minds. Professor, please go easy on us. Tver raised his wand and held it horizontally before him. Just like last time, I'll face all of you alone. But you must give it everything you've got, don't stop until every bit of your magic is spent. Otherwise, I'll fail you without hesitation. Professor, but there's no way we can beat you. George cried, putting on his best helpless expression. Relax, Tver said evenly. Your grades don't depend on defeating me. See those little imps above your heads? They'll record your performance, and I'll grade you based on that. So, don't hold BA. Stupefy. Just like in their first lesson, Davies attacked before he could finish. Professor, how was that? He asked proudly, wand raised but still moving, ready to dodge any counterspell. Tver tilted his head slightly, the red beam missing him by inches. Not bad. Work on your aim a bit more and you'll have it. Still holding his wand, Davies looked down in confusion. Ah. Where'd the rope go? Even as the words left his mouth, a coil of rope shot out from the ceiling and wrapped tightly around him. And another thing, Tver said calmly, don't measure magic by rigid patterns. Even pigs learn to adapt after falling into traps too many times. Surely your minds aren't that inflexible. Since it was an exam, Tver didn't hang him upside down this time, letting the twins untie him instead. You'll have plenty of chances in this battle. The only way it ends is when none of you can lift your wands. Now, the exam officially begins. Hearing that, the students finally let out a collective breath. If it were anything like last time, even a year of training wouldn't make them his match. One pressure charm from him would be enough to flatten them all. Still, this time they could regroup and fight again. Surely, that meant they'd perform better than before. Chapter 85, A Small Conflict. Half an hour later, every student was drenched in sweat, their faces flushed from intense exertion. Panting heavily, they lay sprawled across the soft ground like puddles of mud. Their wands lay discarded at their sides, they didn't even have the strength to pick them up. If they could do it all over again, they'd have thrown themselves onto the floor the moment it began rather than actually try to duel the professor. Because this time, the professor had used curses without holding back. Stunning spell, petrification spell, dancing feet spell, tickling charm, all the spells they'd learned over the past 3 years were transformed into terrifyingly effective attacks in the professor's hands. The positioning, spellcasting techniques, and teamwork they'd practiced for a whole year seemed completely useless. No matter what they tried, the professor's magic hit its mark every single time. The result? Every student had danced at least once, and laughed uncontrollably from the tickling charm for over 5 minutes. And the professor, of course, claimed it was all to test their ability to lift curses. Now they understood why the exam only ended when they couldn't lift their wands anymore. An exam like this could actually kill someone from exhaustion. Tver, however, was perfectly satisfied as he lifted the surrounding enchantments. Then, with a wave of his wand, Mobila Corpus, he sent the limp students drifting gently back to their seats. The Slytherins and Hufflepuffs, who had been chatting eagerly about the test just moments before, froze when they saw the sight. What happened to you all? How are you this tired? Cedric quickly asked Davies beside him. Davies managed a weak but excited smile. It was incredible, absolutely amazing. I think this was the most fun exam I've ever taken. Cedric stared blankly at the sweat dripping from Davies's forehead and his pale, drained lips. This didn't look like the result of a fun exam at all. But as if taking a cue from Davies, the other students used the last of their energy to boast to their classmates about how thrilling it had been. Unbelievable. The professor showed off some incredible magic. Have you ever seen spells that curve midair? The professor actually did it. With just one wave of his wand, he fired 3 beams of light. It was insanely cool. Watching their excited faces, the remaining students hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances before stepping toward the smiling professor, to experience their own special version of the exam. Practical exams like this were only held for 3rd years and above, only they had the minimum skill required to stand against a professor. As for the 1st and 2nd years, they were better off sticking to their light ball games. Tver worked with remarkable efficiency, managing to finish all the student exams within 2.5 days. His subject became the first among all to wrap up. He then spent another day and a half grading every written paper, reviewing the practical exam results, and assigning comprehensive scores to each student. When he looked over the report cards, more than half of them were marked with the top grades, O and E. Among the rest, most were for acceptable, with only a few glaring fails scattered here and there. While past exam results had never been fully reliable, comparing them with the students' performances from a year ago, or half a year ago for the upper grades, their progress was impressive enough to satisfy Tver. With results like these, he'd have a bit more confidence when talking to Headmaster Dumbledore about a pay raise. He set the report cards aside. It wasn't yet time to announce them to the students. They would be released once all subjects had been graded and distributed alongside the new term's book lists. It was still early, and with his classes finished ahead of schedule, Tver suddenly had plenty of free time. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to dive deep into Horcrux research, so he decided to take a walk through the library instead. The restricted section contained plenty of valuable materials, nothing about the 4 elements, but quite a lot on the soul. He even came across several books on active exploration of the mind. But this time, he stumbled upon an unexpected sight. Or rather, a small group. I was just practicing my spells, Malfoy said proudly, chin tilted high. Professor Folly praised me after the exam. Said my magic technique was excellent. Behind him stood his usual shadows, Goyle and Crabbe. Facing them were Harry's trio and Neville. Neville's legs seemed glued to the floor, he could barely stand upright. Give it a rest, Hermione stepped forward sharply. Harry's score was higher than yours. Malfoy's smug smile froze. Only by 2 points. My theory grade might be better. Your theory grade better than Hermione's? Ron snorted loudly, not caring that he wasn't talking about his own score. Malfoy's pale face darkened, and he cast an awkward glance at the 2 boys behind him. The 2 of them together probably didn't even match Hermione's marks. Just then, Snape appeared, saving him from further embarrassment. What are you doing blocking the library entrance? Snape's cold gaze swept over Harry and the others. Don't you need to prepare for your potions exam? Or are you all planning to go home with AT? His eyes lingered on Harry, a thin smile curving his lips. Of course, even when some people prepare diligently, their talent will only ever get them that kind of result. I wonder who you mean, Professor Snape. Harry, perhaps. Tver's voice came lightly from behind Harry. He stepped forward, wrapping a friendly arm around the boy. If my mother remembered correctly, she once told me that Harry's mum was quite gifted in potions. If he inherited even a fraction of her talent, I'm sure he'll pass with ease. Don't you think so, Professor Snape? Snape's smile disappeared at once. His face darkened as he stared straight into Tver's eyes for a long moment before replying slowly. I don't know what your mother told you, but please refrain from spreading unverified rumors around the school. He stepped closer, leaning in to murmur by Tver's ear, otherwise, not even Dumbledore will be able to protect you. Without another word, or a glance at the stunned students, Snape turned and swept away, his robes billowing behind him. Tver understood exactly what he meant. Snape didn't want his complicated connection to Harry to become public knowledge. And since Dumbledore was involved, Tver had no intention of exposing anything. He only teased Snape occasionally, but now that he thought about it, that might have been a bit cruel. Perhaps he should ease up in the future. Otherwise, Snape really might come after him. Chapter 86, New Discoveries Every Time. As soon as Snape left, the trio broke into grins. That was amazing. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Professor, you shut old Snape up with just one sentence. Hermione, however, looked curious. Professor, did your mother know Harry's mother? They crossed paths a few times, but they weren't close, Tver replied, patting Harry on the shoulder. Now then, what are you all doing standing around here? Holding a debate over your exam results. It was Malfoy, Harry said, pointing toward the visibly uneasy Malfoy. He cast a spell on Neville's legs. Tver glanced at Neville, who was indeed under the effects of a leglocker curse. With a snap of his fingers, he dispelled the magic, then turned his gaze on Malfoy, who was already trying to sneak away. Professor, I was just practicing spells, yes, practicing, and I accidentally, under Tver's expressionless stare, Malfoy's voice grew smaller and smaller until it trailed off completely. 10 points from Slytherin, Tver said calmly. Mr. Malfoy, bullying your classmates doesn't prove your strength. It only makes you look weaker. Yes, Professor. Malfoy kept his head down, his face hidden, but his hands fidgeting with the hem of his robe betrayed his nervousness. Tver stepped closer and patted him lightly on the arm. You have strong magical talent, but you need to learn to use it in the right way. Otherwise, it's no different from wasting it. Oh, and by the way, he added with a faint smile, I'll be visiting your home this summer. Would I be welcome? Of course. Malfoy's head shot up immediately. We'd be honored to have you, Professor. Overjoyed, he didn't waste another second, rushing off toward the Ollery with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Ron made a face. Professor, are you close with the Malfoys? Don't forget, I'm from a pure-blood family myself, Tver replied with a casual shrug. Pure-blood families are all connected one way or another. Still better than Snape, Harry said loudly. If anyone in this school looks like the villain, it's definitely him. Unlike in the story, Harry hadn't missed a single Quidditch match because of his injury. However, the lingering after-effects of his drowsiness had cost him precious time catching the golden snitch. With Snape acting as referee, and clearly biased, the Gryffindor team quickly fell behind. In the end, Hufflepuff's chaser Cedric caught the snitch, and Harry's team narrowly missed the Quidditch Cup. Even after learning from Dumbledore that Snape had been protecting him, it didn't change the fact that Snape remained the person Harry disliked most. Tver, however, looked at him seriously. Harry, don't judge someone before you've seen their heart. Those kinds of judgments are usually one-sided. Harry blinked, confused, but Tver had no interest in explaining. Instead, he turned his attention to Neville, who had been silent the entire time. You three head back, he said. I need a word with Neville. Of the trio, only Hermione immediately picked up on Neville's discomfort. Ron and Harry both looked like they wanted to ask questions, but Hermione quickly tugged them away. Let's take a walk in the corridor, Tver suggested. It's almost evening, but the sunlight's still nice. Neville followed quietly behind. Most students were either sitting exams or preparing for them, so the corridors were nearly empty, leaving the two of them alone and undisturbed. After walking for a while, perhaps it was the sunlight that gave Neville the courage to finally speak. Professor. Am I really that useless? I couldn't even break a leglocker curse. The leglocker curse isn't a simple spell, Tver replied evenly. You have to admit, Malfoy's got a real knack for magic in that area. But that doesn't mean your talent is poor. For example, your exam results this time were quite satisfactory. Neville, however, kept his head down, mumbling to himself about his flaws. But I always forget things without meaning to. My spellcasting never feels smooth, it always. Tver suddenly stopped walking and turned around, causing Neville to nearly bump into him. I said, Tver repeated, your results were excellent. Neville's round face flushed deep red. His mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't seem to form a response. The problems you face aren't really your fault, Tver continued calmly. They're not impossible to overcome either. Or is it that you're simply lacking the courage to face them? Neville stammered, his face tightening with frustration. I just don't want to waste your time, Professor. Harry and Malfoy are both so gifted, Hermione so clever, and Ron, he's improved more in a month of tutoring than I have all year. I'm the only one who keeps disappointing you. Sometimes I think, if you'd chosen someone else, they'd probably make you proud instead of holding you back. Letting out what he'd been bottling up for so long, Neville finally exhaled shakily, feeling a strange sense of relief. He wanted nothing more than to keep learning under this professor, but with his limited talent, he feared he was dragging him down, hurting his reputation, even. A professor as exceptional as Tver shouldn't be wasting his time on someone like him. Tver sighed and shook his head helplessly. He couldn't exactly tell Neville that his soul was worth studying, could he? During his previous observation, Tver had already glimpsed Neville's magical will line, an insight that had helped him locate Helga in the Forbidden Forest. That discovery alone was worth 7 years of personal tutoring. And even now, Neville's situation still puzzled him. He had a feeling that Neville held the key to understanding the very nature of the soul. Look at me, Tver said, his tone suddenly sharp and cold, so much so that it startled Neville into immediately raising his eyes. A faint light flashed across Tver's gaze, and Neville felt his memories begin to surface one after another. Being accidentally pushed off the Black Lake dock by a relative, nearly drowning. At 8 years old, hanging headfirst from an upstairs window, only to slip again, this time bouncing across the garden and landing hard on the road. At 1 year old, watching helplessly as intruders broke into his home. Then, the stream of memory stopped abruptly. Clearly, that was where a memory charm had erased the rest. Tver withdrew from the legilimency. But that still didn't explain how a missing fragment of memory could affect his spellcasting. Neville's memory felt incomplete, as if there were a small gap, yet it didn't seem directly tied to magic. Even forgetfulness shouldn't cause someone's casting to falter like this. Unless, that gap had affected his soul. Tver quickly suppressed the surge of excitement that threatened to twist into a grin. As much as he wanted to test his theory right away, he owed Neville his thanks for being such a willing subject. "Do you see now?" Tver said softly, crouching down in front of him with a faint smile. "You are a true wizard. There's just something standing in your way, something waiting for you to overcome it." "But what is it?" Neville asked uncertainly. "That's what we'll find out together," Tver encouraged. "Don't give up so easily. Be brave and face it. This school year is ending, but that's fine. Starting next term, I'll be helping you personally. Or, do you not want to change yourself?" "Of course I do." Neville's eyes were red, though he stubbornly held back his tears. "I won't let you down, Professor." "That's good." Tver smiled and stood up. "Now, go back and prepare for your final exams. I'll be looking forward to next term." Chapter 87, Mr. Burke. No matter how grueling the exams, they always come to an end. When the 7th years finished their final History of Magic exam, the school year finally drew to a close. Professor McGonagall, who had received the results early, could hardly contain her excitement as she quietly told Tver that this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts scores were better than ever, especially the OWL and NEWT results. If the usual rule held, that students earning O and E in their OWLs could enter the advanced class, then she would need to prepare for a much larger group next term. Tver only gave a few distracted replies. At the end-of-year banquet, Dumbledore unsurprisingly awarded the trio a generous amount of house points for their achievements, indirectly confirming Ron's boasts. So, even though Gryffindor failed to win the Quidditch Cup, they still surpassed Slytherin and took home the House Cup. Before the students left, Tver assigned their summer homework. Those with poor theoretical grades naturally received much heavier workloads. After that, Tver disappeared from sight. Until the students boarded the train, no one saw him again. Had they not known he would continue as a professor next year, there would probably have been protests. Knockturn Alley. It was another magical business district adjacent to Diagon Alley. Unlike its brighter neighbor, the wizards here habitually wore hoods, keeping their faces hidden. That didn't mean everyone present was a dark wizard, some were ordinary wizards with special needs, but most of the goods sold here were dark magic items. The Ministry of Magic had never shut the place down. It existed as a gray zone between light and dark. Caractacus Burke considered himself one of the elite here, which was why most people respectfully called him Mr. Burke. He liked to think he knew every secret of Knockturn Alley and controlled the flow of information throughout the wizarding world. That was until early July, when a mysterious customer entered his shop. The man was handsome and composed. His tailored suit, elegant yet restrained, seemed made for him, perfectly matching his demeanor. Yet Burke couldn't recall ever seeing such a distinguished man before, especially one who made no effort to conceal his striking looks in a place like Knockturn Alley. That man was Tver. Only his appearance had been altered by transfiguration, reshaped to resemble a younger Dumbledore. He had once, accidentally, caught a glimpse of the old headmaster's younger self when he appeared suddenly in the headmaster's office as Dumbledore hurriedly packed something away. Originally, Tver had intended to take the appearance of a nearby teacher whose height was closer to his own. But considering that a young Grindelwald was far more eye-catching than a young Dumbledore, he decided against it to avoid unwanted trouble. "Mr. Burke." Tver looked around the dim shop. The stores in Knockturn Alley all seemed to favor the same stingy lighting, as if darkness itself were part of their mystique. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Caractacus Burke, owner of this establishment. You may call me Burke." He approached with oily politeness. Anyone confident enough to walk openly through Knockturn Alley was either reckless or well-protected. In either case, it meant business. Tver gave him a curious glance. His hair was greasy enough to rival Snape's, perhaps even worse. Burke, unfazed, ran a hand through the slick strands that hung over his face. "May I assist you, sir? We carry every conceivable item to satisfy your needs. You won't find another shop like this in Knockturn Alley." Tver gave the shop's wares a detached glance: glass eyeballs, grotesque masks, human bones, and other items unsuitable for children. Burke wasn't lying, this was indeed the shop with the most dark magic items, and its storeroom held even more bizarre treasures. But for him, such basic dark magic paraphernalia no longer sparked any research interest. So he stated his purpose directly. "I hear the house next door is also yours. Name your price, I want to buy it." Yes, he needed a house far from Dumbledore and his family to conduct his Horcrux research. The aura that clung to a Horcrux was simply too sinister, studying it deeply risked being detected by Dumbledore or his relatives. Thus, he could only look for such a house in Knockturn Alley. Unfortunately, even in this rare commercial district of the wizarding world, few properties met his standards. The only one that caught his eye was the house beside Borgin and Burke's. Perfect. It was only natural that a hint of dark aura would linger around that shop. Burke blinked blankly. Could you repeat that, please? I didn't quite catch you just now. I want to buy the house next door, Tver succinctly repeated. Burke raised his hand in surprise, then lowered it. After repeating the motion several times, he finally spoke. May I ask why you wish to purchase the house? No. Tver met Burke's eyes, and a flicker of confusion appeared in them. But within a second, the sound of shattering glass echoed from Burke's body, and the dazed look vanished immediately. This customer, Burke snapped, pulling out his wand while his left hand produced a phoenix feather. State your purpose, or I'll notify the Ministry of Magic. As one of Knockturn Alley's most renowned figures, Burke was often targeted by dark wizards seeking to rob him. But he had managed to survive this long thanks to his mastery of magic and his collection of enchanted artifacts. Tver, however, had no intention of making a scene, he merely wanted to settle the matter quickly. Calm down, he said evenly, spreading his hands. I just want to buy a house. And if you still have that item you used earlier, I'll take that too. Burke didn't lower his wand, but his tense posture eased slightly. His left hand returned the feather to his pocket while feeling around for something else. You mean this? He pulled out a rhombus-shaped crystal covered in cracks. This is an artifact that prevents interference with the soul. Seeing the shattered crystal, his heart tightened again. Merely a confundus charm had caused such a violent reaction in it. After all, that crystal was supposed to withstand an imperious curse. More importantly, this customer had cast it silently and without a wand. He suddenly realized how foolish he looked holding his wand. Against someone of this level, unless he possessed 100 such crystals, resistance was pointless. Quickly lowering his wand, he bent slightly and spoke in an oily, deferential tone. Crystals like this are rare. I can offer you one. As for the house next door, are you absolutely certain you wish to buy it? Burke's voice carried a trace of complaint. He truly didn't want someone like this as a neighbor. Though it might grant him some invisible protection, if he angered the men, he'd be the first to die. Tver blinked his sapphire blue eyes, momentarily puzzled, thinking Burke was worried about the price. My goal is the house. Don't worry, if the price is fair, I can pay in galleons right now. As he spoke, a large bag of gold coins floated from his pocket, its soft clinking echoing like a devil's whisper against Burke's heart. Burke eyed the bag of galleons warily. After a brief internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and decided to sell the house. At worst, he could just strengthen the protective wards. All right, I can sell it to you. He simply couldn't bring himself to refuse such wealth and power. Chapter 88, The Resurrection of Voldemort. Late July. Burke sat expressionless as he felt the soul tremors emanating from the neighboring house. Ever since selling that property, the disturbances had continued, 3 times a day, at least, after the first few quiet days. Even a squib could tell something was wrong just from the spiritual feedback, let alone him, someone deeply versed in the study of dark magic. And being the nearest neighbor, he felt every ripple most keenly. Sometimes customers would come into his shop, only to be driven away by the oppressive aura. The Ministry of Magic had recently been cracking down on dark magic artifacts. This should have been a golden opportunity for him to make a fortune, yet because of that cursed house, his profits had dropped by 30%. For what felt like the 100th time, Burke regretted selling the house. He ran a hand through his greasy hair and slumped behind the counter. In the days before moving into the new house, Tver had been studying the insights Neville had left him. From Neville's condition, he realized that the connections between the parts of the soul were far closer than he had ever imagined. Neville's memory loss had affected his will to cast spells. By that logic, could willpower itself be tied to the entirety of the soul? His thoughts drifted to Voldemort, trapped within the Horcrux. If Neville's memory loss was like a gap being cut into his soul, then what he intended to do to Voldemort was essentially the opposite, adding a lock to it. And that lock would be forged from Voldemort's own will. Studying Neville gave Tver the feeling of walking through a treasure trove. Every time, there was something new to discover. Truly, Neville was his treasure boy. With that revelation, Tver began his formal Horcrux research. Diary of Horcrux Research. Second experiment. Now capable of controlling flame, able to both scorch the soul and minimize its damage. Delusional. Voldemort was still as foul-mouthed as ever, the diadem beside him echoing the chaos. Snuffed out. 10th experiment. Rubbish. Voldemort spat another curse. He had successfully channeled the Philosopher's Stone's life force into the soul fragment, but it had nearly burst under the strain. Well, not nearly. It did burst. The diadem had grown quieter since then, only screaming when fragments were destroyed. Perhaps it had gotten used to the pain of being torn apart. Crushed. 20th experiment. Closer to perfection than ever. The fusion between life force and the soul fragment was seamless, enough to form a tiny Voldemort entity. But the smaller he became, the fouler his mouth grew. Even the diadem had learned to hold its tongue, yet this single shard of soul dared to rant and resist. When I return. Snuffed out. 50th experiment. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. By combining his understanding of willpower, the Protego Diabolica now perfectly fused the soul's strength with the power of an unbreakable vow, capable of binding a soul to a contract. But the Horcrux's soul was too damaged, too thin, a mere fragment could never withstand the force of such an oath. The diadem had grown quieter still. Was it silently plotting rebellion now? Snuffed out. 99th experiment. At last, he could control the Protego Diabolica freely. Since mastering it, he had never wielded it with such precision. He was probably not far from his teacher's level now. The fragmented soul had gone silent, staring at him with an odd expression. What was it trying to do? Why did it look so humiliated? Snuffed out. 100th experiment. After 99 trials, Tver had completely mastered using the Protego Diabolica on souls. Now, his target was the diadem. After so many extractions, the Voldemort trapped within the Horcrux was barely hanging on. Fortunately, with the Philosopher's Stone, Tver had infused the diadem with enough life force to keep the fragment from collapsing. At this point, the diadem was almost identical to the ring, a blend of broken soul and borrowed vitality. Any further extraction would shatter the consciousness beyond repair, making it impossible to form a binding oath. With great interest, Tver picked up the diadem. Blue-violet flames erupted from his hand, casting his gentle face in an eerie light. The fire spread across the entire surface of the diadem until it glowed like a ring of fire. The scorching heat seared the soul within, drawing out thin wisps of black mist. But before they could escape, the flames consumed them completely. Feeling the agony, the once silent soul let out a series of sharp, piercing screams. The sound quickly weakened until even Tver could no longer make out the curses. "You bastard, why didn't you ask me?" With the final wisp of black mist extinguished, the diadem fell silent and returned to its original, radiant brilliance. What was Voldemort yelling at the end? Tver muttered, puzzled for a moment. Whatever. He wouldn't have agreed anyway. Gone is gone. Idiot, the ring roared in outrage. You should have told him what you wanted him to do. Who could possibly agree to a contract that vague? Throughout this ordeal, the ring had watched every detail of its diadem brother's suffering. Even in its own experience, it had never gone through something so brutal. It only made him deeply grateful that he had been brought to Tver's side earlier than the diadem. Of course, he felt no pity for the diadem's destruction. Tver's words had made it clear, he only needed one fragment of Voldemort's soul now. With the diadem's soul gone, that left only one remaining piece with any real value, the ring itself. Tver thought for a moment about the diadem's final struggle. Maybe, possibly, he had misunderstood. But it didn't matter. He'd never planned to keep the diadem's soul anyway. Compared to the ring, which had always remained by his side, the diadem knew nothing of his intentions. It was more like a pure, unfiltered embodiment of Voldemort himself. The ring, on the other hand, though still centered around Voldemort's soul, had also absorbed part of his own will and vitality, making it far more adaptable. In that case, Tver said, lifting the ring as blue-violet flames rose once more with his words, "Are you willing to offer me your loyalty?" Yes, the ring replied frantically. Of course I am. I've been waiting for you to say that. As the oath was spoken, the blue-violet flames seemed to sink into the ring, merging seamlessly with it. Inside the unseen Horcrux, the flames washed over Voldemort's soul like a basin of water, not burning, but merging with him, leaving behind a mark upon his essence. A mark of eternal loyalty. Voldemort chuckled lightly. Now that the contract is sealed, does this mean you'll finally create a body for me? Of course. Tver replied with enthusiasm, taking out the Philosopher's Stone. Its magic was still as potent as ever, its vitality undiminished despite countless uses, like a perpetual engine of life. This time, however, Tver didn't even need to act. Simply placing the stone beside the ring was enough for Voldemort to begin absorbing its energy. A soothing warmth spread through the air, wrapping around Tver like a spring breeze. The room seemed to glow brighter, filled with a faint sense of renewal. As the life force took shape, a half-solid, half-transparent body formed before him. The man looked slightly older than Tver, his features refined yet edged with a dark, alluring charm. Fortunately, he was handsome enough that his aura came across as dangerously captivating rather than greasy, like that wildness naturally belonged to him. At that moment, Tver pulled out a crystal glowing with a faint green light and pressed it into the spot where Voldemort's heart would be. What are you doing? Voldemort asked, startled. Nothing much, Tver said with a smug tilt of his eyebrow. Just something that'll destroy you if you ever get disobedient. He knew that once the contract was bound, Voldemort would be loyal to him. But loyalty didn't mean trust. Voldemort, the once great Dark Lord, had 100 ways to feign obedience while secretly undermining him, or accidentally leaking his plans to the wrong ears. Deceiving souls. Both he and Voldemort were masters at that game. That was why Tver embedded a crystal imbued with lethal magic within Voldemort's new body. With a single thought, he could annihilate the Dark Lord's soul completely. Only with that double safeguard in place did he dare to truly command the Dark Lord. Chapter 89, Gilderoy Lockhart. Soon, Voldemort realized exactly what was inside him. How could he not recognize it? The killing curse. You dare use my own spell against me. You even guard against me, he shouted, pointing furiously at Tver. Tver gave a casual, and brushed Voldemort's finger aside. Just a small precaution. As long as you don't try anything strange, that crystal won't affect you at all. He tilted his head slightly. But tell me, should I call you Voldemort now, or Tom Riddle? Voldemort's expression shifted between rage and resignation. His every thought had been laid bare before Tver, and he knew this wasn't the time to resist. After a pause, he muttered helplessly, call me whatever you want. I'm under your control anyway. Why did that almost sound resentful? Tver gave him a strange look before glancing away. Well, I can't exactly call you Voldemort in public, that would terrify half the wizarding world. And I can't call you Riddle either. Some Death Eaters still remember your real name. He thought for a moment. But Marvolo, your middle name, is less known. Let's tweak it a bit, how about Marvolio? Marvolio Folly. What do you think of that? Whatever, Voldemort, now Marvolio, replied, spreading his hands indifferently, feigning a lazy defiance against Tver's control. Tver ignored the attitude. Checking the clock, he saw it was already 8:30. Stay here quietly and get used to that body. And remember, don't even think about escaping. He'd arranged with Dumbledore to interview Lockhart at 9 o'clock, if time allowed. Perfect. With the Horcrux problem resolved, he could finally go see what made this best-selling author so famous. Before long, he returned to Hogwarts. Without the chatter of students, the castle under the night sky felt unusually quiet. Yet one troublemaker refused to let peace reign. Peeves. If you keep swinging that sword at the armor, I'll tell the Bloody Baron on you. Filch chased after the poltergeist, but compared to Peeves darting, in corporeal form, his pace was hopelessly slow. Hold on. Let me take care of this. A man dressed like a peacock suddenly stepped forward. Lockhart twirled his wand through an unnecessary series of flashy flourishes, though it was clear that neither the people nor the ghosts paid him any attention. Seemingly used to such indifference, he cleared his throat, struck a perfect pose, and raised his wand with theatrical precision. Petrificus totalis. After a brief silence, Peeves squinted suspiciously at the strange man before him. When did you show up? Whoever you are, honestly, your skills are worse than that nasty Filch's, ha ha ha. He immediately hefted the oversized sword in his hands, one far larger than his own body, and hurled it straight at Lockhart. Lockhart froze in sheer terror, his mouth hanging open as if struck by the very spell he'd just cast. Even Peeves was startled, he had never seen someone fail to dodge a flying sword before. Though the school tolerated his mischief, Peeves never went so far as to actually hurt anyone. If he did, Dumbledore had plenty of ways to lock him up for good. But before Peeves could react, the sword stopped midair. A slender hand reached out and gently caught the hilt. The other hand brushed away the scuff marks left by Peeves' antics. Professor Folly, Filch wheezed as he caught up, out of breath. What brings you back to the school at this hour? I don't mean to question you, I just... He stumbled over his words, but Tver simply handed him the sword. I've come back to interview the new professor, he said, then turned toward the now-recovered Lockhart. I assume you're ready, Mr. Lockhart. He wasn't expecting much from this interview. In fact, Lockhart had been frozen by Tver's own spell, a little test to see how capable this world-famous wizard really was. The result was clear enough. Tver doubted the men had even sensed the magical fluctuation of the spell that bound him. The only small comfort was that this honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League carried no items for detecting or resisting dark magic. Lockhart suddenly broke into a laugh, clapping Tver on the shoulder with exaggerated familiarity. I was just wondering how to deal with that sword, and then you stepped right in. Ah, the quick reflexes of youth, but if only you'd used a more elegant method. Seeing Tver's polite smile, he faltered mid-sentence. Right. Off to the interview then. You must be here on behalf of the headmaster to escort me. Something like that, Tver thought. I'll take you up, he said evenly. As for you, Peeves, don't pull dangerous stunts like that again. Before leaving, he glanced once more at the poltergeist, who straightened up instantly. Yes, Professor. Peeves saluted smartly, watching as Tver and Lockhart disappeared from view. Didn't think I'd see you get scolded, Filch sneered. But Peeves' tiny eyes gleamed mischievously. He snatched the sword back from Filch's arms, shot into the air, and swung it gleefully. The professor said not to hurt people, but he didn't say anything about hurting armor. Ha ha ha. Tver was unaware of Peeves' renewed mischief, he already had enough on his mind. I heard that men call you Professor, Lockhart said with a grin. But you're so young, just graduated, perhaps. Which house? You must have heard of my legendary exploits when you were a student. Back in my day, I graduated just a year ago, Tver interrupted smoothly. But not from Hogwarts. I studied at Durmstrang. He turned his head, his smile darkening ever so slightly. The sinister gleam in his eyes made Lockhart finally shut his mouth about his so-called heroic deeds. Cockroach clusters, Tver intoned, the password to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had given it to him personally so he could bring Lockhart inside. These candies are quite interesting, Lockhart remarked after a moment of silence, his habitual boasting quickly returning. But they could be more realistic. Like those fake rats I created in London, they saved an entire street from trouble. Tver immediately regretted agreeing to conduct this interview. He pushed open the office door with a sharp motion. Headmaster, I've brought Mr. Lockhart, he stopped, staring into the empty room. Where is Headmaster Dumbledore? The answer came from a portrait hanging on the wall, it was the former headmaster, Armando Dipet. A child used magic outside school and received a warning from the ministry, the portrait said calmly. That hardly sounds like something Dumbledore needs to handle personally, Tver replied. Every year, a few young wizards accidentally broke that rule, but no one had ever been expelled for it, certainly not under Dumbledore's headship. That's not for you to worry about, Dipet's portrait said. Albus told me you can handle Lockhart's interview yourself. And if he doesn't pass, you'll just have to teach the students alone next year. Can I refuse? Tver asked dryly. Chapter 90, The Interview with Lockhart. Tea or pumpkin juice? Tver sat down naturally in Dumbledore's chair, completely ignoring the disapproving glare from the Phoenix, Fawkes. Lockhart, however, was instantly captivated by the Phoenix. Ah, a Phoenix, of course, that's obvious, he said with a self-satisfied smile. I once encountered one in Egypt, weakened and near death. Thankfully, with my assistance, it achieved a glorious rebirth. You can read the full story in my book Break with a Banshee, Chapter 3. Even without your help, a phoenix can rebirth itself just fine. Tver's tone was cold as he directed a teacup to fill itself, then sent it floating to the table, bumping repeatedly against Lockhart's head. Sensing Tver's growing irritation with his rambling, Lockhart gave an awkward laugh. The teacups in the headmaster's office certainly have character. He took a sip of tea, and the tension in the room eased slightly. Tver couldn't explain it. He'd had endless patience with even the dullest of students, yet with Lockhart, he found himself unwilling to waste another word. Let's start with a self-introduction, he said helplessly. The interview had to move forward somehow. He regretted it immediately. The phrase self-introduction was like a trigger for Lockhart. The man instantly flashed a wide, polished grin, 8 perfect teeth, exactly like the photo Tver had seen in the newspaper, not a bit of gum showing. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, though I don't go around boasting about that. I didn't banish the wailing banshee of Bandon with a smile. Then what did you use? Tver asked dryly. Lockhart's grin froze for a second, but his professional confidence returned almost immediately. With my powerful magic, of course. Right, Tver replied, noncommittal. And how do you plan to structure the defense against the dark arts lessons? Lockhart clearly had been waiting for that question. He cleared his throat twice, full of self-assurance. Teaching students means showing them spectacular magic, how to face dangerous creatures and counter offensive spells, he began enthusiastically. For example, I plan to bring some dark creatures into the classroom, let the students experience firsthand what it's like to face powerful enemies they've never encountered before. Then I'll coolly teach them how to handle it. Honestly, I've heard quite a few things about defense against the dark arts, and experienced my fair share too. I know the students haven't had a proper professor for this course. But rest assured. Just to remind you, Tver interrupted coldly, I was the one teaching defense against the dark arts last year. And I'll continue to do so. Ah, haha, what a coincidence, haha. Lockhart forced a laugh. First time I've heard of anyone teaching this subject 2 years in a row. But in that case, are you still hiring a new professor? Of course, Tver said evenly. You and I will share the teaching duties. How those duties are divided depends on how well you perform in this interview. Lockhart's lips twisted in mild irritation. Though the title of Durmstrang graduate made him uneasy, Tver's youthful face made him look like a fresh graduate himself. To Lockhart, that meant he didn't deserve to take the lead. I'm not questioning your abilities, Lockhart said, puffing himself up, but I would appreciate some respect for a recipient of the Order of Merlin. Constantly waving your awards around, Tver replied coolly, only convinces people they're all you've got. When Dumbledore returned, he was surprised to find only Tver in the headmaster's office, staring blankly into the eyes of the Phoenix, Fawkes. Where's Lockhart? He said he needed to prepare for a book signing and left early. After a moment's hesitation, Tver decided to spare the man a little dignity for his hasty retreat. He reached out to tease Fawkes, but the Phoenix turned its head away in disdain. You should spend more time with it, Dumbledore said, gently stroking the bird's feathers. So, you finished interviewing Lockhart? Tver recalled the excruciating 20 minutes he'd just endured. Most of it had been Lockhart bragging about his own achievements, dodging questions, and constantly redirecting the conversation back to what he'd written in his books. If memory were the only qualification, Lockhart would have been outstanding. He could recall every detail from every book he'd ever published. Unfortunately, Tver now seriously doubted whether the men could manage even basic tasks like handing out exam papers or explaining lessons. Still, at least he was a living person with a will of his own, which was better than Tver single-handedly handling all 7 years of students. If you consider that an interview, then yes, it's done. And your evaluation? Dumbledore asked curiously. In some respects, Tver said with a twitch of his lips, he's not even as useful as my dummy. Oh. Dumbledore's eyes lit up with interest. And compared to your dummy, how capable would you say he is? He was well aware of Tver's training dummies, especially after Snape's complaints about their strength back when Tver had borrowed the Philosopher's Stone. Tver thought for a moment, recalling his dummy that could only repeat phrases, and then Lockhart parroting lines straight from his own books. Maybe, not even half as capable, he said uncertainly. That's still better than nothing. Dumbledore said, sounding genuinely pleased. Lockhart is the only one who actually applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position this year. Perhaps he sees it as another adventure to write about, a year of teaching before publishing another book. That's fine by me, Dumbledore said lightly, pouring himself a cup of tea. Hopefully he'll give me a good mention in it, might help salvage my poor, battered reputation. He glanced at Tver with amusement. Though I doubt you'd want to be portrayed as a gossip in his book, would you? He'd be lucky to even manage to include me at all, Tver thought dryly. What do you mean? Am I gossiping now? It's about Snape, Dumbledore said mildly. You know him quite well, don't you? He's been complaining that you've been teasing him about his past. Teasing? Tver almost laughed. He didn't believe Snape would ever use such a mild word, more likely he'd said harassment or blackmail. Still, the image of Snape acting like a sulky child running to complain to a parent was too amusing. Tver couldn't help but chuckle aloud. My mother told me plenty about their old grudges, he said. And I'm sure she's not the only one. A few of their classmates from that generation probably remember those stories too. But at least none of the current students know, Dumbledore reminded him gently. It would be best not to spread such stories around the school. Of course, Tver said easily. If that's all, I'll be heading back now. He had a Dark Lord waiting at home, and he wasn't entirely confident that Malvolio would stay obedient in his absence. Tver, Dumbledore called just as he reached the door. I've arranged what you requested. Would you like to take a look? He paused to think for a moment. No, he said finally. I'll wait until the end of the summer. Better to save the anticipation. Chapter 91, The Battle with Malvolio. When Tver returned to Diagon Alley, the room had, just as expected, been turned completely upside down by Malvolio. Standing with his back to Tver, Malvolio stood arrogantly in the center of the room, arms spread wide, magic swirling around his hand so thick it was nearly visible. I told you to get used to your body, not to redecorate the place. Tver waved his wand in irritation, restoring the tables, chairs, and shelves to their original positions. Though the furniture wasn't worth much and this was only a temporary lodging, the mess made it unlivable. He was surprised to see that one chair refused to return to normal. Its broken edge was completely scorched, still trailing faint wisps of black smoke. I was gone for how long, and you've already learned dark magic of this level? Malvolio finally turned around, his face brimming with pride. He gave a slight, flawless bow. Mr. Folly, the dark magic I command goes far beyond that. Tver's hand froze midair, savoring the weight behind his words. So you're feeling bold now, are you? You're welcome to test me. Magic surged eagerly through Malvolio's body as he narrowed his eyes, careful to hide the fierceness within them. His crimson tongue flicked across his lips like a snake. Typical Voldemort. Even bound by layers of restriction, not an ounce of arrogance had faded from him. Barely 2 hours into adapting to his new body, and he already dared to provoke him. If Tver didn't put him in his place now, this would only get worse. With that thought, Tver slipped his wand back into his robe to make it fair. Very well. Let me see just how powerful the Dark Lord is after resurrection. He returned the same precise bow. Afterward, neither moved at once. They simply observed each other in silence, until a faint cat's meow sounded from outside the window. Crucio. Marvolio struck first, hurling an unforgivable curse. Because of the contract, he couldn't use the killing curse. But the Cruciatus curse was fair game, he thought smugly. Yet with a flick of Tver's wrist, a pale barrier shimmered into place, rippling softly without letting the curse touch him. Then, with a sharp backhand, 3 streaks of crimson light shot toward Marvolio. That wasn't all. The damaged chair suddenly transformed into several snarling wolves that leapt at him. Before they could reach him, a massive python burst from the floor, swallowing the wolves one after another. Half its body absorbed the 3 spells, while the rest turned just in time to be blasted apart by Tver's next attack. Boom. Crack. When the smoke cleared, both the python and Marvolio were gone. Tver immediately spun around, casting a reinforced shield charm. A second later, fiery red flames began to climb up its golden surface. You're ruthless, using fiend fire already. No sooner had he spoken than the red flames were consumed by fiercer blue-violet fire. With a deafening roar, a blazing ring formed around Tver. The ring seemed alive, its fiery tendrils whipping out toward every spot where Marvolio reappeared through apparition. Thud. The flames themselves weren't especially hot or forceful. When they struck the furniture, they left only black scorch marks. But Marvolio could feel it. If even a single touch landed, his very soul would be torn apart. Hey. Who's the real cruel one here? The ring of fire kept expanding, its tendrils multiplying until he had nowhere left to stand. Appearing in the last untouched corner of the room, Marvolio flailed his arms and shouted. I give up. I give up. This is way too much. Mr. Burke, already fast asleep, propped himself up with his hand, listening helplessly to the crackling sounds and occasional tremors coming from next door. Thud. Dust fell from the ceiling, landing squarely on his head. Creak. A sudden, ominous feeling washed over him. Snap, crash. The bed beneath him collapsed. Furious, Mr. Burke swiftly grabbed the wand from his nightstand and waved it. The bed was repaired. At least the noise had stopped, he reassured himself. He finally got a good night's sleep, and the soul-shaking sensation ceased. To savor this rare tranquility, he lingered in bed a little longer. Thus, Mr. Burke rose later than usual the next morning. When he opened the shop door, an impatient customer was already waiting outside. Ah, my apologies for the delayed opening today, he said, bending to let the customer in as he unlocked the door. But as he looked at the man's face, somehow familiar. Mr. Burke pondered for a long moment, unable to recall where he'd seen such a figure before. Yet like that Mr. Percival he'd met last time, this customer showed no restraint, even more unrestrained. With a hint of crimson in his eyes, Marvolio swept a contemptuous glance around the shop's wares. What might I assist you with, sir? Facing the deferential Burke, he maintained his haughty demeanor. Crystals. I need all of them, and the crafting techniques. Burke kept his head bowed, his unseen face shifting between shadow and light. I don't understand what you mean. I have many crystals here. I speak of crystals that protect souls. Marvolio cut him off harshly. I know you have more, and know how to craft them. Hand them over. Or I'll rip your soul from you, grinding out every secret bit by bit. He lowered his head, whispering the threat into Burke's ear. He was now a mere collection of soul and life force. If someone were to cut open his body, they'd find it hollow inside, devoid of the organs and tissues found in ordinary humans. This made him extremely vulnerable to magic. Virtually any spell could affect his soul. As someone obsessed with power, though few could attack him magically, he couldn't tolerate such a weakness. To compensate, he desperately needed the protective power of crystals. Suddenly, a hand clapped onto his shoulder. Calm down, Marvolio, Tver restrained him with a sigh. Burke never said no. Not seeing him in the morning had made Tver sense something was off. Luckily, Burke had opened the door late, otherwise, the newly purchased house would have become uninhabitable. Mr. Percival, Burke swallowed hard, the crystals are truly gone. They're too difficult to craft. The one you took was the last remaining one. Tver said nothing, instead rummaging in his pocket. Wait. Burke quickly pressed Tver's hand, offering an awkward smile. Crafting takes time. 1 month, I'll give you one for free after a month. Here's the deal, in a month, I'll return the house to you. Consider the purchase price as payment for the crystal. But I need at least one within a week. You won't pull a fast one on me, right? Tver withdrew his hand and gave Burke a friendly pat on the shoulder. This type of crystal demanded exceptional skill and required the alchemist to have deeply studied souls. Currently, only Burke possessed the ability to craft it. So spending a little extra was no big deal. Just as he had befriended Dervish and Banjas, cultivating relationships with useful talents always brought him some benefit. Burke's eyes lit up. The house money was substantial, even if he traded it for 5 crystals, he'd still come out ahead. Why would I shortchange you? You'll get 1 crystal for sure, and come month's end, 3 more on top of that. Tver nodded in satisfaction, dragging the sullen-faced Marvolio away. Before leaving, he shot Burke a fierce glare, then held out his hand with 5 fingers spread wide. Chapter 92, The Change of the Diadem. For the next week, except for an occasional trip home, Tver spent his days in Nocturne Alley studying the artifacts in his possession. A diadem, a philosopher's stone, and a ring set with a resurrection stone. Each was a priceless treasure, famous throughout the wizarding world. Selling even one could have earned enough to transform the Weasley situation. Yet to him, their research value outweighed any amount of gold. Even so, after an entire week of study, he and Marvolio had made no real progress. First came the diadem. Tver tried once more to place it on his head. Fairy tales are all lies. 10 minutes later, he threw the diadem down on the table in frustration, where Marvolio caught it with ease. If this diadem were truly useful, my original self wouldn't have turned it into a Horcrux, Marvolio sneered. With that brain of yours, it's no surprise you'd turn a relic like this into one, Tver retorted. Given Voldemort's temperament, it wasn't impossible he'd made a Horcrux out of a magical artifact like the diadem. Hey, don't mix us up, Marvolio tossed the diadem back to him. That was Tom Riddle's doing. What does that have to do with me, Marvolio? Tver gave him a silent glare, running his fingers over the restored, intricate diadem. Time had left no trace upon it. With the soul fragment gone, the crown gleamed as brilliantly as it must have 1,000 years ago, though he couldn't be sure it had ever truly looked like this. The inscription beneath the crown was still perfectly legible. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. To put it bluntly, every Ravenclaw knew that motto. The problem was that he still had no idea how to actually use it. If you can't figure it out, just let it go, Marvolio said, picking up the Philosopher's Stone and rolling it between his fingers. Better to study this one. At least the magic in it is real. He grabbed a small iron spoon from the table and carefully set the Philosopher's Stone on one end. Tver couldn't help laughing. So, what did you learn? You can't even activate the life force inside it. Marvolio's face reddened. Imitating Tver, he tossed the Philosopher's Stone onto the table, where it landed beside the diadem. That very motion caused a faint thread of life force to extend from the stone to the diadem, releasing a weak magical ripple. It was as subtle as a spring breeze, but neither Tver nor Marvolio were ordinary wizards. Both immediately turned their attention to the diadem. It's absorbing life force, but still no magical feedback, Marvolio said after a moment of observation, frowning deeply. In fact, there wasn't just no feedback, the absorbed vitality seemed to vanish entirely, as though what they'd just witnessed had been an illusion. The diadem looked exactly as it had before. At least that's some kind of change. Better than having no leads at all, Tver said. I remember the diadem being placed with the Philosopher's Stone before. Why is it only reacting now? That's for you to answer. What did you just do? Marvolio froze, thinking back to his actions. I simply channeled a bit of the stone's life force, the same way I did when shaping my body, only this time, not to absorb it. So, the diadem was absorbing life force too, reviving itself. Could it be that the soul of Ravenclaw still lingered within it? The thought startled Tver. Marvolio seemed to realize the same thing, but as the only wizard known to have ever created a Horcrux, he was the first to dismiss the idea outright. If there really was a soul inside, my late brother wouldn't have failed to notice. And you probably don't know what it feels like to inhabit a Horcrux. It's like having absolute control over the object, being able to sense every inch of it, no blind spots. Tver snapped back to his senses, realizing he'd let his imagination run wild. Ravenclaw's diadem couldn't possibly be a Horcrux, he would have discovered it long ago. And judging by his encounter with Helga, the founders clearly disdained using such lowly methods to pursue immortality. But of course I don't know what it feels like to be inside a Horcrux, and I've got no desire to find out, he said irritably, rising to his feet. He swept the items from the table into his wallet, setting the diadem and the Philosopher's Stone carefully into a separate pouch. Hey. That ring was my vessel for ages, you could at least handle it a little more gently, Marvolio complained. Tver ignored him. This resurrected fragment of soul had turned oddly sentimental, constantly whining and dragging things out. Come on. Let's go pick up Burke's crystal. As he moved, his face slowly shifted, reforming into Dumbledore's features once more. After seeing so much magic by your side, my biggest regret is never taking transfiguration seriously, Marvolio muttered. Tver replied as they walked out, aren't you formed from life force? Can't you just mold yourself a different face? I can only follow the shape of the soul, make myself younger, or look like that bald head on the diadem. Borgin and Burks. When the two arrived, the shop had just opened. My apologies, Mr. Percival. I haven't been sleeping well lately, been a bit drowsy, Burke greeted them with a broad smile. After spending some time dealing with him, he'd realized that this Mr. Percival was actually quite kind. At least he paid well, and paid a lot. Are you implying we're disturbing your beauty sleep? Marvolio shot back sharply from behind Tver, glaring at him. Well, this Mr. Marvolio was not nearly as polite. We were at fault last time. I didn't expect the protection spells to weaken a bit because of the wall, Tver said pleasantly. But it won't happen again. I never blamed you, Burke said quickly, bowing with a flattered expression. As for your commission, it's ready. He briskly moved to the counter and pulled out a small pouch. Here are 2 crystals. Please, inspect them. Before Tver could reach for it, Marvolio snatched it first, pouring the 2 gleaming crystals into his palm. Not bad, he said, narrowing his eyes with satisfaction as he felt the defensive magic within them. Though the protection's a bit weak. He immediately began muttering with Burke in low tones. Meanwhile, Tver's attention had shifted to the black cabinet standing nearby. He studied it with interest. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a vanishing cabinet, a magical artifact that had all but vanished from the wizarding world. With the right spell, it could open a passage connecting 2 distant places. But because it was fragile and easily damaged, and because apparition had become so common, vanishing cabinets had nearly disappeared from use. Tver didn't fully understand the magic behind them, any more than he understood why Harry Potter had once appeared inside one. This must be a broken vanishing cabinet, right? He asked, pointing at it. Of course, Burke said at once, breaking off his talk with Marvolio. We've no idea where its matching cabinet went. Sensing the quickening breaths coming from inside, Tver smirked and rapped his knuckles lightly on the wood. Interesting. I wonder if it's for sale. Recalling the movie's events, he instantly realized why Harry had shown up here. Burke's jaw dropped in shock, but Marvolio spoke before he could. Why would you want that thing? It's unsafe and impractical. Just a whim, Tver shrugged. If you ever find the other one, Mr. Burke, even a broken one, I'll buy it. I'll keep an eye out for you, Burke promised without hesitation. Chapter 93, The Dark Lord Reemployed. Creak. As they chatted idly, a handsome blonde man pushed open the door and stepped inside, his son following close behind. I didn't expect Mr. Burke's business to be so good today. Lucius Malfoy gave Tver and his companion a passing glance, but when his gaze fell on Marvolio, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tver didn't seem concerned. According to Marvolio, Lucius had only begun following him after 1972. By then, his looks had changed a great deal from his youth, he'd even gone bald. So Lucius only studied Marvolio's demeanor with curiosity before looking away. From the back, Tver almost called out, "My lord." He silently thanked his luck he hadn't. He had no desire to linger. Whether Malfoy recognized him or not didn't matter, he was only worried that Marvolio might say something inappropriate. Then I won't keep you. I'll come by again at the end of the month. With a polite smile, he said goodbye to Burke, then pulled the still staring Marvolio away, who couldn't stop glaring at Lucius as they left the shop. I'll never understand why you're always so polite to these ants, Marvolio grumbled as soon as they stepped outside. You even apologize to someone like Burke. Here's a saying for you, Tver replied evenly. Treat your friends with the warmth of spring and your enemies with the cruelty of winter. Even if you're only pretending. Marvolio paused, thoughtful. So, am I a friend or an enemy? For now, a friend, Tver said casually as they walked through Nocturne Alley. That depends on what you do later. Dark wizards always had to work harder than their counterparts. Though it was still morning, the narrow alley was already crowded with early risers and those who hadn't slept at all. Tver, dressed in elegant, spotless clothes, stood out sharply among them. Even Marvolio looked more like someone who actually belonged here. As a friend, I should warn you, we're being watched. Marvolio glared at an old witch, locking eyes with her. They've been around for a week, Tver said lightly, turning to the old witch with a polite smile. Wouldn't you say so, madam? The old witch's stiff features twitched, and she quickly lowered her head, saying nothing as she stopped following them. How did I not notice? Marvolio sneered, glancing around without the slightest attempt to hide his irritation. Did you really think that Cat's meow was just a coincidence? Or have you ever seen a stray cat survive in Nocturne Alley? Realization dawned on Marvolio. So it was the magic I used while adjusting to this body that attracted them. They wandered for a while longer as the alley grew emptier, no shops, no pedestrians, only 3 shadowy figures lingering nearby. The group didn't try to hide anymore. Once they realized they'd been discovered, their movements grew bolder. "Looks like your kindness didn't work," Marvolio mocked. "Then I'll count on your cruelty." The moment the words left his mouth, Tver vanished from sight. In that instant of surprise, 3 hooded figures apparat around Marvolio, surrounding him. They raised their wands, all pointing straight at him. "Hand over everything you're carrying. Or you can let us search your corpse for it," the hooded man standing before him said coldly. Only then did Marvolio snap back to his senses. He glared angrily at the roof of a nearby building. "You bastard, you dumped these minions on me." The 3 dark wizards stared blankly in that direction, finding no one there, before realizing the minion was referring to them. They roared in fury, "Avada Kedavra!" Asterisk. A blinding green light flashed. When they looked again, Marvolio was nowhere to be seen. Just as they were puzzling over this, the floor suddenly split open, revealing 3 massive pythons that swallowed them whole. After a series of crunching sounds and screams, the snakes reverted to the floor, and 3 blood-soaked corpses slowly emerged. Compressed by the snakes, nearly every bone in their bodies was broken, leaving them twisted beyond recognition. Tver and Marvolio reappeared beside them, Tver watching the scene with disgust. "That's disgusting." "That's how it is without a wand," Marvolio shrugged indifferently. "Needed to dispose of them quickly without making too much noise. This method was the most convenient." "Huh." Tver examined one of the corpses, the relatively most intact one. "This person's bones are significantly harder than a normal human's. Is he a half-blood?" Certain magical creatures can reproduce with humans, producing offspring that inherit traits from both species. Hagrid is a classic example. Nope. Marvolio understood the situation with a single glance. This is a werewolf. When not transformed, bone hardness is the most obvious distinguishing feature besides the fur. Tver nodded in understanding. Compared to seasoned wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort, his greatest deficiency lay in this sort of miscellaneous experience. Given time, he could still identify a werewolf, but never as swiftly as Marvolio. He waved his wand, dispatching the corpses cleanly. In Nocturne Alley, the sudden disappearance of a few dark wizards was nothing unusual. Noticing Tver's pensive expression, Marvolio asked curiously, "What? You want to save these werewolves?" Tver shook his head. "I was just thinking about what kind of task I should give you." "So you've only just figured out how to make my resurrection useful?" Marvolio retorted. "I originally intended for you to track down Voldemort, but now your task is to deal with these dark wizards." "Ha," Marvolio laughed bitterly. "You might as well just make me an Auror." Tver stared at him in astonishment. "I actually do want you to become an Auror." Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Marvolio now considered Tver a madman, madder than himself. Sending the Dark Lord himself to become an Auror? Why not send Dumbledore to become the Dark Lord? Was this even a plan a sane person could conceive? Are you insane? Even I couldn't forge a school record or an identity that would pass scrutiny. Tver explained with a smile. Actually, you only need to control one Auror, then take on his appearance. You could then appear openly in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and become a glorious Auror yourself. After hearing this explanation, Marvolio grasped the possibility, and his restless heart began to stir with excitement. Are you sure Aurors are that easy to fool nowadays? That Moody guy left quite an impression on me. Moody's retired. The ministry's full of young Aurors now. Plus, Cynthia will transfer an Auror under the Cooperation Department's authority. You two working together will easily control that poor soul. Then you can support each other within the ministry. With your handling of dark wizards, your merits will far outshine everyone else's. Tver slapped Marvolio's arm excitedly. Was there anything more satisfying than orchestrating a Dark Lord's rise to Auror? But I can't take Polyjuice Potion. So this month, I'll thoroughly teach you human transfiguration. Chapter 94, Bookstore Confrontation. He handed Marvolio a book on human transfiguration and headed alone toward Diagon Alley. The book had been written specifically by his teacher for instructional purposes, the only copy in existence within the wizarding world. Truth be told, human transfiguration was the most dangerous branch of transfiguration. A single mistake could result in permanent injury. Only someone as bold yet meticulous as his teacher would dare to study such a skill. Marvolio, however, was unconcerned about such risks. For him, the greatest danger lay in not being powerful enough. With his already formidable talent for transfiguration, a month would be enough to master the fundamentals of human transfiguration. After dispelling the transfiguration spell on himself and changing back into his robes, Tver stepped into Diagon Alley. At once, he felt the sharp contrast between the two neighboring districts. Sunlight poured down, the air hummed with energy, and cheerful laughter echoed all around. Even his own mood brightened slightly. But that light-hearted feeling was quickly broken. "Customers, please, have mercy." A man dressed like a shop clerk shouted desperately, his voice carrying from inside the bookstore all the way onto the street. Naturally, it drew the attention of passers-by. Whether Muggle or wizard, the instinct to watch chaos unfold was universal. After squeezing through the crowd, Tver finally managed to push his way inside the shop. Lucius Malfoy, whom he had just seen at Borgin and Burke's, was wrestling on the floor with the men in green robes, ignoring everyone's attempts to separate them. Books tumbled from the shelves, thanks in part to the Weasley twins, who were gleefully watching from the sidelines. Descendium. With a single command, Tver forcibly separated Lucius and Arthur Weasley. Just then, Hagrid entered the store. Seeing the two men still trying to grapple, he quickly grabbed both of their heads. "Easy there, Hagrid, let go. You're choking them." Tver glanced at the pair, only the edges of their red, straining faces were visible beneath Hagrid's massive hands. Their arms hung limp, utterly powerless to resist. Hagrid released them only after realizing what he'd done. "Oh, sorry about that, Arthur." His huge hand patted Mr. Weasley's back twice, as if to dust him off, but it landed squarely on the spot where he'd been hurt the worst. "That's enough," Mr. Weasley said quickly, stopping him. Seeing this, Mrs. Weasley finally exhaled in relief, then glared furiously at her husband before turning to Tver. "Sir, thank you so much for separating them. I can't believe my husband would do something like that in front of the children." "Professor Fawley." George suddenly called out, drawing everyone's attention. "Mum, this is Professor Fawley, the one I told you about all summer." Fred said excitedly, running up to them. "Oh." Mrs. Weasley gasped, her eyes widening. "You're the Children's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I'd heard you were young, but I didn't expect this young. Professor Fawley is way stronger than he looks." Draco walked over proudly, unwilling to be left out. Lucius, noticing the commotion, forced a calm expression, though the swelling around his right eye made him look rather ridiculous. "So you're the Fawley child," he said, extending a hand toward Tver with practiced ease. "Draco owes you for taking care of him at school." "As a professor, that's my duty," Tver replied, exchanging a few polite words with him. "I heard from Draco that you were planning to visit my estate this summer." Lucius deliberately emphasized the word estate. "Indeed. It's far superior to certain parents' pigsty-like homes. Choosing our house is only natural." Mr. Weasley, who had just caught his breath, flared with anger again. If Hagrid hadn't held him back, he would have leapt at Lucius once more. "Just wanted to discuss a few things with you," said Tver with an innocent smile. "Probably because young Malfoy's been causing trouble at school, so the professor came for a home visit," Ron blurted out. Lucius shot the Weasley family a cold glance. "Draco's affairs are none of your concern. What you should be worrying about is how to afford better textbooks." With that, he snatched one of Ginny's second-hand books and shoved it roughly into her cauldron. Then, without giving the Weasleys a chance to respond, he grabbed a reluctant Draco by the arm and stormed out of the shop. "You shouldn't have engaged with him," Hagrid said, trying to calm the fuming Mr. Weasley. "Some people are just rotten to the core." The shop assistant looked as if he wanted to intervene, but after Tver gently smoothed the creased pages of a fallen book and set it back on the shelf, the man thought better of it. Of course, Hagrid's enormous presence might have helped as well. Their group stood out as they made their way down the street. Hermione's parents, the Grangers, followed nearby, watching Tver with a mix of curiosity and mild unease. "Professor, what are you doing here? Did you come for Mr. Lockhart's book signing?" Hermione asked brightly. Tver's smile stiffened. "I already had that book a month ago." "Wow!" Hermione cried, her voice loud enough to draw a few stares. "So you actually read his books too?" Thankfully, Harry stepped in to break the silence. "But what's the deal with that Lockhart guy anyway? He says he's going to be next year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and made us all buy his books." "Wait, does that mean you're being replaced, Professor?" he blurted out. All eyes turned toward Tver. "Don't worry. Next year's classes will be taught by both Professor Lockhart and me. He'll handle the theoretical side." As for the new textbooks, Lockhart had claimed they'd make his lessons easier to follow, though Tver privately suspected he just wanted to boost his sales. Harry and the others sighed in relief. Hermione too, though she admired Lockhart, still believed that Professor Fawley was the stronger of the two. "So, Professor, what will you be teaching us next year? We don't seem to have any textbooks." "All you'll need are your wands," Tver said with a knowing smile. Harry and his friends cheered at once. Compared to tedious written exams, they much preferred the exhausting but exhilarating thrill of practical lessons. Tver accompanied them back to the leaky cauldron, taking the time to answer the Grangers' many questions about Hogwarts and Hermione. It was evening by the time he watched them finally depart. As for Ginny, she stopped suddenly, as if sensing something, and turned around. Tver stood there, smiling and waving. Ginny blushed furiously, hurriedly turned back, and jogged to catch up with her family. "What's wrong, dear?" Mrs. Weasley asked gently. And nothing. I was just a little curious about that young professor. Professor Folly's really nice, Harry said with a grin. You can ask him anything. Ginny's face turned crimson, and she immediately forgot all about her brief exchange of glances with Tver. Chapter 95, Auror Marvolio's Daily Work. Marvolio spent a week observing the Auror named John Dawlish, studying every detail until he had fully mastered the man's behavior. Stupefy. Seeing Cynthia's cool expression, Marvolio couldn't help but purse his lips. That near-invisible strike I just performed, doesn't it deserve at least a bit of praise? Cynthia humored him with 2 polite claps. Only 2. Then she pulled out a thick stack of Dawlish's personal files and set them down in front of him. Memorize all of this. Once you've done that, you can walk into the ministry without raising suspicion. Marvolio accepted the documents with interest. Quite the impressive record, though still a little below mine. That was genuine praise. Back at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle had been a near-legendary student. To be second only to him was still the mark of an exceptional scholar. And he's the minister's personal bodyguard. Marvolio raised a brow at the note. Fudge must have plenty of detection charms on him, doesn't he? Only occasionally, Cynthia replied briskly. Exceptional Aurors are sometimes assigned as Fudge's escorts. And I've already tested it, so long as you don't use powerful dark magic or attempt to tamper with his soul, the charms won't detect anything. Marvolio clicked his tongue appreciatively as he continued skimming through the file. I see why Tver speaks so highly of you. After just 1 week, I can tell you're far more capable than any Death Eater I ever commanded. For the first time, a faint blush colored Cynthia's face. You can finish organizing things here, she said quickly. Remember, be at the ministry on September 1st, on time. Any deviation might draw suspicion. With that, she vanished on the spot. Marvolio lazily finished leafing through the files, committing every page to memory. So, I'm John Dawlish now. As he spoke, his body began to shift, muscles tightening, his build growing broader, his hair turning short and streaked with gray. Still too slow, he muttered in dissatisfaction. September 1st arrived, Monday, the start of the work week. Marvolio appeared right on time in the grand atrium of the Ministry of Magic. It was a magnificent space. The floor gleamed with polished dark wood, and the peacock blue ceiling shimmered with golden runes that sparkled softly in the light. Ministry workers and visitors moved about constantly, their chatter echoing through the hall. Straightening his robes, Marvolio strode confidently through the crowd and stepped into the elevator. Dawlish, a tall, dark-skinned man greeted him. Finished that job with the Cooperation Department already? Kingsley Shacklebolt. Marvolio recognized him instantly, one of the most senior Aurors still serving in the office. Imitating Dawlish's usual manner, he gave a calm nod. Yes. Madam Cynthia led us in capturing that group of international smugglers. Exchanging a few practiced greetings with others in the lift, he soon followed Kingsley to the second floor, the Auror office. It was nothing like outsiders imagined. Instead of sleek, high-security rooms, it was a maze of cramped cubicles, each one plastered with personal notes, charms, and clutter. Reaching his desk, Marvolio glanced over it. Unlike most of his colleagues, who kept family photos or personal mementos, Dawlish's walls were covered entirely in wanted posters of dark wizards. Marvolio even recognized a couple of familiar faces. How pitiful, he said flatly. Generally, Aurors served as the ministry's law enforcement, tasked with investigating crimes tied to dark magic and apprehending dark wizards. And in the wizarding world, dark wizards were never in short supply. Marvolio had barely settled in before Kingsley appeared with a case file, followed by several others from nearby departments. What happened? Kingsley set the file down in front of him. According to a witch's report, her 3 companions went missing about a month ago. Marvolio opened the folder. The witch's description sounded eerily familiar, exactly like the one he'd encountered in Nocturne Alley. Keeping his expression neutral, he turned the page. Sure enough, the missing companions were the same 3 hooded wizards he had eliminated. And the suspects, of course, were none other than himself and Tver. If it happened in Nocturne Alley, I'd be highly skeptical of this witch's testimony. Kingsley nodded in agreement. So I need you to investigate her and the 2 suspects. If possible, bring them all in. Marvolio chuckled inwardly, though his face remained calm. I'll head out right away. Decisive action was part of Dawlish's personality, and Marvolio, by nature, wasn't one to waste time either. Before long, he was back in the dim, narrow streets of Nocturne Alley, accompanied by several colleagues from the Magical Law Enforcement Investigation Squad, the department responsible for handling ordinary criminal cases. Having spent the last few nights staying in Dawlish's home, returning here almost felt like coming back to somewhere familiar. Do you think that witch is still around? Asked a colleague named Gerard. If she's a dark witch, then Nocturne Alley is her territory. Unless she's truly run out of options, she won't leave easily. Marvolio had spent plenty of time here in the past and knew well that dark witches and wizards rarely found safe places to operate. Once they did, they tended to stay put. Gerard eyed their conspicuous group and sighed. At this rate, she'll hear about us before we even get close. We don't need to find her, Marvolio said with a faint smile. She'll come to us. He swept his gaze around. Do you really think she wouldn't notice a group of Aurors standing right in the middle of Nocturne Alley? For all we know, she's already watching us from somewhere. Before he finished, he vanished from sight and reappeared beside a hunched old woman nearby. Isn't that right, Mrs. Elpata? The old woman's eyes went wide with shock. She had never seen an Auror move that fast. But before she could react, she operated away in panic. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing in a house far from London. Elpata. The two companions inside the house jumped to their feet. What happened? What's got you so rattled? An Auror onto us. The old woman's face began to shift, her wrinkled skin tightening until she became a middle-aged woman. I told you not to be clever and use an Auror, snapped a tall, thin man. Now look, you've got them tracking us down. Enough, said the cold-eyed woman beside him, her grip on her wand tightening. Elpata, did you expose our location? The air in the room grew tense. Even Elpata, who had just fled, seemed nervous under the woman's gaze. Of course not. I made sure to take several detours. The tall man exhaled in relief, only to freeze again a moment later. Why you, who are you, he stammered, pointing behind Elpata. Me. Marvolio gestured toward himself with mock politeness. Currently an Auror. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He bowed gracefully, his elegant movements, predatory grin, and imposing frame blending into something unnervingly sinister. The response was immediate, a killing curse. Avada Kedavra. As Elpata moved, her two companions joined in, firing their own killing curses without hesitation. The room erupted into chaos. After a blinding flash of green light, silence fell. Only Marvolio remained standing. Elpata lay sprawled on the floor, eyes wide, mouth frozen in disbelief. She would never speak again. Moments later, Gerard and the others arrived. Mr. Dawlish, I have to say, Gerard stopped mid-sentence, staring at the three lifeless bodies. What in Merlin's name happened here? Marvolio raised his wand innocently. They turned on each other when their hideout was exposed. I barely had time to intervene before they all hit the floor. What about the two suspects? You're welcome to see if the dead will give you clues, Marvolio said lightly. Otherwise, I'd say the case is closed. One of the Aurors bent down to examine Elpata's face, then gasped. If I'm not mistaken, these three were part of that infamous raiding gang. Really? Gerard quickly pulled out the wanted list he carried and compared their faces. You're right. Looks like we've just scored a major win. The team's mood shifted instantly, from wary to jubilant. Normally, killing suspects without cause would be a serious issue at the ministry. But when it came to ruthless, wanted criminals, that was a different story. This counted as a successful mission. For once, Marvolio was genuinely surprised. So being an Auror not only meant he could kill people legally, it even earned him credit for it. Why hadn't he discovered such a promising profession sooner? Chapter 96, Home Visit. Midsummer Break. Early in the morning, Draco Malfoy sprang out of his plush bed, his usual holiday laziness nowhere to be seen. After a quick wash, he hurried downstairs to the living room. Dobby, have you prepared the ingredients for lunch? Good morning, Master Malfoy. Dobby quickly hid his bandaged fingers. Everything's already prepared. Once I finish cooking breakfast for the masters, I'll start on lunch. Draco wanted to insist that lunch be started immediately, but his growling stomach wouldn't allow him to skip breakfast. Fine then, but remember, it needs to be a grand, delicious feast. Got it. At that moment, his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, entered the room, covering a yawn with her hand. Draco, didn't Folly say he wouldn't arrive until around noon? Draco hesitated for a moment before coming up with an excuse. Well, we still have to be ready ahead of time. Father said this is an official meeting with another pureblood heir, it has to be taken seriously. He nodded solemnly, as if to lend weight to his words. But the problem is, Narcissa pointed toward his lower half, your fly isn't zipped. Draco looked down, spun around to fix it, then turned back with his cheeks blazing red. Narcissa took a seat at the dining table and patted the chair beside her. Don't be so nervous. Come, tell me, what kind of person is this Professor Folly? Now that I think about it, she added thoughtfully, since that minister's time, the Folly family hasn't appeared much in public. The Minister of Magic? Draco asked as he obediently sat down beside her, curiosity written all over his face. The professor's family produced a minister. Yes, Narcissa said. By lineage, that minister was his grandfather. But because he passively resisted Grindelwald, he was replaced after only 10 years in office. Since then, the Folly family has rarely involved themselves in wizarding affairs. Even during the Dark Lord's rule, they never clearly sided with us. Draco's eyes widened in surprise. So that means they were on the opposing side. Narcissa gave a noncommittal nod. Not necessarily. I think after that minister was forced out, he forbade his descendants from meddling in such matters out of resentment. Or maybe, Draco suggested hopefully, they stayed neutral because they resented the other wizards instead. Whatever the reason, came a calm voice, the Dark Lord is gone. Lucius entered the room, his tone firm as he reminded them both. As their conversation carried on, the clock crept closer to noon. Spurred by Draco's constant urging, Dobby had already finished preparing the elaborate lunch, waiting only for Tver's arrival. Just as Draco finished checking his outfit for the 4th time, Lucius spoke. Folly's outside. Draco, go and bring him in. The Malfoy manor was vast, and Tver's apparition had only brought him to the outer gate of the estate. The distance from there to the front doors was still quite long. By the time Draco came jogging up, he was slightly out of breath. Professor, he said, wiping his forehead while still trying to maintain his composure, allow me to escort you inside. Thank you, Tver replied with a pleasant smile. To spare Draco from having to rush back, he deliberately slowed his pace as they walked toward the manor together. How's your summer homework coming along? The image of his unopened school bag instantly popped into Draco's mind. It's pretty tough. I've only finished about half of it. Tver saw right through his excuse but didn't call him out on it. Instead, his lips curved slightly in amusement. In truth, he was still unaware of a rather cruel reality: professors never actually checked summer homework. After briefly checking on his students' well-being, Tver caught sight of the Malfoy couple standing by the manor entrance. Quickening his pace, he put on the warm enthusiasm of someone meeting Lucius for the first time and reached out to shake his hand. I really appreciate your hospitality. This was the kind of refined courtesy Tver had been trained in as a child. His parents, however, had always been too lazy to bother with such things, and their indifference had rubbed off on him. Of course, that didn't mean he lacked manners. After the expected round of polite greetings, they finally entered the grand manor. Compared to the modest dignity of the Folly family, the Malfoys were far more renowned, perhaps even the most prestigious wizarding family still in existence. Tver wasn't quite sure how their polite conversation led them to the dining table, but as the guest, he simply accepted their gracious hospitality. Amidst the gentle clinking of cutlery and glasses, the conversation flowed easily. I don't recall seeing your parents often in the wizarding world, Lucius said with mild curiosity. What do they usually do? Tver's parents spent more time among Muggles than they ever did at home, let alone within wizarding society. They, enjoy traveling, he answered smoothly. Even I don't see them very often. Narcissa gave a wistful sigh. I wish I had that kind of time and peace of mind. Unfortunately, family matters keep me too busy. Tver was tempted to ask what family matters a typical pureblood household could possibly have. With house elves running everything and no jobs to speak of, what could they really be busy with? Even someone as industrious as Mrs. Weasley still found enough free time to knit and read. But he wisely kept that thought to himself. By the way, Lucius continued, I've been wondering, why did you decide to teach at Hogwarts, and of all things, defense against the dark arts? It was a question that had clearly been on his mind for months. The curse on that position was legendary, no professor had lasted more than a year since Lucius's own school days. Only thrill-seekers or those with hidden motives ever applied for such a post. Certainly not respectable purebloods like himself. For the sake of learning, of course, Tver replied. You know, Hogwarts is home to the greatest wizard alive. Being around him, one can always learn something new. He wasn't exactly lying. His transfiguration skills had advanced largely thanks to Dumbledore's insights. As for things like the Chamber of Secrets, the Philosopher's Stone, or Horcruxes, those were merely extra discoveries along the way. Even as a former opponent, Lucius couldn't deny that Dumbledore's power was unmatched. So you must have spoken with Dumbledore quite often. Quite a bit, Tver said casually. After all, anyone forced to listen to the old man's weekly lectures would have plenty of conversations. What do you two usually talk about? Tver raised an eyebrow and answered as if it were nothing special. Oh, all sorts of things, transfiguration, advanced spells, teaching methods, and, well, the possibility of Voldemort's return. Clang. What's the matter? Though he didn't look up, Tver was certain the smile on his face was dazzling.